Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine, and today we're welcomed by the greatest tag team in professional wrestling history, Matt and Jeff Hardy. How we doing, guys?
Doing good, man.
Good man.
We're gonna start off hot. At Bound for Glory, the Hardys take on Team 3D one last time. What's going through your mind going into this match, and how important is it that you guys get to run this back one more time?
It's cool because it's something that I don't think we actually thought would happen. Devon had some health issues, and fortunately, he's in a good place right now, and he's cleared to do this and go out and compete and wrestle. So it's going to be really cool. We've had a rivalry with these guys that has lasted over a quarter of a century, which is wild to say out loud, but it has. And we are going to cap it off the right way. And I got to tell you, we got a lot of love for Bully and Devon, but this is we take this very serious. This is about cementing our legacy, and we want to prove to the world that we are the greatest of all time.
Yeah, and it reminds me too, working with the Team 3D so much. Me and Bully Ray have one hell of a backdrop. It might be the best backdrop in professional wrestling. So look out for that at this year's Bound for Glory.
Okay. Matt, I want to know like what went into your decision in making the return to TNA?
Um, After my AEW deal had expired, I'd had 3 or 4 conversations with them about returning and doing some stuff. TNA just felt like a place that we could go to and we could contribute, and they would utilize us. Tommy Dreamer is the guy doing the booking, and he was pretty persuasive. I always had a great relationship with him, and he's really good about knowing how to utilize myself and Jeff in the best way possible. And just at TNA, I thought I would be looked at as valuable, and Jeff did as well. And they really put us in the perfect position to succeed. And as you can see, it has definitely worked because there's been so much growth of TNA over the last year.
Jeff, what was your reaction seeing Matt come back?
Yeah, I had no idea that Matt was going back to TNA, and I had about a month left on my AEW deal. And I finished a workout one morning, and my wife said, "Hey, did you know Matt was going back to TNA?" And I said, "No, I had no idea." And then I looked up YouTube the footage, and I was like, "Whoa, this is really cool." And there was a little bit of hesitation as far as me and what I thought I might do, but and then I said, "Wait, what?" I had so many great moments and memories in TNA. That's when I started painting eyes on my eyelids back in 2012 and had a really good run there. And this is perfect. And then I thought, oh my God, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, and this is going to be great when I go back to the TNA dimension to save my brother once again.
No, the Hardys are one of the most decorated tag teams of all time. It's undisputed. How important is this fourth reign to the legacy of the Hardys?
It is important. It's we are really working hard to cement our legacy. Just even coming in to TNA and being together as a team, we just wanted to show how we could contribute. We wanted to also show how we could be selfless and help young teams and try and build young teams and give them a rub and let people who may know us from being on TV now for 27 years. I know the Hardys, but they discover the Rascals or they discover a First Class or whoever it may be. So it's been great. They put us in a position to succeed, and we feel valuable, and that's really important at this stage of the game for us.
Yeah, and I hope and pray when people hear that I'm back, that we're back in TNA, they go, "Oh my God, that's so cool. I'm gonna have to check that out." That they do kind of fall in love with guys like Leon Slater and just see how amazing, he is and they are. So yeah, it feels good, like Matt said, to feel valuable again.
You know, doing this podcast, the Hardys are always brought up when I ask the question of who their favorites are, who their biggest inspirations are. How does hearing things like that make you guys feel at this stage of your career?
It's wild, but we it's as strange as it says this, as strange as it sounds to say this, it's almost become commonplace and normal because we hear it all the time. There's so many younger tag teams that we deal with, and like we were their guys when they were coming up, and their dream was to wrestle us, and now we get the opportunity to do that. But we really don't think of ourselves, I think, in that way as like this huge inspiration, these huge motivators. We still feel internally like we're 21 and 18 and we're just two kids living our passion, and we just want to rock and roll and do this as long as we can, especially because we're enjoying it so much.
Yeah, and as a pro wrestling fan, I mean, I still get so excited about dreaming this stuff up in my heart and my mind, and then bringing it to life in a TNA ring in front of a live audience, like that cable ladder spot we did at Slammiversary. I'd wanted to do that since maybe TLC 2, and then Tommy Dreamer and TNA made that happen. There's so many more that I would like to bring to life as well. So it's very exciting to be back in TNA and be a part of its evolution.
You guys are also big advocates for the You Are More community, a group passionate about mental health awareness. Uh, what's it been like for you guys to connect with them and help raise awareness for such an important cause?
Oh, I love it, man. I've wore that shirt, the You Are Enough or More Than Enough shirt so many times. I've even wrote songs, especially about recovery and because I'm so I know that feeling all too well, that feeling like I'm not enough. So it's yeah, every time I can talk to somebody about that and just let them know that we are the same and we're going through it together. It helps me, helping others.
I mean, it is very important. It's done by the Mendez boys, who we love seeing whenever
Yes.
they're around. A couple of brothers from the Chicago area. It's important. I mean, everybody goes through those struggles. Everybody questions themselves, and just sometimes being able to talk to someone and feeling like they can confide in you and they can talk to you, just it can change their life. And we're very blessed and very grateful that we have the platform that we have had for all these years wrestling. There's so many people that can hear our stories and they can take motivation and they can be inspired from them too.
Absolutely. As brothers, something like I have two, three brothers myself, and I've always dreamt of the moments that could happen if we ever decided to wrestle. What's your favorite moment together that you've had inside of a TNA ring?
I was saying the first ever tag team ladder match was probably the most life-changing match for us or moment, but it might be for me in 2017 our return to WrestleMania because that was for a long period of time I didn't think that would ever happen and just to get that reaction and to feel that energy of the WWE universe again was just super cool.
I think as far as in a TNA ring, I think it could be Full Metal Mayhem reimagined when we won the titles because we felt like we had something to prove there, after leaving AEW and we, once again, we don't feel like we got the opportunities we should have got right at the very, especially towards the end. And we just wanted to prove to ourselves that we were still very valuable. And I think that match proved how much value we had. The whole resurgence of TNA and the partnership with WWE and everything else. I mean, TNA's got a lot of great things going on right now. So it's cool to be an integral part of that.
That was a huge one for me as well, because after in my personal life, almost burning everything down in 2022 and ending everything, to win the titles again and to in TNA and to have that moment, that feeling with my brother was like, okay, I've rebuilt again, not to burn it down. So that was a great feeling as well.
You guys got to work in the Impact version of TNA, even the original version of TNA.
Right.
What is the biggest differences now as compared to them working for TNA now, bringing back the name, things like that? What's the biggest differences for you guys?
I mean, I just think right now, we went through that period where there was like a TNA LOL period for a while where people didn't take it serious, where it had issues, whatever. And TNA went through some struggles, especially after we'd left and returned to WWE. But I mean, now people are very excited for TNA to come to their town, and it's like cool. They're the cool kid again, and it's kind of the cycle of life in some ways. You have your ups, you have your peaks, and you have your valleys, and it's very cool that we're in a peak right now with TNA. It's like the cool ticket in town. So if it's coming to your town, people want to be there.
What do you guys think together that you have to achieve before you guys call it quits?
I meditate and I manifest a lot. As pro wrestlers, we manifest in their future all the time. But I kind of manifest these days, and over a year ago, if not 2 years ago, I kind of was meditating and manifesting the thought of us showing up in NXT, and sure enough, that eventually happened. And definitely for me, it's to be the NXT champions is on my list of things to accomplish.
That would be a cool goal for sure. I mean, I think once again we're very serious and very passionate about wanting to cement our legacy. It's like being one of the greatest tag teams, if not the greatest tag team of all time, and just and prove that we deserve that title to all the fans out there.
Have you guys thought about what's next? Like whenever you guys wrap up the boots and put the face paint away, like what's next? Is it producing or agenting or even coaching, things like that?
I would imagine that's the stuff that lies in my future. I think I'm a lifer when it comes to it. Jeff may not be the same. I don't know because I mean he's a rock star and he goes out there and does his thing, but he's very passionate about his music too. I'm sure that's something he wants to continue to pursue as well.
Yeah, I'm crazy. I'm working crazy hard on my original music and evolving as a singer. So I'm hoping that works out in some way, shape, or form.
So at the start of the show, I kicked it off by just letting you know how I feel. You guys are the greatest tag team of all
Thank
time.
you. Man. Thank you.
Um, I gotta ask, who do you guys think deserve to be on the tag team Mount Rushmore?
I would probably say us, Dudley's, Road Warriors, and I would say Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard,
Okay.
Brainbusters. That would,
Oh, wow.
or I could maybe even pop the Freebirds in there too, as opposed to the Brainbusters.
I'll go with us, Tully and Arn and the Road Warriors. I'll roll with that.
Okay. Guys, I just want to say thank you once again. This was an absolute honor. I wish you guys the best of luck at Bound for
Thank
Glory,
you.
and I'm
Thank
looking forward to seeing what's next.
Thank
Yeah,
you, man.
thanks for having us, man.
I want to tell you too, man. We love Bully Ray. We love Devon with all of our heart. We built a career with those guys, and but at Bound for Glory, we
Yeah.
have to do something.
We're also gonna love making them fade away and classify themselves as obsolete.
Obsolete. At Bound for Glory, it shall be the final deletion of the Dudleys.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine, and today we are welcome with TNA superstar Eric Young. How we doing, man?
We're doing really good, man. How you doing, Justin?
Yeah, I'm very excited. This is one on a long list of TNA guys that I've had on to have on the podcast. So I'm very excited to have this one in the bag, so to speak.
Awesome.
I want to start off hot, where TNA just had the biggest pay-per-view probably in its history, Bound for Glory. You were in the Call Your Shot Gauntlet. Tell us what it was like to be a part of that pay-per-view, the big event, and what that match was like for you.
Yeah, I mean, an honor to be part of that, and I've been saying it in the interviews over the last couple of weeks is like, TNA having its biggest crowd in company history when we're not even on like a large scale network at this point. It's just so grassroots, and a thank you to the wrestling fans and people that have supported it through the tougher times, and even supporting it now, and new people that are finding it. And it's just such an exciting time for pro wrestling and an exciting time to be part of TNA wrestling. It's my home. It's, where I've wrestled the majority of my career and will always be my home. No matter where I go or what I do, I owe the company a ton. And to be there and be in a match of any kind at Bound for Glory is always cool. But being part of this history making event, and the whole show. I mean, I watched the majority of it. It was just start to finish, knocked out of the park, and it's just cool to be part of something like that.
One of the winners of that, I've also had on the podcast, Frankie Kazarian. Amazing interview, amazing guy. But during the interview I had with him, he discussed being referred as the king of TNA. How does that make someone like you feel being a former world champion?
Yeah, a lot of people got a lot of things to say, and he's never been a world champion. And I think I hold the most in-ring time ever in the history of TNA. I think I have the most matches. I think I just passed James Storm pretty recently for the most matches ever. So he can call himself whatever he wants, but I mean the reals know the truth.
100%, 100%. Speaking, I guess, of TNA originals, AJ Styles just, kind of announced he's having his final run this year, 2026. Who knows what that entails? Would you like to be one of the guys on that stop for him before he hangs up the boots?
Oh, I mean, 100%. I would pay him. I don't imagine I'm going to be on that list. But what is cool, and I've said this in other interviews, and it's the absolute gospel truth, is that as good as AJ is as a professional wrestler, and I would say he's probably on my bell to bell Mount Rushmore of best to ever do it.
Hmm.
Um, he's an even better person, and he's the exact same person as he was when I met him in 2004. Kind of, quiet hillbilly sitting in the corner having the best match on every show. Uh, like just an unbelievable person, unbelievable friend, unbelievable father, unbelievable husband, just good at everything he does, and honored to call him my friend. I don't think I'll make that cut, and I don't think I'll make that list. But I'd be honored to be on it. Um, and just as honored to be in the building to watch it happen, So I'm hoping that he at least gets one more in TNA. The partnership is such a cool thing in pro wrestling right now, and most of the affiliation is with NXT, but it is a WWE deal, and both companies are kind of working together interchangeably. So it is something that could be done. Obviously, he appeared on our pay-per-view. He didn't wrestle yet. But I mean, I think everyone, including him, is hoping that he gets one more to kind of close the book on this, because this is such a huge part of his life as well, and his story. So yeah, here's to hoping, man. Like I said, I don't even imagine I make the top 100. Uh, but I would love to say that. I would love to be on that list.
I think he deserves at least one more pile driver before he hangs up the boots.
Yeah, I could definitely dish that out for him at any time he wants.
So you brought up the partnership between TNA and WWE. As somebody who's been a part of this regime of TNA and then the original regime of TNA, is it something that you ever thought possible? And how does it feel to actually get to see it come to fruition?
Yeah, I mean, as a person who's worked in both places as recently as a few years ago, I could tell you, if you told me 4 years ago that it was going to be a thing, I would have said you're a liar or you're insane or both.
Yeah.
And the truth is, it's pro wrestling, and you can never say never. And it's been amazing, man. It's just such a cool thing. And I think about the possibilities. The truth is this is just it's in its infancy, and it is growing, and it's becoming better. And both sides are realizing that there's benefits to working both ways. And this is just the start. You could do the fantasy booking in your head. There isn't a limitation what could go on. I'm not saying that Eric Young is going to show up and challenge the United States champion next week, but it is
He
possible.
could.
It is possible because of the partnership and the two sides working so perfectly together right now. It's a big feather for TNA to be mentioned in the breath with them, and having them as a working partner puts us in a position of strength. There's no doubt about that. They're the big dog. And I'm not saying anything that anyone doesn't know. So it's such a cool thing, just to be part of what's happening in wrestling right now. It's like we're living history, like really mind-bending history that people 5 years ago said would never happen. So it's cool.
Speaking of history, you've made a lot of memorable moments in NXT at Full Sail University. Um, TNA is about to make their way back there or to there. What can we expect from EY in Orlando?
Yeah, it's cool to be there because that was, the start of my WWE journey, and made a tons of great memories in that building. And I keep telling people on social media, if there's tickets, you need to get them now. It's not a huge building, and they're going to be sold out, and you're not going to be able to get in. So don't wait. If you're listening to this and you're thinking about maybe going, you better get them, because it's just not a big building. I mean, it doesn't matter how many people want to come; they can only put so many inside. Coming off the biggest pay-per-view of the year, it will be sold out every night. There is not a doubt. It might already be sold out. Um, so yeah, if you're listening to this and you're on the fence, get them. They're not that much. You're not going to find that kind of entertainment for that price. 3 hours of it, anyways. So go and enjoy. And if you don't enjoy, you can message me, and I'll refund you the money if you don't like it.
Do you have any expectations for what your trip there might look like?
Yeah, I don't look too far ahead, man. I'm doing this interview right now, and then after this, I'll probably have something to eat, and that's
Okay.
it. And I've kind of always been that way. I don't look very far ahead. I don't look backwards. I live in what I'm doing right now because this is the best thing to ever happen to me until an hour from now when I'm doing whatever it is that I'm doing. So yeah, I don't put a lot of thought of that, and just in not just wrestling, and in almost everything I do. I kind of just live in the moment of what's happening right now, and don't, because the truth is you're setting yourself up for disappointment. And whatever I do, it'll be awesome, and it doesn't matter. I don't have any control over any of that, so I just show up on time, ready to work, and do the best that I can do.
I like that mentality. I think the world would be a lot better if a lot more people had that mentality.
Yeah, there's a
Uh,
lot less stress for me, that's for sure. I know my
definitely.
beard's gray, but I have very little stress.
So, I mean, speaking of something that might have been stressful, if we look back at this year, you had the dog collar match with Steve Macklin, which could easily, be considered as a match of the year candidate. What was that match like for you, and do you feel it helped elevate both yourself and Macklin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it did two different things. I think one, and I think people that know this, it didn't change, but because of my accelerated age or whatever, people think that maybe I can't do what I need to do, and I prove then that
Mhm.
that whatever needs to be done, I can still do it, and I can do it at the highest level possible with anybody. And for Steve, like that's a feather for his cap, winning that match and having this memorable dog collar match, and he's bleeding all over the place, and like that's things that people remember. And the coolest thing as a friend of his is I'm watching him build his equity in real time. And he wants it all right now because we're all like that. But I keep telling him it's not, there is no destination.
Mhm.
There is no end point to this until you retire. And I hope that's for him not a long, long time from now. It's building that equity with people that watch this, and building that equity with people that write the show and the company. And the more you prove that you can do it, the more you'll be asked to do. And that's the secret sauce, I think, for doing this at a high level and doing this for a long period of time. And that's a big feather for him. And I was happy to be part of it for him because he's a great guy. He's a great wrestler, and I wish him nothing but success.
I think it's really cool that, I mean, earlier we spoke about your time in NXT, but with Steve, you've literally been able to watch him grow from his time in
Yeah.
NXT to now and see the different performer. What's it been like for you to kind of be that veteran, so to speak, and guide these guys into paths to be future world champions?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm super vocal that way. Like if someone asks me,
Hmm.
I'll tell them what I think. Because the truth is this is art, and lowbrow art. I don't know, you can call it whatever you wanted, but it is art and it's subjective. And what I do and what works for me and what people like that I do may not be the same for him. And you got to figure out your own way. And the truth is nothing in this business or anything like this can replace experience. And good, bad, and indifferent. Like if you have a bad match, well, then you learned, that thing that you did or you tried to do tonight, that didn't work for you. And it worked for maybe somebody else, but for you, it didn't work in that building with that opponent in front of that crowd. So when you go back to that building, maybe, or you go back into that area of the country, you do something different. And watching Steve learn that in real time, he's somebody that I connected to right away when I started working down there, and we've been really, really good buddies from the get-go, from 2000, I guess, rather than 2016, 2017. And yeah, it's cool watching him grow into his own and coming to TNA, him getting his confidence, like full flight confidence of like, this is who I want to be, and this is what I want to portray, and this is what I want people to think about when they think about Steve Macklin. And he's getting to put that stamp on his things now. I know for him it's a drug because it's a drug for all of us, and it's cool watching him get that.
We've kind of talked about you watching maybe other people grow in this sport. You throughout the years, kind of like the likes of Chris Jericho, have changed yourself character wise up and down from your plain white meat baby face to insanity. What's that been like for you, inventing yourself throughout the years?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I know I've said this in other interviews too, is the coolest thing, one of the coolest things about my career for me is that I've proven that I may not be the best at any one thing, but I'm very, very good at almost all of it. And I've seen the card from every single angle, and there's not a lot of people that can say that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like not everyone can experience what I did, or they don't want to, like AJ Styles he's just been this unbelievable pro wrestler. That's who he is, and that's what he does. He's proven that he can talk and he can be funny when push comes to shove, and understands wrestling and is super entertaining. But that's not his number one thing, right? His number one thing is the bell rings and you're going to come out of your seat. He's going to do something that's going to take your breath away, and you're going to be on your edge of your seat the entire time because of his physicality, because of his athleticism, and his knowledge of when to do things and when not to do things is almost unmatched. But for me, like I've been the opening match, I've been the main event, I've been the guy that's been getting beat on. I've been the jobber. I've wrestled women before. That was cool. Like I've done all of it. So that to me is the coolest thing. And I think we'll probably be, I'm not saying I'm guessing. I'm just saying I'm hoping it's a big part of the legacy that I leave behind, that people say like he was good at it, at kind of everything, and a guy that did it at a very high level for a very long time. And that's to me is the coolest thing. Lots of things are cool about it, and it's kind of surreal that it's my life. Being from this little town in Canada, but it is my life, and I've made a very good living doing it and continue to do so. So yeah, it's such a cool thing that I've been able to experience kind of everything that pro wrestling has. And I'm like that in real life. I love doing everything. I want to play every sport. I want to read every book. I want to watch every movie, laugh at every joke. I want to, see every television show possible. And because they're all different in some way. And I think wrestling for me is that. There's so many flavors of wrestling, and I got to bite from the cone of all of them. It's pretty cool.
I got one more question for you. I know earlier you mentioned like you don't try to look too far into the future. You kind of stay in the moment. Um, but is there anybody on the current TNA roster that maybe you haven't got to have a match or a program with that you'd like to in the near future?
Yeah, well, me and Mike Santana, that's, he would probably be my top. And we had, one match. That's the first time we'd ever touched. The chemistry was really good. It was short and kind of, there were some like other stories that needed to be told. So we had, some parameters there that we weren't allowed to do everything we wanted to do, and just time constraints because of television. But a guy that I respect the hell out of, and a guy that I love watching him work. And, I would say that he's probably would say the same. And we've only ever touched once, but it was, just one of those matches where it just like everything just clicked, and we got back and like, man, I wish we had 20 minutes, because we were starting to go take him on a ride, but because it was, a television match that was 6 minutes, you can only do what you can do. So yeah, that would be my number one answer. But there's tons of young guys. Had a really good match with Myron Reed, and working with the Rascals would be something that I'd love to do. Um, Working again with Steve obviously would be something. Me and Frankie Kazarian have crossed paths a million times, but if anytime I can, you know, lace him up and share a ring with him, I'd pay someone to do that. He's one of my favorite opponents of all time. Eddie Edwards, Brian Myers, Zack Ryder, Matt Cardona, I guess. Yeah, the list is long, man. Yeah, the list is long. Somehow there's all these people that I haven't worked with, and I've been doing this forever, so it's wild.
Love it. It leaves the door open for anything to happen. Um, Eric, thank you so much. Thanks TNA for the time. Uh, if we can ever do this again, I can't wait.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the interview.
Sounds good. We will see you soon. Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine, and today we are welcomed by the lovely Miss Ash by Elegance. How are we doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. How are you doing?
I'm very excited. Like I told you off screen, long time fan of yours since, I mean, the
Thank
years of
you.
Dana Brooks back in NXT. So, like, this is something whenever it came across the table, couldn't pass it up.
Thank you
Um,
so much. I appreciate you sharing my journey, my experience, and truly being a fan.
Absolutely. Before we dive in, is there anything like social you want to plug, things like that you just want to let the fans know? I mean, obviously they can catch you on TNA, but anything else you want to plug and let them know?
Thank you so much for that opportunity. No, I'm so excited. We are here, as you can tell, my hotel set up. We are here in El Paso, and I am doing a media tour, which is super awesome because we're doing a lot this holiday season. I absolutely love giving back to the community. So, this coming week here in El Paso, we are giving out food to the less fortunate and those that are in need, which is awesome. So, make sure you go to TNA.com and you can find out all the information about that. Also, December 5th through the 7th, we are collecting toys, which is amazing as well for children to feel holiday cheer. So all you have to do is come to the show, and we encourage you guys just to bring like a little toy, an unwrapped toy, and just enjoy wrestling. On December the 7th, we are doing a family day. And my friend Ross, myself, and my friend Ingrid came up with a great idea and are doing an Elegant Elves photo. So anyone that comes to the event, any donation helps, and you can get a photo with me and my Elegant Elves, which is Heather Reckless. Heather by Elegance is her stage name at TNA, and Maggie, which is M by Elegance. So we are super excited to be doing something around the holiday season, and all donations will be going to the Children's Hospital here in El Paso. So it's awesome. You can find me on all social media platforms, Asha May _ Sabera. I still call it Twitter. So Twitter's, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok. I don't really do all the trendy dances, but I try. So you can find me on there.
I love it. Ash, like obviously, I know a lot of people know Dana Brooke, but I think the best stuff that you've done in your career, honestly, has been with TNA. How has TNA helped shape you as an individual and maybe change your professional career?
TNA is all I needed. TNA is something that I longed for many, many years. I just never knew existed, right? I thought that WWE was it, and I had no idea there was a life outside of there. Stepping in the TNA ring was, I needed it. I really needed to reinvent myself. I really needed the wrestling universe to look at me as a person and not who I was back then, but just give me a chance, give me an opportunity, because I knew in my heart I could hang with the best. And TNA gave me that opportunity. TNA believed in me. They helped me reinvent this character. Now that I get to travel the world and be able to wrestle, before was truly amazing. And I think I changed a lot of people's mindset on who I was then and who I am now, as far as my character work, as far as my promo work, and my in-ring ability. And I must say I'm proud of myself because I never gave up on myself.
And I think you have all right to be. I think your line of work in TNA speaks for the volume of your impact. I think, no pun intended, but like I felt like for a long time maybe Dana was held back and Ash has
Yeah,
been able to shine. And it's been really cool to see that.
thank
Um,
you.
how important was it for you and maybe TNA to make sure that Ash by Elegance was completely different from what we saw from you as Dana Brooke?
It was the biggest concern of mine because I felt like Dana Brooke wouldn't have survived. I needed to get away from that character because I knew her for so long, and it was bittersweet because I knew she was the underdog story, and I knew that's who I was. I mean, it was very personal because I knew I was deep down inside. I wanted a shot. But it also felt so good to let her go because I knew that I needed to embrace something else, to be different, to stand out, to make a name for myself. And I wanted to tap into a side of me that I've never tapped into before. And that was this Ash by Elegance character, because I love fashion, I love nice things, but being able to change this side of me and have this little edge and this little crazy demeanor is something so far from who I really am. So it's awesome to challenge something deep down inside. And going out there and being booed and everyone, hating on me is very hard because I am such a nice person in real life. Having kids tell me, "Oh, you suck," and "I don't like you." Oh my God, it breaks my heart every time because I just want them to love me, but and realize that, I am a really good person, but at the same time, I'm doing my job. I am allowing them to escape whatever they're going through and live in the moment and tell a story, which so I absolutely love doing. And if I held on to that Dana Brooke character, I don't think I would be where I am now. Ash by Elegance was the best decision I have ever made.
Was, like a big part of the Ash by Elegance is the brand, whether that's you, and then the people you have around you. Did you have any say into who like would be added to the brand, like Maggie or Heather?
Yeah, actually I did, which was awesome because this is like real stuff, right? Like people take my thoughts and things into consideration. For example, Heather, I wrestled her as I debuted in TNA. And when I rolled out of the ring, they're like, "Oh, how'd you like her?" I was like, "I love her." They're like, "All right, you think we should sign her?" I go, "Yeah, no problem." And then they partnered her up with me, and I was able to like bring this different side out of her and give her like an elegant makeover, and I believe in her and I see so many bright things in her future. And she doesn't know this, but I appreciate her so much because she goes with my crazy ideas. Like, for example, I'm like, "Hey, you want to dress up as Minnie Mouse?" She's like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." "Hey, you want to come out as like mariachis?" "Yeah, sure, no problem." "Hey, you want to throw champagne in my face?" "Yeah, no problem." Like, she's very down with my ideas. They might sound so crazy, but I appreciate her so much for riding this ride with me because at the end of the day, we captured the TNA Knockouts tag titles together, which was awesome. I believed in her and she believed in me, which was truly amazing. When I had seen her, I knew she was a star. I was like, I have to get her. I need to give her a little makeover, help her out. And I see big, big things with M. She gets this character. She really embraces it. It's awesome. My personal concierge, he always wanted to be in front of the camera. He fits the part perfectly. And now I am searching for Mr. Elegance. And these submission videos that I have been getting, I see every single one of them. My personal concierge screens them. He gives them to me. Any video I see, I repost. I make comments on. It's truly awesome to see people want to ride this ride with me. It's so cool.
Definitely. I think like for me, I'm currently in the Chicagoland area, so like I've been able to watch Heather and Maggie or
Ah,
M like
yes.
very like on the independents, like especially like Chicago style wrestling and things like that close to us, and watching them like and then seeing them evolve and be next to you on TNA. I can tell you as a fan and as a consumer has been like the icing on the cake, if that makes
Thank
sense.
you. Thank you. That
Uh,
means so much. Because I truly
Absolutely.
try and help every single person, whether they're in this like elegant brand or not. I'm really trying to help the locker room and be a locker room leader and just really show these girls that, let's create business, let's make money, let's make the best matches there is possible. And like there's a spot for each and every one of these TNA knockouts on the roster. We are very blessed in TNA to have the opportunity that we do as women. We're given opportunities throughout the entire show, where some other organizations may only have one segment of women. So we have to take that into account that we are given so many opportunities from the start of the show to the finish of the show, whether it be backstage interviews, whether it be a backstage set, whether it be managing ringside, whether it be a match. Women are represented from the start to the finish of the product.
Can you kind of explain to us what it's been like for you more emotionally for TNA having your back and maybe supporting your decisions as you've been able to grow with them?
Yes, for sure. I mean, it has been TNA, I have a love for wrestling, but my love for TNA is so much deeper because they have made me have fun in this position. They have let me like cut loose. They've taken my ideas and my considerations and let me run wild with them. And now that I had to step away from wrestling, they are keeping me involved, which is honestly keeping me sane because that's all I've known for the last like 14 years, right? Is wrestling. That's my life. And they're giving me, a management role with my elegant brand. And it keeps me, it's like, mental health is a very big thing these days. And it's just keeping me in the business, in around wrestling, which I truly, truly love. And I have such an amazing relationship with the president, Carlos Silva. Um, that it's awesome. We don't have that opportunity in other organizations to have such a cool boss to be able to go backstage and talk to him and him show up anywhere that we need him to be and him be in front of the camera and really believe in his talent. It goes so far. So it's awesome to have TNA back everything that I've been doing.
I don't know if it's been touched on a lot. I'm just curious, what was the vibe in maybe the arena and even backstage after you had to relinquish the title?
Oh my God, it was rough. I mean, that whole day was rough because honestly, nobody knew. I like stayed low key, I stayed mellow, I stayed kind of off the map during the day. And I was in my head, I was in my thoughts. We were filming that program, immersed. And there was one time in my life that I said, I don't know, because I kept getting asked the question, well, what are you going to do from here? I don't know. I really had no idea. I had once in my life no answer. And then afterwards, everyone just hugging me and telling me, listen, what I've done is something that no one's ever done. Is I went back to a company that gave up on me and I brought a title home to the company that did believe in me. So I felt like my legacy was left in that aspect. But they always told me that this is my home, that whatever I want to do, if I can come back to wrestling, that this is my home. And that's all I needed to hear because once I left there, I have gone to so many different appointments and things like that, just trying to come back whenever I possibly can. I don't know if that is ever or will be. Um, but I'm excited because I know that I have a spot and I have a home, and that's TNA.
Love it. I love it so much. Speaking of things I really do enjoy, especially about TNA, and we've talked about the representation of the women and the knockouts in TNA, and I think Bound for Glory did the best job at that so far. If you look at the Hall of Fame class, all former TNA knockouts, legends. How important do you think the representation for the women was at Bound for Glory?
That was huge. I mean, that was our biggest event in history. And then with all eyes in the Hall of Fame being the women, and then from across the board, all of the women on the show, it was awesome because it just proved that women can do what men can do. Women have done what men have done in the past. And now we're getting, acknowledgement for it. I've wrestled Mickey James over in WWE. I've seen her journey. I've been a fan of her. And for her to get the acknowledgement that she has been, like, she's been, I can't even put it into words.
She's
What an
earned it.
icon, like, what an icon she is. And how she was, now she is. And in the future, she wants to, continue to grow. It's like, it gets me tongue tied because I'm like, man, she is a legend. She is an icon. And people look up to her, and she was given praise and honor in front of such an amazing crowd and the biggest TNA event, the beautiful people who I kind of like think to myself, I'm like, oh my God, we kind of are in a weird way, like the beautiful people, like they're
Hmm.
so self-centered and everything like that. And seeing them was super awesome. So everything that we've wanted to accomplish all around the wrestling universe, not only TNA, is being accomplished in TNA, which is people are recognizing the women and the hard work.
Absolutely. One more question, Ash, and I'm gonna let you go. Um, what, as the head of the Elegance brand, What do you think us fans can expect from the brand, throughout the end of the year and moving on into 2026?
I definitely know that there's so much more the Elegant brand has to bring. My girls are the best. If you watch that match with M this past, it's airing um, with Kalani. She's a star. She is such a star. I believe that they will win the tag titles again. I have no doubt in my mind that they will be the tag champions. And one of those girls will become the Knockouts Women's Champion in 2026. And they might have to battle it out, but that's okay because we will be the stable that holds it all again. Then I'm going to bring in Mr. Elegance that's going to shine, and he is going to be part of the brand, and he will get out there and be given an opportunity to maybe capture a title or be seen in front of the whole world. And it's going to keep growing and growing and growing.
Well, with that said, if you ever need a podcast for the Elegance brand, you know where to hit me up.
Thank you.
But
Of course.
thank you so much. Thank you for everything you've
Thank
done
you.
in TNA. I'm excited to see what yourself and the brand does going forward. Um, Ash, I will leave the door open. If you ever want to come on
Thank
again,
you.
I'll see you
I
next time.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. You have a great day.
You too. Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine. And today we're welcome with TNA Original, the king of TNA, Mr. Frankie Kazarian. How we doing, man?
I'm doing really well, man. Thank you for having me. How you doing?
I'm excited. Like I told you off air, this is one I never thought I'd get. So I'm excited, ready to get the ball rolling, ready to come out hot with the questions.
Cool, man. Let's do it.
So I'm gonna start off. You took a break from TNA for a while. You went to Ring of Honor. You went to AEW. After AEW like didn't pan out, you left. Was your first idea to come to TNA, or was you weighing your options and trying to see what to do next?
Well, I mean, I came back to TNA and kind of dipped my toes in the water while I was still with AEW in the summer of 2022. I'd done some stuff leading up to Slammiversary of that year and a big match with Chris Sabin. And then later that year, came back and wrestled Speedball Mike Bailey at Bound for Glory and won the X Division title and had a title match against Josh Alexander. I did that all under contract of AEW when we were kind of doing a bit of a talent exchange thing. But at that time, it really opened my eyes that TNA was had an amazing roster and was doing some really pretty special things, and it really kind of made me think, wow, this is a place that maybe I could come back to. Uh, but when I left AEW, I certainly there was no deal in place. There was no discussions. My first priority was making sure I was free and clear of my AEW responsibilities, and then seeing what happened. And it just so happened that TNA, which was being run by Scott D'Amore at the time, who's a friend and a colleague, they had a pay-per-view coming up, and I told him my situation, and we put together a deal very, very quickly. And I returned in January 2023 in center stage right there in Atlanta. And it's been, my timing for once in my career was great. And it's been a great, almost 3 years ever since. And to see where TNA is right now is really, really vindicates that I made the right choice.
So, like I told you off air, you were uh, somebody that I really enjoyed watching, especially you debuted in TNA in 2003. So I watched you in TNA my entire childhood. Um, Being a part of that version of TNA, seeing what it became, and now coming back, what are some of the biggest difference between the current version of TNA and the original version of TNA?
I mean, the business itself is so different between 2003 and now. There's a lot of differences, but the one, the one similarity I will say is the strength of our locker room, the hard work of our locker room. Whereas, back in the day, it was along with myself, it was Amazing Red and Jerry Lynn and AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels and the Machine Guns. Where now it's a Leon Slater, a Mustafa Ali, a Nick Nemeth, Steve Macklin and Eric Young and Eddie Edwards, Brian Myers and Moose, all the, and now the addition of the knockouts. I mean, when I started here, talk about a huge difference. The knockouts division wasn't a thing. We
Mhm.
had, there was basically, Goldilocks, and we had two other women. One of them, you might know, she became my wife, Tracy Brooks, the original knockout. But there was like three girls here in the company at like in 2003. And now look at our locker room is full of incredible young women. Our knockout division is great and is flourishing, and that's because of those pioneers, the Tracy Brooks, and then all the other original knockouts that came in 2007. The beautiful people and the ODB and Awesome Kong and all of them that contributed to make TNA the knockout kind of a destination for women to want to come compete. That's probably the biggest difference. But the hard work and the strength of our locker room, that's been the same. Only the faces and the names have changed.
You know, I'd have to assume in 2003 walking in, you're in there with a bunch of legends of the business, some with welcome arms, some with not welcome arms. Now being that veteran in the locker room, what's it like for you to now be able to help these young guys and girls navigate their careers and try to elevate them to be talked about in the same light as yourself and Christopher Daniels and AJ Styles?
It's cool. That's what I always aspired to be. I always wanted to be a guy that left the business in a place better than he found it. And I was very fortunate to have mentors. Killer Kowalski, my trainer, first and foremost. But when you talk about guys like Jerry Lenz and Chris Daniels early on, Raven, Shane Douglas, guys that took time to mentor and help me and kind of guide me, just out of the goodness of their heart and for the sake of the business being better and me being better. Same to be said for Bully Ray and Christian Cage and these guys that really took the time out to help mold me into the wrestler I would become. It's cool now to be in that position, to be the guy that can help a younger guy just by being in the ring with him and help guide him and polish him a little bit. That's the centrifugal nature of pro wrestling, which is so cool. I'm in a position now to do what somebody did for me beforehand, and that person then down the road will do that for a young, deserving pro wrestler. That's kind of the lifeblood of what our business is at its core.
You was one of the first to make the crossover from TNA to NXT. Is that something like being an original that you ever saw happening? And what was that experience like those first couple times going to NXT and just being under a WWE umbrella as well as the TNA umbrella?
Certainly nothing I would have thought would happen because if anybody that's been a wrestling fan for the last decade or beyond that knows that each company used to be, there was a time where every company was very closed off. And not only would you not see any other wrestlers from a different promotion, they would not even be spoken of. The fact that we have this relationship and the fact that, starting with Jordan Grace, debuting at the Rumble, and the stuff that Joe Henry's done, myself, and, a whole plethora of people going back and forth. We're living in a day and age where it's Marvel and DC coming together. And as a wrestling fan, it's really, really cool. Because again, this is something that's new. This is something that 5 years ago would not have happened, but we're living it. We're in uncharted waters, and it's really cool and it's exciting because you never know what's going to happen on our show on NXT. You never know who's going to show up where, and wrestling thrives on that element of surprise, and we really have that as a added tool to what we present right now.
Who is somebody on that current TNA roster that maybe you haven't got the chance to work with, but you got your eye on them?
I mean, I've had the chance to wrestle a lot of people. I mean, there's like a young Leon Slater. I've been in the ring with him. He's incredible. His future is very bright. Nick Nemeth is a guy that we've only had one singles match since he's been here. Certainly, would like to do that dance again. When you talk about never, somebody like a Mustafa Ali, our paths have yet to have crossed, but I'm sure that day is going to come. But I'm looking to answer the bell against anybody in this company or any other company, and I'm ready to bring the fight to whoever. But our roster is so stacked. I have confidence that anybody put in front of me, we're gonna have a great one.
So recently in the news, AJ Styles made an appearance at Slammiversary. It's heavily rumored that he might be in his last year or so of his career. You guys have such a history. You guys have gone on record to even say you're friends outside of the business. Is he somebody you'd like to at least have one more match against if it was possible?
100% yes. Yeah, we've been very, very close friends for decades. He was at my wedding party. We're very good friends, and it just so happens he's also one of the best wrestlers on planet Earth. And to see what he's done with the WWE over the last decade has made me very proud. And yeah, if I've heard those same rumors, and if that is true, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when the match happens. But if you ask me, it has to happen one last time, and I would love for it to happen in the TNA ring. I think it would be a very cool moment for him, certainly for me, and definitely for our TNA fans.
Absolutely. You're a 25-year veteran of this sport. It just has to lead into questions like, how long do you believe you have left in the ring?
I feel better than I did when I was 25. I feel like
Love
I'm
it.
doing the best work of my career. I know we all have a shelf life, but I don't see, the end anytime soon. I'm very much enjoying what I do in the ring. I think I have a lot left in the tank. And I think I'm still performing at the top level. I'm not, when I start performing as a parody of Frankie Kazarian, that's when I'll consider, kind of riding off into the sunset. But as of right now, I'm very, very confident in that ring. I'm having the most fun of my career, and I think I have a lot more to contribute. And until all those things aren't true, that's when I will, you know, humbly bow out.
The one title that's eluded you throughout your career is that TNA World Heavyweight Championship. Is that something you still have your eye on and that you have, as the king of TNA, that's the one thing that would cement that legacy?
That is the thing I have my eye on, and I've said I've said as such when I returned here in January 2023 that that is my goal, that is my purpose, and I've gone on record as saying it's my time to be selfish, and that is certainly in my crosshairs, and it is the thing I need to accomplish in this company. I've pretty much done everything else, but that is the goal, and I want to be the guy that leads this company onto bigger and better things as the TNA World Champion. And my story will be told until I get there.
Of course. So, like something that's interested me, especially amongst TNA alumni, a lot of them have gone on like Abyss or Bobby Roode to become agents and producers. Is that something once it's time to hang the boots up that you've considered maybe going into an agent role or a producer role?
That's certainly something that's thought of. I mean, 'cause so many guys do it now. I don't know if I'm necessarily wired that way. I and tremendous amount of respect. Those guys are both my friends. And in addition to both of those dudes being great wrestlers, they're, from what I understand, incredible producers as well. And that's no surprise to me because they're both brilliant guys when it comes to that, the nuts and bolts of what we do. Um, I was always somebody that wanted to be a wrestler. I didn't think of anything beyond that, and always thought when my time was done to just wander off and disappear in the desert. Nobody would hear from me again. And part of me still kind of like fantasizes about that. But there are aspects of this business that I enjoy. Would I enjoy being a producer? Potentially. Certainly, I've dipped my toes into the waters of doing commentary, and I have a lot of fun doing that. So that's something maybe to consider. But yeah, I mean, who knows? Like, right, certainly those are maybe fleeting thoughts, but right now my focus is the in ring, and it's going to be for the conceivable future. So once I'll jump off that bridge when I come to it, I guess.
Sounds like a plan. Frankie, one last question, then I'll let you go.
Yeah.
Everybody tends to have a Mount Rushmore, and I see a lot of you TNA originals going on podcasts, and they just ask the generic, "What's your TNA Mount Rushmore?" That'd be different. The X Division has had all the talent in the world. you have to be ahead on its Mount Rushmore, but in your opinion, who is the X Division's Mount Rushmore?
I'm okay. If I pick the X Division's Mount Rushmore, I'm not going to include myself. If people want to put me up there, uh, I'm very honored and very humbled that they think that way. Have I done enough to get up there? Possibly. It's all open to an interpretation, and it's all Uh, but if I'm going to I can't give my Mount Rushmore with put my head on there. So I'll just preface that with that. I mean, you got AJ Styles has to be up there, obviously. Um, Amazing Red has to be up there. And we're talking just X Division, correct? Not TNA guys, just X Division guys.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so I won't put Samoa Joe up there because he's so much more than an X Division guy. So is AJ, but we're talking about the face. So AJ Styles, Amazing Red, Jerry Lynn, Christopher Daniels.
Perfect. Frankie,
That's it.
thank you so much. I appreciate this. Thank you for joining us on the I Love Wrestling podcast, and hopefully we can have another one.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot. I appreciate the time.
You have a great day, and I'll talk to you soon.
See Likewise, buddy. Take care.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine, and today we are welcome with TNA's own AJ Francis. How we doing, man?
I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed.
I love that.
I
I love hearing that.
appreciate you.
Every day on earth is a blessed day.
That's a
Um,
fact.
Before, just to dive right in, we are the I Love Wrestling podcast. So, what does AJ Francis love about pro wrestling?
That's changed over the years. When I was a fan and just a fan, I love the fact that you could tell a million stories um, with the same cast of characters. Um, and I loved going to the big events and hanging out with like-minded wrestling fans and meeting new people and fans and friends and all these different things. Um, And then now that I'm a wrestler, it's the rush of a 2.9 kick out. It's telling the story to get the people there to where when you do kick out at 2.9, the crowd loses their mind. Like the match I had with Mike Santana, when I kicked out of his frog splash, man, it was magnetic. And then every moment after that just got bigger and bigger and bigger all the way till the finish. So telling those stories is definitely the cool thing. Being part of those stories now, I think, is the best thing for me.
Absolutely, absolutely. You just got out of an insane ladder match at Slammiversary. How are you
hmm
feeling?
I feel great.
Yeah.
I feel I feel great. It's my former tag team partner, that washed up bum Casey Navarro, that you need to be worried about. His
Okay.
bones are brittle. He's frail, so he came out of that match injured, and I had to get rid of him and bring back the original first class member, Rich Swann. So.
Okay. Since you brought up that, what's next for First Class now that KC's out and Rich Swann is back?
We're Rich said it in our promo, is the main objective is continuing the rise of turning the show into TNAJ Francis. And that happens by us getting championship gold. And by us, I mean more, because we've done the tag team thing for a while. And while it would be cool to be tag team champions, uh, I'm looking for singles gold. I'm looking for an opportunity because I've proven time and time again that I'm a single star. I'm the best heel on the show by far. People don't hate Rich Swann. People didn't hate Casey Navarro. They just hate me. And those people happen to be standing next to me. So I'm down to prove that I'm the best heel on the roster.
I love it. I've had the pleasure of talking and working with Rich Swann here on the podcast. Actually, what's it been like for you to be able to have somebody like Rich at your disposal to learn from and to grow with?
What's great is that Rich gives me a level of confidence because Rich is a former TNA world champion, and Rich would be the first person to let you know that I should be TNA world champion. Rich is the first person to let you know that I am a different level performer than 99.9% of people in this business. And that, people are late on realizing how great I am. Rich recognized it very early on. That's why he joined First Class. Um, and that's why he stood on the table and told me the stood on the table and told Creative that I should be the digital media champion when they were going to give the title to him. Right.
Okay.
So to get to that point, it's crazy. It's crazy where we are now, almost a year and a half later, and he's finally back.
Okay. What was the original idea for First Class, and how have you felt the group has evolved since its birth?
First Class is literally just me with a partner. I've he started First Class. I didn't really ask for Rich. They just said we're going to put Rich with you, and then I came up with the idea of First Class because me and Rich legitimately met for the first time on an airplane, and we were sitting next to each other, and we were literally sitting in the back row of the plane, the last row on the plane. He was in the middle seat, and I was in the window seat, and he was, and so that's why in our original, if you go all the way back to when we first formed First Class, when I was feuding with Joe Hendry, I literally say in the promo, and it's 100% true. I said, "Rich, where do we meet?" And he was like, "In the back of the plane." I said, "Yep, in the back of the plane." And today, 5 years later, where do you fly? And he was like, "The back of the plane." I was like, "Yep, you're still in the back of the plane." And yet 5 years later, I only fly first row, first class. And that's literally how we came up with the idea for First Class. So it's crazy because it's based on a true story, and that's why I think it works so well. And then obviously Rich had his issues, um, and he was suspended, and they brought in KC as his replacement, and I had never worked with KC before then. And me and KC were able to mesh really well because anytime you have a big guy and a little guy in a crew, we're never going to step on each other's toes. What he would do in a match, I wouldn't do, and what I would do in a match, he wouldn't do. And
Exactly.
we have very defined roles. Like I'm not going to take the heat because it wouldn't make sense for me to take the heat and then tag in him. And you know what I'm saying? Like, and if we're baby faces, and then when we're heels, like he's going to take the shine because I'm going to be putting the heat on. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's defined roles when you have a big guy, little guy tag team. And it makes it easy to mesh because we're not stepping on each other's toes, and then we're always on the same page. And then we throw in, cool tag team moves that only big man, little man can do, and then now it's like, oh, okay, wow, these are a great team.
Why as we're recording this, last night was the breakup of yourself and KC.
Mhm.
Why was it time to move on from KC?
Because Casey got hurt, man. Next man up. I can't drag around 165 pounds of dead weight. Like he tore his ACL. He was a soldier. He went through Slammiversary, ACL torn. And he was a soldier, thugged it out for that match, and he couldn't go. He couldn't go anymore. And I don't have time to wait for KC, man. This plane don't wait on nobody. When that door closes, we taking off. So he got hurt. He needed to take time off. And now when he comes back, everyone's gonna love him. And everybody hates me. And that's the way it should be.
A big as a viewer, a big thing that I've been watching and kind of trying to figure out is Trick Williams a part of First Class, or is he
Yeah,
somebody that we could see added?
it's more of like a conglomeration. First Trick is whenever Trick's around, we call it first class tricking. Um,
Mhm.
because uh he's an honorary member of first class, but he's
Okay,
also the TNA world champion and he's on NXT. So he has his own thing going on. So he's an honorary member of first class. So that's why whenever we're around, we call it first class tricking to pay homage to Trick Williams.
got you. You mentioned earlier you're on the path for singles gold.
Mhm.
Is Trick's TNA title in your vision?
Absolutely not. No, Trick is good with me. Trick
Okay.
is everybody else in TNA hates Trick. That's why when Trick did a diss song, he dissed everybody in TNA, but he made sure to say that he liked me and KC. You know,
Gotcha.
you know, Trick is good with me. I think Trick is the greatest TNA world champion of all time. He's the most notable TNA world champion of all time. Um, he's the most entertaining TNA world champion of all time. And I look at myself right now as right hand to the king. But when you're right hand to the king, you're real close to the crown. And that's all that matters. So and there was more than one championship gold singles title. We got Leon Slater holding the X Division title, and Steve Macklin holding the international title. And if you remember back to WrestleMania week, Steve Macklin pinned me in Unbreakable to become the TNA international title. So there's a story there. There's beef there. There's a background there. So there's a lot of things we could do. Why would I take Trick's belt when we could both have our own?
Okay. Is out of Leon and out of Steve, is there somebody you're leaning more towards to go after championship
Oh,
gold?
Steve beat me for the TNA International title in the inaugural championship match. So, yeah, I'm leaning towards Steve. But if Leon needs me to flip him up and throw him back across the pond, I can do that too. That's not a problem. You know, he beat Moose, but I'm about 70 pounds bigger than Moose. So we can really test the limits of the X division.
Got you. I got you. Something that always fascinates me. This next question, if you look at the landscape of the TNA roster, it's stacked.
Hmm.
So if you could pick anybody out of the roster that you haven't tied up with yet in a singles match, to have a singles match with, who would that be?
Moose, for
Most?
sure. Moose is me and Moose. I think we're the only active guys that in wrestling that actually played in real NFL games, not preseason, not training camp roster spot guys, not rookie mini camp guys, like real NFL players. I think we're the only two in wrestling, me and Moose. So there's that story. There's the fact that he's a three-time TNA world champion. The fact that he's the second biggest man on the TNA roster after me. So, there's a lot of backstory there. And me and Moose faced once before at an independent show in Canada, and it was a great match. And I would love to be able to have a match like that on TV with Moose. I think we would tear the roof off the joint.
Absolutely. You brought up your NFL past. Something I actually had from a fan of the podcast. He wanted to know um, if you could pick an NFL player currently active to come and participate in a match alongside you in TNA, who would that be and why?
Alongside me, like my tag team partner.
Yes, sir.
If he's going to be my tag team partner, I would pick Patrick Mahomes
Ooh,
because everybody hates Patrick Mahomes for some reason. They hate Patrick Mahomes for the same reason they hate me because we're both so great. We're so
okay.
much better than everybody else that tries to do what we do that people just hate us. So I would pick Patrick Mahomes because you're going to get asked somebody that question and they'll say Greg Kittle because he likes wrestling, or they'll say somebody else because their fans like them, like the Josh Allen or somebody like that. No, I want the guy that people hate. That's
I
the
love
guy
it.
I want. I want the one and only Patrick Mahomes to be my tag team partner.
All right. What if you had to go against him?
If I had to face somebody in the NFL, now I got to pick somebody people like. So I would pick Christian McCaffrey. I think me and Christian McCaffrey could have a banger. You know, he's athletic. He's much smaller than me, but he's very athletic and he's very strong. So we could build a great story to him slamming me at the end, like WrestleMania 3. So I think me and Christian McCaffrey could have a banger. But if I'm facing somebody, Christian McCaffrey. If I'm tag team partners, then I want.
I love it. I love it. Um, you know, it's all over the news still, because I mean we can't believe we live in a world where TNA and WWE are partners. What was your initial reaction when you heard about this partnership and what it could mean for you guys on the roster?
Well, to be honest with you, when they first announced this partnership, I just figured I'd still never go back to WWE because I just assumed that, I mean, they fired me so twice. So why would I, expect them to want to use me for any
Mhm.
reason? And they didn't for over a year, which is exactly what I expected. So when I got the call finally that they wanted to use me and they wanted to put me with Trick Williams, who was becoming the TNA World Champion as a member of NXT, I was like, what? That was validation to let me know that I'm doing exactly what I should be doing here at TNA and what I could have been doing at WWE all along had I been given the same opportunities.
What's it been like for you to now go to NXT as a part of the TNA roster?
Well, it feels good, man. I mean, to me, it's like I said, it's validation. Like, if you look at First Class, it's not really different than Hit Row, except we just don't have a girl. Literally, it's the same thing. At Slammiversary, I came out with a bunch of rappers.
Hmm.
Like, I still rap my own interest music. I still cut the same style promos. I still wear the same style gear. Like, I had Biggie on my gear at Slammiversary. Like, I have not changed who I am in any way. I'm just, I'm just older version. Like, just a year and a half older than I was when they fired me.
Okay.
And you know what I'm saying? Like, and I could have done all of this in WWE. So that's why to me it's like when I go back and I don't have to change anything, and now I go back and they call me my real name, like that's all the validation I need.
Last question, then I'll let you go. Bound for Glory is right around the corner.
Hmm.
Where does AJ Francis want to be on the card for Bound for Glory?
Bound for Glory, there's three spots I will accept. Okay. I will face Leon Slater for the X Division title. I will face Steve Macklin for the TNA International title, or I will win the Call Your Shot Gauntlet Battle Royal, and thus be able to challenge whoever I want, whenever I want. So those are three very good options, um, and I'm very much looking forward to proving once again why I'm the best big man in the business, the best heel in the business, with the best choke slam in the business. I mean, I proved last night again why I'm the best heel in the business. That's real heel work there. People ain't really trying to make people hate them no more. You know, I don't try to make people boo me. I try to make people hate me, and there's a difference.
And you're excellent at it.
Well, I appreciate
Uh,
it, bro.
AJ, I just want to say thank you for joining me on the podcast, and hopefully we can have you on here for another one.
Absolutely, man. Thank you, brother.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Bullwine, and today we're welcome with TNA superstar Mike Santana. How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing great, man. I'm ready to go for Sunday. I'm excited. Been having 2 long days of media, but yeah, I'm ready to go.
I'm gonna come out the bat, running. How important was it for you to, once you left AEW, to come back to TNA to try to rebuild
Yeah.
yourself?
It was super important. As you know, TNA was the first place to give me an opportunity on a bigger platform and a bigger stage back in 2017. And we did some pretty cool and amazing things during that time, you know what I mean? So I always knew that TNA was a play. Also, just seeing the resurgence and seeing how much they've changed since then. And it was definitely something that I wanted to be a part of. And thankfully they gave me the opportunity and here I am, man. But it's a good time.
Was there other companies maybe trying to pull you in at that time, or was TNA the one that was?
No, I mean I had multiple conversations with multiple places, but again, I had the history with TNA and uh so, I kind of had some backing there. Plus, I've always maintained great relationships with everyone there, from the wrestlers to people in the office. So, it was definitely a place that I wanted to be for sure.
Okay. Um, a big theme on the I Love Wrestling podcast we like to talk about here is redemption. And you've been very open about your problems with addiction, your road to recovery. What was that recovery like for you? Like, walk us through that process of,
Yeah.
the acceptance and then getting through it.
Oh, well, I've said it before. If it wasn't for my daughter writing her Christmas list, um, that Christmas, I don't think I would have woken up. That to me was my rock bottom. That was the moment that slapped me in the face and was like, yo, you have a problem. And because at the time, when you're an addict, you're very ignorant to the world. So you don't know who's paying attention, you don't care, essentially. But her writing that letter made me realize, oh, she's paying attention and she knows something is wrong. And yeah, like just because I knew I had a problem. I was very aware that I had an issue, but I I didn't really care. I was hurting, you know what I mean? I was dealing with a lot. So but knowing that I was like on the road to giving my daughter the same life that I lived as a kid, I just couldn't allow that. So I accepted it, and thankfully I accepted the help, and the help worked because I wanted it to work and I wanted to get better. They say that if you want to get sober, you'll get sober, but you have to want it for yourself, and that's exactly what I wanted. Of course, my daughter helped me get on that path, but I also wanted to get help and I wanted to get clean. So here I am.
Your story like speaks a lot to me, if you want me to be honest, on a personal level, because
Yeah.
I've been the son that's wrote the letters to the mother and the father, and so far only one of my parents, my father, has made that change. And so like just
Yeah.
really diving into your story was really inspiring. So I just figured we'd touch on it.
I appreciate you sharing.
Of course. How has making that change for the better impacted your life since getting out and um, now being in TNA?
It's changed everything. Aside from the professional wrestling aspect, just my life in general. Like I wake up every day looking forward to the day. Back when I was in active addiction, I remember I would wake up and I'd be like, oh, not this again. You know what I mean? Like I didn't enjoy waking up. And one of the biggest things that I recall from that time was that I remember for a long time I couldn't brush my teeth. I had to brush my teeth like while I took a shower because I couldn't look in the mirror at myself. You know how you brush your teeth and you look in the
Yeah.
mirror sometimes? Yeah, I couldn't do that because I hated the person that I saw. And today I love looking in the mirror because I love who I am. But the fact that I got to that point where I just could not stand the look, to look at myself, and also like I knew that person was hurting. So yeah, but today I love who I am today. I feel the most passionate, the most motivated, the most clear-minded. It's changed everything in my personal life. I'm much more present when it comes to being a father for my daughter and just being everything, being a nephew, being a grandson, being a son. Like I'm just present with everything, and I'm thankful for that because it allows me to truly enjoy life.
Have the people around you been more accepting since your recovery?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Family, friends, like that was honestly one of the reasons that because I didn't plan on making it public that I went to rehab and stuff like that. But knowing that I was coming back to wrestling and coming back to this world, that, unfortunately, like that's very prevalent in this world. And I felt like I needed to put it out there just so that it keeps me accountable, so that people know, oh, like he's clean, he's sober, and also like I keep myself accountable too. You know what I mean? Like I didn't want to come back and people not know, and me be in an environment where things were being offered to me or whatever. And it's like, nah, like now you know. So, and I don't put myself in situations, you know what I mean?
Definitely. Uh, what was your reaction when you heard about the partnership between TNA and WWE?
Ah, man, I was excited because I love when companies work together because everyone wins, right? The
Absolutely.
fans win, the pro wrestlers win, more exposure, more money to make, which is always a good thing. And yeah, man, I was really excited, and there was rumblings, here and there, but like when it became official. I was like, oh man, here we are. We're off to the races now, and it was definitely, I think everyone was excited. It was one of those things where like we didn't know what to expect, but we were excited about it, you
Definitely.
know.
And I feel like, especially around WWE right now, there's a lot of that. Whether it comes to the partnership with TNA or the WWE ID stuff, like there's a lot going on that we don't know much about, but it's nice to watch it unfold. Uh, you still there, Mike? Might have lost you. There we go.
Yep. Ah, okay. So I was saying, we live in a day and age where the wrestling fans, they want to be on the inside and they want to know everything and they want to be a part of like, oh, I know this and I know that, but the unpredictability and also the fact of not knowing what's going to happen just causes more excitement, I feel like, even for me personally, I don't want to know everything. I'd
Exactly.
rather, yeah, I'd rather be surprised and be in the moment. And it allows you to enjoy the moment even more.
And I don't feel like we get enough of that anymore because everything's just in our pocket. So
Yeah,
being able to get
exactly.
those moments is amazing, especially as a fan, being able to watch it and experience
Yeah,
it. It's the best thing ever.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
what's going through your mind as a TNA star being on NXT and being a part of that show?
Personally, it's awesome, getting that experience and getting in front of that audience is great because as you know, the WWE audience is very loyal. And they have their favorites, and but the fact that day one that I walked in there and I was accepted by that crowd it meant a lot to me. Like I was very surprised. I thought I was gonna go out there and get booed or I wasn't gonna get any reaction at all,
And
And the fact that I went out there and got the reaction that I got was pretty awesome.
absolutely, absolutely, and it was a crazy moment because I just the way that the NXT crowd in the arena there took to you right away was amazing. It was definitely a sight to see as a fan.
Hmm.
Um, most of us would
Yeah.
consider your rivalry and your Falls Count Anywhere match with Ali to maybe be the game changer for you at TNA so far. Would you agree with that?
And just the matches that we had were on another level, and I feel like a big testament to that was because we were telling a true story and we tapped into things that were very personal and we tapped into things that were very relatable and people could connect to. And yeah, Ali and I, we have such uh, a great chemistry with each other, even if we don't like each other, even if we don't agree with each other. I can say that when it comes to what we can do in the ring against each other, it's magic. And and yeah, like that was definitely like I feel like a huge turning point for me because I think it showed that I could tell a pretty good story.
You know, rumor has it that AJ Styles might make an appearance at Slammiversary. It's going through the rumor mill. As a TNA star, would you like to see AJ make a return to TNA?
Absolutely, absolutely. Why wouldn't I? I mean, it's been so long, and also he's undoubtedly the guy who helped build the company, and he's the number one homegrown star, right?
Absolutely.
And I've said it publicly before, like he is my ultimate dream match. There's nobody else left. I've wrestled. I mean, I've been blessed enough, with a great career that I've gotten to wrestle some amazing talent. But AJ Styles is the ultimate for me.
So we're just gonna put it out there after you win the TNA title this
AJ
weekend.
AJ Styles, let's go. Let's get it.
Okay. Um, do you have any last words for the TNA champ and Joe Hendry before your triple threat?
Yeah, man, like I hope that y'all coming with the same fire that I'm bringing. I have so much riding on this. I have so much that I'm carrying on my back going into this. And I hope that y'all they could find it within themselves to bring that same fire. Because if not, it's a wrap.
Absolutely. I feel like this match is one of those testimonies of what's scary, or a man with everything to lose, or a man with nothing to lose, and
Exactly.
and you're going in
Exactly.
fighting.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
Mike, I just want to say thank you coming on the podcast. Best of luck this weekend. We'll be watching here at the I Love Wrestling podcast, and I can't wait to see what you do in the future, man.
I appreciate that, man. Thanks for having me.
I'll talk to you soon.
All righty. Be safe.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine, and today we are welcome with TNA's Director of Authority, Mr. Santino Marella. How are we doing, my friend?
Awesome, man. Awesome. We had a snow day today, so a little bit of a different day with the kids at home, but awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Of course. It's snowing down here in Chicago, so I definitely understand. It's been that way. It looks like it's gonna be a rough winter.
Yeah, there's a lot of snow. Yeah, just for December.
It's been crazy. I'm excited because right now in wrestling, there's a lot going on, especially with TNA. I want to start with talking about TNA's representation going into this Saturday night's main event. It's John Cena's last match. Leon Slater is going to be there. As a TNA star, what's it like seeing TNA get that representation on a main show with that spotlight?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of levels to that. So to have TNA represented is awesome, but to have Leon Slater, the representative, that's the next level, right? Because sorry, one second, yeah, because he's just like everyone loves Leon, man. He's such a good guy, such a respectful kid, and he's so grateful of what he's going through, and super talented. And it's good for the company, right? It brings a lot of eyes towards TNA, but so it's like we're going to benefit from him having his special moment, but so it's like a win-win-win, and WWE gets to have an incredible superstar in Leon Slater for the night. So yeah, it's wins all around.
Definitely. NXT has been causing quite the ruckus on TNA lately. It seems like that's going to come to a boiling point in the steel big TNA versus NXT steel cage match. As the director of authority, do you have any idea what we can expect from that match and maybe the fallout of that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're gonna have to see this. It's an interesting match. Like once the last person's in, it's not like it's pinfalls and submissions, and it's one pinfall. There's no like Survivor Series style where there's no elimination. So it's gonna be tough to get a pinfall when you have 10 guys in there. Five guys or four other guys can break up the pin. And I did have a look at the cage. The new cage is stellar. So it's going to be a good match. And, someone's going to get crazy and probably try and fly off the top of it.
Of course. Always can expect that in a steel cage, especially in a modern steel cage match. Somebody's got to go off the top. Right. I guess the biggest news for TNA lately is the amazing AMC deal, multi-year deal for TNA and Impact to move on to AMC on Thursdays. What was your reaction? Maybe what was backstage reaction to this big deal? And what's it like for you to be back in that spotlight on television product?
Yeah, I mean, we were being updated, and we knew that something was close to being done. But The Office was really diligent with regards to not leaking information. So it was I think a couple days before something leaked out, but I heard about AMC, but I wasn't confident that it was ANC because there was other stuff. There was Sci-Fi, there was USA, there was CW. I mean, I heard tons of stuff. I heard Amazon Prime, right? So I thought it was just one of the things that people were talking about, but it ended up being AMC. I'm not a big TV guy, but I know about Breaking Bad and Walking Dead. And those are AMC shows. Like someone pointed it out last weekend where I'm like, oh man, like AMC is like AMC, AMC. So it's massive. It's so massive that I didn't even understand how massive it was until after this weekend when people kind of really explained the numbers to me. It's going to be humongous. And then we're going to be seen by a lot of people, and it's a prestigious station too. It's not just about the numbers and households. It's a prestigious station. To be a part of that station, you kind of get the rub just by being on that station. That's tough to get on.
And it's for TNA. Some might consider it the biggest news since like the original TNA days, whenever TNA was put on Spike. Like it's that level of exciting again, and
yeah,
I gotta guess the feel.
Away.
Yeah, I gotta guess the feeling is just like that, especially backstage.
Yeah, and it's changed since then because I think Spike was even still it was a stationary show.
Yes,
right, and we have a chance to travel across the country and the world for that matter, putting on shows, which is cool because every time, if it comes to your town, once a year, it's a special thing. So you get out there and you're a little more excited than if it comes to your backyard every week, right?
Yes.
So we have the makings to have it. Because when I was a kid and I would watch WWE, they were constantly selling the fact that you want to be a part of this. Like you want to come and see this live. Mm-hmm. And I think we're doing a great job at that. You can watch it on TV, but if it's in your neighborhood, you got to come see it live. And that's the way to experience wrestling. TV is cool, man, but you got to, get that popcorn and chant and be in the audience and make those, especially if you're a young kid, those core memories of going to your first, second, or third pro wrestling shows. There's nothing like it,
100%. TNA this year has really just dove into doing the live shows, especially a lot. Is that something that's been a transition for you guys going from, a taped product to a live product?
For me, not so much. I was on live TV for, quite some time. And we have to hit our times in terms of if there's a commercial break coming up, you got to finish your match before the commercial break. You can't mess it up. But if time gets taken away, it has to come from somebody else. So it's actually, everyone's pretty good with regards to hitting your time, but it's now a new factor. It's a new element in our workday. The need to hit times. So we talk about it, we addressed it, and if anyone needs help on how to make sure you hit your time, there's people to help you, mentors, producers, agents, whatever you want to call them, coaches. So we're doing those that have to adjust to that, they're adjusting really well, and those that have experience are totally helping out as well. So yeah, live TV is a bit of an adjustment, but doable.
100%. Speaking of the AMC deal, the debut episode is going to be January 15th. I believe tickets are already on sale or about to go on sale. Do you have any idea what we can expect from you guys going into that debut episode? And how does it feel personally to be a part of such a monumental event for TNA?
Yeah, personally, when it was my personal objective. I got hired in the Scott D'Amore days, and I've said I believe in this product. I believe that this product will land a TV deal, and he needs to be in front of a greater audience. When I started, there was sometimes there was shows where there was sub 500 people in the audience. I think one was 300 and something. And then to watch it just incrementally grow and grow and grow, and it's been incredible. Like this is all happening in 3 years. Um, the way the business is run, it's I don't want to say it's a lot more professional, but yeah, I mean we have people that so before it's kind of wrestling people doing specific jobs, and now it's like people that specialize in those jobs, kind of learning about the business, but it's like the yin and the yang, the kind of opposite. So no, everything in TNA is really well run. Some other companies might have more people doing the jobs. So for example, let's say we have 4 makeup ladies, where some, a big company may have 8 makeup ladies. That's the kind of the difference. They may have a few more producers, a few more writers, but it doesn't make it a better product to have, more chefs stirring the
Definitely.
pot or whatever. I think I went off topic. Sorry, good question.
You're good. I mean, sometimes too many cooks in the kitchen can hinder a product. So it's good that you guys have zoned in and maximized the potential of the talent and the individuals that you have. Because sometimes, like I said, too many cooks can create chaos.
Right.
Something I think is really sweet about your latest run, especially with TNA, is you being able to work alongside your daughter on television. What's it been like for you as a father to be able to work with the second generation Marella?
Yeah, it was. There's a lot of second generation talent and sometimes third generation talent in today's locker rooms, and I think it's a testament to the industry and how good of a life it can provide. And if I'm a dad, I am a dad. But I mean, when my daughter graduated university and now it's time to consider a job, I'm like, well, there's this one thing that's like pretty much the coolest job in the world if you want to do it. It's amazing. It's the skill set that you're going to develop, being able to, speak in front of a live audience, like post wrestling. That's a transferable skill, whether you're in sales or you're presenting to a company or acting, and it's also tough, right? You have to train and you have to get bumps and bruises, and that trem clad mentality that you develop by working around obstacles and focusing on yourself, and you become an entity like without even knowing it, you're an entrepreneur, right? You research and develop yourself, you market yourself, you have to train physically, you have to learn the craft, do your homework, and and get from place to place. So there's so many different skills you're learning while you're having the greatest time of your life. And and if you make it to the highest level, you can make a lot of money. So that's why a lot of the parents put their kids in it, because it's good for you and it's fun and you can get paid really well. So probably going to see more and more and more second generation wrestlers in there, just like you see it in baseball and the NBA. And if it afforded the father or mother a good life, it's good to put your kids in it too.
Yeah.
But for me to work with my daughter this year was definitely something special. I didn't even think it would happen this fast, to be honest. So the fact that it did is awesome. And I just hope to keep working with her, the rest of my career.
Absolutely. Could we see any more second generation Morellas make their way into wrestling?
It would be a while. My next one's 7. So,
okay.
But we train for it already, man. We're doing those chin ups and push ups and jiu-jitsu class, and we have we cut promos, and yeah, no. And then my 4-year-old, she's next,
Absolutely. One more question for you. This is one that I had requested. If you could put together a Mount Rushmore of individuals who have taken the Cobra, who would those 4 individuals be? Who's received the Cobra the best?
Man, number 1 is JTG.
I knew it.
Yeah, I knew it.
I knew it. That was my favorite. That popped me as a kid.
Yeah, that's mine too. Zack Ryder actually had a good one where I cobraed both his legs, and they were paralyzed, and he was dragging himself across the mat. That was pretty good. Believe it or not, Matt Bloom, Tenzai did a whole where like I cobraed him, and he's like, "Rah!" and came at me, and then did like he collapsed. It was pretty funny, and he was like all stiff. And recently, Ethan Page did a pretty good Cobra Cell when we were off the air. So hopefully you can see that one. That was pretty good. But yeah, number one, JTG.
Perfect. Santino, thank you so much. I'm excited for you and what you got coming up. TNA, the AMC deal. Just thank you for joining us, and I'm looking forward to potentially doing another one down the road. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine. Today, we are welcomed with Rhino. How we doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Blessed. Excited to have you on. Told you off air, this is a big deal to me, but I'm excited to get you on here and talk about your career, man.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. And, it's been a fun career. So, and a lot of wrestling fans have enjoyed my career up to this point. So, and hopefully they continue to enjoy it.
Definitely. And I'm sure they will. You are one of the nicest human beings on the planet. And, it's a blessing to have you anywhere.
Yeah, don't kill my rep there, Justin.
Okay, nicest individuals outside of the square
but
circle.
mean sometimes, yeah. Be careful how you approach them,
Don't get in the ring with him or around the ring with him.
Right.
But before we get into your career, you have quite the big thing going for you in Monroe, Michigan right now. IWR is extremely exciting. I actually made my first, went there for the first time at your last show, and it reminded me a lot of the ECW crowd, the ECW arena. How did that come to fruition? How did IWR start?
Well, I started running some shows because I was working the independent scene, and I was with TNA for a while. And I was like, you know what? I want to do an independent show of my own. So I did a charity. It started off just doing a couple charity shows for the church that I belong to, Catholic Church, and maybe one or two a year. And then I did that for a couple of years. Maybe I did 3 or 4 shows. And then I didn't do some, for 3 years, I didn't do any shows, and you're just busy, and and I didn't have time to promote it and stuff like that. So they were successful, raised money, good cause and all that. And then I was thinking of the name IWR, Insane Wrestling Revolution, and then I used that for a couple shows, and I started running, to try to make a profit, and I'd pay the boys and all that. And I'd always run Thursdays. I thought Thursdays were good. Plus, I didn't want to, not be able to, I'm always busy on the independent scene. So I didn't want to take up a Saturday, a payday, to work for free. So so Thursdays were great. Thursdays are a little more difficult. We make it look easy. And then when I went back to WWE, I couldn't do any more shows. They allowed me to do charity shows, but the schedule with that, and then it was just hard to really do them. But I did a few, but I couldn't wrestle on them. I could appear at them, but which were fun. And then when I ended up finishing up with WWE the second time in 2019, I bought a marina in Monroe, Michigan. And everywhere I went, people were like, Rhino, Rhino. And I'm like, this is a wrestling town. So I talked to my buddy Gary that runs the Monroe Comic Con, and he said, yeah. And I said, listen, if it fails, I'll take, the financial loss, so sell it to your wife that way. And she was okay with it. So, and she's been we call her the boss. So she enjoys it. They're wrestling fans. I'm a wrestling fan. I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't a wrestling fan. And so it's one of those things. It's kind of like an ECW feel, we want to try to capture, but also modern day, where you can bring your kids to and stuff like that. And you can tote the line, and you might have to explain a couple things to the kids on the way home, but nothing too serious. But yeah, it just, and every 6 weeks we started running. During the pandemic, it was a little, we ran one or two shows just to remind people, but we're official business and LLC, and we split it 51% and 50. That's the way it is, easy to work out and do our taxes and everything. So, but it's one of those things. And now we're on Triller, and we've got a great response. So the crowds are great. Everything's been going real fun and smooth. Great group of guys. So and
Definitely.
girls.
I noticed like a lot of them I've seen here on like the Chicago indie scene, like
Oh
Russ
yeah,
Hamilton, Johnny Bravo,
yeah.
just to name a couple. So like, do you just allow talent from anywhere, any walks of life, or is there a
You know what?
specific type you're looking for?
Um, you know, That's actually a really good question. It's hard to because our shows are only an hour and a half because we got a 9 o'clock curfew on the building. We start at 7:30. We do a little VIP. Originally, we did it just to throw a couple matches in there. I've actually wrestled on the VIP matches before, but we started it to try to give an incentive to buy the first row and second row, and then they started selling out immediately the night tickets went on sale. And then we added the third row, which within the week, the third row usually goes out. So we have some VIP matches before the show starts, and then we let in general admission. But um, the thing is you can only fit so many wrestlers on there, and a lot of people will come to help out, and then that puts them in front of your mind. A lot of people will send stuff, and it's hard to really go through that stuff. But yeah, it's just good talent, and I try to book them, the right way. So we get Skull and Bones is a wrestling school in Toledo, Ohio. A lot of their students help pass out flyers. I mean, I do it myself. I'm not too good to do any job. So I'm not cleaning the toilets. I'll hire and pay someone to do that. But only at the marinas I'll do that. I'll clean the bathrooms because I take pride in in keeping a clean facility. But yeah, it's one of those things, and I help out the younger talent. So, and I always tell them this is a preparation for WWE, AEW, TNA, NWA, places like that. So you're going to learn, show up on time, communicate, see what you're doing and all that stuff, and just go out there and do a great job. So
In May, I believe it's May 2nd and 3rd.
yeah,
Correct me if
yeah.
I'm wrong. You have WrestleFest coming up. Tell us a little bit about what it's like at WrestleFest and maybe what we can expect come May.
Well, it's actually I've been part of a few wrestling conventions. Excuse me. Um, and I think they're just so cool. Just the fans, the experience. You got from Squared Circle to WrestleCade. I mean, and WrestleCon. You've got all these events like that are very special, and I don't do a lot of them. I've done more this time around than ever, but usually I'm booked at a wrestling show, and it's just one of those things where I always wanted to do it for about the last 10 years. So Gary with his convention background, and so we kind of found a cool building. It's at the new Civic Center or Community Center in Frenchtown, which is a suburb of Monroe. So, and it's part of Monroe County. Brand new, beautiful building. So we're gonna have wrestling matches every hour, and then that night we'll have a big wrestling show. So, but there's vendors, and I think we have some vendor tables open, so you can look it up IWR on Facebook and stuff, and Gary will get a hold of all that. So I'm pretty sure. So I don't know, but we'll have a ton of people signing. You could just go on Facebook, IWR Insane Wrestling, Insane Wrestling Revolution. Insane Wrestling Revolution, WrestleFest. So yeah.
And it's a 2 day night event. So if you miss
Yeah.
one day, you can go see the next, right?
Yeah. Well, technically it's a day and a half because Friday it starts at I think 5 to 9.
Okay.
So and then Saturday is from 10 to 6, and then the show 7 to 9. So
Okay.
we also
Do,
have a curfew on that, and it'll be on Triller. If you can't make it out there, you can watch it on Triller. And then we have something that we did in Germany, and it was called Kindercatch. Kids couldn't go to the wrestling show until they're 14. It was by law. So you would demonstrate moves. So we're going to have a couple wrestlers demonstrate some moves. That'll be Saturday. We're going to have a panel. Kurt Angle's going to be there. Rob Van Dam, myself, Boogeyman, Heath Slater, PCO, Victoria, Mackenzie, a lot of men and women that are going to be there signing. So, and then the main event's going to be Tom Latimer, the NWA champion, versus Silas Young, which is a native of the Chicago area,
yes,
and
sir.
and Silas is the IWR heavyweight champion, a title Thomas Latimer once held. So.
Okay. Is it title for title or is it just for one of them?
Well, that's what we're waiting to hear from NWA officials.
Okay.
But Heath Slater and I will be wrestling the NWA champions, tag team champions, and that's for the NWA tag titles.
Okay.
So history could be made. We've been the TNA champs. We were the first ever SmackDown Live tag team champs, and now I'm feeling good on the NWA tag team titles.
How did your team with Heath come to fruition? I know on air there was will Heath get hired onto SmackDown, but
Yeah.
is there a story behind you and Heath getting
No,
together? They just put you guys
just
together and run with it.
yeah, I gored him, and next thing you know, I don't know who said, "Hey, why don't Heath?" And we're so opposites, you know, and I think and we weren't. I don't even think we were supposed to go maybe a round or two. It was just, throw these two guys in there, and the fans just loved us. Heath is what you see is what you get, you know, and you know. I mean, who doesn't love Heath? So it just worked. Next thing you know, we're the, tag champs. So, and the story, he was just, he was the one that actually got the pin and came through at the end. And, it was, yeah, it was a lot of, yeah, he became a best friend. Yeah. More than a best friend, like family.
Did you guys see it that you guys would be working together? I mean, all the way up to now? Did you
No,
think that was gonna happen? No.
I just thought, it's funny because I never traveled with them. Then they started putting us together, and he just jumped in my car. I would travel. I don't even think he asked, to be honest with you. And I'm not opposed to traveling with people. I actually like traveling with people, especially if you get along with them. And then next thing you know, we started rooming together, and separate beds, obviously, because I need a lot of room. No, but it's funny because I just learned this because who would he room with? He would travel and room with someone else. I was just talking, we were talking about Heath, and he would always get it was like we were meant to be a tag team. He would always take the bed closest to the bathroom, and then I'd always take the bed by the window, right?
Okay.
But I thought it just happened that way. But I'd always prefer the window. And anyways, it was funny because we'd just be shooting the shit, just walking in the room, and we just start unpacking our stuff where we normally do, and we're just on such a good regimen, as far as getting up, eating, working out, traveling, rooming together and all that. Yeah. So yeah, it just happened, and yeah, he just jumped in the car, and we traveled ever since, so whenever we're on the same shows together.
Okay. The other night you arrived at NWA. It
Yeah.
looks like you are looking to challenge Tom Latimer for that NWA championship. Is
Yep.
Rhino looking to be a two-time NWA champion?
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's been 20 years in October, and I think the NWA title, it just keeps on getting more prestigious, and it's reclaiming that glory it once had. Not that saying taking anything away from it or any of the people that have held it, but I think the state the company's in too, so and that's always got to be brought to the attention, so it's the company is in a great spot. It's doing better, and it's gaining traction, doing better as far as gaining traction, and hopefully I can be part of that.
Okay. Are you? I don't know if it's been announced yet, but is it looking like you guys are going to face each other at the
We
ECW
will.
arena? Yeah.
Well, we'll face each other someplace, but
Okay.
that just makes sense. The ECW arena, so um, I'll never forget my first match there and being in the ring. If I Every time I go there, I just, you feel at home.
Mhm.
I don't know if you ever had a place where you really felt at home, and I'm glad, the owner, Roger bought it, fixed it up because, if the building would have went in decay, it just would have been eventually torn down or used as storage or something. But it's a great event center. It's a great place for concerts. The Philly fans turn out for sporting events, and the Philly fans, New York fans. I'll probably get heat from the Philly fans for saying that, but the wrestling fans all over are great. Chicago, they're awesome. Detroit, yeah, they're just Cleveland's great. I mean, there's so many, and even the smaller towns are really really good too. So, but yeah, the Philly fans, man. I didn't wrestle. I wrestled for ECW for um several months, and I was at the ECW arena like 3 times before Paul even let me wrestle because he said if these fans chew you up and spit you out, there's nothing I can do for you, so he waited at the right moment, and I got in there with Christopher Daniels. So we had a great match.
Has there ever been an arena like for you that's quite like the ECW arena?
Um, yes and no,
Okay.
because you'll get these venues. I was just wrestling for HOG and um out in Jamaica, New Jersey, and that building is awesome. I wrestled there before for a different promotion, but that it was electrifying. And yeah, I'm just trying to think. There's been so many cool buildings. The one in what is it called? The Odi? No, is it the Odeum or whatever in Chicago? Odi Arena
I
or
I know the Rosemont Horizons up here. That
yeah.
one's really good.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. But the one we worked for in ECW, it
Okay.
was out that way. It was in Villa Park. Yeah, way
Okay.
before your time. Look it up.
A little bit.
That was a cool venue too. Insane. We did a pay-per-view there and a TV. But yeah, that was a great venue. And TNA actually ran there, and I did a independent show there. So yeah, it was a great venue. I really enjoyed that place. So ECW ran there a few times, did a pay-per-view. That was actually our best house. So it was there.
That's fantastic. When did you find wrestling and what made you fall in love with it?
When I was a kid, I found wrestling just, I think a friend or something, or my older brother introduced it to me, and I just fell in love with it. It was the 80s, it was the rock and wrestling, it was everything. Hulk Hogan, good versus evil. Yeah. And I just knew if I grew up and if I could do that, that'd be great. And I wrestled in school, played football, all that stuff, and found a school right after, and I just said, I'll give it 5 years, see where I'm at. And in 5 years, I was in ECW. So
That's incredible. I read it online. You were trained with or by Scott Demore, correct?
yeah, Scott
Yeah.
D'Amore. Well, Scott was only a couple years in. It was his
Yeah.
building, his ring. He was very talented too. So he would come in, and it was Mickey Doyle, Irish Mickey Doyle,
Okay.
and and he was a seasoned veteran at that time, I think 25 years. And Scott, just because he was with football and all that stuff and in college, so he had coaching background too, just by playing the sport or playing sports. And Denny Cass would come in, help out Mickey Doyle, Denny Cass, and Scott D'Amore. So I consider all three of them my trainers. So.
Okay. You mentioned it wasn't long before you got into ECW, about 5 years roughly. You did matches for WCW beforehand and WWF. Was there ever any thoughts or opportunities to sign with them, or was ECW maybe the place you wanted to be?
I never thought about going to ECW. I actually said to myself, I'll never go there because I thought ways and I didn't think they wrestled. I just thought it was just swinging chairs, everybody's bleeding all over the place, and that was it. And I found out through Ulf Herman because I'd go over and wrestle in Germany and do the tournaments, and you'd stay over there for months and months and months on end. And from 97, 98, he went over there and he told me, he said, ECW, no, it's not like that. You might have a hardcore match here or there, but and he started explaining a little bit more to me, and then I started watching. I'm like, oh yeah, I watched ECW because we'd get it early on, like when Mikey Whipwreck would get beat up, and then they would eventually reverse a decision. And I seen it as an independent show when I was getting ready to go to work at like 3 a.m. So, um, anyways, long story short, with WWE, no, that was just down there doing jobs. But Jimmy Hart pulled me aside and he said, "You got to look this and that." I'm 19, and he pulled me in the office, and Terry Taylor and Kevin Sullivan and Jody Hamilton were in there, and he's like, and I had baby oil all over the place, and just like bathed in it, and he goes, he's got to look," and I was going to do one of the matches, and Kevin Sullivan goes, "Yeah, if we're doing a baby oil commercial or something like that." And it was like, wah, wah, wah. But he didn't say it in a mean way. And I told him that years later. And I told him before, I go, I'm not mad, or I'm not like, oh, I proved you wrong or anything. I go, I found it funny after, because Jimmy Hart's like, oh, you got to look at everything. And I did admit to him I did have a lot of baby oil on. So.
Do you have a favorite moment or match from your ECW run?
Sabu, Sandman, there's just so many. I was very blessed to have a lot of good matches with Rob and Sabu, and yeah, I just learned so much from Sabu about the business, and how to really, pick your spots and stuff. And yeah.
It's kind of interesting to think about it because you was probably only in ECW for the last year and a half. And the amount
Two
of
and a half years, yeah.
2.5.
Yeah.
In that time frame, the amount of moments you were able to make, whether you're power driving Sandman's wife or just through a table or any of those things is kind of crazy. And then to be the last ECW world champion and television champion, what did that mean to you?
I didn't think the company was gonna, stop, but I wish it would have went on under Paul Heyman for a lot longer, for a lot of men and women to experience a lot of things that we all experience. So, but it is what it is. I'm glad the fans just really love it and can go back and watch all those great moments on YouTube or the network and stuff like that. So.
Did you expect like WWE to kind of revive it? I mean, even for one night at One Night Stand?
No, but I was happy,
Yeah.
So a lot of guys and girls got a paycheck and, got the opportunity to perform. That's what I mean when I say paycheck, so it was, and a lot of the wrestling fans wanted it too.
What was that night like, for you guys in the back, guys and girls in the back? Was it emotional?
The last night, oh, yeah, of down in Pine Bluff, I think it was. Um, but I didn't, like I said, I'm just like, why are these guys and girls getting all emotional? It's like it's not done. Paul said we're taking a break. I didn't believe, you know, I didn't take everything he said to heart, um, but I believed in a lot of stuff he was saying, and a lot of stuff came true. So I don't think he was purposely lying. Some things just didn't come through. A lot of times hopes and dreams don't come true, you know. So I never thought he was lying to me, or anything like that. Just things just didn't happen. So
What about for one night stand? Was it
uh,
was it
I
emotional
think
then?
um no, I the only thing I remember is that as I was wearing a nice suit, and I drove in with my buddy the night before, and right after the show we drove back to Detroit. Yeah,
Okay.
so it was fun. I really enjoyed the match and everything with Sabu, and Rob being part of it. Yeah, so in the Hammerstein Ballroom, it's really a nice venue. I actually
What
love that venue too.
what went into the decision to go to TNA in 2005?
They just had a lot of interest, and it just ended up working out.
Okay.
And it was fun. And I enjoyed myself. And I had actually a lot of really good matches with a lot of guys. And I think it was the right place for where I was at in my life at that time.
In one night, you made a lot of history. You won Monsters Ball, which is probably one of my favorite matches of all time. You won the 10-man gauntlet and beat Jeff Jarrett for the NWA
Yeah.
title.
And got 15 stitches like right in the hairline. So yeah.
Is that a moment, a night that you look back on fondly? And I know like Nash got hurt, so they had to change
Yeah.
things up. What was
Yeah.
that? What was that night like at Bound for Glory?
Well, when I pile drove Jeff uh, Hardy off the second rope, I
Hmm.
bruised my quad, and it was really difficult to walk. And 2 days later, I had to wrestle Jeff and that was tough. So the second day there was no matches, and then the third day, for TV, and it was difficult because it was that deep bruise because his shoulder went right into my left quad. So, but yeah, it was really really hard to walk. But you wouldn't be able to tell. I mean, now that I pointed out, you could probably tell. So
No, Rhino, I just want to thank you for coming on the podcast. I
yeah, we'll have to do
always,
it again.
yeah, I was gonna say I always leave the door open. So if you ever want to
Yeah,
gore your way back through it, I'd love to have
I
you
love
on.
it. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna say, hey, listen, leave the door open, and if you don't, I'll gore my way through.
I like it. Um, Before we go, do you want to let the fans know where they can keep up with you, maybe on social media and things like that?
Yeah, just Rhino, I've got a Facebook page, and then you can always find through IWR, just see what we're
Okay.
doing there. In the last 5 years, and I'll end on this, but never let anybody tell you can't do something, because you just, with hard work, dedication. I pray, I believe in God. I always have. um but and find out what works for you, work hard at it, and then everything else will come. Because if I listened to all the naysayers, we wouldn't be talking right now. And along the way, I think I've made some people happy, and I hope to continue to do that. In the last 5 years of wrestling after WWE, and I didn't resign because I didn't want to collect a paycheck and not be part of something. Not that I wanted to be world champion or anything. If they needed me to step up the plate, I could do it. Um, not saying I'm cutting myself short, which I don't think anybody should, but my thing is sitting at home, I was become miserable. So I knew I could go back to TNA, help the younger generation out for a very discounted rate, work on the independent scene, help people out. And then with TNA, the last 5 years I was there, I produced for 3 years. ran my own promotion with my buddy, learning how to book, learning how to stick to a budget, learning from your mistakes, so that's important for me is to share like, these wrestling events, with Insane Wrestling Revolution, mine and my buddy's thing. But go check it out, look at that. And remember, you could do anything you put your mind to. Don't let anybody naysay. So, and you could be the best at it. So, and then when I wrestle for that NWA title, 20 years in the making to recapture that.
It's
So,
about time.
yeah, right, right. Well, George Foreman did it. So, I mean, he was always an idol of mine. So,
And he didn't have a gore.
yeah, but he had a hell of a punch.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Rhino,
Yeah.
thank you so much. As far as the podcast goes, I'll leave it at see you soon.
See you soon, brother.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Wright. Today, we are welcome with the infamous Bobby Fish. How we doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I am doing really well. We are experiencing a little cold spell here in Florida, but cold spell in Florida. Come on, it's not like your neck of the woods.
No, up here in Chicago, it gets chilly. I'm sure down there, your chilly and my chilly are two different things.
Yeah, well, I grew up in upstate New York, so I understand the cold, but haven't been here now for what are we looking at? 8 years. Like, yeah, I don't have the thick skin anymore. I think you lose it.
It happens. I know I'm
Yeah.
from West Virginia originally.
Uh-huh.
Growing the thick skin, I think, takes just as long to get it as it is to get rid of it. So I understand completely.
It would make sense from an evolutionary speaking standard, I suppose. So
Definitely. Before I get into questions about your career or wrestling itself,
Yes,
something
sir.
that really fascinated me, Bobby, was your journey with DDPY. I noticed you've put a lot of effort and work into sharing your journey with us. What made you start DDPY, and kind of what transformations have you noticed since you began that journey?
Okay. First thing was, I mean, Dallas at one point had gifted it to like every pro wrestler in existence, like whether you were on TV or not. Like, so a lot of people had it, and it's just, you know, inexorbitantly generous of him. However, there is something real to the idea that like you got to have skin in the game sometimes. And so when I was doing CrossFit, there was a thing called ROMWOD, which CrossFit was what really got me tuned into like, wow, I need better mobility. Like I've neglected stretching and stuff outside of martial arts. So like when I did martial arts, I always kind of maintained a flexible lower body, but I had gotten pretty muscle bound in my upper body. And so Ramwad got me doing some of these mobility things. And then after like enough time, I was like, wait a second, I have DDP yoga. And it was gifted to me by the man. He was that general. Like, what am I doing? So I started doing DDP yoga instead of Ramwad. And then when it really kicked up was I tore my ACL when I was in NXT. And that was early in my run there. So I had moved from New York to Florida. I didn't know anybody but people at work. And I wasn't going to work anymore. So I was just stuck in a one-bedroom apartment in Orlando. And I had the app, and Dallas, one of Dallas's things is he meets you, DDP Yoga meets you where you are. And I was like, okay, well, I'm stuck in a bed right now because I'm recovering. And so that's where it met me, because they have a bed series and a chair series, and then a stand series where you're like learning to stand up out of the chair. So I went through all of that just to, break the monotony of what my life was for those few months. And what I found by the end of when I was starting to get back into training and stuff was that, wow, I feel better. And long story short, I've not stopped doing DDP yoga since.
Okay.
And I like right now I'm up to, I think, day 102 or no, 103 in a row. And it's something you can do every single day. Some workouts are more strenuous than others. But like, yeah, it truly is just such a game changer.
Something that else you do is you partake in training and coaching at like House of Champions. Is it
Yes, sir.
something that you recommend to students and stuff to get involved with?
Yeah, so I do the strength and conditioning at HOC as well, and every strength and conditioning session, which is before class, every night, we do 10 minutes of DDP yoga to start strength and conditioning, and then we go through like whatever it is that I've designed for the day, and then we finish with 10 minutes of DDP yoga. And part of the whole concept is that we're done in an hour. So I try to hit them with mobility in the front and then strength and conditioning in between. The conditioning can range from a few different things, and then close out with DDP yoga, more mobility, and be done in an hour so that the members can focus on the pro wrestling training. Okay. Because that's what they're there to make the priority, right? But I know, like, when I was coming up, you still had to make sure that you're going to get your gym time and everything in, and it's a full schedule. So when it came to strength and conditioning, I was like, yeah, let's get it done in an hour. And I knew part of that had to be DDP yoga.
Okay. When did you start working with House of Champions? And is training and coaching like something that you look forward to doing for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, I think that's I never thought I'd come to this conclusion where I'd be like, okay, well, I see that I have more value, I think, to the industry coaching and producing at this point, because there's so much that we take for granted as performers, because we're around each other, so we all know the same stuff. But it's not until you're around people that are in different parts of their career, coming up, where you realize, like, wow, some of this stuff is not either A, known, or B, being passed down. And I look at how fortunate I was in my career to be under the learning tree that was, let's say like a William Regal or Triple H or Fit Finley. And who am I to bogart that knowledge? It's for me to pass down. That's the tradition. So I think this is my new, not new, but yeah, I think this is my lane 100%.
Okay. Something on the channel that has always drawn me is the story of how you guys have found wrestling, or how you've fallen in love with wrestling, pun intended, I guess. When did you find it, and when did you fall in love with it?
I found it super young. I was probably 8 or 9, and I remember one of my first memories was Jimmy Snuka coming off the top of the cage onto Don Morocco. I believe it was at Madison Square Garden, and Jimmy Snuka was bleeding buckets. I remember where I was. I was on my Aunt Kathy and my Uncle Mike's living room floor. It was a family gathering, and I was like, "What is this?" And then my earlier memories from then would have been just, watching it with my dad and like talking to my dad about it. My brother and I had an older brother. We were huge British Bulldog fans. I loved Ricky Steamboat. Those were like the early ones that captivated me. Obviously, you know, everybody about my age was a Hulkamaniac in some way. So yeah, those are probably my earliest memories. And I don't know that I fell in love with it. What I was in love with was football. My
Okay.
brother and I both played football, and that was my world growing up from probably 9 to my early 20s. And then but wrestling was always there. It was always kind of on the periphery, and I went, in high school there was definitely some time in there where I probably faded away from it. It wasn't the, you know, easiest way to get dates to watch wrestling. um I think a lot of people go through that phase, but it always seemed to be in the background. And it was definitely something that my dad and I bonded over, which was huge. And I think that always kind of kept me coming back. And yeah, eventually I had to fall in love with it. NWA, the Crockett years, like late 80s, early 90s. So we're talking like
Okay.
Sting, Surfer Sting,
Yes.
Luger as the total package, the Horsemen, Barry Windham, obviously the Road Warriors. I mentioned the Horsemen, but like I realize now looking back, you know, I thought I liked all these tag teams, and the truth of the matter is I like Tully and Arn, but I didn't, see it as that. I thought like, oh, I like Fantastics are great. Oh, rock and rolls are great. When in actuality, what I really appreciated was Arn and Tully. But yeah, so I think to answer your question, I would say NWA, the Crockett years, late 80s, early 90s is what made me fall in love with pro wrestling. I was into it big time, but I went hook, line, and sinker on that stuff. Like seeing the War Games for the first time. Dusty Rhodes was captivating, just captivating, and all of that. Sting, I had such a love for Sting, and then it was the feud with him and Muta that introduced me to Muta, and I would say like Muta's probably the guy that had the biggest influence on me overall. I loved the great Muta.
I haven't heard that a lot. I think you're only the second guy I've had on the podcast out of about 100 now that even bring up the Great Muta.
Yeah, he
It's
was
crazy.
just, part of it was, and again, my age, I'm 48, so we're going way back. But there was a wrestler by the name of the Great Kabuki, who
Yep.
used to wrestle on World Class, and that I used to get after school at whatever time on the ESPN in upstate New York in Albany. And he was the first one I saw use the mist, and he had long hair that covered his face, and he had his face painted, but you couldn't really tell because the hair was so long. But he was the gimmick would have been that he was some kind of a ninja, and maybe in a martial artist. Like I don't remember the time frame exactly, but ninjas were the thing when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I was a ninja for Halloween maybe 7 years in a row. You just could not get that costume off me. And so when I saw Muta for the first time, and it was definitely against Sting, um, I was like, and I think they may have gimmicked it a little bit and said that he was the son of the great Kabuki. So I was like, oh man, this is, and it certainly wouldn't be the first time that they told a little bit of a lie in pro
Yeah.
wrestling. Um, but then just watching Muda, the way the man moved was just so distinct and so athletic and so like, like I said, I played football, so I could appreciate like athleticism, and Sting was athletic. Um, and then Muda was another level of athletic. So yeah, I think that's when I really fell in love with it.
Okay. You brought up a couple matches that drew you in, captivated you. You've
Mm.
had quite a few yourself. Um, I'm gonna name off four of them, and I just want to know what these four matches have meant to you.
Okay.
Just give me a short, brief explanation of what they mean to you.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna start with the very first of all. You got to face one of your best friends, Kyle O'Reilly. What was
Yes.
that like?
Well, so that's going way, way back. We talking like one of the first times? Because I don't know that we've wrestled other than in those, like, against each other.
I,
Um,
I was Evolved 1 2009. So it
yes,
was an
yeah,
early
yeah,
one.
that's what I was talking about. So we wrestled in the first Evolve and then another one in there. And at that time, Kyle and I's relationship was completely different. We were friendly, of course,
Okay.
but we really didn't know each other that well. He was in Canada and started to, get more stateside, but he was in St. Louis. So, we would run into each other and we knew each other. We actually met, I think we had met for the first time at a Harley race camp. Um, I think at that time I had already started working for Noah as a result of the camp that I went to. And they started bringing me back to like help out with the camp. And that's where Kyle and I first met. And then years later, we would cross paths doing the indies and stuff. And then Gabe Sapolsky had the idea for Evolve, and he had a concept for it being very martial arts influenced. This was before MMA had exploded, but it was on the radar enough to where people were starting to see it more legitimately within pro wrestling. And Kyle and I definitely shared that love of pro wrestling and martial arts. So, Gabe had his idea, and he wanted us to be the first match ever in Evolve, which he had a big ideas for it and big plans. So, I mean, I was humbled and honored to do it, and yeah, Kyle was a perfect opponent.
I'm going to jump forward a little bit, but you got to face at War of Worlds 2015 for the Ring of Honor World Title. You took on Jay Briscoe. Looking back on that, what did that match mean to you?
It was, Tony DeVito was the man that trained me, and Tony was Ring of Honor when Gabe was just getting Ring of Honor like established, and it was like that was the indie darling was Ring of Honor. So Mark and Jay Briscoe, they were there from the beginning as far as Ring of Honor, the Ring of Honor that I knew, and here I was watching them. I was younger in the business, but older in age. So I had always, anytime we would cross paths and speak to one another, it was always pleasant, but they didn't really know me, and nor should they have at that point. When I started to get some traction going, it was mostly in Japan because it was for Noah. And so knowing the Briscoes for all those years and knowing how good they were, and just to me, I hate to bring up the football background again, but like I would watch a Briscoes match and it looked like a football game, you know. Jay had a first step that was just quicker than other people.
Yeah.
and an impact that was there. And same with Mark, you know. And when I got into pro wrestling, I wanted to continue being physical. I wanted to play football, to be honest. I wanted to continue playing football. To be honest, I went to college really to play more football, but at the same time, I knew I probably wasn't going to be able to support myself playing professional, and I turned out that I didn't make any of the professional. Like I tried out for a couple of arena teams and it didn't work out. So um, the matches with Jay and Mark, they felt like a football game. And that was why I signed up for pro wrestling, and why I got into it was because I wanted to feel that way. I wanted there to be wanted it to be snug. Let's just put it that way, I suppose.
Okay. Excuse me. Before your departure from Ring of Honor, you got to also take on for the Ring of Honor World Title Adam Cole at Manhattan Mayhem. Was that a special moment for the two of you guys who, you know, would later go on to be connected?
For sure. Neither one of us had any idea what the future would hold, so we didn't know that at the time. And to be honest, that match, and then even it kind of takes me back to the match with Jay. Was the match with Jay? I knew was on the schedule, but at that time, we were coming off of the Red Dragon stuff. I was pretty much, a tag guy. I don't know that the company or anyone else, saw me. I was singles prior to that, but I don't know that let's just put it this way. I didn't think they had plans for me. And my whole goal going into the match with Jay Briscoe was to make enough noise and taunt him and call him a hick and all that stuff, just to try to get some buzz around the match, enough to where it seemed like he might beat him. And I feel like we did that. I feel like I was able to pull that off. A friend of mine was helping me with a lot of the um, like guerrilla style stuff that we were doing on our own. And I feel like the people in that ECW arena, at least for a moment, thought that they might see a title change. And that was kind of the same thing I wanted to create with the match against Cole, because it was Manhattan Mayhem, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
2017 Manhattan Mayhem.
Yeah. And that's like that was the Ring of Honor, end of most of the storylines and whatnot. So it was like, okay, let's see what kind of buzz I can get going to make it seem like this could happen. And again, there was a lot of stuff at the end of that match. The Dudley or Bubba Ray, and there was stuff happening that was going to further the company's direction. So I think that the match itself got kind of overshadowed, which wasn't the greatest thing in the world. But the match itself, I really enjoyed and thought it was really good. I thought Adam and I played. He was such a smarmy heel at the time, and I think I had some momentum. I think that people for the first time were starting to, be like, "Yeah, this Bobby Fish guy, weird name, but not too bad."
Was it tough departing from Ring of Honor, being there for so many years?
It was. I wasn't excited necessarily about leaving, but I was excited about what was next. And if I'm being honest, like when it came to re-signing, we weren't really close on the numbers. And so I was entertaining the idea of signing a bigger contract with New Japan and a lesser contract with Ring of Honor, because for the previous few years, that's kind of what we had going, because Kyle and I started working for New Japan around that time. Not that time, but like 2 years prior. And I had so much experience in Japan, and New Japan seemed pretty happy with us, so it was like, okay, it just made sense to do more time overseas. At the time I had not met my wife yet and I wasn't married, but it made more sense to maybe do more time in Japan and less time here because just the money was better. So,
You mentioned New Japan, you've mentioned Noah. You've been fortunate enough to be able to wrestle inside the Tokyo Dome. Um, is that a venue that, like, growing up or watching wrestling, you ever thought you'd be able to get inside? And what was your feeling like being able to compete in that historic building?
there's good reason why New Japan runs it every year, and it's their year-end show. The dome it'll always be kind of special, and being a foreigner, like I didn't really know, you'd heard of the Tokyo Dome before, but to know just some of the history that's happened in that building, um, there's just something historic about, like, there's just a vibe to the place. So to be able to perform there once would have been, a box to check, but to have been able to perform there numerous times was pretty damn cool.
Um, we've brought up Kyle O'Reilly a couple times.
Yes, sir.
How did you guys go about joining forces to create Red Dragon, and where'd you get the name Red Dragon from?
So I'm trying to prop this up better
You're good.
without my hand being in the way. To be honest, it was Hunter Johnson, Delirious, who had the idea. I'm not sure if these ideas came together or if he was like, "Oh, these guys would be a hell of a tag team." Like, so we can do this with them, or if it was to, it just the primary reason might have been to get Eddie and Davey back together as a tag team to give them a reason, and that Kyle and I having such chemistry might have been a happy accident, but I don't think so. I think that I just give Hunt more credit than that. He was a good booker, and he knew what he was doing, and he booked things way in advance. He was on top of stuff. So that's kind of what brought Kyle and I together was Eddie and Davey weren't really tagging anymore, I don't think. And Davey was doing his single stuff, and I think it was with the world title and Ring of Honor. And Kyle was, because he was trained by Davey and Tony Kozina, was a natural like link there. But they were trying to turn Kyle heel and give a reason for Eddie and Davey to need one another again to come back together as the American Wolves, who they were super over and getting a lot of attention at that time, even from the bigger TV companies at the time, because Ring of Honor was TV but smaller at in those days. And it just that was the vehicle to give me something to do, and to give Kyle a direction, and dare I say, like, we filled each other's gaps. Like, I think Kyle and I were both pretty well established performers in our own right, but I think there were probably some things that he needed work on and probably some things I needed to work on, and we had no idea that us coming together would be the missing piece. But I think our career trajectories, prove that they kind of confirm that that's exactly what it was. So we have a huge debt of gratitude to always, I will always pay that back to Hunter Johnson for seeing that in us and then trusting us the way that he did.
One of my favorite aspects about your and Kyle's like tag team tandem was your finish, the high low. Is that something that you guys took any inspiration on from the Eliminators in ECW?
So we in Ring of Honor, our finish was chasing the dragon, which was Kyle took him up for a take somebody up for a brain buster, and I would head kick him, and we would drop him, hit the brain buster. When we went to WWE, just thinking that like, okay, we're gonna be wrestling guys our size and guys much bigger than us. What's something we can do to everyone? And chasing the dragon was not that type of thing. So we did take inspiration from Total Elimination for sure. That was one of the things that somebody had suggested, and then Kyle had, he could do that leg sweep. That was already a part of something that he liked to use, and I was doing the jumping knee, which later we would kind of have a version with the head kick as well. But the jumping knee is probably the original, and that one, yeah, we could hit it on everyone.
Anybody. Yeah.
And we could do it out of nowhere. It really, I could not imagine our run in WWE as the Undisputed Era without that as our finish. Like there's so many moments where that was clutch. And we used Chasing the Dragon a few times in WWE, but yeah, just that was the finish we needed.
Speaking of the Undisputed Era, you guys had quite the debut. Um, after two very important matches, you guys jumped the tag team champions. You jumped the NXT champion. What did that moment or those moments mean to yourself, Kyle and Adam?
It was like just confirmation that like we can be here. We can be a like a big part of this company. Like I know before we hit the Barclay Center, and Kyle and I were in our spot waiting for our cue, and we're looking at each other, quiet and just kind of waiting. And I don't know exactly what he was thinking, but I know that I was thinking, like, are they going to even know who the hell we are? And we got our cue and we went out, and the whole, like, you could feel a little bit of a buzz as we were going through the arena to get to the ring, because some people were noticing. And as I felt that buzz start to build, we're not big guys at all, so it's not like Drew McIntyre you're gonna spot right away, right?
Yeah.
Or us, and we had t-shirts on, and we were being kind of covered to get where we needed to get, but you could still feel it a little bit. And in some way I think that it gave me confidence, and that confidence started to build the closer we got to the ring before we were going to take our opportunity. And then when we did, it happened real fast, so I'm not sure how conscious I was of all of it, but it seemed like they were there for it, the fans, and it felt good. EY and Axel being or Wolfie being the ones that we jumped, they were great, and they were there for everything, and it went really, really well. And I think when we came back, Kyle and I, the anxiety was gone, because it was like, okay, yeah, that worked. They knew who we were. So obviously the it going over like a fart in church was the concern, and that didn't happen. But if I'm being honest, it wasn't until the second part. And I have a feeling that that's your next question. So I'll let you ask the next question, and then we'll see where we go with the answer.
My next question, I was actually going to move on to War Games. So,
Okay.
I mean, if you want to elaborate, go ahead.
Well, then I'll go back to it wasn't until we did the run-in with Adam at the end on Drew that we knew like, okay, they know who we are, but it really wasn't until we did the whole deal, and then we went up the rampway, back up the stage, and Adam hit Adam Cole, baby, at the top of the stage. And I think maybe seeing our three faces all together on the Titantron and Adam's arms up overhead and the whole arena repeating it back to him, it was like, okay, they know exactly who we are. And
Was
I
that
think,
kind of like what lets you know that you guys truly did shock the system?
yeah, I think so, because it was like they not only they know who we are, but like we are supposed to be here. And even, the deal with WWE was always like, it's the land of the big men, and if you're not over 6 foot, like you can't get over. And there's not one of us, even in the four, the quartet that's over 6 foot. But I think that also, the way that they presented us was brilliant, in that, like, we could be threatening to anybody. We were a danger to anybody, not necessarily because we were over 6 foot, but because we were technical as all hell, every one of us, and there was four of us, and we had no problem with outnumbering you. Like, in
Yep.
fact, that's what we tried to do.
That's what
And
you
again,
did best.
yeah, and again, that's kind of why I love that high-low finish too, because it's front and back, and it's opposite sides. It just was the explanation point that I think we needed.
I think the whole group flowed just so well, kind of like the high low finish, just put together. It was almost just like all the pieces were there, nothing was missing. You had your charisma, your in ring work, um, and together you guys were all stars. And at that time, probably took NXT to heights that it hadn't seen before, which is crazy to think. You guys came after your Samoa Joes and your Finn Balor's and your Nakamura's. But
Mm-hmm.
without the Undisputed Era, Black and Gold wouldn't have been as revolutionary as it
Mm-hmm.
was.
It's kind of crazy to me to hear that coming from you at this point, because for me, I remember thinking just contracts coming to an end, and then working for New Japan and Ring of Honor, and really not having WWE on my radar, but definitely having watched the takeovers that were the Nakamura's and the Kevin Steens and the Sammys, and being like, man, this is the place to be. And I feel like during those years, and it may be that way now, and I may just not have my finger on the pulse of it the way I did then, but there was always some place that was like the underground, or maybe not even underground, but like the critically acclaimed place to be. And I think New Japan owned it at one point. I think Pro Wrestling Guerrilla owned the rights to that at one point too. And it was like, if you're going to see the best stuff. But I remember thinking to myself, watching one of those takeovers where Nakamura and Finn and Kevin, I think, were all in some way involved in the same takeover, and just thinking to myself, like, okay, this is that place, hands down. There is no, like, there's not even a conversation for it, let alone an argument. Like, there's just, you can't even dispute, no pun intended. You can't dispute like any part of that. And so then for us to come in after that, is just humbling as all hell. And then for somebody to make a comparison that our time there was the pinnacle, as opposed to, like, what was already awesome. It's pretty humbling, sir. So thank you very much.
Of course, just giving credit where credit's due.
Thank you, sir.
During your guys' time with NXT, the Undisputed Era did everything. Y'all were champions, Dusty Road Classic winners. Um, you really ran roughshod over the whole NXT roster. But what I found most captivating was the fact that during your time, you guys, in some sort of fashion, competed in all four War Games matches.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that War Games as a match was Undisputed Era's, match? And
Mm-hmm.
what was your favorite out of the four that you competed in?
I think so. I brought up before the NWA, which would later become WCW, and the years that really captivated me as a fan. And I know that Hunter and Shawn Michaels, they were fans of that time frame and that era of wrestling as well. And man, I wore out the VHS copies of the War Games matches. And the War Games to me were it was always the Horsemen and then whoever the baby faces were, and it was generally Dusty. And like there's a year where Nikita was in there, there's a year where there's times where the Road Warriors were in there, and it just was the common thread always seemed to be the for lack of a better term, the a-holes. And the a-holes were the Horsemen, and they were the guys that were always playing the numbers game, and but they were always like the upper echelon. And so to think all these years later, we would work for Triple H, who, like I said, well, first off, I watched him growing up as a fan, but then secondly, I knew that he was a fan of some of the same stuff that I watched. Um, and to think that I'd be fortunate enough to work for WWE, period, for any amount of time, but then to also be put in a group by um, someone that I watched growing up. And that group happened to be with three of my best friends in the industry, which is why I think that our chemistry on screen went so well, and why it was because it was real. There was nothing manufactured or forced about it. That's the four guys that you saw on NXT TV during the black and gold were like, that we would have been doing the same thing if we were sitting in Roddy's living room watching a UFC pay-per-view. Like that's just, we were four buddies who came up doing this together. And I think that's why it was what it was. And so I think the War Games match 100% was UE's. And I think it's just got an interesting wrinkle to it that Roddy was on the opposing side in the first one. Yeah, but yeah, those are the highlights of my career for sure. And I think your second question was my favorite one.
Yeah, what's your favorite?
Favorite would probably be number two.
Okay.
I really, this is such a small thing, but I really loved the gear that we wore. We did the camo, and I don't know, I really dug that. But also felt like, with one War Games under our belt, we were able to really tell a story in that second one. I felt like amongst everybody that was involved, everybody got their opportunity to be a part of the bigger story that we told. Um, and then just being in there with, obviously the boys were some of my best friends, Roddy, Kyle, and Adam. But then, I'd come up with a lot of the guys on the other side too, the Tommasos and the War Raiders. And, these are people that we grew up Northeast Indies, crossing paths here and there, and more times than not. And yeah, it was really cool to have that experience on the big stage, because nothing was bigger than those takeovers. Nothing. I mean, those were electric, and it was just the right amount of time, the right amount of sauce.
Yeah.
Too much sauce can ruin the burger or whatever it is you're eating. And I think that sometimes these pay-per-views, they're just 5 hours it's a little crazy. Yeah, yeah. These takeovers were perfect, man. They were 2.5 hours and 7 matches, 8 matches, and everybody had a story to tell, and everybody got a good amount of time. And you know, Triple H is, I mean, he is who he is for a reason, and he's fantastic at doing wrestling. Period. Let's just put it that way.
With that said, it's kind of a perfect transition into my next question. Now that Triple H and Swann are heads of creative for both the main roster and NXT, would you ever consider making a return to WWE, whether it's a talent or a wrestling perspective, or even in a coaching capacity?
I think with WWE, yeah, you're always open to it. It depends on what your experience there was, and mine was just all the way around positive. And I think a lot of that had to do with who we worked for, and that was directly Triple H. I never felt like I worked for, I really never felt like I worked for Vince. And I met Vince, and we would see him at some of the shows and some things that we did, but like NXT was Hunter's thing, and Swann was like his right hand man, and they were instrumental. There were times I almost felt like I think Swann and Hunter might be in the Undisputed Era. um and so it's truly it's humbling that they took such an interest in us, A, as talents, but then B, as this group, and dare I say, I used to joke and call us Hunter's Horsemen. And I feel like that, and he would be able to answer this. I don't know what his vision for us was, but I feel like it had to have something to do with it.
Okay. A venture that maybe wrestling fans might not be aware that you've taken place in was a few years ago. You got to do a boxing exhibition match on the Floyd Mayweather card.
Yeah.
How did that come about? And like, what was your experience like fighting in Dubai?
That kind of fell in my lap.
Okay.
And I'm a Muay Thai guy, and I had 4 amateur kickboxing Muay Thai fights. So that would have been my preference. But when this kind of fell in my lap, I couldn't say no. Um, it was the Floyd Mayweather undercard. It wasn't something I had ever envisioned myself doing, but I just couldn't see any reason not to do it. And I figured, like, okay, this is not something on my deathbed that I'm gonna regret doing, but it is something on my deathbed that if I don't do it, I might regret. So the experience was incredible. It to get out there after all these years of being in pro wrestling, I had always kind of compared my athletic career and pro wrestling. I always thought they were very similar. And that, for the first time in a long time, competing like that, it reminded me of like, oh no, they're very, very different. And I think that that's one of the things that like I was missing a little bit in my wrestling career, was that single-mindedness of purpose, like your purpose in that fight helped me to realize the difference between pro wrestling and then athletics prior to that. And the difference being is that pro wrestling, what makes pro wrestling so hard is that you have to spin plates. You're spinning lots and lots of plates. So it's actually, I find it more difficult than if I'm going out there to compete, and whether that be a boxing match, kickboxing, Muay Thai, or well, kickboxing, Muay Thai are kind of the same thing. But a football game, a lacrosse game, whatever it is, if I'm going to go compete, we've signed up with the agreement and the understanding that like you're going to try to hurt me, I'm going to try to hurt you. That's how you win. and it's like you have a single-minded purpose. Like, when I played football, you might have had audibles and whatnot that you check down to if there was a tight end on your side or there wasn't, but you pretty much had one focus, and that was like to hit that ball carrier as hard as you could, and to not let anything stop you from getting to him. And it's kind of the same thing with fighting, whether it be boxing or kickboxing. I'm going to try to hurt you, you're going to try to hurt me. And there was something refreshing about doing that again after all these years. I enjoyed the process of training. I think we trained 9 or 10 weeks, my coach and I, for that fight. And then you go out and you try to put into play all of the things that you worked on, and that process is just cool to me. And you don't really get that in pro wrestling, so it's different. Not one is Neither one is better than the other, but they're just different.
Okay, so it's nice to get a change of pace, kind of.
It was. I mean, I had forgotten how good it felt to compete. Like, and truly, I say this, even if I went there and I lost, I just the chance to compete again was really all that is what really floated my boat, and they flew my coach over with me, my agent and my wife. They flew my wife and I to Dubai. So my wife and I got to see a little bit of this country that we would have, I'm pretty sure, never seen otherwise. So it was just a cool experience all the way around.
Amazing.
But getting a chance to to fight, and then the bonus, the cherry on top was winning, because I didn't want to get my ass kicked in front of my wife. That's a tough one.
That'd have been a tough flight home for sure.
Yes. Yeah, probably.
We've talked about the Horsemen a lot, and in this latest chapter of your career after joining MLW, you've been a part of the Rogue Horsemen. How did the stable between yourself, C.W. Anderson, Brock Anderson, and BRG come about? And what's it like having yourself and CW kind of take Brock and BRG under your wing, kind of?
It's a highlight that I didn't bargain for. Like, I didn't realize that I would enjoy that process as much as I do. Being able to kind of to give back and to realize, like I had said before, there's some things that it's not common knowledge. It just is to the people that have been doing it as long as we have. And so to to be able to Tony DeVito was an ECW guy. Steve Carino and I were good friends back in the day, and so to be around CW, who I had known peripherally, but had known of more than known, and to really get to know Chris as a person. I really enjoy and appreciate his friendship, and then having a chance to be in the role that we're in when it comes to BRG and Brock is just so cool, because it's like we can kind of see where they're headed and where they're going, and help aid that, where we can do some of the heavy lifting if needed, but when they're ready to do the lifting, you know CW and I have been there and done that. It'll be a pleasure to step back and let them, and that's cool.
The Rogue Horsemen spent a good amount of 2024 battling the likes of Alex Kane. Going forward into 2025, what do you think are the goals for not only the Horsemen but for Bobby Fish?
I think as it pertains to MLW, I think the difference with the Horsemen is that we know we're what's best for business, and the people that are making decisions there, they're dealing with like Contra and some of these entities that are like trying to destroy MLW. Like they don't want to see. They're not what's best for business. They're kind of the anti. They're the opposite. And we catch flack for the means by which we do some things, but like we're just trying to make MLW. I'm going to steal a line from Donald Trump, but to make MLW great again. And if, in my humble opinion, if the powers that be would just back the hell up and let us do our work, like we will put MLW on in a place that it's never been before. Um, so I think for 2025, yeah. When they first got us together, I was thinking, we want to cause some chaos, but at this point, I think there's enough chaos in MLW with some of the other groups, like I mentioned. And I think for us, it's more of a righteousness. Like we know we're what's best for business. And if you're not willing to acquiesce to that, well, then we have to show you. And I think 2025 is going to be the year that we show everybody that we are what's best for business.
Okay. I have one more question for you. We've talked in abundance about Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly, Roderick Strong. Recently, they've come together to reform the Undisputed Kingdom, along with Mike Bennett, and Matt Taven.
Mm-hmm.
Would you ever consider going back to AEW and being a part of the Undisputed Kingdom?
At the end of the day, it's pro wrestling, so you truly never say never, right? I'm happy doing the things that I'm doing, but at the end of the day, man, money talks. Like it's bills got to be paid, and I have a wife and family, so and I like I said before, like I don't plan on doing this forever. I know I'm more towards the end of my career than the beginning. I don't see necessarily the end in sight because I feel so damn good. Um, Props to DDP Yoga. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Okay. Before we go, is there any social medias or anything you want to let the fans know where they can find you at for all your latest happenings?
Yes, sir. The Bobby Fish on Instagram and on Twitter,
Okay.
Or X, whatever they're calling it at this point. BobbyFishApparel.com. That's where all the merchandise is, and then obviously MLW. Go on there. There's a pretty cool Rogue Horseman shirt that was released, and everybody should have one.
That's good. Bobby, I just want to say thank you a million times over. This was undisputedly one of my favorite episodes so far, and I would be looking forward to possibly having you on again.
Well, you let me know, sir, and I will be here.
Sounds good. I will leave this then, I guess, see you next time, Bobby.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Wright. Today, we have a special guest. Some of you may know him from his time in WWE as Chris Masters. Lately, he's gone by the ring name Chris Adonis. How are you doing, man?
What's going on? Good to be here with you.
I'm excited. It's I hate saying this sometimes, but I watched you growing up, and I was always the John Cena kid. So like growing up, seeing you put him in the master lock hurt me. So I'm excited to get to talk about it a little bit.
It's funny because I meet a lot of guys like you, even in the independent wrestling scene. There's a lot of guys who are in their 20s who, their first experiences of watching wrestling were of that kind of era. There was, like you said, with Cena. He wrestled me in that time, amongst many others, obviously. So, it's not out of the ordinary for me, is what I'm saying.
What have you been up to lately? Like, what's been the new happenings in 2025?
Well, I mean, 2025 is so new, right? But last year, I was able to become the Stu Hart Heritage Heavyweight Champion. That's the promotion that Bret Hart and Dallas have over there in Calgary. They're trying to continue in the tradition of Stampede Wrestling from way back when, which a lot of people remember. And then I also won the Puerto Rico WWC World Heavyweight Champion, and so I was holding both of those belts at the same time for a good part of the year. But since then, I've dropped those titles, and then I've been just continuing on the independent wrestling scene, and got some stuff cooking in April that I don't want to talk about yet because it hasn't been announced, and I don't know how they're approaching it. But it's not WWE related. We'll just get that one out of the way.
All right. Actually, my last question of the day was going to be about the Stu Hart Championship, heavyweight championship. But I'm gonna start right there.
I'm getting ahead of us here. Look at that. Sorry about that.
It's like you read my mind. I saw online that it was a pretty emotional win. How did it feel to be able to win that championship and kind of hold that lineage?
It meant a lot to me because when you grew up in my era, which was goes back obviously farther than yours, the Hearts meant a lot, and I understand that you would still recognize that, and younger fans would. But I grew up watching Brett, Owen, Jim Neidhart. I lived through all of that, and throughout all of that, Stu Hart was always praised and put on a pedestal, and just admired. And so it definitely meant a lot to me because of that. And it was also because it felt like, it did feel slightly like an endorsement from Bret the Hitman Hart, which to me is amazing because I look at Bret as one of the all-time best ever in the ring, or just overall in the business, and at least in my book. So, those things mean a lot. And so, yeah, it was really cool. I took a lot of pride in wearing that belt. And, every time I wrestled for, not Stampede, but Dungeon Wrestling, or took that belt to the ring, I made sure that I went out there and I gave it my all and put on the best match possible.
I usually start here on the podcast. So I'm gonna jump back to the start. We are the I Love Wrestling podcast. Mr. Chris Masters, when did you find wrestling and how'd you fall in love with it?
Really young. I was probably like maybe 8, 9 years old, and the Ultimate Warrior was the wrestler that captivated my interest. The face paint. The face paint was a big thing for me initially. I really liked all the face painted wrestlers. Demolition, the Legion of Doom, the Ultimate Warrior. But the Ultimate Warrior particularly. The body, the music, the persona. It was just the perfect cocktail, especially as a kid. So yeah, he kind of got me watching, and I was just when I grew up. You were talking about probably being a John Cena kid. I think you said.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, you were either a Hogan guy or you're a Warrior guy for for majority of my childhood. I guess then after that you would have been a Shawn or Brett guy, and then after that you would have been a Stone Cold or Rock guy. So that's the evolution of the business.
You brought up face paint, and that's something that's crazy because that's one of the things that's always captivated me. Like, I got countless pictures of me wearing Sting face paint, any era of Sting face paint, or even Jeff Hardy. So has that ever been something that you've thought about bringing to the table, like for your persona?
No, not for me, and I did paint my face once for just like a tribute we did for the Warrior, but I didn't like the way it looked.
Okay.
And quite frankly, when you're this pretty, right? Like you
You
don't
don't
want
want to cover up the masterpiece.
but no, it was a big deal for me for a while. I don't think it was later on though. You know what I mean? I think as
Okay.
I grew up, I didn't care as much, but definitely as a kid, man, like the mystique of it, the mystery of it, and never seeing the Warriors just bare face, and I don't know what it is, man. It's just kind of maybe part of being kind of superhero-esque a little bit, especially to a kid.
If you had to pinpoint a moment in time that like really made you decide to start training, what would you have to credit that to?
Well, I don't know what that specific moment is. I'll say this. I stopped watching. I watched wrestling from the point I told you on for quite a few years. And then I had a couple of years where I was basically took a break from it, like a lot of people do. Didn't watch wrestling, got into other things. And then I got brought back in because I was just flipping through the channels and I saw the Shawn Michaels concussion angle they were doing. And I really liked Shawn Michaels after the Warrior. Warrior was coming and going a lot. So in that time, I started Shawn had went singles, and I started really taking a liking to Shawn. Also Brett, but particularly Shawn. Just I love the persona, the selling. Just I don't know. I really dug that whole thing. And so when I was flipping through the channels just a couple of years later, and I saw him, I totally bought into the whole angle. I was like, wait. What happened? Shawn got hurt. He might get not wrestle again, but he's gonna wrestle at the Rumble. And the reason I bring that up is because then you fast forward to I look at the Iron Man match with Shawn and Brett as the match that kind of made me a lifer for pro wrestling. Like from that point on, I kind of knew that like there was no, there was never gonna be a couple of years where I just wasn't watching anymore. And so it wasn't that I realized I was become a wrestler at that point, but again, I just knew I was going to be a lifer. And then, it really just came down to a couple of years later, like, just being in high school. And I think they asked a question about what are you going to do with your life? And to me, I was just obsessed with wrestling. So it just made sense to me. And then, I did start doing backyard wrestling, and my mom caught wind of it and saw some of the video and then kind of demanded that I go to wrestling school. So that's what kind of started me into really doing it seriously, going from being a fan to doing the backyard wrestling to now, actually going to a school and training. I guess that's a natural progression.
It's kind of crazy that like your mom saw it and instead of saying don't do that, she was like, at least go do it, but do it the right way and get trained.
Oh, I think it might be, looking back now, the coolest thing she's ever done. Because I told her that same thing. I'm like, wow, for you, yeah, to just recognize that like this is what I'm really into and want to do, and then make that decision. Not everybody would.
No, most parents. I remember wrestling on the trampolines or with friends, and like other than my dad, everybody else would probably be like, "Stop doing that. You're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna hurt somebody else." That's really cool that your mom would be like, you know what, just do it the right way.
Yeah, she was horrified though when she saw the bumps. When she saw some of the bumps we were taking and stuff, she really was just adamant about like, I don't want you doing that because you're gonna kill yourself. So.
Where did you originally start training? Was it at OVW or did you start at a smaller school first?
No, I started at UPW over here in California, which is a school run by Rick Bassman, who, actually coincidentally had a hand in bringing in the Ultimate Warrior and Sting into the business. You can look, if you look up his name, they talk all about it. There's various stuff about it. But, and so Rick was basically, Rick's school had exposure to WWE. Like they would, when WWE come to town, Rick would send, his best guys and they'd see it. Vince fell in love with anybody essentially, and eventually I was one of the guys Vince fell in love with, but not right away, like I didn't even get seen right away. I just, I started my training and I ended up getting injured. And so I had to take a couple of years off and before I came back again, and then I got signed. And in that couple of years is where I took up. I was already bodybuilding, but I really kind of took it up to a serious level. Like, did my homework and figured out how to eat properly and train and all of that, and just really took that on and made that a priority going into my return to wrestling school.
So, what got you into WWE, developmental or OVW, as some people would call it?
Well, so when I came back to UPW, WWE would come to town again. I would started training, and when WWE came to town, and they sent me along with a group of others to the Staples Center, and that's where we get seen. And I think I was pretty much from that first point that they saw me, I was on their radar because I came back and I was really in shape and really young, only 18 years old, I think, but built like, a guy well into his 20s. And so I was on their radar, and there were little hints of that along the way. So I kind of knew that as well, but they didn't sign me right away. It still took a few months, but it wasn't too long from that first time seeing me. It was probably maybe 6 months or so before I then inevitably got signed. And once I got signed is when I went down to OVW.
Was that a big shift for you going all the way? That's across the country, different training school.
Well, yeah, because I just turned like 18. I was 18 or going on 19. So I mean, I was so young, but I was totally game for it. But it still doesn't change the fact that it was scary and intimidating and all that stuff. But well, there wasn't any ounce of me that wasn't going to go do it. I was getting paid to go do it too. So it's like,
yeah,
first world problems.
What was your training like at OVW? Was it a pleasant experience? Is it something that you were fond of?
Well, no, at the time it wasn't. It was kind of dreadful at the time because we would have to be there at like 8 a.m., which for me was kind of the crack of dawn at that point, especially to be getting in the ring. To be getting in the ring at 8 a.m. is just so damn early. And then, it was with Rip Rogers, and Rip would put us through the ringer for a good 4 hours or so. But it was great. At the time, I didn't appreciate it as much because you're going through it and it's so much work. But when I look back at it now, it was such a great style of training to lay a foundation out for a worker, what Rip did. Because really what Rip did was give you all the tools to be able to work. But, to me, being able to work also means having the ability to call it on the fly. And a big part of what Rip taught was being able to go out there and just call stuff on the fly and not plan everything, So and I think that, again, to me, to be a good worker, you have to have that ability. If you have to plan every single thing in your match, A to Z, you might pull off a good match presentation wise, but I don't, I'd like to see what you're going to do if things get messed up,
Yeah. What was like going through your mind when you got called up from OVW to the main WWE roster at the time?
It was just awesome. I don't know, everything was cool, but it was just scary because I was so young, and it was a locker room full of grown men that I'd grown up watching. So I didn't know necessarily how to handle myself around that, but it was also just very cool. I don't know, like I was on the road full time well before I ever debuted, and I couldn't even rent cars. I was so young, which was funny, and just learning how to go about just even sorry about the beeping, just learning all the tricks of the trade of traveling and stuff, because that's a process in itself. You're learning how to work, wrestle, and all that, but traveling isn't easy too. It's something you gotta really kind of become an expert in itself, because there's so many different problems you can run into traveling, and you won't know how to handle it or what to do, especially back then when you didn't have, because I remember initially we didn't have GPS when I first got on the road and stuff like that. So that was obviously very difficult. But literally, maybe within a month or two of me getting called up, GPS came out, and I was one of the first on it. So thank goodness for that. But yeah, but I don't know. It was really cool. It was cool, but it was also intimidating.
Yeah. Who is like your first travel partner?
Gene Snitsky.
Oh, that's a big man. Two big guys in the car. That has to be tough.
Oh yeah, he's bigger than me too, man. But and it's just funny, man. I love him. What an interesting guy to ride with. My first travel partner on the road. It's so funny. I always tell the story. I mean, the stories about Snitsky are endless and stuff for the Snitskyisms. But the funniest one to me was, again, I was talking about GPS around this time too. Wi-Fi had just become a thing, right? As I was on the road, or it wasn't even a thing yet, at least in hotels. And so Gene Snitsky every night on the road, it'd be like we'd be on the road, do 4 shows a week, and we'd have to drive 200-300 miles sometimes. So long drives. And every night Gene Snitsky would have to stop off at a porn shop to pick up whatever material he needed for the night. But it wouldn't be a fast process either, man. Like he'd go in there and browse. So I'd be like sitting in the car sometimes for 45 minutes to an hour. And then I would end up having to go in there to try to retrieve him and get pulled into his nasty world. But I remember that because my first introduction to Wi-Fi was when we were on the road. I've come to know that if we could find a hotel that had Wi-Fi, we didn't have to stop by the porn shop. So I was like, we need to find this Wi-Fi so we can avoid this stop because these drives are long. You don't want to have a 45-minute, hour stop in addition to your food stop when you already have to drive 3 hours. That's a big ask. So and then not to mention all the feet that ended up in his mouth. They were all women's feet, let's clarify, but that was a big thing for him. He loved feet. They were in his mouth quite a bit.
Gene Snitsky sounds like a very interesting man. I might have to get him on here to talk about.
Maybe you definitely should.
Maybe not all these instances, but maybe some different instances.
He should be on so many more podcasts.
I've heard a lot of great things. A lot of hilarious things, and I'm sure
we call him Uncle Snizzle.
Uncle Snizzle? Okay. No. I might have to write that down. So if I get him on here, I can call him that. See what he says. Your debut was really one of the first main roster debuts that I can remember. Just the presentation was a masterpiece, to say the least. I guess. Was there a certain bit of nerves going into such a big presentation? And did it go how you had thought it would go?
No, not at all. There was a lot of nerves, but I've told this story quite a bit. What happened is I ended up getting food poisoning. So yeah, I had a lot of nerves, but I was also sick as a dog, throwing up and crapping, to be quite frank. I couldn't hold any food down. So nerves were almost kind of negated by how sick I was. And it totally kind of messed up the experience. It's unfortunate because a lot of my pro wrestling career and experience has been had kind of stuff like this. It's just I haven't had the best of luck, let's just say. I was able to make it in and accomplish some things, but I got food poisoning for my debut. This is my debut match on Raw. So it's the sickest I've ever been in my life. And when you ask me if it went the way I wanted to, well, starting from there, obviously, that part, no, I'm not feeling good. So going into the match, I lost 10 pounds because I was throwing up so much and couldn't hold anything down. But then when you look back at the match, I also broke Stevie Richards' face. I broke his nose and his eye bone, his orbital bone. And he was really upset and has every reason to be really, it's not ballet and people make mistakes, but a mistake like that in pro wrestling, a guy has a legit reason to be upset. I mean, again, I obviously didn't do it on purpose, But still, it's just like, even when I look back at it now, it's like, man, how could you do that? Like, it's just, it seems like something that just shouldn't happen, but it accidentally did. And so, the whole experience was very tainted because, you injure a guy, you're sick as a dog, you lose all that weight. And you were asking about the entrance. As far as the entrance goes, I wasn't comfortable at all with the entrance yet. And like, you can kind of see that in it, because if you look at it from the first entrance to, like, a few months later, I'm obviously much more like on point, and I've kind of mastered it, so to speak, much more. But in that first one, everything's very slow. Like, I haven't really figured out what I'm gonna do with it yet, because we just came up with it that day. So I guess if I would have maybe had some time to work on that, I would have had it more down. But yeah, it was a work in progress, man. You know what I mean? Again,
Yeah.
hitting all those dongs at the right places, the poses, and then what to do in between the poses, and all those little things like that.
Did your time bodybuilding help you adapt to that?
Oh, well, yeah, I thought a little bit, I guess. But I mean, it wasn't any real science to it. I mean, you're just hitting muscular poses. It was more about just the timing of the stuff. You know what I mean? Hitting the dongs and hitting the pose at the right time. And, because that isn't as easy as it sounds, especially when you have the pressure of live television. There's millions of people watching you in that moment. And so, that's the part where, little stuff like that, even, you have to have that down.
What would you say is your favorite Master Lock challenge?
Oh, the one with Shawn Michaels for sure, because it was built. We did the Master Lock challenge, and they went fine and everything, but there wasn't anything that was like main event material or anything like that. And so, we did a bunch of them, and then finally the one with Shawn builds in a way to where the main event of Raw is a Master Lock challenge with Shawn Michaels. And then, what we did in the Master Lock challenge was like, the crowd was so into it and stuff. Like, it was a great segment, and it was really difficult because, going back to what a lot of people won't think about or won't realize, like in a segment like that, like holding Shawn Michaels in the full Nelson for that long a time with the struggling and all the stuff that we're doing is really tough. Like, your my forearms would start engorging with blood and like turning purple, and I would literally start going numb in those, if we would do it for long enough. So I remember that was with the Shawn segment, that actually being very difficult because we had it on him for a long time. And again, he's not a big guy, obviously, or anything like that. So it was surprising. But yeah, it was very an exciting segment. And again, he's my childhood hero, all time, idol. So to be doing that with him, makes it even that much, or actually 100 times cooler.
At that point in the Raw program, you were a highlighted individual on it. Do you think it would have been beneficial if at Unforgiven you would have went over Shawn?
No, because I always look at it like this. Well, yeah, it would have been beneficial, but at the same time, Shawn had just lost to Hogan the month before.
Yeah.
So with Shawn, me looking up to Shawn the way I do, I wouldn't even want him to lose to Hogan and then lose to me the next month.
Yeah.
Him just giving me a competitive match the way he did was as good as a win for me at that point. Like, yeah, a win would have been awesome, but like, I would never expect Shawn to lose to Hogan and then lose to Chris Masters the month after. Like, Shawn needs a win in one of those. If Shawn beat Hogan, then that kind of changes everything. Then it would have been like, yeah, that'd been awesome. Give me the win, like by, even if it's just the heel finish. But I wouldn't even expect it in that case. But like, I'm just saying, if, because, I'm not looking at, I'm looking at the big picture of things, you know what I mean? And like, like, okay, how would that work for Shawn? And so it only worked for Shawn if he didn't lose both matches.
Fair enough. Was there ever any plans for you guys to do more? Like, was there ever a series planned or anything like that?
Well, no, not necessarily, because what Survivor Series comes up, and if you look at what happened, like I worked with Sean all over the world on live events and stuff like that. And we were kind of intertwined for the next few months, but indirectly. And a lot of it was because, you're working kind of different tag matches. It'd be Carlito and me versus Sean and Flair and different stuff like that at live events. But then once TV started moving from there, we really quickly started building to Survivor Series, which is where now all of a sudden, we're kind of aligned with Sean, right? Like it was Carly, me, Sean, and uh, shoot, whoever else I can't remember right now, but you know, damn,
I
who was
don't.
it? I
I
can't
can't.
remember right now.
I
Yeah,
can
but
find it real quick.
but either way, so that was why that didn't run. I think originally they had meant for Sean and Hogan to possibly work for 3 matches, right? People have talked about that. And then inevitably, I think it would have been Survivor Series time. So really, after the Hogan thing got short, that was one of the matches he had with Hogan. And so then I was kind of maybe, like I probably got that opportunity because now the Hogan thing wasn't happening. So now we needed to fill time, there. So now I get the match with Sean, and now we're only a month away from Survivor Series, and or then Taboo Tuesday was right before that, I think, actually.
Yeah,
So
it was
things were
taboo.
moving. Yeah, things were moving really fast in a way where it was hard to like get married into a program. Like I know, I think there was one program in the company, and at that point it was, or not in the company, but on Raw, and it was just the world title picture, and the IC picture. Outside of that, it was kind of a mixed bag. Or Matt Hardy and Edge were going too.
Yeah,
Yeah, they had a rivalry that went a while, and then I don't remember who Hunter was working at that point. Hunter wasn't even in a long rivalry. He was doing different things.
he was kind of in the shuffle as well at that point.
Yes.
That was
Yeah.
after Evolution and
Yep.
stuff like that because Batista was on SmackDown.
Yeah, like he might have worked Big Show or something. Like I
Yeah,
think I don't know. Yeah, he
this
did some, but he didn't have any 4 or 5 months rivalry. Like so, Edge and uh, Hardy had one, but nobody else really did. I guess at that point, it was really just everything was just moving too quick until Survivor Series was done.
you mentioned Carlito, and that's somebody you was a tag team with for quite some time. Do you have a favorite Carlito moment or a favorite match that you guys tagged with or anything like that?
Oh, man, that's really tough because there's a lot with Carly. I just, I like we worked the match on the Indies. The last match we worked on the Indies, I thought was really funny because we worked a whole spot into the match where I end up, he's selling something and I go and grab his apple and take a bite out of it. And I'm going I go walk up to him like I'm going to spit it on him. And he hits me with like a chop to the throat. And then, like in the ring there, I start choking on the apple. And the referee comes around and starts trying to give me the Heimlich maneuver to no avail. And then Carlito even, he kind of recovers and then he sees what's happening. And then he comes over and he tries to give it to me. And that doesn't work. And then he just says, screw it, and gives me his finish, the backstabber. And there, the apple comes shooting out of my mouth.
That's
And
amazing.
then, of course, he has to pin me for the 1, 2, 3. And I just thought that was such a ridiculous but funny finish, and it works. I mean, you can find it; it's on YouTube. But it was a funny little deal, and we really, I just really played it like I was choking on the apple, and that's what really kind of made it, I think. But and then to see the apple shooting out as he's giving me the backstabber is just classic. And then, of course, we make up after the match. There's a hug, because he pinned me, but at least he got the apple out. So, you know. Smiles on faces all around.
Would you like to ever get back in there and tag with Carlito?
Oh, absolutely. But I don't know if that'll ever happen. It's not up to me necessarily.
Yeah, fair enough. Somebody else I want to ask about is, it is Cena's last year. And like I mentioned earlier, you and Cena were really intertwined, especially when you was with Carlito. Um, is he somebody like before he hangs up the jorts for the last time that you'd like to cinch in that master lock one more time on?
Oh, of course, I'd love to work with him again, but I don't know. I don't think John Cena ever cared for me too much, so I'm sure he wouldn't really, you know, I'm sure it wouldn't really matter too much if he worked me or not in his retirement run or anything. You know what I mean? I think he'd have more nostalgia off of working with somebody like Kurt Angle, obviously, or even Carlito, for because Carly, of course, Carly beat him for the
U.S. title.
yeah. So there's a little more history there, but of course, if given the opportunity, I'd love to work with him again. I mean, because he's the Hulk Hogan of your generation.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, you were one of the many heels that um, got to try to take him down. Is that something like a moment that you cherish? Do you ever think about those times? And
The funny part with Cena and me is like we were talking about UPW.
Mhm.
Cena and me, when I first started as a kid, started there at basically the same time, maybe even the same day. So I've known Cena since I was really young.
Huh.
And we just never really mixed that great. Like, I don't know, maybe it'd be different nowadays, but we were always kind of like oil and water a little bit. And but to go to what you're saying, it was more so about like I have those feelings about Shawn when I'm working with Shawn, Hunter, Flair, those guys. Not as like I recognize Cena for being what we just said he was. He was the Hulk Hogan of your generation, and then therefore of my generation in the business. But it's not like I'm grateful to have worked him, but like it was working John Cena wasn't necessarily on the bucket list of things in pro wrestling to do. Working with the top guy was, so in that sense, definitely. But because he's so loved and everything and so celebrated, obviously just having that looking back now under your belt is a cool thing to have. Yeah, I got to work with him quite a bit.
I'm going to jump forward a little bit. The Master Lock Challenge would eventually be broken by Bobby Lashley. Is that
Shucks.
something like you wish wouldn't have been broken, or did you like to have the moment where Bobby breaks it?
Well, I wouldn't say I like it. And it would have been better looking back now for it to not have been broken. But uh, for me, at the time, I just looked at it like if it was to be broken, Bobby Lashley was the right guy because
Okay.
he was the guy who would benefit from it the most. Just with the way he looks, it made the most sense because the only real other person than him that it could be that would kind of make sense, at least from a physical standpoint, is Batista, but he didn't really need it. He was the world champion already and everything else. But Bobby, on the other hand, was on the rise, and they were going into the Donald Trump angle, so it just made a lot more sense. But still, from a selfish standpoint, it would have been better for me for it not. And them even considering that to be one of the things to push him is probably uh, one of the points where Vince, almost mentally demoted me in his head a little bit. If they're going to sacrifice the master lock at that point.
If not Bobby, who would you have chose to break the Master Lock?
That's the thing I don't know. Because I mean, I could obviously just look at the biggest guys in the company like Big Show, Kane, or Batista. But again, to go back to what you're saying, they didn't really necessarily need it. So, but like again, just to protect the hold, I would pick those guys because, like, if I pick a Shawn Michaels or Rey Mysterio, that's not doing anything for me, is it?
No.
Right. So, like, yeah, like, I mean, just from looking out for myself standpoint, I'd pick one of those guys. But again, like, I don't know what it would necessarily do for any one of them. Like, maybe it could benefit one of the three of them, but probably not as much as it did Bobby at that point.
I am going to jump forward a little bit forward again. In 2011, TNA was doing work in India with a company called Rinka King. or
Yeah.
I'm probably terrible with names, but
No, that's
what
it.
was your experience like, working with them in India? And did you enjoy going over to India and being a part of that program?
Oh yeah, I did. It was a lot of fun. It was my first time working with Jeff Jarrett. So and I enjoyed that experience. And it could be difficult being in India for that long because a lot of places in India outside of the cities can be very third world. But and the food is good, but it can be challenging when that's all you're eating is Indian food,
Mm-hmm.
morning to night. Uh, and then from a wrestling standpoint, I mean, the production and everything was first class all the way. The challenge of that was, all of us imports or Americans they brought over had to work with guys from India who, essentially had no experience. They just trained. So we were all kind of handpicked to work with these guys because, Jeff felt that we could work with these green guys and, pull decent matches out of them, which, we essentially did. So it was a fun experience, challenging, but fun.
Did working with Jeff at that time maybe aid in getting you to be a part of GFW or Global Force Wrestling later?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because you come in for somebody, you have a good working experience. And, with a guy like Jeff, you end up in his Rolodex for, whatever projects or things he might have upcoming in the future. So that's essentially what happened doing Rick and King. And then, once he started GFW and then obviously Impact Wrestling from there.
Do you know what like the initial plans were for GFW or at least for you? 'Cause I know it didn't get to go as far as maybe they wanted it.
Well, I mean, I think, going to end up working with Nick Aldis. I think Nick was going to be the champion. And, he was going to try to get a TV deal, I think, and, kind of start his own thing again. But then, I think Impact Wrestling had called him in and then they merged the two. So, it kind of got muddied a little bit by that. But I think initially, because I remember we did a taping in Vegas that ended with me, like Aldis and me having a confrontation.
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up busting him open, hardwaying him though. So it
Okay.
wasn't even planned. He wasn't too happy with me over that, but it was an accident.
You did get to be a part of the Impact GFW kind of invasion angle when GFW invaded Impact. Did you enjoy did you enjoy working with the stable, the GFW stable, and what do you think like would have made that storyline more successful?
I don't know what it would have made it more successful. I just think it was kind of, again, the booking was very muddied, I think, because of all the moving pieces. Bruce Pritchard going out, Jim Cornette, and then Jeff Jarrett coming back in. So I just know I enjoyed the experience of it, getting to work the Impact Zone and be a part of that, which I hadn't. I'd come in, I think, and worked a dark match for them once, but hadn't really been a part of the show. So, it's cool. And I got to meet LA Knight well, not meet LA Knight for the first time, but work with him quite a bit. And so I became a big advocate for him. And yeah, it was cool. It was a cool experience, cool little time there. But
Did
I don't know what would have made it more successful. It's hard to even remember back everything that was going on at that point because it was just, again, a lot of moving pieces.
did you see Eli Drake at the time becoming what he is now, LA Knight? Did you see that potential in him?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Because I've known, to me, when LA Knight got over to the WWE universe, to a lot of the people that know him and the fans of Impact Wrestling, I mean, it isn't really any different. It's the same guy that they saw in Impact Wrestling. The only difference is the name. He's not Eli Drake. He's, and he doesn't use dummies as much. That's it. So, and it's a fun, that yeah thing is a real fun thing to say. And the way he does it is very infectious.
Do you think the criticisms of him being like labeled a rock or like a stone cold are valid, or do you think he's his own entity?
Oh, no, I don't think they're valid. I guess you could bring that up, and I know it's been brought up like by Kevin Nash and stuff, but I don't know. He's his own little, everybody's kind of a little mix of various people, you know what I mean? Just because LA Knight might be 50% Stone Cold, 50% rock, and, kind of mixed up and made, trying to make his own, I don't see as any big issue. You know what I mean? He hasn't stolen anything directly, any catchphrases directly from Rock or Austin. And I don't know. I just feel like also too, when you look at that, enough time has passed as well. Like it maybe be a lot more glaring if he was trying to do that within, back 10 or 15 years ago. But to do it now is kind of like, I think that's why he's gone over. It's almost a breath of fresh air because you haven't had that in a while. So,
and with that said, I think it even goes a long way for him that Austin or Rock hasn't came out and said, "Hey, I don't like this," or "Hey, he's stealing my stuff." Then maybe it'd
and
be different.
they wouldn't, because I think they would probably, they'd probably I think most guys like seeing their influence on somebody. They might not want to see you directly steal their stuff, you know what I mean? Like blatantly, but to see their influence is a whole nother thing. It's like, oh, you can tell I influence that, you know what I mean? Or whatever. I mean, I guess a lot of people steal moves, but there's only so many moves out there you can do, you know what I mean? You have to ask Sean how he feels about everybody super kicking nowadays, right? So I don't know. I just don't see it as an issue with LA Knight. You know what I mean? I just think he is a bit of that, but he's not coming out there and saying finally LA Knight has come back to Los Angeles, or if you smell what LA Knight are cooking, or that's the bottom line because LA Knight said so. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, he wears a vest. He has, I don't know.
Sometimes I see the comparisons, and other times I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Nothing there is directly blatantly. You can't see the hairstyle or anything directly. So I don't know. It's been long enough, and it's fine, man. Everybody in this business is influenced. You could probably take every single wrestler and put them out there and kind of look at them and find some kind of influence of somebody out there. You know what I mean? Like whether it's their attire or their hair or whatever, their body.
I know, like for you, when you first initially came out as the masterpiece, there was a lot of like said influence from like Paul Orndorff or the narcissist Lex Luger. Are those places that you took a lot of inspiration from?
Oh, that was the funny part because I wasn't a Luger fan at all, so I didn't really like that comparison. And Paul Orndorff was before my time, but even watching Paul, I appreciated his ability, but I wasn't a fan of his look or anything like that. So Rick Rude was more kind of my cup of tea. I liked Rick Rude. I mean, my main influences in wrestling were Rick Rude definitely was one, but Mr. Perfect, Shawn Michaels, Ric Flair, Bret Hart. So to me, I didn't plan on necessarily coming in and being a body guy, so to speak. It just kind of happened that way. You know what I mean? I ended up taking up bodybuilding, and I ended up being, all of my peers were really built, but I became specifically, the built guy. You know what I mean? And so for me, it was just, I don't know. I didn't necessarily see that coming. I mean, I knew I was going to work on my body and build myself up, but I didn't realize I was going to be given a gimmick and kind of categorized as a body guy and compared to Luger or Orndorff and that whole kind of archetype of wrestler. But, it was fine. It was kind of my ticket to get in. But I think if you look at my work in the last couple of years, it was probably more so what I probably originally wanted to do, which is, not necessarily be such a big hulking guy that can't bump around because he's so big and it doesn't make sense. But, be a guy, a little smaller, but to the point where you can be more athletic around the ring and move around a bit more.
I'm going to jump back to TNA because recently they have been rebranded as TNA Would you ever consider going back to Impact Wrestling and being under the new regime?
Absolutely. I'm open to any opportunity. I mean, I'm still wrestling as my full-time job, but on the indies. So for me, any kind of opportunity would be welcome because, I've done the indie wrestling thing for quite a while, but, I think anybody who's in this business for this long, you definitely would want more than just that. You want a platform to work on. You want a consistent check first and foremost, but also, as a performer, you don't want to be working a different independent show every week with a standalone match. You want to be a part of something. You want the consistent check, like I said, but you want, a program, something that your character is vying for or working towards, or, something you can build off of from week to week. That's what you really crave as a performer. Cash and creative, like they say.
Uh, in the last couple of years, you got to be a part of the NWA, and pretty much right after you got there, you won the NWA National Championship. How did it feel to have that company behind you right away and represent them by holding that championship?
Well, it was really cool for all the reasons I just said. It was cool to be now. I'd done the Impact Wrestling thing, but that was what it was. But when at the time when the NWA wrestling opportunity came, I was really kind of ready for it. We were coming out of COVID, and it was cool to have their backing and given the opportunity and have a platform, and, to be able to show, here's me now. And also that platform kind of gave me an opportunity to try to, when you have a platform like that, you also have an opportunity to evolve your character and try stuff. You know what I mean? That's a big thing. So, I was able to do some of that, try to evolve my character and my look a little bit and stuff like that. And, just get away from the guy that they saw, 20 years ago, whatever it's been.
You were champion for 200 plus days. Is there a favorite title defense that you had throughout your duration as champion?
Oh man, I liked all the string of matches I was having at that point. I worked with James Storm and I had a great match, and Crimson and I had a great match kind of in his hometown where I dropped the belt. Uh, the Sinister Minister and me had I was having great matches with everybody with that belt, really. I was really cooking. So I was really kind of liking the opportunity with NWA, and was hoping that I could take it much farther. In my mind, I wanted to definitely try to vie for the NWA World Title, and if nothing else, just to have get the notoriety of that. Hopefully create more opportunities in pro wrestling. And obviously it'd be cool to have that in your legacy that you leave behind. Like you were a NWA World Champion at one point. So, but didn't end up happening.
Something like recently that I've really noticed, and you've brought up inspiration from the likes of Shawn Michaels. Lately, the gear is looking kind of like 90s Shawn. You're getting the long hair. Is that kind of the route you're kind of going?
Well, I'd never go out there wearing chaps or anything like that. But I knew that I want so when I was with NWA, I knew I wanted I got in touch with the wrestling fan in me, and I realized that I needed to kind of base myself. I needed to make my younger self become a fan of what I was doing. And so I was like, what were the things I liked as a kid? And entrance gear was a big thing to me. And I knew that I didn't want to wear a robe, and I wasn't going to do the cape like I had been in WWE. So what could I do? And I know that I'd always wanted to take, Shawn's attires from back then were obviously very cool. So I didn't want to necessarily do the chops and all that, but I did want to do, a vest that was a cross between like a gladiator and some of HBK stuff with all the different chain link and designs and stuff like that. So definitely a lot of influence there. And then the hair thing, you definitely say would be, but it wasn't necessarily planned. I know that just Tom Latimer and myself made a pact to not, he had shaved the sides of his hair and had it long on top, so he had to cut his, and then it was about my length, and we both made the pact to grow our hair. And you know, I didn't end up actually think I would end up liking it. I thought I would have cut it before it got real long, but it ended up being like another thing, like, oh, cool, this is something I can do to just give me myself a new look, which I don't know, I just think is important. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to be, especially for a guy like me who's been around in wrestling this long now, it's just important to not, to change your presentation around so you don't look the same. And like, even more so just for myself looking in the mirror every day, you get sick of seeing yourself with the same either hairstyle or whatever year in and year out. So like, I was looking at it too, just from that standpoint, like, whatever, I just want something different,
Definitely.
But when you look at it all together, definitely you can see HBK influence for sure.
Just a little bit. Being in the business so long, what do you do to maintain that fire and to maintain that love for the business?
It can be tough sometimes because it can be love-hate relationship with it. But I mean, still, it's my first and kind of only love. So even at its toughest, like I said, I mean, it just goes, it's a roller coaster ride. It goes through different phases and stuff. But like, when we went through the pandemic and going into NWA, in that time, I was really able to reconnect with my fandom again. And like, I just wish, and it really made me approach myself as a wrestler differently in a lot of ways. Again, it made me kind of concentrate on pleasing 8-year-old me and not worrying about everybody else, which would have been very helpful, that kind of stuff early in my career if I would have approached it like that. Because then you're not, it's a lot more simple when you think about it in those terms. Like, okay, well, you're not going to please everybody, right? But like, what is it about me? You just have to take an honest look at yourself, right? Like, and be like, okay, I either like this or I don't. I like this gear or I don't like this gear, or this walk is lame or it's not. You know what I mean? And ditch that stuff. But like, so I don't know. It goes through different phases. But I was, again, I'll always know that I love, like, wrestling is my ultimate passion. So, it'll be really hard for somebody to completely take that away from me and it just to not exist anymore completely.
Have you ever considered or thought about doing, like, opening a training school or joining a training school and teaching the crop of next talent?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I thought about all that stuff. I mean, it's all on the table. It's just, do you want to start your own? Like, the idea of starting my own school is very daunting. And then you got to keep, how do you keep an influx of students and all? And are you in the right place for that, or is it already saturated? But, when you bring that up, it only makes sense to me that if you're going to devote that long to a profession and become an expert to that level, that it would be in your best interest to try to still utilize it in a way like that, like you're saying, whether it be teaching it or being a producer with one of the companies, helping to put together the matches with the talent or whatever.
Is that something, like, when you go to some of these shows, that you find yourself ever doing, being in the locker room with younger talent?
Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, I work with younger talent a lot. I work with younger talent more than I do like my peers, so to speak. Like, and so in those experiences, I don't look at it like I'm like, oh, just out there. I look at it like, yeah, we're out here to entertain the crowd and work each other, but I also look at it like I'm working and teaching this guy. Because when you got a guy who's only 3 or 4 years in, working a guy who's got 20 years in, there's just really no other way to look at it. Like, dude, you're so green, you don't even realize how green you are, type thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean I don't take their input and stuff. Like, I'll ask them if they have ideas and stuff like that, and then I'll listen to their ideas, and then if there's a problem with their ideas, I'll point it out to them. Like, well, here's the issue with that. This doesn't make sense for whatever. And I'll point out to why it doesn't make sense. and that try to teach them. And then obviously we do the match, and then whenever we come to the back, there's always some kind of feedback for them. Usually, they're like either put more behind your strikes, or feed better in the comeback, or whatever the hell it is.
Back when in the day, you hear a lot of stories about how tough the locker room was. As some would consider you the veteran of the locker room. Is that something you try to make different nowadays? Like you try to ever go in the locker room and try to say, "Hey,
Yeah,
I'm not
I
going to
mean,
make it like."
I didn't consciously try necessarily to do that. I mean, I guess I might have personally, because I just handle situations differently being the vet now than it was handled, against me when I was green coming in. But it's also just a byproduct of my generation. Like we are, and the generation, it is softer. Each generation has gone softer. And like my generation, we experienced the last bit of the all those guys who were in the territories and that rougher point you're talking about, but we didn't really carry a lot of it and pass it on to a lot of guys, for better and for worse, because yeah, we weren't bullies to a lot of these guys, but at the same time we also didn't really check them as much as they needed to, which is why you'll get certain guys who don't understand the etiquette the way they should, in terms of, you do shake people's hand in the locker room. Like, and it's not meant to be a thing that's like, oh my God, I got to shake everybody's hand or I'm going to be stressed out. But, nowadays, like, it would still be frowned upon. Like, and it's understand that, like, it would be disrespectful to not, like, you're not going to shake my hand at any point. But I'm also, like, I don't think any of us are looking for that guy. Like, oh, he didn't shake my hand, so everybody, let's treat him like garbage, and he's got heat and yada yada yada. And like, it's just it's addressed differently by us, because I know I've been in these situations where I've had to tell talent like, yo, why'd you just not even, you didn't even come up to me and say anything. But you realize too, a lot with these guys, a lot of times they're intimidated and stuff. And so like, and which is no different than what I was. So, you give them the pass in those situations when when you kind of realize stuff like that. It's not necessary to come down with an iron fist on them. But if it's not that, then that's where you would have to be. It's on us to still be stern, and point it out and not just let it go. And I don't, what I mean? I always, voice this stuff when I feel it necessary.
If you're in the locker room and a younger talent ever approaches you for advice, what kind of advice do you like to hand off?
Well, I mean, that's just such a broad question. It's usually like, because I mean, where do you even start? Right? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
there's so much advice you could give. It's just, it's usually more about, like, if talent comes up to me, it's usually like, hey, can you watch my match later? Or, if I have watched it, they ask for whatever feedback I saw. And, I look for it because a lot of it is just, like when you've been doing it this long, that's one thing that makes teaching really easy. It's very easy to just watch it and point out all these little things, because there's a lot of things they'll do, like their footwork will be terrible, they'll be taking way more steps than they need to. And that doesn't sound like much, but then when you're watching it, all you notice is like, oh, this guy just doesn't look confident, or he doesn't look polished. You might not even know it's because he's taken 10 steps. You just know that he doesn't look polished. But, I'm looking at that and I know that, like, oh, he's just taking way too many steps. So he looks nervous and like, I'm just talking about that's just a particular scenario in a match, right? That what I'm saying. But those are like kind of the examples of advice I'll give. But it's always usually best with the guys that I've worked with, because, when you get in there and you're able to dance with each other, there's a lot more help you have to give.
Definitely. Masters, my last question is, seeing how we are so fresh into 2025, what are your goals for this year?
That's a good question. I would say that, I don't know, my goal is to make something happen in professional wrestling beyond the indies, because Well, I said this before in an interview not too long ago, very recently actually. I'm at a crossroads. I love professional wrestling, but I can't also just be dithering on the independent wrestling scene. So, my goal is to make something happen in professional wrestling, and if I don't, to pivot. It doesn't mean I need to quit pro wrestling, but pivot meaning either, try to, like you were talking about, teach it or do something else in it, or just do something else completely. You know what I mean? Well, whatever it is, you know what I mean? Like focus more on commercial work or training people, fitness training people. I don't know, whatever. You know what I mean? I have to keep an open mind with that. Like I thought about firefighting, but honestly, being out here in Los Angeles with the fires we get, as you seen, with those
Could
fires
be
we got a
rough.
couple of weeks ago, were a rude awakening about like, oh, maybe I don't want to be a firefighter in Los Angeles, California. So, but I mean, honestly, wrestling's my ultimate love. So I'm hoping, obviously, I'm hoping that I can make something happen there. But again, it's been a long time, and I don't want to just continue on the independent wrestling scene and that be it, because then you're looking at a finish like Mickey Rourke in that movie, The Wrestler, and that is definitely not what I want.
Understood. Before we go, are there any social medias or anything you want to plug to let the fans know where they can find you coming up next?
Yeah, I'm very active on Instagram. That's my preferred platform, and that's Chris Masters 310. And Twitter is, or X as we call it now, is at Chris Adonis. So I'm on there sporadically. And yeah, those are the main. And for booking appearances and whatnot, you could reach out at masterpiece83@gmail.com.
Sounds good. Masters, thank you. This was a great time. I like to jump into my childhood sometime. Maybe we can do it again. Maybe we can get you on here for a part two and we could talk about some different stuff.
Yeah, it was fun. It didn't feel like an interview. It just felt like we were just chatting it up a little bit. So I enjoyed that. We should have a cup of Joe over here, sipping on coffee or something.
Next time, that's what we'll do.
Sounds
I
good,
just want to
man.
say thank you, and I can't wait to do this again. I'll
Yeah,
leave it
yeah.
and see you next time.
All right, man. I appreciate you.
Of course.
Kidding.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine. Today, we are on call with EC3. How are we doing?
We're doing excellent. Apparently, the car, my awesome souped up Jeep, just got ramrodded and is now a total loss. So I'm kind of
boy.
like, but like, is it a good thing? Because the return value is pretty high on them. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to handle it. But like, I loved my Jeep and I was going to drive it till it died. And well, I guess I did. So, I used to be
So,
into material things, but then like, I've realized in a minimalist lifestyle, I don't really need much. But I did like my Jeep. And you think EC3, you think the Maseratis and the Audis and whatever the shit. But nah, man, I just like big truck-like things that aren't trucks so people don't ask me to help them move. But
I think you driving a Jeep makes way more sense than a Maserati or something else. I'm not gonna lie.
you're right, absolutely right. First off, made in America, I think. Well, it was probably made in Canada by the time I got it. But yeah, I'm a Jeep guy for sure. I hate the Jeep Wave, but I like the Jeep ride.
Okay. Before we get started with questions, is there anything you want to plug? Social medias, Exodus Pro, anything like that?
I mean, I'm terrible at plugging myself, but at the real EC3 on the social handles, Instagram, Facebook, X, I guess I rarely post, though I should because it's my job. Really want to talk about Exodus Pro. So you're in Chicago. I don't know, what's the target demographic of your podcast? What kind of like
Uh,
range? Kind of all over the place, or is
all
it?
over the place.
All right.
It's new, so we're growing. We haven't found the audience yet.
Creating content is all about consistency, from what I've heard.
Yes.
So even Joe Rogan started somewhere. The one thing is you just have to keep fucking doing it over and over and over. and finding that niche, especially in a crowded market. Maybe we can help you figure it out here. But I'll talk about Exodus Pro, exoprowrestling.com or at Exodus Pro Wrestling. I don't know our handles. Exodus Pro on Instagram, which is our main feature. We're going to have TikTok and YouTube, but we stream live our shows on the NWA's YouTube. Our next show is March 15th, 2025, Win in Rome 2 in Cleveland, Ohio. So if you're in the vicinity, which I'm going to invite you, but if you're in the vicinity of Cleveland, I'd say 5 to 12 hours. Hop in a car, drive up. It's going to be a great event. I run the best shows. I'm sure the talent that have worked for me and have been cultivated by me will say that's the case. Yeah, but I got a main event. It's a Final Flowers match with myself against Richard Holiday, who's a big dickhead. And then we got our tag team champions, TME, the main event. You should see these guys. They're huge freaks, defending in a three-way tag match against Major League, Cleveland, whatever guys, and this young team, alienated youth that are probably getting thrown out of the building. We got the Exodus Pro Women's Champion Tiffany Nieves there. We got Dante Casanova, our new champion, defending against Anthony Green. And we have our former champion, Pretty Boy Smooth, challenging Calvin Tankman, who I believe is a Chicago guy. And I'm really excited to see what he can do. So it's a cool show.
If you had to give us like a short explanation, what would you say the idea or the mission behind Exodus Pro Wrestling is?
Evolving what we love to what we want it to be. So we all love wrestling. I mean, we're on a podcast that says I love wrestling, right? Or is it I like wrestling? I
love wrestling. We love wrestling right here.
I love the idea of wrestling. I love what wrestling can and has been. What I don't love are some of the kind of like modern takes in a sense. I don't love the constant scrutiny. I don't love the fact that I think people have lost the idea that this shit's supposed to be fun and engaging and entertaining.
100%.
And like, I am a wrestler, right? I'm pretty high level. Like, so I understand concepts of work rate and move sets, but I also understand the concepts of character and storytelling and trying to combine those in a palatable way for everybody to enjoy. And that is from the most dire smart mark to the most oblivious casual person. If they could walk into an Exodus show and in 2 hours and 45 minutes understand everything that happened and each glass is filled. Like the hardcore fan got every ounce of like technicality and holds and working, while the casual fan got that was a fun 2.5 hours where I drank a bunch of beer and I saw a bunch of dudes fight and some hot chicks and it was cool. So like combining those is the dream.
Okay. With that said, what made you find wrestling and like maybe fall in love with it at a point in time?
It's a child of the late 80s. I liked sports and I liked movies, particularly action movies involving larger than life icons. Think Arnold Schwarzenegger, think Sylvester Stallone. I guess you could say Bruce Willis, though he wasn't very jacked. You got your Van Dams, guys like that, Bloodsport. So over the top, crazy, muscly freaks in wild, uh, unrealistic situations, while also the competitive and athleticism of sport. Like, where do you go from there? Well, that was pro wrestling, right? So, you're growing up and you got to choose between Hogan or Warrior. Whoops. Either way, but like seeing these larger than life icons kind of on the TV pop up with a Nubian, fresh, young mind really captivated me. And it's something that stuck with me. In high school was the Attitude Era, and I was still a fan. In college, I'm trying to get educated, but I hated everything about it because I wanted to wrestle. So I went and wrestled. And here we are today. So childhood ambition, I guess, is what initially caught me.
Okay. What would you say drove you to actually start training and beginning your pro wrestling journey?
The fact that very much try to retain sovereignty and individuality in what I am and who I want to be. So I wanted to do something and I couldn't shake the feeling. You only have one life to live. Give it a shot. Whether it panned out or it wouldn't have, at least I can know that I tried something. And if you're going to try something, if you're really going to like put yourself out there and try to do something, you have to understand the concept of you have to go all the way. Because if you don't have that intention, if you don't have that mindset, somebody else is going to, and somebody else will beat you to it. So, win or lose, if you go all the way, you can at least look at yourself and be proud knowing that I did everything I could. And I think a lot of people don't realize that getting into this, where it really is like, it's not fucking easy. And it's not just the physicality and it's not just the training. It's not just the getting spotlighted or contracts or being on the radar or making it somewhere. It's a emotional and a spiritual grind at times where if you want true success in something, going all the way sometimes means you have to rid yourself of what people normally are attracted to, the comforts of life, the companionship of others. There's a lot you have to sacrifice if you really want to make it in anything. Wrestling is not excluded.
What do you think's been able to keep you motivated and, your eyes on track? What's been your motivation?
I think, I've been fairly successful. I'm a three-time world heavyweight champion. I've beaten Kurt Angle, which as a child was my dream match. I've headlined major shows. I've been all over the world. I've done plenty of cool shit. But you always have the want and need for like more. So I had shitty WWE runs, but they made me who I am today. So in theory, there's pride in that, but at the other end, it's like these guys ain't that good compared to me. Where there, I don't want to say jealousy because you should never be jealous, and envy is not something to chase, but there are unanswered questions of what can be done and what I could do and what I'd wanted to do. But keeping your eyes on the prize is really about, again, this is life, is having a purpose within it. So is wrestling the purpose? It was, and it is to an extent, but maybe that purpose has grown into something more. Maybe that purpose has grown into leading people into, the unknown. Perhaps it's with this business and what I'm doing with Exodus, or perhaps it's, fans recognizing the real life situations wrestlers find themselves in and maybe finding inspiration and courage within that. So finding a purpose, however you want to define it, is probably the most important thing.
Okay. I know off camera, I name drop Brandon Beretta.
Yeah.
Somebody who is a control your narrative co-op. Can you explain to us a little bit more of what that means?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you, what did he have to say about it?
We didn't really dive much into it, honestly. We dove a lot into Exodus.
Well, Exodus, think of Exodus as the co-op. It's the same thing.
Okay.
So
they're one and the same.
Yeah. Like, in fact, I'm branding them on the same, let CYN become something else completely. But Exodus co-op, he trained with Exodus. He's being pushed, cultivated, created by Exodus. So we can go that route. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. I was wondering if they were two different entities or if they were the same entity. So I guess that answered that question.
I hold on. The name is cool. And the brand, I have a trade, so I wanted to use it. But like what I'm realizing now, and we'll probably talk about this though, is making everything easy to digest for people. So the fact, as a wrestling fan who spoke to a guy who wrestles for me and trained under me, we have confusion means it's not working. So Exodus, the training as well.
Okay. I'm gonna float over to OVW for a second. You currently wrestle there, work there, but you also worked there in the past. Does it ever feel full circle to you coming back after all that time? And like, are there any major differences between the company now as opposed to then?
Oh, we'll have to circle back to Beretta, but as far as OVW, like coming back, I was very, very close with Al Snow, who was probably one of the 7 people I'd say are responsible for my mindset in this business.
Okay.
And so working with them was more like they had some things going, where with TV, and then maybe there's something there to do. I kind of wanted to bridge a gap between the NWA and OVW to be a, cohesive force. But that was out of my control. Full circle, it was a totally different ball game for me because when I went there, I was a rookie trying to get looked at by the WWE when it was a developmental territory. For when I came back, I'm a veteran world champion who's working with younger guys to hopefully bring them up, but also prying my craft at the same time. So, I mean, as the NWA champion, I defended the title 74 times in a calendar year. Good handful of those with OVW. So it's more notches on my bedpost per se.
Okay.
I haven't been there lately as last time I was there, JBL clotheslined me to hell. So I guess I died. But it wasn't full circle. It was just a different version of something. But it did have, nostalgic means walking back into that building every time and being like, remembering what it was, where I started to who I am now and where I'm going.
Do you think it would have been more full circle maybe if, let's say, you came back as the same individual that you were before, but since you came back as EC3, does that make a big difference?
Yeah, I don't know if Mike Hunter would be a draw. So, uh, yeah, hard to say because it's hard to say that. I mean, we're like water, man, and no matter what, it's always in a different place. So it's hard to be the same person when you're somewhere and you come back. But
Okay.
yeah, I wouldn't want to think of it like that either. I think what would be interesting is if time travel is real, if I can catch myself walking in those doors in 2007 and I'm watching from my broken down Jeep and going like, "Hey, come here. I got about 400,000 things I need to tell you first before you walk in there." Things might have been different, but
Okay.
maybe not better. So,
I see. Looking back at your career, how important was Derek Bateman to the evolution of EC3?
that is a great question. I'm glad you asked it because this is an issue I'm dealing with a lot of young talent coming up. Okay. And so, an example I will say is like who you want to be is not who you need to be to get to where you want to go, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then there is no EC3 without Derek Bateman. Derek Bateman sucked. Like, I hated Derek Bateman. He was a goofy, long-haired, job guy, right? But without being Derek Bateman, without having those runs on NXT, watching the system develop, seeing the interaction of politics, learning the craft, even if Derek Bateman sucked on the bottom of the card, I'm hanging out with guys, watching guys like Orton or Cena, Taker work every night. Like, that is an education that I can take forward. So, a lot of young guys, let's take, for example, just because he's on the top of my head, one of my guys, Pretty Boy Smooth, who has cultivated a really strong character that is a persona he's comfortable being because it's himself, which are the best kinds. But to new places and new territories, they're not going to understand who he is and the depth of him until they have to get to know him first. So you almost need to scale back who you want to be something easy to recognize and digestible till you get there. So, for example, with the NWA, he's coming in and he's kicking ass and it's great, but he's under a new set of eyeballs where they don't understand, pretty boy, but you're a big giant man. There's a disconnect. And if they feel there's a disconnect, they might not get behind it. Granted, they will because he's going to work into it. But because what is the first thing they see when they see him? A gigantic 6'9" ass kicking machine. They don't see a smooth talking playa right off the bat. So me telling him like there had to be a Derek Bateman before there's an EC3, there might have to be a PB before there's Pretty Boy Smooth world champion. So it's very important. And for any young and up and coming wrestler, when it comes to cultivating that persona and that character you want to be, dude, The Rock was Flex Cavana. Stone Cold Steve Austin was Stunning Steve Williams. Kurt Angle was Kurt Angle, but he thought he was Stone Cold. If you read about it in his book, uh, all these guys, Batista was a deacon, you know. Undertaker was a big red, whatever. Like so, know that who you want to be takes time to. It takes time to get there, and sometimes you just need that way in. So I hope that answered it. That's pretty depth. That was pretty in depth.
I liked it. I always find the evolution of a character very interesting. And like you can see, especially from early EC3, the small traits of Derek Bateman that were there, but over time were left,
Yeah,
which I think is the coolest part about watching your career is
I
how
think.
you shed that skin.
Thank you for noticing because, like, I'm a Pisces, so I take the art of it stupidly serious. Where at the end of the day, we're play fighting on television in our underwear, but the depth of storytelling or intricacies or Easter eggs you leave along the way, they're not for everybody. But when they get noticed, your ego gets tapped. So thanks. Because there was a lot of that. It was kind of that transition too, where EC3 is a totally different entity than Derek Bateman. But how did it start? In shitty, heel, spoiled, rich kid, entitled, getting fed everything. So those like traits can stand. But to progress to becoming a top guy, a champion, to work with the likes of Sting or Bully Ray or Kurt Angle or Matt Hardy, like you have to develop battle tested sort of psyche over that time. And so this is not something they teach you in wrestling school. This is not something they teach you in WWE Creative Academy. This is shit you guys gotta have to find out for yourself. And the ones that can do it right. But it's hard to take on because no one's telling you how to do this, or no one's telling you to even do this. So you just have to pick the moments and the times where you kind of level up your persona into what's next. So shitty mid card, cheap heat heel to become a world champion who dethroned an Olympic gold medalist, fucking killer. There had to be stages of evolution because if you just go like that, people aren't buying it. But if you see it progress over time, whether it's in the forefront or subconscious in a fan's mind, they can see it makes sense. Which could be here's a thing we can talk about because we didn't put over strictly business Brandon Beretta enough.
Okay.
But Top Gun Brandon Beretta, like he came to a couple of my seminars, the prefaces. I always thought he was very talented as a wrestler. Still do. There was a time where I was at OVW and he's like really picking my brain, and these are just the things that happen. But I'm like, dude, stop. I don't know. What I know is this. Like, I have this feeling. We're having this conversation. I have this weird feeling that if you come to Cleveland and train with me, that is the best way I can help you. I can't help you from afar. I can't help you from this. I can't help you once every month when we see each other. Like, if you came to Cleveland with what I'm doing, I can fucking help you. And not only will I help you, if you show that, I will invest to make sure you get everything I can possibly give. And that came, and he came to Cleveland, and Top Gun Brandon Beretta was a standout in the school as far as in the ring, but the persona was missing until my creative cohort, Noah, who's a young man we brought along on this journey, was talking to him, and he goes, well, what do you like to do? And I think I wasn't part of the conversation, but Brandon's like, I like to wrestle, I like to work out, I like to diet. And it's like, so you're just like strictly business. He's like, yeah, I guess you can say that. And then the idea of strictly business is born. So this idea gets funneled up to me, and I'm a creative genius. And I'm like, well, fucking strictly business is awesome. Here's how it's going to be different. Every wrestler, you need sizzle to go with your steak, so to speak, which is the character and the presentation, the music, the gear, all the flashes to complement what you do in a ring. But my idea was his sizzle is so unsizzling, it's going to be even more sizzle, if that makes sense. A little bit of a paradox, but take away his theme music. He has no theme music. His gear is completely black. His boots are black. Everything about him is lame. His offense is fucking lame. It's devastating, but it's not exciting. Like, I don't know if you've ever been waistlock takedown 15 times in a match. It sucks, but it sure as hell isn't exciting for a fan to watch and go, yay. They're like, can I see something else? So that's what kind of launched it. And then cultivating the character with promos where anytime he's asked the question, he gets a one word answer. Yes, no, whatever. But then finally he just goes off on this long-winded rant of like that's so technically boring and it goes so long that you just want him to stop talking. We made a star and now he's thriving. He's getting booked with NWA, he's booked with OVW. Probably gonna put him in the title match at the next show in May. Like that's that. So that's what I do.
What's really cool about that, what you just explained, is I got the exact same version of that story from him. So, like, if anybody's interested, go check out Brandon Beretta's podcast and get the other side of that coin. It's really cool to hear it from the mentor. It's just, it's different. It's a different perspective, and it's great.
And I'm so proud of him because I'm first off, when I pitch, like, there's these other guys I've worked with, like with CYN and Bobby DDT. There's these ideas I have that only work with me, not because it's me, but because I am invested in it and I'm going to push it so it gets over. Whereas Brandon Beretta trying to sell that to an indie, well, what do? I'm really boring and I do waistlock takeovers. Well, what's your theme music? I don't have any. They're like, what the fuck? And then here's the caveat: I have to win. It's like, what? Like nobody's going to book that unless we, which is the idea of Exodus, is create this platform that everybody can kind of get a part of, kind of see, build up this content thing. I know everyone's doing it in wrestling, so how do we do it differently? But if I build this platform that is NWA Exodus and these personalities are being seen on it and the ideas are getting across, now Beretta, oh shit, that's strictly business from Exodus. I get it. Yeah, we'll do that match. And that's kind of the idea.
Okay.
And scene.
And scene. Okay.
Just text
okay. I'm going to jump back to TNA just because I'm really interested. We all know that you fought Bully Ray, you fought Sting, you fought Angle, fought Matt Hardy. But what was going through a young EC3's mind when he's facing these legends of the ring and ultimately going over?
It's wild to think about.
Okay.
You have to have a disconnect with nostalgia and admiration because you're a professional and you want to be, even if you're not, and I definitely wasn't on the level of these guys, you want to appear confident that you are. And it's kind of a nerve-wracking process because when they're talking to you, you're like, yep. And you're like, holy fucking, oh shit. First time I was in the ring with Sting, it was in the Impact Zone, which is like 400 people. But it's where I learned the difference between thinking like you're over and you're over. And so EC3 was getting fairly hot, good reaction. I come out, shit talking, promo, whatever. Crowd's really into it. Sting's music hits, and the crowd, it just feels different. The energy they have for somebody they're so invested in and have known for so long and have admired for so long. We're like, you can't explain it, but you can feel it. And so, like, I'm standing there looking at this dude face painted with a bat talking to me, and I'm like, holy shit, what is going on? This is crazy. The matches were all right because they were TV matches and time constraints and stuff. It came around with working with Bully too, where that was sort of the real test the metal. And he's not, he's one of the best guys to be cool with, but you got to earn his respect. And so knowing that was the cause of what I had to do to earn that respect, getting my fucking ass kicked by him, it was great. And then, like, becomes easy after that. Not easy, but then once you're kind of like with them, the most important thing a wrestler can have is a confidence in themselves, which is a lacking a lot of times. But once you have that, like the shit isn't easy, but it flows, if that makes sense. Same with Kurt, dude. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to wrestle him for a world title and look across the ring, and you talking to him backstage, hanging out with him, meeting him. You're talking to Kurt, but then you're looking across the ring, and you just see these fucking zoned in, beady eyes of a true killer, and you're like, ah, shit, dude, what is gonna happen? But it
It's
worked.
great. It's crazy because I understand to a minor extent, just because I've had guys on here that I watched growing up, and sometimes there is that level of nervousness, or uh, sometimes you want to mark out, for lack of better terms, like, and to maintain professionalism and to go in can be
Yeah,
difficult. So I understand.
I like you got to think about what did Kobe feel like when he was on the court with Jordan looking at him? Was it fandom nerves at first, and then like other people are wired differently, or is it Kobe looking at Jordan like, "Oh, you old motherfucker, you're done," and it's Jordan looking at him like, "You think you're gonna fucking take my spot? Hell no!" Like that's cool to think about. It's not easy to always do that though. So Jordan and Kobe are completely different wired human beings than probably 99% of us too. So who's
Yeah.
to say?
You brought up looking across the ring from Angle. How was you feeling looking across from him and then ultimately beating him for your first TNA World Title?
I was sort of like, all right, one thing I teach is there's no such thing as like the perfect match. There's no perfect anything. There's no perfect promo, no perfect sequence, no perfect match, no perfect show. But the only thing you can really strive for are having like perfect moments where everything sort of comes together and like it's it's like Maslow's theory of self-actualization where something happens it's like a perfect moment. So I mean, in that match, it was like a 20-minute match, and after ding ding ding, dude, I don't remember anything other than being like it was a flow state. And like it's a very good match, but I mean it's not like I'm Benoit Angle, you know? But fuck, great story told, dips in the finish. He was very generous after German suplexing me 17 times. But yeah, slip beat him with a wrestling hold, rolling him up. It was a perfect moment where everything was just in a it's hard to come back from those, really. And that's why wrestling is such a addictive thing sometimes. But it's, looking across at him, seeing him, doing it, accomplishing it, really a high point in my life for sure.
I'm sure another couple highlights of your life have been being able to work with some may consider them friends in the business, like your Rockstar Spuds or your Tyruses. What was it like working with them in TNA? And like, was it your idea maybe even to bring Tyrus in as your bodyguard, things like that?
Yeah, I think Tyrus and I both were in FCW. We both did the dog shit NXT. We both had pretty raw deals kind of on our releases. And to an extent, everyone has one that's not here nor there. But definitely, like, Tyrus loves wrestling. And still, when he's killing it on Fox and writing books and doing live shows, like, he's still talking about it to us. So he loves it. Having him come over to be the heavy. One thing about that, like, I hate the perception in wrestling that one person has to shine and everyone falls in line behind it, like in a faction situation. Like the Shield did very good divvying up. Everyone has their like strengths.
Yeah.
So Tyrus is coming in. Is he my bodyguard and my heavy? Yeah. But then the real reason that shit kind of works, and it's the same with Spud, is because we're both giving to each other to make each other better, get each other more over. So I could very much easily, here's my, don't talk. He beats people up. Like he doesn't do anything. But like we worked around making sure everyone had value. So even if I was the champ, there's a secondary thing that could be a main event guy right behind me. And the same with Spud. It's very easy. That could have been, I'm a rich asshole and this is my little, servant. But instead, we portray the relationship like we're best friends. I'm kind of like indifferent to it, but he's really into it. And that's what made us breaking up so emotionally cathartic in that little angle we did because it was not planned to be this long form angle. It was going to be like, you're going to drop Spud and you're going to move on. And that was one of those times I had the confidence to be like, no, we got to do something because this is special. And it turned out to be one of the better, stories told in Impact Wrestling's history. So working with friends is cool, but don't be too young people. Don't rely on working with your friends because sometimes when you work people you're close with, if it doesn't go good, you're kind of like you're not mad at each other, but you're kind of are you passing blame to each other? Sometimes you can have great chemistry with those you're close with, and sometimes you can have even better chemistry with people that you're kind of like on a professional relationship with at best. It's interesting.
Working with people like that can definitely put you both in a tough spot if it doesn't go well. So I definitely understand that.
Yeah. Like
Uh,
I'm a huge Cardona fan. I love Matt. Matt's I would consider him a friend for sure, but we're not super close, you know. Trade a text every now and then and check in on each other, but when I work with him, I don't know. We have like a very good connection that maybe if we were best buds, it wouldn't be as good. Just an
that makes
example.
sense. Okay. One of the matches in TNA history that's always interested me a lot is the Feast or Fired concept. Ultimately, that would be what made you leave TNA. Was that a difficult decision? Ultimately walking out the door. And what was the?
No,
Go ahead.
yeah. No, yeah. Well, any change is difficult to process, but I
Mhm.
think where the company was at the time and where I was, it was worth a shot. So I was either going to start the NWA with Billy or go back to NXT, and that was like the decision I'd have made. But like Impact at the time, changing of the guard, new ownership, like the reason I got my push was because the guard changed and there was, new people where you have to build new people. And so if I'm hanging around clogging up the mid to top of the card, I'm preventing growth from happening. Whereas if I go away on good terms, there's always room to come back and reignite it. So I would have become stale and I would have become complacent, could become boring. And I had a pretty good contract where they need to make cost cuts, where it's just like, maybe it's better if I go away and we revisit this down the road. So it was hard in that sense, especially because I was home and then walking into a new challenge. But it wasn't that hard because the business is very cyclical. And if you do everything the right way as a businessman, there's, no hard feelings. So feast or fire, though, I did lose that, didn't I?
Well, I mean,
Watch
you
it.
won the match, but you
Oh
lost the
yeah.
case.
And Moose had it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That might be one of my favorite promos I ever did. And I did not plan a word of it
Okay.
when I got fired with the Jeremy Borash and like I think I like had the went through the 12 stages of grief all in like 3 minutes. But yeah, and then it was fucking on. That was a fucking awesome promo. But the only thing I had in mind was I was probably going to quote the Great Gatsby at the end because I looked at EC3 like Jay Gatsby, even though he was more like Tom Buchanan.
um, why did you decide when you went back to WWE to use that EC3 moniker?
Maybe a mistake, but created a brand. It got over.
Okay.
I owned the rights to the name. I think it was a catch-22. In one essence, I can walk in, it's known, people get it, they're excited to see it. But on the second half of that is like it's a second version of something, and the second version of something is never as good as the first. Whereas also, you have no people advocating for you if they haven't helped create you. And so easy to plug EC3 in being over into these spots with these guys. That sounds cool because we know him, but there's nobody responsible for EC3 short of EC3. Whereas when that comes to being hypothetically on the main roster, you don't have anybody fighting for their idea to move forward, as opposed to here's a guy we all like who's pretty good. And I think that was a detriment. I don't know the right way to pursue that. Like I said, it's a catch 22. But at the time, EC3 looks cool on a t-shirt. It's easy to chant. It's marketable. It's over. And at that time, NXT was bringing in people that had, high-level indie names and exciting things people already kind of knew. So it made sense. But I tried to evolve it, but then the call-up happened pretty randomly and quickly where it didn't work out. And it was a bastardized, the clone of a clone, right? You don't want to clone a clone because the clone of a clone is shitty and it's got like, a gimp leg and like a lazy eye. And that's kind of what happened with the main roster.
Okay. I think your debut as EC3 in NXT might have been one of the most I don't want to say most shocking, but it was one of those TNA debuts, comebacks that was it's just interesting that he come in with the Carter name, seeing how it's so heavily influenced by TNA.
But I didn't come in with the Carter name.
Okay.
It was just EC3.
I know that was something.
The issue people were like, yeah, Ethan Carter died. So I trademarked EC3. Okay. I don't know if you ever mentioned Ethan Carter, and I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that tie-in, logically, that makes sense. Where people were like, what? Because I think the internet loves to make shit up or overreact.
They do.
Yeah, okay, definitely they do. I've seen.
We'll go with make shit up.
It's absurd, and I feel bad for anybody that falls for it. But at the same time, how often are you going to read something that doesn't really happen or is not true, and then keep reading it and keep talking about it? You're feeding the fucking beast, boys and girls. Don't. But in the ideas of the realm of fourth wall breaking and shoots and shit like that, Dixie Carter's nephew is in the WWE. This is fucking, oh my God, there's major heat backstage because Dixie Carter negotiated EC3's shit like that. Where, nah, man, I just took 3 letters, 2 letters and a number, and I made it my own. Whatever.
Could we ever see you back in WWE or even TNA?
I'm enjoying what I do with NWA, but I wouldn't say that's a question that can be. Could we? Anything could happen.
Okay.
Do I know? I can't give you a clear. I have a contract with NWA.
Fair enough.
I had one thing. I do want to fucking kick John Cena's ass once, and I got less than a calendar year left to do it. But with the amount of people that are on that roster and the amount of clogging, would I fit in even close to that coming in? Who knows? So yes or no, I can't tell you. There's a chance for anything, any times. So
I know hot off your WWE release, it wasn't right away, I don't believe, but you shot into Ring of Honor for a small period of time. You was doing work with the Briscoes.
Yeah.
What was it like, working with the Briscoes? And did you guys have any clue that the company was shutting down?
No.
Okay.
I remember being on the conference call for that. Everyone was like, what the fuck? I'm like, that was just me. Welcome to wrestling, guys. You'll never fucking know. But Jay Briscoe's top 3, one of my favorite opponents. And another guy, friend, cordial, cool. But we weren't super close because we were in different companies and different times of our life. But when we wrestled, dude, he's the fucking best. Sorry, I get emotional thinking about it.
I understand.
Yeah, so working with him, and we were doing these, fucking, God, if there were fucking COVID, man, there were people in that building. We were going to probably have a 3 off, but that first match, too. This is Ring of Honor, work rate, capital, smart mark city shit. If you watch the match I had with Jay, and he was very into this, my whole thing was to do a physical grown man fight where our offense is very protected and we told a fucking story. And so there was like no finisher kickouts. There was no like gaga. It was like we kicked the shit out of each other and he damn near broke my neck and he beat me. And it was awesome. And I remember Delirious at the time when we came back, he was like, that was incredible. Two grown men fighting. Thank you. Just so to give the card a different look and a variation. But yeah, we would do these promos too. Like he's the only guy I could say that smoked me in a promo. I kind of let him because I'm a heel. But no, he like when we did these promo exchanges, he fucking destroyed me. It was great. So I'm very happy I got to do that, and I wish an audience paid money to see it live. That would have been cool.
Once ROH shut down, was there ever any talks about joining AEW or the Ring of Honor brand once Tony Khan bought it?
No, I talked with that took some time for that to facilitate.
Yeah.
I talked with AEW prior to it, and then that didn't go anywhere because I didn't like the. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to. I didn't want to clone a clone a third time.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
So I'm guessing we're insinuating that they wanted you to do the exact same thing, maybe that you did in NXT.
Yeah.
But a third time.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm like, well, that's cool. But also, let's look at the context of the world because we're in a pandemic. Culture is damn near ripping itself apart. Everybody's on edge. I just got shit canned after a terrible run. I don't think who I am could show up and just be, I got a car and I'm rich. Hello, here's my cool song. Like there has to be the circumstance that would dictate a different person coming in. And so that was that.
Something I've always thought was interesting about you is anything that could possibly water down your character, you've been very good about pivoting and making sure that doesn't happen. How important do you think that is just in general in a wrestler's career?
I think it's important depending on how much you creatively care. I'm glad you noticed that because I don't know if it's broadly seen, but it's cool that we can talk about it. But I think it's super important that if like we are the embodiments of who we portray, that a lot of people will complain about creative, and rightfully, like there's a lot of shit creative. There's a lot of bad fucking shit. But then instead of taking it with such a negative approach, how can I work this? Maybe it's not going to be in my favor, but that my integrity remains intact. A lot of like the impact creative I have wasn't what it was. It's what we made it. Same with NWA. WWE was a totally different ballgame, but at the same time, oh, I'm a loser chasing around our truth. I hate my life. What am I going to do to signify that? Well, I'm going to show up with a red cup because I'm hammered all the time because I have a drinking problem because I hate my life. And that's like something I got away with, but at least it's nothing, but it was something. And then there's the internet. Like, they saddled him with a red cup gimmick. Why has he got a red? Because, like, I did it, you know? But I think any talent, if they think properly and can converse eloquently, can take care of creative in any way to suit them, where no matter what the result is, win, loss, being embarrassed, being the man, being the woman, being awesome, you can get over in it anyway. Like, so even within defeat, you can get over. One example, like with Jay, for example, like he won the match. And the whole angle we built, and this wasn't like some giant creative play where a bunch of people were typing on keyboards, sending ideas, like this is him and I, where the whole story of the match was like, he will not shake my fucking hand. And at first I'm like a dick about it, but then the drubbing it took from him to like break me damn near in half and snap my neck, like worked up until How about now? And I lost the match, but he endorsed, he shook it like with, you're a fucking asshole, but good job. And so I think that's important to think that way. And when I book with Exodus too, I try to think that way because not everyone can win every time. So how do I protect them within defeats with something that's meaningful to move forward to next? And that's why in our brief history, everybody on our show, from the top of the card to the bottom, has something and is over in some retrospect. Even if they haven't done an offensive move, they're still over for a reason.
Okay. And I'd assume part of that is controlling the narrative.
Tell your exactly.
When you came into the NWA, you certainly did that. You definitely controlled your narrative, especially when you won the NWA World TV Championship and then ultimately, in a way, cashed in to win the NWA title. How do you feel this NWA run is gone, and what can we expect going forward? Your time in the NWA.
Well, I'm the greatest living NWA World Heavyweight Champion of all time, so I guess that's cool. Up yours, Flair. Yeah, controlling your narrative, like, so that was kind of in hindsight with what I was doing and building on the side, which is basically Exodus now, as we talked about before we jumped on. Like those ideas and those practices and that character development and that talent platform I wanted to create is Exodus. CYN there was people involved and didn't work out, and that's okay. But this is what it built to be because this was the vision I had, and now it's completely mine. Same thing with portraying the character within the NWA. He's coming in, he's kind of fucking psychopath, sort of Tyler Durden-esque cult motherfucker who carries on and I won the national title, cashed it in. But here's another thing about creative is like halfway through that run, I started teasing what I was going to become, where I'm like prophesizing I'm going to become this self-actualized individual in this moment, where I'm going to become the overman. And then come NWA 75, I showed up completely different look, blonde hair, blue eye, tan and jacked as usual, but new music. I brought it all with me, new gear, new identity, where I called my own shot, right, with the creative, because like I built it up myself. They went along with it, and I just showed up and did it. And I think the Overman run was really cool, and there's a lot of room left to work with it. But I'm also always looking for something next. And so with what we have with Exodus and Overman, he kind of loses the title. He might have to become something different to get back to it. So maybe the Overman is becoming an Overlord. So that's the way my brain works. But I think the NWA run's been good. Very happy to be a part of the territory system, the best territory and the first territory. I'm trusted by the officials there, for better or worse. I'm bringing them constantly great talents like a Pretty Boy Smooth or Brandon Beretta or Slime Balls or Carson Drake or Tiffany Nieves or Pastor CeeLo or Dante Casanova. Like, I'm bringing the next wave of the future with me. And I don't think there should be parity in that, what I mean by that is like, I don't think every territory can do what I'm doing with talent because I can bring the best out of the best people. And so I'm very proud of that. And I'm very defensive of it too, because my people do the business the right way, which I don't often see. So it's been a good run and we'll see where it goes.
How did it feel to be the guy that took the title from Titus and would send him into wrestling retirement?
Send him into wrestling retirement, his gigantic New Orleans home with his well-paying news analysis gig. Yeah, well, I'm a real villain. I'm sure the internet was really happy I got rid of him. But Tyrus, like I said, we came up together, we grew together, we've battled together. Like he is truly a friend in the industry. To have the honor to be someone's possibly last match, for him to do the service on the way out to me is a great honor. And that was really like, that was on the cusp of Bray Wyatt's passing, who we were both very close with too. So it was a moment for sure. And again, like, Tyrus and he was not trying to go out there and have a 5-star wrestling match as much as I wanted to portray a Greek fucking tragedy, which I think we did pretty well. I mean, anytime somebody gives you their, like, I don't want to say essence, but let's just call it that, as they go somewhere else, they're doing that because they trust you with it. So somebody trusts me with something, I try to honor that.
Lastly, I'm going to ask, what was your experience like taking that NWA title and being on Fox News to promote the NWA?
That was cool. I had some good digs. That was a wild environment.
Okay.
So it's funny, a wrestling show, like let's say a TV taping, you're showing up at noon, show starts at 7. There's backstage, so, whatever, promos, pre-tapes, pictures, putting shit together, blah, 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 blah. Before the actual show starts, walk into Fox News a half an hour before you're on the show, get a little sheet. Here are the talking points we're going to probably talk about today. Okay, hang out for a minute, throw you out in front of a live audience, someone's in your ear, and you're just kind of winging it. So it's pretty, I loved it as far as an experience. And I had some good digs. I think I did all right, And then the really hot blonde chick that was on there with me, like, really liked champagne, so I pretended to hate champagne, even though I love it, just so I can be, an antagonist to her. But wrestling prepares you for a lot of things in life, and I would say definitely one of those things is being on the spot on a cable news comedy show for sure.
Okay. I guess I shouldn't have said lastly because I do got one more question. So I lied. If you walked into a locker room and there was a young man that asked you for advice, what would that be? What would be the first thing that came to mind?
Be an individual. If I had to summarize it, that's usually my first bit of advice.
Okay.
That I'm actually writing a book with that is one of the key points, but it's really like, yeah, because that's a question you get a lot. And sometimes it's kind of facetious and sometimes it's kind of, are they really listening? And then sometimes you have this conversation and then 6 months or a year goes by and you see that person again. And they go, hey, remember that conversation we had? I'll be like, fuck no. What? He goes, well, you told me this, this, and this. I'm like, oh, yeah. And so, like, I did this, this, and this, and this. And I'm like, oh, like, I didn't recognize you. You look totally different. You're in shape. Your gear looks good. You move well in the ring. You're a totally fucking different person. And if I helped you do that, awesome. Now let's keep doing it. But it's really about finding your individual nature and, again, harkening back full circle, finding a purpose in what you're doing here. So, what is your purpose in wrestling? Well, I want to be the world champion. Of course you do. Everyone says it. I want to make a living doing this. Of course you do. We all want to. Like, but what is it? What really is that purpose? Mine being I couldn't do anything else without thinking I'm a failure. I have to see it through. So what's yours?
Okay. I like that. EC3, I want to say thank you 100 times over. This was a great interview.
Yeah.
We'll have to do it again. I feel like there's a lot of meat on this bone. So if you ever want to come back on, I'm going to leave this door open.
I'd be charmed to. Let's grow together, brother. So clip it up, tag me in it, collab. That's the thing you got to do, though. Is fucking social media is a nightmare. You got to cut up the shows. You got to get the zips. You got to get the bits. You got to put the false headlines. EC3 returns to WWE, and it's this thing. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, good luck. It's hard. And we'll see you down the road. Again, if you want to come by Exodus, hit us up. And then anybody in the Cleveland, Chicago, Indiana, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, I don't know, land, Cleveland, Exodus Pro, 315, Win in Rome 2. Check us out. If not, there on the NWA's YouTube.
Sounds good. Thank you once again, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine. Today we are welcome with, former Ring of Honor star, former AEW star, current GCW star, Fuego Del Sol. How we doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Blessed. Excited to have you on here. And as we're recording this is WrestleMania week. So happy WrestleMania week. I know you got big plans for us this week.
Absolutely. It's like Christmas week for a wrestling fan, I feel like, man. So many big things going on. I have a crazy WrestleMania week schedule. And so I got, I'm leaving for Vegas as we record this tomorrow. So I'm literally just ready to hit the road and really just enjoy the week.
I'll lead right into my first question then. What can we expect from you this WrestleMania week?
I'm gonna leave it all in the ring, I think. I feel like I don't want to go to any show and not make it the biggest deal possible. My match. I want to make sure that I knock it out of the park. I think it's a little cliche to say steal the show, but I think I want to make a moment and be memorable no matter where I'm at, no matter what I'm doing. I want people to leave there saying that, Fuego del Sol was one of the highlights of the night.
You know, I was looking at your socials. You have a lineup heading into this week. You have quite a bit of matches, scheduled, ready to go. I think the one a lot of fans are looking forward to the most is maybe at Joey Janela's Spring Break, career versus mask, yourself versus Atticus Kruger. How did things between you two escalate to where now it's as serious as career and mask are on the line?
I set a lot of goals for myself this year. One of the major goals I set for myself this year was GCW Gold. I wanted to be a champion, whether it be tag champion or one of the main titles. I, set my sights on that. And I feel like I was finally building the momentum to get there. I mean, I beat some top independent names. Then I stepped in the ring with former IWGP World Champion Zack Sabre Jr. and I gave him the fight of his life. I felt like I opened up a lot of fans' eyes, and then as well as GCW management, I opened up their eyes to just how good I can be. And right as I thought I was gonna gain that major title shot, I ran into the Koger brothers. I mean, Atticus and his brother jumped me. I thought I was going into a regular tag match. Me and my partner Sam Stackhouse were going to wrestle the Koger brothers, and I thought it was going to be a normal match. And out of nowhere, they attacked me and tried to come after my mask for most of the match. And when I would refuse to give it to them, they tied me up by my mask and then basically mauled my best friend in front of me, almost trying to sadistically make me choose between my own mask and my best friend. And so I knew I needed to do something about it. So I challenged Atticus Cogar to a match in Atlantic City last month, one on one. And we fought and I beat him and I thought it was over. And then his brother attacked me from behind and they took my mask off. And luckily Joey Janela was there, but they've since injured Joey Janela. They have tried to attack young guys on the roster, just reckless abandonment. I feel like that GCW is better without Atticus Cogar being a part of the roster. And so I challenged him into a loser leaves GCW match. And he refused to accept. He basically didn't want to be a part of the biggest independent card of the year. Except when he came up with the stipulation of if he beats me, he takes my mask. And so now it's his GCW career versus my mask, one on one at Joey Janela's Spring Break. I wanted to be wrestling for a championship, but I run into the unexpected roadblock, and now thorn in my side, Atticus Cogar. And I feel like GCW isn't big enough for the both of us. So the best way to move past him and try to achieve the goals that I've set for myself is that I have to rid GCW of his ass once and for all, just to put it directly.
Put it directly. Okay.
Yes. Very frank.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go, usually with the podcast, I try to start at the beginning of maybe your wrestling fandom, what brought you into wrestling. It's something that always fascinates me. We all have a story, and we're all fans. So when did you find wrestling, and what made you fall in love with it?
Since my earliest memories, I've been a fan all my life. My dad is a giant wrestling fan, so my earliest memories are playing with action figures and watching Stone Cold Steve Austin. I was born in '95, so just peak Attitude Era, peak Austin era. of coming up, and then I remember when I was really starting to understand pro wrestling and get and really, pay attention to the stories on an even deeper level is right around the time Shawn Michaels came back for his second run. And I just was enamored by Stone Cold Steve Austin for at first and then into the Shawn Michaels era. And I love Sean so much that I've always been attracted to guys that are smaller in stature but could steal the main event scene. And so, like, we started watching TNA in like 2005. So then just AJ Styles became my guy. And then as I become a teenager, CM Punk and Bryan Danielson, and I've always loved guys like the Hardy Boys or Eddie Guerrero or Rey Mysterio. So it's just from the get-go. I also have two younger brothers, so we were just wrestling and roughhousing around the house always, watching WWE, TNA, just wrestling in general. So I've just been a fan all my life, mostly because my dad is still a huge wrestling fan to this day and a huge supporter of what I do.
No, that's amazing. And I don't want to sound cliche, but it's almost a mirror of kind of what my wrestling fandom was like. I mean, I was born 5 years later, so I was born in 2000. But I mean, my earliest memories are playing with Stone Cold action figures. I've said it on podcasts before. My dad, I mean, is the biggest supporter in the world. I would not be doing this podcast without him being like, "Hey, Justin, why don't you start a podcast?" And then also I got two brothers, and we beat the crap out of each other all the time. So I it's really cool. I like the mirroring of stories, and I haven't had one so close yet. So I like that. um, when did you like become accustomed to like lucha tradition and get kind of into that style of wrestling?
So there's a couple different. I mean, I definitely have always loved, Rey Mysterio, Eddie Guerrero. So those are just two inspirations in general. But I started a backyard wrestling company with my brothers and cousins and best friends, but I was running it. So I was doing all the producing, the editing, the commentating, even when I was real young and bad. But like from the time I was like 14 to the time I graduated high school, we really built this company up. We had a few videos go mega viral. I was getting paid on YouTube doing backyard wrestling. I wanted to introduce another character because I'm the best, so I can't be losing all the time. But when you bring friends and family over, they don't want to lose. So I created this lucha character called the Bama Kid because I'm from Alabama. And he wore a Rey Mysterio type mask and dressed up in different, funny, silly attire. It was really dumb. But I had to differentiate his character from my unmasked character. So I started doing a ton more lucha. And I have an older cousin really who did a little bit of pro wrestling training. So when I was like 14, 15, I was watching him train to be a pro wrestler and watched and saw how to base and learn how to do different head scissors and hurricanranas and things of that nature. So I kind of had already got a little bit of the form. I kind of put it together on the trampoline to do the rest of it and kind of just slowly morphed into this lucha character as a young kid. So I knew I was capable of all the moves is what I'm trying to say. And then when I started pro wrestling and started my training, I was very small. And he was like, "You remind me a lot of like a WCW Rey Mysterio. You're just very small, but you're super athletic. So maybe for the first couple years until you put on some weight, we put you under a mask." And they sent me down to Mexico, and I got to train for a little bit in Monterrey with a group of guys. And, I kind of just fell in love with Lucha Libre and the culture. But what I learned is because I am an American, I feel like me being under a mask stood out way more in America than it would me being on a mask as an American in Mexico. So I've went back over the years a couple times, but it was never the same love that I received in America. But I've always loved that style. But it was really at first just meant to be for the first couple years until I put on some weight. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So we've been riding with it ever since.
Definitely. What made you decide to go from backyard to maybe transition into, uh, for lack of better words, a more professional setting?
I I just never knew what I wanted to do,
Okay.
when I grew up. I know I wanted to make money, but I didn't know that nothing had consumed my thoughts or as much as pro wrestling did. And so then when we had videos go viral of us wrestling on a trampoline. I was like making almost $2,000 a month at like 17 years old. And I realized if I can do this halfway successfully by wrestling on a trampoline, then why not pursue this professionally? Why not give this a real go? And so that was kind of the epiphany moment. It was an aha moment of like, hey, you're clearly finding success just backyard wrestling. Why not try to make this a reality? And so that's why I decided to pursue it professionally. And here we are 11 years later.
You know, what was like the biggest transition from trying to like maybe teach your like break the things you taught yourself as a backyard wrestler? Like, was it a struggle trying to learn it, for lack of better words, the right way or the taught way?
And I think I'm very fortunate because I'm just a super fast learner. I am a very athletic, and you can show me something once, at the most twice, and I got it. I think there's just an inherent fear of trying to learn how to bump when you get into the ring. But when it comes to technique, I was pretty good. The only thing was trying to transition my high flying from the trampoline over to using ropes and stuff. I remember just it taking a while for me to really get the courage up to do like a 450 splash in the ring or to do like springboards in a way and things like that. So it just took a little bit more effort and like having to overcome that mental block of fear. But I'm very competitive and rambunctious and trying to I am a daredevil. So if I think about it long and hard enough, it's something that I know I'm capable of. The movements of my body, I know I'm capable to do it. It's just getting over the fear to do it. And so that was the hardest part. But as far as like, I loved learning the intricacies of like chain wrestling or bumping or footwork or hitting the ropes, or none of that came too difficult for me. I was a very fast learner and I just dedicated myself to it very quickly. It was just trying to get over the high flying aspect and trying to figure out what type of wrestler I was going to be, what best my athletic ability would translate into what style of wrestler I wanted to be.
Did any of the other members of the backyard roster join you in training?
Yes, I actually paid for the training of like two other guys. It was really three other guys, but one of them fell off, and then one of them never fully made it to the first match. So me and my best friend, who also did a lot of, who really was a part of the main story in the backyard wrestling days, he also became a pro, but he was a year younger than me. So we did this my senior year of high school, which would have made him a junior. And so we started training in February of 2014. We had our first match right after I graduated in May 2014, 3 months. And so I wrestled all throughout the summer. And then I moved to Oklahoma on a soccer scholarship away from Alabama. And so he kind of had to focus back on school come August. And so he was really focused on that. And then without me, I think he just did not have the love to keep going for it. However, when I got to start doing AEW Darks, he came to one of the shows, and it was about 4 years after he'd already stopped wrestling, and he kind of fell in love with pro wrestling, and he went and retrained at the Nightmare Factory with QT Marshall and Cody Rhodes. And so he's still wrestling now, but it's very occasionally. He lives in New York with his girlfriend, and so he works a lot trying to get things done up there, but he still wrestles occasionally, which is awesome.
That's really cool. That's really cool. You know, you mentioned the soccer scholarship. Was that an avenue you thought about pursuing, or was wrestling like where you was fixed?
I loved soccer, but I really only ever started playing soccer in about middle school to stay in shape for football because I was just a giant. I loved football, but as I got into high school, being so small, it was harder to make things happen in football, and I immediately became like a starter in soccer, like in 10th grade. And I started all 3 years, and I just developed a love for it. But not as much as I loved pro wrestling. It was just because I became so good at it so fast that I got a scholarship, and my parents really wanted me to do it. If my parents didn't push me to do it, I probably would have stayed in Alabama and just kept backyard wrestling and making money, as well as still being a pro. But like, I would have bought a ring for the backyard wrestling and tried to make it into a legit promotion to keep it going. But I knew how much my parents wanted me to get a degree. It's so funny because my first year in college, we sucked. My team was garbage, but I loved my teammates so much that it was fun. The second year, we got a bunch of new players, and I hated my teammates, but we won a national championship. And so after my second year of winning a title, I just did not love the game anymore, partly because of my teammates, and like I was already 1 foot in, 1 foot out because I was so focused on professional wrestling. I could only do professional wrestling during the off season of soccer. So I had to basically put wrestling on hold during the seasons. And so after we won a championship and I got my associate's degree, I was like, screw this. I got a degree from my parents. Now it's time to just dive headfirst back into professional wrestling. So like the first 2 years of my career are really only half years. I didn't even have the amount of matches I really wanted to have because I was focused on soccer too, or trying to, divert my time and divvy it up. And so luckily, after my second year of soccer, I just dove headfirst into, pro wrestling, and within 3.5 years, I was signed.
You know, I was doing some research. I was looking at your cage match, and one of the places you're prominent on cage match, it's called IWR. What does it mean? Like, what does IWR mean to your career? And I know you were a revolutionary champion down there. What did it mean to be able to win that title?
Yes, yes. IWR stands for Imperial Wrestling Revolution. And then about 2 years into my run there, it transitioned into World Class Revolution with the blessing of Kevin Von Erich and the Von Erich boys. They, ran World Class for years in Dallas, and we would run that area a lot. And so we slowly transitioned over to that name. They were the first ones in Oklahoma to really give me a break. I had known people down in Alabama and Mississippi and Florida where I trained at originally. But when I got to Oklahoma in college, they were the first people to like, okay, come to a show. We'll give you a tryout match. We'll see what you had. And then they really were focused on growing their brand all over the state of Oklahoma. So they started running big shows. I got to wrestle Chavo Guerrero a year into my career, which was incredible. I got to wrestle Ricochet a year into my career. I got to wrestle Stevie Richards and DJZ, who is now Joaquin Wilde, and Trevor Lee, who was also Cameron Grimes in WWE. And then, like, over the years, it just kept growing bigger. They did a joint show with TNA, and I got to wrestle Michael Elgin, and then the North, which was Josh Alexander and Ethan Page. And so, like, getting to wrestle big names and try to prove myself against them just made me better. You want to be in there with guys that are better than you. And they clearly did that. And because I was wrestling all these big names, other companies in the area saw this and started booking me more and putting me against big names. So I really developed like a list of like people I could put on a resume that I've wrestled this guy and this guy and this guy. I always wanted to wrestle the big names until eventually I became the big name. And I am fortunate enough that that happened. So IWR really gave me the opportunity and put me in a position to grow and learn and develop against the best. And so I'm very thankful for them and for my time there.
I've been fortunate to have a fellow revolutionary champion on the podcast. I've had Chandler Hopkins on. An amazing man.
I
You
kind of helped
guys have,
train Chandler Hopkins a little bit. He will give me a little bit of credit for the training as well.
so what was it like working with Chandler and feuding for that championship?
It was fun. Like Chandler was a guy, and a lot like me, he was dedicated to trying as many new things as possible. We would go and train together and just work on different chain wrestling sequences or different moves together. And like I would be his bump dummy and he would be my bump dummy. We would just try different things on each other. We would push each other. We both wanted to be the most athletic, the best, the best baby face, the biggest fan favorites. And so um I feel like Chandler grew so much in his time in IWR, but eventually he left IWR, moved down to Texas, and so he didn't wrestle for them as often. So then our paths would just cross occasionally, a
Yeah,
lot less frequent, but it was something that I was always proud of. And so, like for him to say, "Hey, Fuego had a hand in training me," is something I take pride in because he's a very hard worker and he's a very good wrestler, and so I'm very proud of that.
definitely. You brought up IWR's kind of relationship with Impact. That was, I believe, in 2019. What was it like working and being a part of maybe some Impact shows, like Impact joint shows, and working guys like the North or Michael Elgin?
It was incredible. I feel like in independent wrestling, you always need something big to look forward to. If you feel like you're spinning your wheels, it's not conducive to a thriving career. And I feel like that's the great thing about IWR is they just constantly gave me something to look forward to. And in a lot of ways, you're trying to fake it until you make it. You're trying to hey, I'm doing this. I'm an extra on Raw this week, or hey, I'm doing Impact this week, or something. Like, you want to give the people around you who maybe don't know wrestling on the giant independent level like you know it, little, goals and little landmarks in your career of like, hey, he's doing something big, he's growing, he's making it in a way. And so like that's what Impact was for me. And it was opportunity to wrestle guys that I looked up to. Really see, okay, you think you could be signed somewhere? Let's put you in there with two signed guys who are at the top of their craft. And let's see if you can not only hang, but push them and make them better. And grow and learn from that. And I feel like I got a phenomenal opportunity. I became really good friends with Ethan Page, and so then when we were linked up in AEW, it was just immediate chemistry where we got to wrestle each other a bunch more times. And so things like that I feel like are vital to growing your career, especially as a young wrestler before you ever make it to a contracted spot. You just need guys to make you better and things to look forward to that look larger than life or on a bigger scale.
Okay. How did you go about meeting a good friend of yours, Mr. Sammy Guevara?
So because I had this giant YouTube channel from Backyard Wrestling, he I guess I should even start even look. After I got to Oklahoma and started wrestling for IWR, I wanted to break into Texas more. I didn't know a lot of guys in Texas or a lot of Texas companies. So I built up a resume just saying, hey, this is who I am. This is who I was trained by. This is how long I've been in the business. I've wrestled all these names. I'm trying to get booked more in Texas. Is there a spot on your roster? And I basically looked up Texas wrestling promotions on Facebook and sent my resume to every single company that popped up, whether they were good, bad, crappy, or phenomenal. I just wanted to break into Texas. And one of the pages that I saw had this young, smug, cocky guy who was their main champion named Sammy Guevara. I watched one little promo, sent my resume in, and then went on to the next one. And literally 2 weeks later, I get an email to my YouTube channel saying, hey, I'm a young upcoming wrestler named Sammy Guevara. I'm trying to grow my YouTube channel and get more notice. I know you have a big channel. Is there any way you can promote me on your channel? I said, this isn't crazy because I was just trying to break into Texas myself. If you can help me get booked on a Texas promotion, I will post you on my YouTube channel. And so we became friends that way. He started getting me booked in Texas and in different spots in Mexico. I started helping him with YouTube, whether it would be with his thumbnails, with his titles, how to tag it, how long it should be, just really little things I learned about the algorithm early on with my backyard wrestling career. And I put him up on my channel. So we developed this little fun rivalry against each other. And so anytime we were on shows together, he was constantly putting out a vlog. I was like, I got the camera. I'll help you with it. You know, it's kind of embarrassing sometimes to ask people to help you vlog or to be a part of it. And I wanted him to know I wanted to help him succeed, just like he wanted to help me succeed, excuse me. And so we would just help each other. And we developed that relationship and a kinship and a friendship that just kept getting stronger. We wrestled each other multiple times. He came up to IWR and we wrestled there. I would go down to Texas and we wrestled there. We wrestled in Mexico together. And then eventually, I will never forget when he calls me, even before AEW has ever been announced. He calls me and he's like, hey, I just want to let you know I got signed to AEW. And like I was over the moon. I was like living vicariously through him. I'll never forget watching the first AEW Dynamite, him wrestling Cody Rhodes. And like I was at my real job, flipped on the TV and was like, I had a smile from ear to ear, just like, that's my best friend. He's doing the damn thing. This is awesome. And so when the pandemic hits and now there's an opportunity for independent guys to come, he made sure that I was one of those guys that got to come. And then not only did he come, I would help him vlog. I would be a part of his vlog. I became like a staple of his vlog. And he saw that I was kind of getting over that way. And so we started interacting with QT, who helped book the extras. So that made sure I was going to get brought back every week as an extra. We interacted with Cody Rhodes and then Dustin Rhodes. And you know, it just snowballed from there until eventually I got signed. So he's a major reason I got signed because he's always believed in me. But more than him having a belief in me, it was just a real genuine friendship that formed on the indies of us both trying to grind and make it. And I think when you are, you know, that it's like going to war together. You have a friendship like that that'll last a lifetime. We still talk every day. You know, he's always been supportive throughout the AEW run and even after the AEW run. You know, he's been checking on me all week. Are you ready for Vegas? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for that? So, you know, he's really one of my best friends. I was the best man at his wedding. So
That's phenomenal. It's really cool to see best friends grow in this business, especially the way you and Sammy have. It's It's inspirational, definitely inspirational. Uh, how important was your feud with Miro in AEW?
Yeah, it's weird because I don't even know if you can call it a feud, but it was definitely a series of matches that ended up becoming a moment, a memorable moment of
Yeah,
my run in AEW. I feel like it was it was that first match that we put together the night I got signed is a day that I will never ever forget. And, he went out of his way to make sure I was a made man, even though I was losing in 3 minutes. We built that match. And it was really all Miro. It was all his idea. He's like, I want you to hit me with three DDTs. Like right before the bell rings, one as soon as the bell rings, and then another one after I come back into the ring. And it was like, he's like, I'm gonna give you the biggest 2 count of your life. And so that's what we did. We just built that match to make me look like a star within a moment in like 3 minutes. And I loved that match. And then we got to have another match after I got signed where it was really just leading into Sammy winning the title, which was phenomenal. So I got to be a part of that moment of my best friend winning the TNT championship. And I'm very thankful for it. So Miro, originally it wasn't supposed to be a feud with him and Sammy. It was just me and him for him to beat me and for me to get signed. Then he brought me out on stage and tried to take my mask off when he was feuding with Eddie Kingston. Then we have a match where I put my car on the line and Sammy makes the save, and then it leads into him and Sammy, and I got tossed off a stage in front of 20,000 people at Arthur Ashe Stadium, and then finally I helped Sammy in the night that he wins the title. And so I guess it kind of was a mini feud with Miro, but I would put Sammy Guevara involved in it as well. Yeah, it helped immediately establish me on television, right? Like I remember TNT used my mask and stuff for Halloween type commercials and things, and that would have never happened if I never got those matches against Miro. He was very kind to me, and he always has been. He's always given me advice and wanted me to succeed because he realized what type of magic we made together in those small moments that we did feud together.
I'm going to reel back a little bit. You mentioned, after the Miro match where you get signed, that Sammy comes out and that moment's made. What was going through your mind when Sammy's music hit and you see him walking out with the contract? Like, how are you feeling? What's going through your mind? Walk us through that just a little bit.
Even right now, I still get chill bumps thinking about it. Just when you said that, like I had never wrestled a match on TV. I'd wrestled 40 matches on Dark. I had never once got to wrestle, not even a squash match on television. And so they tell me, hey, we're doing the brand new first ever Rampage, and you're gonna get to wrestle on that. So I was already over the moon. Then Miro comes to me early in the day and he's like, hey, I got this match idea where we really make you a star. And I'm even more over the moon. And then right as I'm about to go out to do the match, Tony Khan's like, hey, after the match, you're gonna lose. We're gonna go to commercial break. Once we come back from commercial break, I want you to stand up and look very tough. Like we want the fans to be able to clap for you and acknowledge you. And I'm like, holy crap, I've never been on TV. I got even more TV time. And so then the match happens and it goes well. And then I'm laying there and I'm like, man, what a cool moment. And I'm about to stand up and get my applause. Let me try to look hurt and try to look tough. And so I'm sitting there and I'm selling and I'm breathing hard. And then Sammy's music hits and you can just see me immediately stop and look because like this wasn't supposed to happen. What the heck is going on? And the second I see him and Tony come out with the clipboard, I knew, oh my God, I'm about to get signed on national television. And I was so overwhelmed with emotion. There's not apropos words to even describe how I was feeling. It was like so much validation and justification all in one moment. I feel like I was killing myself, you know, trying to get signed for damn near 9 months in that company. I felt like I watched other people get signed. I watched myself get told no. I watched myself get over and have matches where people were getting excited for me, and there was still just some disconnect with the office that they just would not, acknowledge that I was doing something right. And I was so kind of mad and bitter a little bit because I just wanted it so freaking bad. I'd lost my real job from constantly going down to Jacksonville, betting on myself, and for it to finally culminate not only did I get signed, because they could have gave me a contract in the back, I get signed on national television after a fun match with Miro, with my best friend. They say you want to create memorable moments in wrestling, and that's the one that everyone remembers from Fuego del Sol. And so it was such an incredible moment. I will never not get emotional thinking about it because it was so overwhelming, is the only way I can put it. It was incredible. And it's like you can tell it was so genuine because like my reaction was genuine. I had no clue it was gonna happen. I was immediately overwhelmed with tears in my eyes, and like people around the world were crying with me. Like I go to meet and greets all the time where people like, I remember how you got signed. I got emotional, and just the overwhelming amount of support on Twitter and online, and all the messages and phone calls I got afterwards. It was one of the greatest days of my life ever. And so I'm very proud and thankful for it. But also now I feel like it's a blessing and a curse because I got to top it. I got to have another moment like that. And I can't just go down in the memory of people of like, hey, it was really sweet when he got signed. I can't just have that be my legacy. I need to create more of that and things even bigger than that. And that's my goal in
Yeah.
life, in wrestling.
And without a doubt, with your skills, your abilities, with the things you're doing on the independent scene right now, that without a doubt, you'll definitely get that opportunity. It's just a matter of time. Uh, Something really cool about your AEW run that I was really fascinated about as just as a fan watching, and wish maybe we could have got some more of, was Too Fast, Too Fuego. How did that team come about?
Just as fast as they were here, they were gone.
Yes.
Cody Rhodes was a mentor of mine and someone who's always really believed in me. And he thought, you know what? Let's give your son a shot. Let's give Fuego to a shot in this business. And we started doing small bits with me and Fuego 2, Son of Fuego, on the vlog. And out of nowhere, I see a match graphic pop up. Hey, this weekend on AEW Dark, Too Fast, Too Fuego make their debut. And that's all thanks to Cody. Cody saw an opportunity and he capitalized on it and he booked my son in a match. And so I really got to give all the credit to Cody. Unfortunately, we didn't sign Fuego 2 to a contract, and Cody left right at the same time. And so they stopped using my son because, Cody was the main one pushing for him to be there. And unfortunately, even though everybody keeps thinking that Fuego 2 and Cody Rhodes are the same guy, which there's clearly not. They've been seen together on camera multiple times. But I get it. Similar height, maybe a little bit of similar build, but two different people, obviously. But yeah, Cody, it's just, some people say, the logic behind Cody doing it. I guess you could say Cody, did so many promo segments on TV. Maybe he was getting out of shape, so he would want to create a character to maybe stay in shape and wrestle on Dark. That could be a possibility if it was Cody
Possible.
Rhodes, but it wasn't Cody Rhodes, so I don't understand why people would come up with these theories. But unfortunately, Cody left, and Tony just didn't see the future with Too Fast, Too Fuego like Cody did, and so we stopped using him. And unfortunately, he went missing and into a depression because of that. He got depressed, and now he's presumed dead, and that's really sad because I miss my son. And like we only had 3 matches together, 4 total, but one of them never aired. So there's like a hidden gem of a Fuego 2 match out there. But uh, just the fact that so many people remember it and love it. We got our own T-shirt on AEW Shop. It's funny to me that it really only lasted like 4 to 5 months, and it made such an impact that people remember it so fondly. So I guess
Yes.
I'm thankful for that. But yeah, it's very sad. It's real sad that it didn't get to go longer. We could have been tag champs.
Definitely. Too Fast, Too Fuego. Maybe one day Fuego 2 somehow makes a miraculous return. Maybe we can get a
Don't
tag
hold
team
your
run.
breath. Don't
Don't hold
don't
my
ever
breath.
don't hold your breath on that.
Okay.
Don't hope for that.
Okay. You last year you got to do some matches back with Ring of Honor and AEW. How did those come about? And was there any talks about maybe bringing you back in full time?
Man, oh God. So, about probably about June of last year, QT Marshall and me were talking and we stay in contact. I got released July of 2023. July
Mhm.
1st, 2023. And so for a year, I was just first of all, I was trying to get my foot back up under me because I broke my foot. So I was trying to really, find my footing and get my ring shape back after
Yeah.
And so then I was really just killing it on the indies. I was trying to wrestle. I feel like I'd become the best wrestler I'd ever been, especially into 2024. My cardio was great. I was having much longer matches than I ever had in AEW. I was wrestling top independent talent from around the world. I was just killing it. And I wrestled QT Marshall on a show, and we kept talking and staying in touch. And, I knew that they were coming to Texas for like 5 dates. And I was like, oh, you're going to be in my neck of the woods. And he's like, that's funny. He's like, because Tony kind of brought up maybe using you for these shows. And I was like, really? And so, it was 5 weeks there. So that's like 5 good paydays for sure if I go back and do it. And so I thought, okay, well, I'm being the best shape in my life. I'm gonna get new gear. I'm gonna get in the best shape of my life. I'm gonna go back completely ready to knock it out of the park. But I wanted to go in with zero expectations. If for some reason I barely get used, I'll just eat the catering, get to see my friends, and enjoy the paydays. But I show up, they make a big surprise return for me in a tag match. We win the tag match. I'm winning matches. I'm wrestling top talent. I'm getting time. Tony Khan hugged me. I worked there for 2.5 years and he never hugged me. He hugged me when he saw me when I got there. It was crazy. The only analogy I can make, and it's funny, the only analogy I was like, imagine you have a first love, right? And then she breaks your heart. She dumps you and you break your heart. And then you go and work on yourself and you find yourself and you get over her and you feel like you're better off without her. And then you get a text message saying, hey, I'll be in town next week if you want to hang out. And so you hang out, and like things are going well and the date goes great and maybe y'all, fooled around and that went great. But in the back of your mind, you're like, this is awesome. But what are we? What is this? What are we doing here? That's how I felt after the 5 weeks. I felt like it went phenomenal, but I don't want to be that guy to be like, are we gonna get back together? What are we doing here? And so what I got told was, hey, you're killing it. Stay in touch. We'll make something happen eventually.
Okay.
So I feel like everything went phenomenal. And then in December, I tried to stay in touch every month, but it was like nothing right now, nothing right now. And then finally in December, they were coming close enough by to where I could drive in Kansas City and St. Louis. So I drove up and I wrestled a dark match and I talked to Tony some more. And he was like, yeah, stay in touch. We'll do something. And then another month goes by and I hear nothing. And then in February, they come back to Texas for 2 shows and I wrestle for them both times. I wrestle Wheeler Yuta in a fun little match. And then I wrestle Blake Christian on Ring of Honor and I kill it. I'm talking the fans are going bananas for me. And I thought, what the hell? What's going on here? And I even asked Tony, what are we doing? And all I got was stay in touch. Maybe we'll do something in the future. So it's a lot of things out of my control. Do I feel like I'm good enough to be signed? Absolutely. I feel like I should be signed, not only to AEW, but to any company. I am a asset. I am of value. I deserve it. I've earned it. I can be whatever you need me to be on any given night. I play my role to the best of my ability till I earn another role. Unfortunately, I can't stress about things that I can't control.
Yeah.
If they don't see it, then that's on them. They say you can't wake someone up who's pretending to be asleep. And so I'm not even going to, waste my time on trying it. Did I feel like I killed it in my ROH run last summer? Absolutely. Do I feel like I killed it in my 2 matches that I did earlier last month, a couple months ago? Yes. Do I know why I'm not signed? Absolutely not. So I'm just going to keep doing me, focus on GCW and trying to kill it to the best of my ability wherever I'm at.
With that said, last question. I'm just going to ask GCW since even before you left AEW, I'm pretty sure you've been a part of the GCW roster here and there. What's GCW been meaning to the, I don't want to say revitalizing your career, but giving you this next step in your career?
No, absolutely. It was is absolutely, in a way, the best word to say, I guess, would be revitalized my career and also just gave me a whole new fresh coat of paint. I feel like it showed a side of Fuego del Sol that people did not get to see in AEW.
Mhm.
I left there and I knew I needed to be in a place with major buzz. Like it doesn't AEW, it doesn't have the name recognition or the machine behind it like an AEW or WWE. Not all the wrestling world knows about GCW. But if you're a hardcore wrestling fan, you do know about GCW. And I knew I needed to be in a spot like that to keep my name in the headlines and in the news. And I want to be where the best independent wrestlers are. So many guys from GCW have been signed by AEW or WWE, have went on to do bigger things. So I want to be in that spot where I'm testing myself against the next upcoming guys, against guys who do come down to do GCW every once in a while, like a Zack Sabre Jr. I wanted to be a part of that roster. So it gave me a chance to show the hardcore independent wrestling fans who didn't know that I could go in the ring that I can go. Every time I step into a GCW ring, I wrestle a top talent, I show that I'm also one of the absolute best in the world when you put me in there bell to bell with anybody. I just proved it against Zack Sabre Jr. 2 months ago. It doesn't matter who you put me in there with. I can steal the show. I can make the crowd believe in Fuego del Sol. I've done it my whole career, whether I was a jobber with 2 minutes on dark or whether I'm wrestling 20 minutes against the former IWGP Heavyweight Championship. No matter what I'm doing, I will make a moment out of it. I will make the fans believe. And I am confident I'll keep doing that no matter where I'm at. And luckily, GCW have given me the opportunity to tell larger grand stories like this one with Atticus Cogar leading into George Janela's spring break. And I'm sure we're only just going to build on that after I send him packing from GCW.
Definitely. Fuego, I just want to say thank you for coming on. I appreciate this 100%. Squeezing us in your busy WrestleMania week schedule. Before I let you go, you want to plug any social medias, things like that? Just let the fans know where they can check out Fuego.
Yes, on TikTok and Instagram, Fuego del Sol _ on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Fuego del Sol, twitch.tv/Fuego del Sol. Catch me streaming games and wrestling and things, and prowrestlingtees.com/Fuego del Sol to get your Fuego del Sol merch. I'd appreciate y'all checking it out. I also have a page on Facebook you can follow and keep up with me there as well. So thanks.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Like I said, I try to do this with every episode. If you ever want to come back on, give us a little update, see what's going on next with Fuego del Sol. I'd love to have you on for a part 2.
I think we're definitely going to need to do a part 2 very soon.
Definitely. Thank you, Fuego. I'll just leave this at see you next time then.
See you next time, my friend.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine. Today, we are welcomed with Martin Casaus. How we doing, man?
Ooh, you got the name right even.
I got it. I got it.
Well done, well done, well done. I'm doing fantastic, Justin. How you doing?
Blessed, excited to be here. I know I told you before this, I've been ready for this all week, and I just can't wait to dive in to know why you love professional wrestling, maybe as much as I do.
Okay.
Before we dive into all that, let's do the plugs. Your social medias, what you got going on, maybe your energy drink, things like that.
Yes. So, if you guys don't know me or follow me, most people know me from WWE Tough Enough, Lucha Underground, AAA, or streaming, various other outlets. So my website is being repaired right now, but it's normally martincasaus.com. Just follow me on Instagram or any of the socials. Find me up. I run a digital payment platform that helps wrestlers and wrestling companies make money. I have an energy drink called the Rascal. The camera doesn't like it, but I like it. So it's delicious. So check out rmprascal.com. It can't take bumps forever, man. Still chair shots to the head, do some damage to you.
Definitely.
But I love this business. I love wrestling. That's why we're here, right?
100%. And that's the name of the game. That's why we're here. And that leads me perfectly into my first question. When did you find professional wrestling, and what about it made you fall in love with it?
My first memory of professional wrestling, honestly, was that sticks out to me. Somebody was getting beat up by multiple people in the ring. There were some bad guys, some heels. beating up a single good guy, and I'm like, why aren't they stopping him? What's going on? And I'm watching it with my grandpa as I'm playing out at the house. Which, funny enough, I live in that house now. When he passed away, I bought the house, so it's kind of sentimental here for me. Um, but I saw that, I'm like, what are they doing? And then I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And then what happened was my mom was a big Jay Leno fan. And then all of a sudden Hulk Hogan comes in and starts having talking with Jay Leno, and all of a sudden they're having a match. I was a huge Utah Jazz fan. I was a huge basketball fan before professional wrestling. I still am. NBA is awesome. I don't get a chance to sit down and actually watch many things. But I'm watching the Utah Jazz, and then all of a sudden DDP is having a wrestling match with Karl Malone. I'm like, what in the heck? I've got to check out this wrestling thing. So it was just it just kept hitting me in the head that I need to be a wrestling fan. And here we are. Or ever since I was a little kid, not like super little kid, maybe like maybe 12, 13, I think.
Okay.
Whenever the Monday Night Wars started. So I was, what was that, 98, 99?
Yep.
Yeah, actually, so yeah, 13, 14. So yeah,
Okay.
13, 14, around that area. Loved it. Just saw them all my, I mean, it was just around me so much that like I it just kept hitting me in the head that I have to at least go watch and give this a chance. And man, did I get hooked.
What made you decide to take the transition from fan to trainee, I should say?
The ability to know that it was an option.
Okay.
When as I watched it, and then I was hooked, and I loved WCW. I was a big WCW fan. I loved DDP and Goldberg. I was a football player, so I loved watching Goldberg just spear the living crap out of people. Um, so I'm like, that's super cool. And then once that whole transition happened, where it's just the WWF, WWE now, um, they eventually around 2003, yeah, did a show here in Salt Lake City, Utah. And as I'm standing in line waiting for a WWE Raw, somebody gave me a ticket to go. So I wasn't even intending on going anyway. It's just I didn't go out and do much. But I was given a ticket by a friend. And as I'm standing in line, one of the local wrestlers came up and is like, "Hey, here's a flyer for our next show." I'm like, "What do you mean your show?" And then I found out there's professional wrestling that's on the indie level. And then I'm like, "What? Really? There is?" I'm he's like, "Yeah, we got a show coming up." And there's a school right down the street, actually, if you ever want to get in the ring. And I'm like, whoa. So I sat that down and I forgot about it for 3 days. And then I called back, and as soon as they said, "Hey, come on down and train." And then as soon as I stepped through the ropes, I'm like, uh-oh, I'm gonna do this forever.
Okay.
So
Was that with UCW?
that was with UCW. That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
How important would you say that school and that company was to the beginning stages of your career?
Huge. It was the only option in Utah that we had. The only closest options was I was driving to Las Vegas, which is a 6 hour drive, or to Colorado, which is an 8 hour drive. So unless I made those trips, which I didn't even know about were options until 4 years into professional wrestling, actually being on the scene doing it, but I didn't only, it was, I was here. I didn't know there's other wrestling out there on the local level. But UCW, since that was the only thing running here, it was critical, and it taught me very good how to wrestle, basics, and it. I very, I sometimes think about what life would be like if I didn't go to that WWE show and wrestling wasn't in my life. Because if I didn't go to that WWE show, unless God had other plans for me, I would have never gotten that flyer, which would never put me in the ring, which would have never made the last 21 years of my life go the way it's gone.
So it's crazy to think about things like that, because that one decision to go to a wrestling show, which you wouldn't have if that friend wouldn't have given you a ticket,
Correct.
ultimately changed your life forever.
Correct.
And I think that's the interesting thing about wrestling is that's pretty much the story for most people. Is it's just one time somebody brings it up, and then it sticks with you for the rest of your life. And honestly, and like, this might sound a little cliche, but like in the most beautiful way possible. Like it's just there.
Mm-hmm.
Something I found very interesting about doing, like when I was doing research about you, is for the first several years of your career, you didn't go by Marty or Martin. It was Tristan. What made you decide to say, okay, I'm gonna drop Tristan and I'm gonna go this other way and make a full transition into maybe a new character or a new persona?
So the whole reason I started with the Tristan Gallo name, I used to be called Tristan Gallo, the reflection of perfection, the best in sports entertainment, the man that men want to be and women want to be with. Um, I was Tristan Gallo. I was basically, so I was bullied as a kid. And so I literally took all the stuff that I saw that I hated about bullies and then turned it into a character. And that turned up into be and I really do think wrestling, I'd be such a different person if it wasn't for wrestling. Because I found my who I am because of wrestling and playing other characters. Um, but I soaked all that in there and I started wrestling. And honestly, once I started wrestling training, 3 weeks later, I was in the next show. I was athletic, and I just put it up on my YouTube channel. Go to my YouTube channel and look up Mr. Martin Casals, or just Google Marty the Moth and find me. But I put my first match up, and man, I was athletic. I knew what was going on, but the match didn't make any sense. It was just crazy. And then I asked, like, well, I don't care. You can name me like Spud the Peanut. I don't care what I wrestle under. Just let me go wrestle, brother. And he's like, cool, we're gonna call you Tristan. I'm like, where'd you get that? I looked it up and they said it was strong. I'm like, who's they? The internet. I'm like, okay, cool. So Tristan Gallo. So he picked that name. I'm like, all right, I'll wrestle under any name. I don't care. But then I wrestled under that until 2011. And then in 2011, I was contacted by the WWE, and I did a show called WWE Tough Enough with Stone Cold Steve Austin, Trish Stratus, Bill DeMott, and Booker T.
Yep.
And then so 4 million plus people every Monday saw me, and they put that little card under that says Martin, and I have a doofy face, and I smile. And I'm like, well, I can't call myself Tristan anymore when 4 million people just around the world just saw me as Martin, so I might as well just use my real name. And luckily, it's just kind of stayed that way and kept it involved ever since.
You bring up Tough Enough, and that was honestly around that time. I was about 11. That was the first time like I got to really experience Tough Enough because like they did the seasons before, but I was real young, like 3, 4, 5 years old.
Yeah.
So like this was the first time like I was watching Tough Enough, and I was like, that made me kind of realize like as an 11-year-old, like, hey, these are normal people. Like I can do this. And so like instantly I was like hooked, like, and I remember from that season, you was injured, and you was the only person, if I'm correct, that was never in the bottom three, and the only person that got to hang up that belt. What
Correct.
did that feel like?
Like hell. I hated it because that aspect I didn't know about or think about during that time. All I could think about is I spent so literally that training where I got injured on Tough Enough, it was a night training. We did a night training, which was out of the normal set of things the way we did things on Tough Enough at that time. And then I got injured, and then like obviously I didn't want to be injured, so I didn't know what was going on. So I did like 3 more drills after I was injured just to try and see how much pressure I could put on it. And then finally they're like, something's going on with you. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good. Like, stand on your other leg, just your other leg, and pick up your other leg. And unfortunately, I couldn't do it. And they're like, all right, yeah, we got to send you to the hospital just to get it checked out. I'm like, well, if they say it's injured, you guys are gonna make me quit, and I don't like that. So no, you're not sending me. And he was like, no, 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 we'll just go get it checked out. And if you want to keep competing, we'll let you keep competing. I'm like, cool, fine then. So I went to the hospital, and literally I spent all night in the hospital, and right from there, coming back to the arena, that's where I hung up my belt. So I was tired and angry. I was hanging up my belt. So not a great moment for me at that time. But I had the doctors. So I broke my foot. I broke my leg. I have a pin in my leg still from that time. My souvenir. Thank you. Um, and I had them give me a doctor's second look at it. I'm like, well, what is that called again? A second look, a second guess, or a second checkup, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the doctor's check. I'm like, okay, they're like, it's broken. You're probably gonna need surgery, and uh, so yeah, we're gonna because of insurance reasons, we can't let you continue. I'm like, well, I don't like that idea, so I'm going to get asked for a second opinion. Like, really? I'm like, yes, I like a second opinion. Bring another doctor in here. Let's figure it out. So they did, and then uh, same thing. He's like, yep, what the first doctor said. I'm like, cool. I don't like that answer. Send another one in. They're like, what? No. I'm like, yep. Come on, man. I've been here for 5 hours because everything at the hospital takes forever.
Forever.
I got a third opinion from the doctors. Like, guys, just it's broken, man. Like, there's no here it is. It's obvious. It's broken, and for insurance reasons, you can no longer continue. And that's when I was raging out. And then literally we went from the hospital in the same van. I parked right in front of the door. They hand me the belt and like, you got to go give your belt up to Steve. Like, so I was tired. I was angry. So it wasn't the greatest moments of mine. And I hadn't seen anybody. So it wasn't the greatest moment. But as I look back on it, like there's no better way it could have gone. Everything in life happens for a reason. It's cool. I never hit the bottom three. It's cool that Steve let me hang up my own belt. Steve Austin was very kind after the camera shut off, where he's like, "Hey, brother, I feel for you. I know what it's like. If you don't mind, if you want my cell phone number, I'll give you my cell phone number, and you can send me anything. I help give you any advice as you go through your career." I'm like, "Yeah, hell yeah. I'll I'll gladly have
100%.
Stone
Yep.
Cold Steve Austin, the greatest performer ever, give me advice on my career." Absolutely. So, he was super kind about it. Gave me a cell phone. We've been in touch ever since. It's been super cool. So without WWE Tough Enough, my whole life wouldn't be what it is today. From the relationships that were created from there and just the experience I've had from that time. So at that time when it was happening, which is usually how life happens, right? At that time, I hated what was going on. But man, if that didn't have happened, there's so much stuff wouldn't have happened that I'm enjoying currently.
Do you think like that exposure from Tough Enough helped you once you recovered and got back on that indie grind?
Of course, yeah. Then it was just something else to promote. And it's just like, hey, you might have
Yeah.
seen me on Tough Enough. If not, hey, there's this guy who did Tough Enough, and he did. I still had the assets I learned from the past however many years from wrestling, so I knew how to wrestle by that point. So yeah, I think it was just more to, hey, now we're on the show. Let's promote this show. So it was good to have something else. Like, hey, this is something that we did. So just something else to promote.
Okay. Um, Going back to UCW, they did a lot of partnerships with the NWA. What were those shows like for you as a competitor, working for both, UCW and then having the branding of the NWA associated with it?
That was one of my first times going outside of the state. So I'd wrestled for several years, and around 2007, I found out, hey, the NWA is a thing. I'm like, what? There's other people that do this? And they're like, yeah, they have a TV show and everything. And I'm like, what? Where is this? California. Okay, and are you guys going? Like, yeah, they want you and a couple guys going down. I'm like, all right, how are we gonna get there? It's a 12-hour drive. Okay, let's do it. So it was really cool. Shout out to David Marquez for giving me my first chance at TV. It was awesome because at UCW we didn't have a TV product. It was a regular what you see a lot of independent promotions like right now, where there's a ring and then we put together the best show for the people that are there. And that's what UCW was like, and it was a great show. But then going down there, we drove 12 hours down to California. David Marquez let me have some experience. I was wrestling other people besides the same core guys that were in Salt Lake City, Utah. So that was awesome. That made me grow, get outside of my comfort zone from wrestling your buddy 9,000 times. Um, and it was my first time on experiencing TV. So, hey, we're going to commercial. Hey, we're shooting this for this. Hey, we're doing a backstage promo for this. And it was a really cool experience just to get out of my comfort zone, see, hey, there's more out there than just us 20 people like rocking Utah shows for a couple hundred people a show. It was really cool. So I got a shout out to David Marquez. You're the man. Thank you for helping me get started on my first TV experience.
Something else, once again, from doing research, I thought was really cool was you got to do work with Marty Jannetty, and you also had a tag team with Derek Jannetty as
Yes.
the foundation. What was working with both of those guys like, and how did the formation of the foundation come together?
Derek Janetti is actually the guy who handed me the flyer the very first day at WWE Raw when he's like, "Hey, well, there's a local promotion here, and there's a school." I'm like, "Okay." So Derek Janetti, for the longest time, he's still my best bud. I just don't we don't get to see each other very much, but he was my ride or die. We would travel together. He would train me on everything. He could have gone very far. He just didn't like getting out of his comfort zone. But and to be a professional wrestler, getting out of your comfort zone, or to be successful in anything, honestly, I think I'm seeing lots of parallels between wrestling and just life in general.
Life.
Yeah, to be successful in anything, usually you have to get out of your comfort zone, and success that you're looking for is usually just on the other side of it.
Mhm.
So, I don't know how the foundation all stuff happened because that was many years ago. But I remember we brought in Marty Jannetty. Derek Jannetty was wrestling. There was no actual familial relation, but he had the last name Jannetty. Marty is a legend, so we brought him in, and then they formed up the team. And man, it was cool to be able to wrestle legends and like okay, I can go with these guys, and then hanging out with them and seeing just it was a blast. I'll just say it was a blast. Derek Janetti, I wouldn't have the career that I have without my friend Derek Janetti. So shout out to you, Derek. Love you. And it was great. That was my first time actually experiencing like wrestling a name. Was through Marty Janetti. I love Marty.
Before I dive into Lucha Underground, because I'm sure that's what a lot of people watching this video want to hear about. Something once again that I thought was really cool is you got to tangle up with Eric Watts. What was it like working with Eric back in the day?
Now this is Eric Watts from WWE Tough Enough. They're not the
Yep.
original OG Eric Watts, but it's I love being able to make friends in one venue like WWE Tough Enough, and then be able to take that relationship and hey, here's my home. Hey, here's my where I've been cutting my teeth at. Where and then they brought me over. AJ Kirsch brought me over to a place with Billy Blade. I can't remember the name of the company they had at the time, but it was ran by Billy Blade. It was he did AJ Kirsch, uh, Eric Watts versus me, a big tough enough battle. It's always fun to take relationships that you've created somewhere and take those relationships and expand those relationships across the country. Always fun. Love them guys. Uh, AJ Kirsch, Eric Watts, some of my boys still to this day. I was just hanging out with them during WrestleMania weekend, and then a little bit before that. So
That's
love
great.
them.
It's great to see, that if you think about Tough Enough happened about 14 years ago now, and to still see you guys connected and talking and being, around each other and being boys it's really cool, and it's nice to see things like that.
I think honestly, one thing that I love about wrestling is it coming up. Usually, people have very similar stories, or they can understand the struggle that someone has to get to the ring, to be in the ring with you in the first place, let
Yes.
alone get to the higher levels to be in those rings with you in the first place. So there's a common I get you before, just like in any industry, the band industry, the entertainment industry, the acting industry, people get there's camaraderie that's built in almost. Um, where I think that's one of the funnest parts about professional wrestling is there's a camaraderie that's already built right from the beginning, and then you just get to enhance those experiences by personalization with each other. It's probably the funnest thing about professional wrestling is the camaraderie you built in 12-hour drives. And I'm like, man, I punched you really hard. My bad.
And something else that, like, going to kind of piggyback off that is the another fun thing I found out about wrestling is, especially from talking to you guys, is the ability to have a conversation and then not see each other for a month, 2 months, and pick up right back where you left off and continue that said conversation. And like, lately I've been going to regular indie shows in the Chicago area, and they run
All
about once a
right.
month.
Nice.
So
Who's out
like,
there?
names that I think people should pay attention to. Last night, actually, this young man by the name of Quintero, Rafael Quintero, had a cage match with another gentleman by the name of Iniestra.
Nice.
Phenomenal athletes. There's a young lady by the name of Lily Ruiz out here. She's done work for NWA Chicago, and then she recently did like NWA Exodus. She's phenomenal as well. Some of the names that like really stick out Another guy, one more while I'm plugging guys. Bruce Hamilton. He did powerlifting for like years, and now he's in his mid to late 30s. He's got 6 kids, but he just decided to switch from powerlifting and doing bodybuilding to now be a wrestler. And he just hit a year a couple days ago and just won his first championship last night. But he's been on WWE TV, on doing extra work, and the guy just travels everywhere. So
Awesome.
like if somebody deserves to make it, he puts in the dedication, sleeps in his car, like he's doing the grind.
Oh, that's awesome, man. I love it. And one thing that I love now, is like I was saying, UCW, I didn't know there was other wrestling out there to go make a name for myself for the first 4 years or something like that. So I love that it's his first year in. He just his 1 year anniversary and he's traveling all over the place. So well done.
But
So
like
it's awesome to be around there. Get out as fast as you can, wrestlers. Go make a name for yourself.
100%. But like it's crazy because I live just about 2 hours west of Chicago. So I drove out to Detroit, just south of Detroit, Michigan, to go to a show for Rhino. Rhino told me, "Hey, if you want to interview, come out here and check out my show." And I drove out there, I checked it out, and Bruss was on that show. And I was like, "You're like super far from Chicago." And he's like, "Well, I live in Indiana and I go to Iowa and I go to Wisconsin and Michigan and Ohio and everywhere." And I'm like, "Okay." So not only am I hitting the road, but I know for sure Russ is hitting the road. So like it's just cool to see that, especially when you get to see guys that you see from your home area and you travel out and they're like, "Well, I'm here too and I'm doing the same thing." And it's just I think it builds what's the word I'm looking for? It builds that respect and camaraderie between ourselves and that relationship, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I think there's a mutual respect. There's a lot of people who say, I want to be a wrestler. I want to be a wrestler. I want to be a wrestler. But then they're like, I gotta drive how far in order to go to training? I have to go to the gym. I have to like eat right. You want me to drive 12 hours to go shoot TV? Yes. You walk the walk and you do whatever it needs to take to make your stuff happen. Make your dreams come true. And that's not going to happen by flapping your gums.
With that, like that's something I've found in doing podcasting. I feel like I've gained more respect by taking that same system and saying, okay, if you guys are going to travel, I'm going to travel. If you guys are going to put in hours, I'm going to put in hours. And if you guys are going to, work hard and train hard and learn, I'm going to do the same thing. And I think so far that's what's given me the ability to stand out. And it's what's also made this journey so far so much more fun. It's just to actually try to be as much a part of it as I can without overstepping the boundaries, if that makes sense.
And now the boundaries are very blurry nowadays. There's even a WWE show coming out about writing and stuff like that.
Yep.
So, and which is fun. That's a whole process that people don't understand that people go through, and that all the work from the stage hands to building the ring, like all the work that goes to making a show. There's so much, an incredible amount of work by so many people that don't get enough credit. That they don't get enough praise versus the people that are up there holding championships. So I love that you're traveling around like that. I always say if you want success in anything, find someone that has the success you want and emulate what they're doing. So I love that you're out there hitting the road, man.
Thank you. Now I'm going to get into my most anticipated part of this interview. I want to know about Lucha Underground. Tell us how you got brought into the fold. And I think the thing I'm most interested to learn is how different was it working with them as opposed to other wrestling companies?
Sorry, I'm sick. It was actually funny because I got a Facebook message saying, "Hey, I'm this person from this media company and WWE, you're on WWE's radar. They would like to send you to send in a video for WWE Tough Enough." And by this time there was already like videos going out like crazy, and everyone was doing like a voting thing. Hey, vote which person you want to see on WWE Tough Enough, and da da da. I'm like, it's popularity contest. I don't want to. I don't want to do. I would just never make it. My confidence was in myself has usually been pretty low until recently. So that's one thing I love about wrestling. It's you're better than you think, no matter how far you think you are. Um, and I thought it was a fake. I mean, it's a Facebook message. Like, WWE's not gonna send me a Facebook message to get on the team. But then I'm like, what if? What if they did? What like it's I might as well. So I contacted my friend and we made a little video and we sent it in, and I didn't put it on like the voting sites or nothing. I just sent it to this dude. And then they're like, hey, yeah, no, they loved it and we want to do another interview. Like, oh, this is real now. Okay. And then so they had a phone interview. I was a stockbroker at that time. I worked for a brokerage firm helping people retire. And I would go on break. I'm like, guys, I gotta go. I gotta take this. I don't care if you fire me. Just give me a second. And then I went and did the break and I did their interview there. And they're like, hey, well, we like you, so we would like you to pack some of your stuff, and we'll bring you out here around this date. And this will be the final audition. We'll have a bunch of people at the hotel, and if you make it in the show, we'll just start the show right at that time. And if you don't, we'll just send you home and we'll go back to normal life. I'm like, okay, cool. And so that's kind of how it went. I got contacted on Facebook to get on WWE Tough Enough. And here's the funny thing. Um, I'm sorry, to get on. Hold up a second. We were talking about Lucha Underground, huh?
Yep.
Sorry, Lucha Underground. To get on Lucha Underground, I got an email from my buddy Eric Van Wagenen. Sorry, brain fart. I went on for the whole
You're
WWE Tough
good.
Enough
I
story.
would look, I was enjoying it, so I wasn't even gonna say anything. And then I was like, is it gonna lead to Tough Enough?
Well, actually, it did
Okay.
because life everything happens for a reason. So, WWE Tough Enough happened. A guy named Eric Van Wagenen saw me. He's like, oh, he's a Utah boy. Let's give him a chance. And that's what got me on Tough Enough is my relationship with Eric Van Wagenen. And then when Lucha Underground happened, Eric Van Wagenen was one of the guys making Lucha Underground happen. And so he contacted me on Facebook again. I'm like, hey man, would you want to like help us bring Lucha Libre to America? I'm like, I don't know what that means, but sure, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. And I was like one of the first ones actually ever contacted because they're like, you're Mexican, right? I'm like, yeah, I'm half Mexican. Like, okay, you're hired. I'm like, hey, sweet. Okay. They're like, we don't know what we want to do with you, but we want you here to do something. I liked your stuff on Tough Enough, and let's just see what happens. I'm like, okay, cool. So I got brought out there. I went through several gimmick changes in dark matches before Lucha Underground. We settled on Marty the Moth, and I was a magician, and I was almost a missionary type character. Um, but ended up getting a concussion, and when I came back, they said, "Hey, you're Marty the Moth. You're a big kid who's not all there, and go." And that's kind of the base that they gave me. They helped me every step of the way. They were so awesome to let me go and create this character. And I'm like, does this work? How about this? What about this? And they're like, yeah, man, go have fun. Lucha Underground, man. Without Lucha Underground, without Lucha and WWE Tough Enough, my life would be very, very, very different right now.
What was the vibe of being in the arena that for underground? Like how does that compare to your normal, wrestling venue setting?
There was immaculate sets. That first temple was beautiful, man. It was awesomely built, and because they had that Lucha Underground El Rey feel to it, they had
Hmm.
everything to look like it was rough and dingy, and it was all like the nicest equipment ever. But they just made it movie magic it to make it look nice and rough. But it was like it wasn't a lot of people compared to some shows, but there's like a good 400 people, maybe 500 people, something like that. Um, in this little environment, in this stage area, where it was really intimate. There's no guardrails or anything like that. It was really cool to have everybody there, and everybody there was ecstatically awesome. The Lucha Underground fans, the believers, were on a whole nother level. They were just so excited. They would I got called creepy bastard and never thought I'd be so excited about being called a creepy bastard.
That's
Um, it,
great.
it's great because they were just so excited about the next show and everything that was happening. And it was just a very intimate, excited group of people to be around. It was magical every time we went inside that temple.
Do you like, does it ever like surprise you still that people to this day are still like, can we get another season of Lucha Underground? Like that will want and that thirst for it, even as recent as Penta coming to WWE, and they're talking about, hey, we could maybe see a Lucha Underground, return or something like that, like just teasing here and there. Is that something that ever just surprises you?
Surprise me? No. I
Okay.
think it would not. It would surprise me more if people didn't say we want another season because I feel like we didn't get to finish telling our story. There was a whole subculture I think around Lucha Underground. I think there still is. It's like a I don't want to say cult classic, but there's a culture around that whole thing that it does not surprise me that people are like, we need season 5.
Yes.
And honestly, we need season 5. If you guys are watching, if you guys are watching this, which obviously you are because you're here and you're listening to me, we need a season 5. So let the people know season 5 Lucha Underground is there. Um, but also, look at what Lucha Underground did for so many people. It's done amazing wonders to my life. You got Penta, Phoenix, everybody up there had doing some amazing things. Swerve's up there taking over AEW. Like just the amount of talent that was in that thing. That was like a launching pad for so many people to do some amazing things with their careers. So it
Definitely.
does not surprise me whatsoever. People want to see more.
Okay. What do you think are the odds that we get a season 5?
I say it's professional wrestling, man. So I say never
Never
say
say
never.
never. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. I love it.
And I just got done doing the shout out to Marty Elias, a Lucha Underground referee. I just got done doing his show about Lucha Underground and just the ins and outs of Lucha Underground. If you haven't watched it, please watch it. And I hope there's a couple fans that said I was speaking maybe negative towards it. No, Lucha Underground was one of the coolest experiences of my life. It got me so many connections. It got me so much exposure. It literally has changed my life in so many amazing ways, from the production crew to the people that made the costumes. Man, the costume guys were there all day just making stuff. And everybody there, it was really cool. You asked the question earlier about what made it stick out compared to everything else. Everybody wants to have pride in their show, but this was I felt like a different level where people were watching each other's matches, from everyone from like the costume design to the writers, to everybody. It was just so focused not on like, hey, let's make Johnny Mundo and Rey Mysterio or anybody look really good. Like, no, what makes this show as a whole blow up as much as we can? And because it was a television show about a wrestling product rather than a wrestling product with a TV show, we could have, and that was a huge difference right there. We could have
Yeah.
time travel. We could bring people back to life. We could chop off heads. We could have like samurai fights. We could have monsters and gods and humans all fighting because it was a TV show about a wrestling company, not a wrestling company with a TV show.
100%. No, I think that was the part, like for me as a kid or a teenager at that time growing up, I think that's what made it so much different because it was like, okay, as a kid, like I watched my superheroes and then I watched my wrestling, but they were always separate. And that was the one place where it was believable that, Mil Muertes is this god and he, you know what I mean? And then Vampiro has this dark ability to make Penta evil, and it was just all the aspects were just so cool. And then like even down to like Drago and the mask, like me believing as a kid maybe he's part dragon and just things like that was just so cool. And it was just so believable. And then the fighting was just so much different because it felt more raw and more real. And like the fights and the matches just seemed like they had so much more stakes and that you guys took it so much more seriously as opposed to watching a Raw or a SmackDown at that time. It just felt so much more real and just different. And it was at a time when I think we needed something different.
Absolutely. I think at that time there was no AEW, there's no a lot of any other wrestling companies that were really getting a lot of exposure besides the WWE.
Hmm.
And so just having another option that was just so drastically different than the other option that people were used to was a game changer. Shout out to Krista Joseph. That man changed my life and wrote some sick things in a sick television show that changed the culture. All of a sudden, you're seeing WWE now having cinematic matches with The Undertaker. Like, I don't think that would have ever happened without a culture that was created from Lucha Underground.
No, no, and definitely not. And even down to like AEW, like Sting's first match was that cinematic match, and they did it in that warehouse, and it all felt kind of Lucha Underground esque. I mean, even down to having Brian Cage as part of it, but like it just felt like this is something you'd see in a Lucha Underground. Or like I think the most recent thing that really stuck out was they did the Chad Gable vignettes when he was going to Mexico. And that's whenever I was like, okay, that's pretty much a Lucha Underground video. Like that feels very Lucha Underground. And I just the teases and the little nuances that these companies are now taking from Lucha shows how much that Lucha really meant to the business as a whole for the short amount of time it was around.
I feel like professional wrestling was always shown a certain way with a certain paintbrush. And then
Yeah,
Lucha Underground came along with a giant crayon or marker and just started scribbling all over stuff. And then people are like, that's super cool. So when Lucha Underground ended, people are like, well, that worked with the crayon and the marker. So we should take some of that and use some of those brush strokes that they had with that crayon and make some more magic. And you can, I love seeing the influence that it has because I don't think you'd have cinematic matches. I don't think you'd have somebody fun promos or backstage venues
yeah,
stuff, backstage stuff that you see nowadays. I don't think that would have happened as easy or been as accepted as much by the higher brass without the influence of what Lucha Underground did.
definitely.
Absolutely.
One of like the most influential Lucha Underground matches was against Swerve or Kill Shot at the time in the Weapons of Mass Destruction match. I just want you to walk us through what that match was like for you and the brutality that you guys put each other through.
That match wasn't even supposed to happen. Uh,
Okay.
Me and Swerve, they had a storyline with us with the dog tags, and
Yep.
then Chris DeJoseph came up to me and was like, "Hey, we're gonna have you guys fight out here and we'll have a 10-minute match, and then we're gonna end it." And then we're like, "Well, what if we did something more with it, man? I feel like we've been having fun. Most of our matches have just been brawls, fighting around. We don't even finish a match. What if we ended it with something bigger?" He's like, "Huh? Hold on a sec." He went and talked with the other writing staff and came back. He's like, "Okay, we're gonna do that." I'm like, "Okay, so you're not gonna wrestle tonight?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "No, so you guys aren't wrestling tonight." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And that ended up being the Weapons of Mass Destruction match when we came back the next season. So shout out to Krista Joseph and the amazing writing staff from Lucha Underground that would take feedback from the wrestlers and be like, "Well, what if we did this?" Like obviously, if we're not pitching them anything, that doesn't give them anything to take feedback from.
Hmm.
But it was so cool. There was no fighting about it. There was no nothing. Krista Joseph just like, okay, yeah, let's go find out. And then like, okay, yeah, we're gonna do something different with it. I'm like, okay, that's awesome. And then I got a phone call like, hey, we're gonna have a weapons of mass destruction match. I'm like, I don't know what that means. And he's like, well, we're gonna have pretty much a bunch of military stuff everywhere. You guys are gonna go to war. I said that sounds like a
Sounds like a
blast.
plan to me.
Yeah, sounds like a plan to me. All right. And then we got through that day, and then we looked around and they set it all up, and we got through the prior night, and they gave us an idea of, hey, this is how everything's going to be set up. So you got an idea, think of something, and then have a good match tomorrow. I'm like, okay, and they just built us a playground, man. They built us with the containers. There was missiles there. I jerked off a missile, and to some guy's face, they took that off TV. So I don't know how much I can actually say on this. I don't know if I can swear anything on this
You're
podcast.
good.
Oh, sweet. But there was so much that they gave us options to play within, which this is really cool. Like you give writers a blank page to write with, and you gave two professional wrestlers a playground to go play with. Like, go have fun. And I remember in particular, this is a big moment for me, and I don't think Swerve even actually understood it, but maybe he's heard it in a podcast. But Vampiro came up to us and he's like, "Hey, you guys, this is your first main event at Lucha Underground. So if you screw this up, like I don't know when you're going to get a chance to main event again." Like, oh, okay, that's good to know. Like, yeah, so don't screw this up. Makes this something cool. He's like, you got it right, and then Swerve without before he was done answering the question, Swerve's like, yeah, we got this. I'm like, yeah, we got this. Oh yeah, no, easy. And we did. It was awesome because we were able to tell a good story with the dog tags. It wasn't just two guys hitting each other with stuff. It was a story. And Swerve is I just recently posted it because I just did the Lucha Underground podcast with Marty. Swerve is one of the best wrestlers in the world, and I'm glad he's finally getting hit the love that he should deserve. Um, that match was one of my favorite, probably if not the favorite match I've had in my career. I've been in the rings with legends, and that one was just super fun. Everything just flowed. We had a whole story with the Melissa Santos who was in there. That made a awesome fan reaction every time I got to interact with her. And Melissa Santos was always willing to play ball with anything and everything. And she's awesome. Shout out to her as well. I'm just shouting out everybody. I just love everybody, man. This whole experience made my life so much better in relationships, in my wrestling career, in my life. Like I when I look back at Lucha Underground and people are like, bring it back, I'm like, hell yeah, it won't. I don't know if it'd be the same, but that moment in time was an amazing time for a lot of people, I believe.
Definitely. And it just I know we've talked about it, and it's just one of those things that everybody associated with it just loved it so much. Like I've even had like PJ Black on here, and he just was talking about how much he enjoyed it, and like it was one of the most fun times of his career. And I think he's the only other guy Lucha I've had on. Now that I think about it, but like
You
just
got a lot
watching
more
other
people to interview,
podcasts,
brother.
I got a whole roster filled that I gotta get on here. But like if you listen to other interviews, shout out to those. Um, that's all you hear is the love for Lucha Underground and how it brought you guys together as a family and just how everybody was able to connect. And it wasn't just one guy writing a script telling you guys what to do. It was just everybody, let's work together, like you said earlier, to make the best product you possibly can.
Absolutely. And I think anytime a group of individuals come together for a common cause and put that common cause first and set aside any other differences, that amazing things happens. And I think from the writing staff who are just like, here's a story we want to tell. How would you go for it? To the wrestlers who are all top notch, best wrestlers in the world, Rey Mysterio, Mundo, Taya, everyone in there. Thunder Rosa. There's so many wrestlers there. Evilise. There's just Ray. Like every person I name has just so much raw talent. The writers, the people making the sets, everyone just wanted to make that show so well. There wasn't, hey, let's elevate this guy and we're telling you what to do. There was, here's what we want to try and get. How can we make this awesome? And anytime we have a group of people that come together for a common cause, community, amazing things happen. And I think that showed.
It's a beautiful thing, and I think it just goes to show that love for professional wrestling, wherever it is,
Like, yeah, love always wins, brother. I'm a
definitely
sucker for love.
100%. um, I'm gonna ask you one more Lucha Underground question, and then I'm gonna ask you some other question about other promotions you worked for. But you were one of few men to hold both the Gift of the Gods and the Lucha Underground championships. How important was that to be able to, hold both those championships and to be waving that Lucha Underground flag?
I didn't believe them at first. Christian Joseph, they told me the season before, we're thinking about putting the title on you. I'm like, that's cool. Okay, sure. I didn't believe them. And then it finally came. And then one day they're like, hey, we're doing it today. I'm like, what? And they're like, no, we're doing it today. And I'm like, okay. And then they told me how it was all going to go down. And I don't think I got the importance of how awesome it was at that time. I just knew this is something that's really cool. But man, I got super blessed. They just said, "Hey, we're gonna do this," and they told me how it was gonna go down, and that one day was cool because he said, hey, we're going to do it today. We're going to set this up, and then it's going to happen this day. So I brought my family out there, my wife, um, uh, and my parents, and that was just a when you have someone as awesome as Chelsea Green wrapping a title around you. You have your parents and your wife watching you, and a bunch of people. There was a very mixed reaction because I had a bunch of people yelling, "Hey, that's my champ," and a bunch of people yelling "creepy bastard" and being very angry about it. And I just told a title from Pentagon. It was a great moment. I think one of the cooler moments in my life, actually. So that was a good day. It's a good day for the House of Casals.
Um, you might have already answered this question, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. What was your favorite Lucha Underground match?
The Weapons of Mass Destruction match. I think the other one that other stuck out to me. There was like I had a match with Phoenix. We had a whole haircut angle where he was girlfriend with Melissa Santos, or
Mhm.
they were together, um, and that was fun to be able to actually put a exclamation point on the story that I had with Melissa Santos. And Melissa Santos, I've been messing with ever since that persona started. So I think that was really fun for me to stick out. I cut my hair. They're the worst hair barbarist ever. Do not get your hair cut by Melissa Santos or by Phoenix. They're amazing people and amazing wrestlers, but do not get your hair cut by them. They suck. I love
Okay.
you guys. You guys just horrible haircutters. Um, that one sticks out to me because I think that was a cool story. And then just the chance to go in the final episode of Lucha Underground, Ultima Lucha 4, and go in there as the heavyweight champ against Penta, and then just being getting given the keys to the kingdom by the writing staff to like, hey, here's all this, here's glass, there's all this stuff that you can go play with, go have some fun. And I think those three matches stick out really hard for me. Is the Weapons of Mass Destruction match, my match with Phoenix and Melissa Santos involved storyline, and that Ultima Lucha 4 with Penta.
Okay. Um, since Lucha has, we'll call it a hiatus. Since Lucha's gone on a hiatus because it'll be back.
Because it'll be back.
Um, you've worked for several promotions: Impact, AEW, Ring of Honor. What's your experience been like working with those companies? And has it ever been like a conversation to maybe stick in one of those, like to sign with Impact or to sign with AEW or Ring of Honor?
Yeah, the conversation's always there.
Okay.
I think I had most fun traveling around with AAA. AAA, I got to travel all around Mexico, and that was super fun. But yeah, those conversations are always happening, and with wrestling, you never say never. What is wanted in 1 second could be the thing that is hated the second, and something else completely different is wanted.
Mhm.
So the conversation's always there in professional wrestling.
Definitely.
I've had a blast with all those, and again, that's just going from a different wrestling company to a different wrestling company to a different wrestling company. It just feels different than Lucha, like a Lucha Underground, where it's a TV show. Man, even the vignettes at Lucha Underground were cool. Where like, and you don't get that in these other wrestling companies, where you get to sit down and do actual like acting scenes, like you did with Lucha Underground. But the conversation's always there. I've had a blast with every one of those companies, and honestly, I've wrestled for pretty much every single biggest wrestling company in the world, and I'm happy with everything that's been happening so far, I'm happy with my career thus far.
Okay. Um, we talked a little bit about them before we got on the camera, but how did you jump into the fold at Rocky Mountain Pro?
I love me Rocky Mountain Pro. So when going back to our conversation about getting out there and put your name out there,
Mhm.
back in roughly around 2007 or so, I was going around and doing as many shows as I could. I did a show in California as a WWE. I was an extra for a WWE show, and I met a guy named Matthew Yaden, and that ended up being, well, hey, we have a show in Colorado, where it's right now it's called Fusion, and at that time, but it was the beginnings of what Rocky Mountain Pro is. And I just built a relationship with Matt, and I would travel to Colorado all the time. Colorado is where I cut my teeth, really. It was Utah's where I learned how to do stuff, and then Colorado, California. In Vegas is mostly where I did my thing to actually create a name for myself and cut my teeth. Um, and I love Rocky Mountain Pro because at this point in my career, I'm like, what can we do to make wrestling better than I left it? And if I was just coming into wrestling, I wish I came into like a Rocky Mountain Pro because I had amazing basics over at UCW, but most companies in independent wrestling are you do the show for the house, and then you satisfy the several hundred people that are in the crowd that day. Rocky Mountain Pro has a weekly nationally televised television show. It for a while was written by Vince Russo. He used to write, but for Hulk Hogan. It's agented by guys like me, Kazarni Sinbodi, who's in the WWE, and a guy named D'Lo Brown, who's a WWE Hall of Famer. We have commercials midway through the match where the referees are like, "Hey, we're going to commercial." We have it's time for TV. We have backstage segments because it is for a TV product. So when you come in as a professional wrestler, you're taught, hey, this is how you become a cameraman. This is how you run the cords. Because when you're wrestling, it's good for you to know what it feels like to be the cameraman on the other side. And so you learn every aspect of the business from being a cameraman to setting things up to, hey, now you're in the ring. This is how you do all this. And you're learned and taught TV, which it is what it is. In professional wrestling, you can make the most impact on people by being seen by the most amount of people, which means there needs to be a TV product or some way for people that are not in that building for you to impact. So TV and being trained for TV is how you make the biggest impact. And so I love Rocky Mountain Pro because it's my friend Matthew Yaden now runs it. It's now evolved into Rocky Mountain Pro. We got Milestone 15 coming up on June 27th, live on pay-per-view, which is literally on YouTube. It's live, so you can see the pre-show there, and then if you buy the pay-per-view, you can get the actual show. I'm fighting for the heavyweight titles, the Rocky Mountain Pro Championship. It's exciting because I love supporting people in their businesses. So if it's a business where I get to do what I love and help you do the thing that you love, awesome. So I have a special spot in my heart for Rocky Mountain Pro because I've been wrestling there right from the beginning, and so I've watched some of those fans grow up, man. That's what I love about these local communities that are around here. You've just seen some of these fans are local and proud of the companies that you just see them grow up with you as you grow up through your life. So I wish I had Rocky Mountain Pro when I first started wrestling. And I think more people should model themselves after Rocky Mountain Pro to have a school, have a national television product with connections to go anywhere else you want. And with by people, like I said earlier, if you want success in anything, find people who have success and emulate what they're doing. That's exactly what's going on. What Yaden worked for TNA for the longest time, and the people that he brings in is immaculate. So I love me some Rocky Mountain Pro. If you can't tell, I love me some Rocky Mountain Pro, and I'm about to be the Rocky Mountain Pro champion.
What's been your favorite moment so far in Rocky Mountain Pro?
Ah, man. Um, Honestly, storylines. I love telling stories. Like suplexes are cool. They hurt after years and years. They hurt every time, by the way. Just after more years, they hurt more. Being able to tell a longer story than, hey, just this is this night. And then from this night in front of these couple hundred people, this is the story that we're going to tell. And we have to tell it all in the ring with this. And then hopefully we get them excited about coming and seeing the next chapter of the story in the next show. I love that this is built around TV, just like all the highest places in professional wrestling. Um, I just think some of the storylines with like I was wrapped up with a lawyer named Preston the ultimate bad guy lawyer. And I was in his law office, and it's fun to watch them create their characters. Yes, in the ring, like in every independent promotion, but also in backstage vignettes and characters development longer than just that one night. You can tell a lot more about a character with weekly television than you can with seeing them once a month.
Definitely, definitely. I couldn't agree more. I got one more question for you, and then I'll let you go. Uh, We are about halfway through the year 2025. I know that Rocky Mountain Pro Championship is in your sights, but what are some of your other goals for the rest of this calendar year?
Retire my wife.
Okay.
I run a digital payment platform, where the fees that you get when you swipe your debit or credit cards.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of letting that fee happen, I take that fee and give it back to the people that are using my platform. So I retiring my wife, that is one of my goals. I have several TV shows that are on its way. There's a video game from Virtual Basement that has my likeness where I did mocap for, and
I've
I'm
been
gonna be
waiting
part
on
of the
that one.
video game. Yeah, me too, man. I'm so excited for it. There's good news happening with it. Figuring out this with Killswitch Engage. Killswitch Engage did my entrance music for Lucha Underground.
Okay.
They did a song called Unleashed for me. And Adam from Killswitch Engage came to an Airbnb and we worked on laughs and just a collaboration on making it work. And Lucha Underground didn't take it, for whatever. And so I'm trying to see if I can get that Killswitch Engage song in the video game. So I got movies coming up, video games. My business is booming. I just came out with these energy drinks called the Rascals. Um, I have commercial real estate that's happening right now, so we are almost done building the bottom floor of an apartment complex, a 100-plex out here in Ogden, Utah. Then I have another 850-plex being built in Gainesville, Texas.
Okay.
So just a lot of things happening. Dana White called me. I'm gonna be doing this thing for this UFC Power Slap. I'm doing that as well. So, man, when you say what goals are there, there's just so many amazing things happening right now. Just being as successful as possible and taking the most out of every opportunity that I have coming up. And it's blessed to be like, I almost feel like I'm bragging. Anytime I'm like, so what are your goals? What are you doing with your life? I'm like, I got a video game coming out. I have commercial apartments that are being built all over the place. There's my company's blowing up with this digital payment platform. We're working on cards, action figures. I'm blessed. And it all became from professional wrestling, just like the name of your freaking podcast. I love professional wrestling, and my life would be so different without professional wrestling. So goals, have as much fun with wrestling and leave wrestling as best as I can. Make the best movies and video games that I can. Help as many people as possible. Have retirement parties, and use my fan experience in that and my digital payment platform. And basically help as many people as I can.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you so much for joining me for this hour. I will leave the door open if you ever want to come on for part two. I'm not gonna lie, I still have a plethora of questions. I could talk to you all day. The
I
door's
know
open.
that hour happened so quick, brother. I
I
didn't even
know it
realize it
flew.
was an hour, man.
I love it when these just fly by. So I can't wait to do part two.
Absolutely. I'd love to do part two with you. Tag and post me on everything. I'd love to retweet and share it. I love that you're out there chasing something that you enjoy. I feel if I could say anything to everybody on this chat, um, if you want something in life, go do it. Instead of talking about it, make an action plan, set a date, and then go do it. If you don't make it by that date, awesome. If you're doing the action steps to get there, you're probably closer than if you didn't do nothing.
Yep.
So go and make your dreams come true, because I've seen so many people say, I want to be a professional wrestler. I want to be retired. I want to be this. And they don't take any action steps to do it. So please, if you have a dream or an inkling that there's something more for your life, go out there and fucking do it.
I gotta leave it at that. Thank you, and we'll see you next time, Martin.
Later. Thanks much, Justin.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine. Today we are welcomed with Rich Swann. How we doing, man?
Yes, sir. I'm doing very well. How are you doing today?
Great. Like I said, all fair, excited to do this. Something we talked about at IWR WrestleFest, and we're making it happen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm very happy to be here. And I love wrestling just like the rest of you, you know? So I'm happy we could make this a possibility.
I love it. I love it. Before we get started into your wrestling career, you'd like to let the fans know where they can find you on social media just so they can get updates and stuff like that?
Yes, indeedy. To get updates, to find me and what I'm doing and all the hot stuff that I'm rocking, you can find me on Instagram under Wrestling Swann 91, or just try to add me on Facebook. I may be able to get to your friend request, but there are so many, so I try to get to them. But I'm just so grateful and thankful that I've been able to be on social media and feel the love.
Definitely. Definitely.
Yes, indeed.
Um, my first question, it always starts pretty plain and simple. When did you find wrestling and what about it made you fall in love?
Man, I found wrestling. I didn't find it. It was actually, it was forced upon me. I was in the living room watching the Power Rangers, and my brother, he took the VHS out of the Power Rangers because it was 9 o'clock and he was just getting off of his basketball practice, and nobody was going to interrupt or intervene or come in front of his Monday Night Raw. So me being the little kid that I am, I have no choice but the fact that Bret Hart came out with that electric guitar, that song, the fireworks everywhere, the color, the people, the cheering, it just glued me. I was hooked. I was glued to the television screen, and just being able to experience that and see that, hearing, I'm not gonna say the guy's name, but if it wasn't for Mr. VKM, wrestling would not be uh, looked at the way it is. And when he introduced Brett, what I'm saying, coming out, the Hitman, the excellence of execution, I was hooked, bud. I was done, and was a fan ever since. Never gave up on wrestling.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing you watched it throughout your adolescence into growing up. What made you decide to start training and decide to take that leap from fan to performer?
I was always, like I always said, I was always somebody who just wrestling was my avenue. It was my escape for things that was going on at home. And, once I moved from Baltimore, Maryland to York, Pennsylvania, there was a school that was readily available to me. And I just like it was a no brainer when I had the opportunity in 2006 to decide to get trained. And just like other kids, of course, I did the backyard thing, as a kid, like just wrestling around anywhere and everywhere with my friends. But when I finally got that opportunity, it was a school called National Championship Wrestling. The trainer's name was Dirty Deeds Darren Wise. And I got trained by a guy. His name was Adam Flash. He had a lot of opportunities in the WCW, a lot of opportunities at the WWF. He was in the ECW before they closed down. He was somebody that could teach you every little thing from how to conduct yourself in the locker room and on the road. And, he was somebody that, like in CZW that, kind of opened my eyes. And then another person, his name was Ray Alexander. Oh my goodness, man. Especially at a hard time in my life when I lost both of my parents. That dude would open up the gym for me, and we'd be in there every single day from freaking like as soon as I'd get out of school to, you know what I'm saying, whenever. Like just wrestling, just oh man, he'd show me the Eddie Guerrero, freaking Rey Mysterio, like to where you it was just crazy. It was just crazy. It was just nuts. It was just nuts. I don't want to give the tricks of the trade out,
Fair
but
enough.
yeah.
What was the difference between training there and then later on you'd go and do a little bit of training at the CSW Training Academy? What was the differences in doing those?
The CSW.
CZW. I say
Oh, CZ.
CSW.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. At CZW. So training from that to going to CZW, um, the thing was the schools of Shakara, the Wrestle Factory, and the CZW school, it was in the very building that Sandman and Tommy Dreamer and RIP Sabu. You know what I'm saying? It was in the very building that these guys made so famous, made so legendary. You know what I mean? And to step into that building with that allure, already as a 18, 19-year-old kid, I'm so grateful to have that opportunity. And then, you know what I'm saying, getting in there with Claudio Castagnoli and the Chris Heroes and the Drew Gulaks and the Ruckuses and the Black Jesus, like those guys, just showing me the way, you know what I mean, from that young age, like it prepared me for so much more. I was able, to get opportunities, at such a young age that I'm so very fortunate for, like being able to go to Japan at 19, 20 years old to wrestle for Dragon Gate USA. And you know what I mean? Like wrestling in Japan and on those shows Evolve and everything like that, that kind of shaped me and shaped my wrestling career and, kind of put into my brain, all right, if I really want to make it, I'm going to have to be at this type of level in the ring, but also bring it with the entertainment value as well. Like,
Definitely. That leads perfectly into my next question, where as a lot of us fans might feel that when you started working with Dragon Gate, we got to see a different side of Rich Swann, maybe a more character-driven side. What about that promotion brought that out of you?
So a lot had to do with, you see guys like Shima and guys like Little Dragon at the time was what he was going by, Dragon Kid, and you saw Yoshino, who was the legendary Yoshino and Naruki Doi, and these guys, they all had characters, and so like for instance, like Milano Collection, AT and Magnum Tokyo, all these guys, like they were Italian. That was their so character. And Milano Collection AT, who's still, around today, who does, some stuff at New Japan and, everything like that. Not wrestling, but commentating because he's a legendary figure. But this guy back in 99, 2000 would walk around with the leash, but there was no dog. But everybody would believe they would believe in
Yeah.
his Italian dog. It's things like that. But then once the camera would turn on, once that red light would come on and that bell would ring, these guys would have some of the most athletic matches that you could ever think of. They'd go for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, sometimes 120 minutes, one match. You know what I'm saying? It'd be 8 guys in one match, but the crowd would never, ever, ever be dull. It'd never be a dull moment. These people would have the people on the edge of their seats, from the edge of their seats to on the tip of their toes, to standing, to jumping for joy, to crying, to laughing, to yelling. Like these guys, they really made me think of, okay, what could I do? So like as a kid, I played guitar and I play it by ear. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna come up with a song for Chuck Taylor, myself, and Johnny Gargano, and it's gonna be stupid, but it's gonna catch on. And it caught on for that niche base, and from there, and they saw like my creativity and my fun side and everything like that. But then once I started wrestling and they saw that style, that kind of like solidified for them. Okay, this kid, we want to use him.
How cool has it been for to see guys like Gargano and Chuck Taylor and yourself go on from wrestling in like Dragon Gate or CZW, and now like Chuck Taylor's behind the scenes at AEW, Gargano has been NXT champion, yourself been cruiserweight champion, Impact champion. Like, what's it like to see you guys grow, develop, and blossom as superstars?
Man, it's amazing to see. I mean, like especially like Johnny alone. Like I saw him wrestle his hero. I mean, I don't want to speak for Johnny, but you know, like there is a style and a look that Alex Shelley had created and stamped on the independent scene and wrestling and in general. Johnny Gargano kind of molded himself off of this style, and he made it his own. But to see those two wrestle at WrestleMania with Tommaso and Chris Sabin also as their counterparts, you know what I'm saying? Motor City Machine Gun, one of the most legendary teams in this industry, bar none. And then to do that with your, you know what I'm saying? That's his hero at man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Was it Mania or Rumble? I can't remember which one. But I know
Rumble.
it was yeah, it was a packed stadium. Like you can't get any better than that, right? And like then with Chucky, to be a part of a company that is, the new figurehead. It's another company for everybody to be able to apply their craft and be able to feed their families and enjoy what we love. It's awesome to see Chuck Taylor and the matches that he had, the parking lot brawl in the back with FTR, you know what I'm saying, with Trent Beretta, like seeing matches like that from, you know what I mean, fun loving Chuck Taylor, is nuts. and like, I'll, I have no, shame. Like back when I was, our very first tour, in Japan, it was me, Chucky, and Johnny, and we were supposed to be there for 3 weeks. We only were there for a week and a half because we got stuck because of the what was it, not hurricane, tsunami / earthquake. So we got stuck in the middle of that, and but so throughout that tour though, I'm just a broke young kid. I'm 19 years old, 18 years old, something like that. And like I flew to Japan with like $10 in my pocket, literally. And I'm like, all right, how am I gonna survive? And Chuck Taylor, you know what I mean? He big brothered me, he helped me, he looked after me throughout that whole trip up until, you know what I'm saying, we got shipped back to the airport. And man, I'll never forget that. And I never did. And like Chuck Taylor, he's one of the like not just greatest wrestlers that I've ever been in the ring with, but like one of the best people. He's a real person. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for him, guys like Ricochet wouldn't be as good as he is today. That's a shoot.
Okay, I like it.
Yes, sir.
You got to be a part of PWG, which recently seems like it quietly shut down its doors. How does that kind of make you feel, and what was it like being able to work within that company?
PWG was one of, the greatest places that I've ever been able to wrestle. Just based off the fans and the vibe alone. Everybody that wrestled there, they were all going there to just have fun and, try to make a great product. And, that's carried over to AEW. You could see that, they want to kind of give that same vibe, and they have. They've keeping that same fan base, and it seems to be growing, which is lovely. And shout out to, Super Dragon, I hope everything is good with him. And I don't want to put his situation or any situations out there. I just hope that everything's good with those, counterparts, and just my comments. It was a lovely time, wrestling over there, and you know, it's definitely going to be something that's talked about in the wrestling industry for years. Legit.
Probably forever. I mean, I know
Yeah.
as a fan, like the vibe of PWG alone drew me in, and I caught it late, I'll be honest, but like once I found it, I couldn't stop watching it. I would go back and watch every show, and it was one of those programs where you could watch the same pay-per-view over and over and you're not going to get bored. You could watch
100%.
it over and over.
I almost feel like the fire that, like how GCW and Wrestling Revolver and House of Glory, like how um, these companies are able to do shows in multiple states. I almost feel like if PWG did that back in the day, it would have been, on fire. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It would have totally been like an ECW or like something of what AEW is today, because that's how if it wasn't Dragon Gate that anybody was to know me for, any wrestling fan, it would be, oh, that PWG match, that PWG. I still hear it till this day. It's insane.
Tell us what brought you into the WWE.
So what brought me into the WWE? It was at an Evolve show, and there was a match between myself, AR Fox, and Uha Nation versus Caleb Conley, Tony Nese, and I want to say, man, it's gonna bug me. But so the rapper Wale, he hears about this and he sees it. He's a big wrestling fan at the time. It was around like the beginning, middle of 2014. And he hears about this and he watches the clips and he loves what he sees. And so next thing I know, apparently he tells Mark Henry, hey, there's these guys that, you guys should really check out. And next thing I know, I'm getting in contact with Mark Henry and Wale, and everything was happening so fast. It just was like, boom, 1 week I'm getting contacted by Mark Henry and I don't even know the guy. But like 3 weeks later, I'm being told that I'm going to have a tryout. And I have the tryout, and I'm in the tryout with Jeff Cobb, a couple other wrestlers, and then the rest are just like 6'7" athletes, 300 pounds, jacked, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh my goodness, we got to do all these Columbine workouts and strongman workouts, and they're not changing the weight for little old me. And it was pretty insane, but we got through it, especially, shout out to Jeff Cobb on that. Like, he was definitely a team player, and he was somebody that, especially for the people that didn't come from wrestling, we were helping the people get through these drills that, and hitting the ropes, something that they've never done. And it's awesome to see, when somebody doesn't come from this world and they're able to experience it and really see, that this isn't just a walk in the park. This isn't just an everyday thing. This isn't just something that you can step into and just, be a star. You got to really earn it. And the tryout was just it was amazing, but I was told no, that they weren't going to sign me. And after that, I waited a couple of months. I kept my head down, kept doing what I was doing. And a couple months later after that, I got told from Kane Seaman, who was the talent relations at the time, that, I came up and that, they wanted to offer me a contract because, I worked very hard during the tryout and that I earned my spot, but I just didn't, I just wasn't able to be signed just due to my size and stature and my age at the time. I was 23. And but I just, I took it on the chin. It hurt, but because it almost feels like you work so hard that your dream is being, phew. But you think of it in another light that, I'd been in wrestling for so long at that point that, I'm used to, if something, is told to you, it's not, gonna happen until it happens. So, I just kept my head down, kept working in Japan, kept going to Mexico, Canada, and just had a good attitude about everything. And then if any of my friends ever were to be signed, like my good friend Sammy Callahan was signed, El Generico, who was Sami Zayn, and Kevin Steen, and then Brody Lee, and Samurai Del Sol, you know what I'm saying? Pac. You're watching all these guys, and they're going to NXT and WWE, and you're like, all right, okay, hopefully I can, work hard and get my opportunity. And the opportunity finally came, and it was something that I'll never forget and I'll always cherish.
What was it like for you to be a part of the historic cruiserweight class?
Oh, it was definitely, it was an honor. It was something that I think a lot of people, look at as something that, could be, it could be like WWE's version of the Super Juniors. It could literally be something that, people look forward to every year because it was something that was exciting. It was something that I feel that WWE hadn't really done in a long time. Like just inviting people from all around the world and not just somebody that was on the roster. We had Zack Sabre Jr., we had Kota Ibushi, we had, Grand Metalik, who at the time was Mascara Dorada. And shout out to the brand new Mascara Dorada. He is insane. But I feel like anybody that has that mask with the no mouth and the zigzag, you're gonna be crazy. Like, because you've got to be insane to have no open mouth as it
Yes.
is, especially in those like arenas. Oh my god, no, please don't give me that. I like cardio. I love it, but not that much. Oh my goodness. But like you had guys like that, and then you had new faces from, what I'm saying? Like it definitely gave a spotlight. You had Tristan from France. It gave us Fabian Eichner, who turned out to be one of Gunther's right
Imperium.
hand men. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It gave us so much. It gave us Gulak. It gave us Cedric Alexander, which, in my opinion, was one of the greatest matches to ever be in a WWE platform, which was Cedric Alexander versus Kota Ibushi, where at the end, the crowd is so in tune with what they just saw, and the people are so in tune with what they just saw. The head honcho Triple H came out himself and said, yeah, we got him. Yeah, we got him. He's here. He's with us. Like that, even thinking about every time I bring it up, it gives me goosebumps. But the Cruiserweight Classic, just to even be a part of it and, to have the moments that I had. And, I was able to work with legendary Shawn Michaels and legendary Terry Taylor and that, we had Morrow and Bryan Danielson on the commentary, like every single match. Like it was the birth of, seeing Tommaso and Johnny, have their singles match when they had been brought in on NXT for several weeks prior leading up, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then they had that match that was like the little cracks of, oh, could these guys ever split? Could that ever happen? Like it just gave so much story. And then, to have it leveraged to having Stephanie come on Raw 2 weeks prior to the championship being made after the final or before the finals and saying that, hey, the cruiserweights are exclusive to Monday Night Raw. You know what I'm saying? Like, to hear that is like, what? Oh yeah, we're in business. We're cooking. Like, the classic could be, done again, and I feel like it could open so many doors. Like, that's
100%.
how I feel about it. Yeah.
I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but you go on to join TNA after your WWE departure, and you have a lot of success, X Division champion, and then you'd ultimately defeat Eric Young to become Impact champion.
Yes,
What
sir.
was that? What was that like? Fighting throughout the ranks and then recovering from injury and coming back and taking down Eric Young to be Impact champion.
Man, that was something that was. It was something that, again, I hold very near and dear to my heart because, fast or rewind 8 months prior to that, I had broke my back, my leg, my fibula, my tibia, my foot, my ankle. I had a metal plate put in my foot. I had 3 rods put across the ankle, 3 screws across both sides, so 6 in total of my ankle on the right and left side. My ankle was crushed like a soda can, or not my ankle, my Achilles was crushed like a soda can, so they had to stretch that out. And they put it was just insane. And so the doctor told me that I wasn't going to wrestle the same again, let alone or not walk the same again, let alone wrestle. And so, after that, COVID happened, and I'm doing the physical therapy by myself, and it was definitely stressful, but there was just nothing that was going to take wrestling away from me. This is everything that I've loved. It's saved my life. It's something that I'll never ever take for granted. And being told that you're not going to walk, let alone wrestle, like, it does something to your psyche. And I just pushed and pushed and pushed, and I pushed so hard, and I got myself ready in 8 months, and I came back and I wrestled, and then to have the opportunity to, be a champion for a company that I, watched as a teenager, growing up into an adult, and into wrestling, a company that I watched while I was in training. It was an honor, and it's something that nobody will be able to take away from me, and that I'll always cherish.
One more question, then I'll let you go. What can we expect out of Rich Swann in the future? Like, what's next in the already legendary career of Rich Swann?
Well, what's next for me is you're gonna see me in the best shape of my life, and just keep on watching every single product, because you never know where I'm gonna party all night long, baby.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Rich, I just want to say thank you once again for coming on here. It was an honor to have you, and I hope we can do it at part 2.
Yes, sir. We'll definitely get a part 2, and thank you for having me, my brother.
I'll just leave this. I'll see you next time then.
Hey, yes, sir.
Welcome, guys, back to the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Woolwine. Today we are welcomed with Mr. Jimmy Jacobs. How we doing, man?
I am. That's a tough question. Jeez, you start with the hard ones. I feel mostly hopeful in life. How about that?
I like it. Before we get started into wrestling, I couldn't help but to notice all the books and stuff behind you. Is that a Hogwarts castle?
No, that's actually the Notre Dame.
Okay.
And that's
From
Egyptian pyramid, and that's a cat. I like Legos. I have a
okay.
bunch of stuff in here too, and a bunch of books. There's more books there too. But yeah.
No, me and my fiance are big fans of Harry Potter. We have all the books, all like the
Yeah,
Lego sets.
Harry Potter's right there. You can see the sorting hat is actually right there, and the Lego sorting hat. You
I
can
got
kind
it
of,
on my desk.
yeah. The
uh,
Harry Potter books are right there. You can sort of see. Yeah.
we got like 4 sets of the full set. Like
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy. But what have you been up to lately since departing from AEW? What's life for Jimmy Jacobs been like?
It's been the craziest, most intense 6 months of my life, I think. I think that's fair to say. I was struggling a lot, and 26 years of just like going, it was like my mantra. It was like anytime, any place, anywhere, any show, I'll be there. For the year and a half or whatever I worked for AEW, I didn't miss a single day, except I was sick one time, but I flew to the city, and then once I was in the hotel, I was like, I'm sick, I can't go into TV. But yeah, so I was like running really hard for a really long time, and finally I just like the wheels are falling off, and I had to tell Tony, I was like, hey man, I can't do this anymore. I can't keep going. And so for the first time in my post-pubescent life, I like stopped. I just stopped. I slowed my whole life down. And then as these months have gone by, I've slowed it down more and more and more. And when I say it's insane, when I say it's like crazy and intense, it's because when I stopped, for the first time in my life, I had to stop and see who I was. That was only available to me by stopping running, distracting, and going and being on the road constantly, and just all this perpetual motion and perpetual distraction, perpetual numbing, all the stuff that I've been doing my whole life, all these coping mechanisms I've had my entire life. When I stopped, it's like it turned out there was a ton of stuff that needed my attention, a ton of stuff that I had been ignoring or blind to my whole life. So this last 6 months has been the process of, after 41 years of life, finally seeing the invisible strings of the unconscious mind that have been dictating my life, that I've allowed myself to be subjugated to, and actually confronting myself and actually looking at myself and going, what the fuck is going on with you, man? Which I had done a bit. I've been on like a spiritual journey, let's say, for the past like 7 years. Went to rehab like 8 years ago, and that was a bit of a break. That was like a month of like, hey, what's going on? And I was able to do that a little bit. But this is really the first time that I've dug all the way in and going, oh, it's not great in there. Oh, look at what you've been up to. Look at your behavior. Look at your actions. Look at how you feel about yourself. Look at how you feel about all this stuff. Look at all these things you've been suppressing. All that stuff comes to the surface in the stillness. The stillness, the peace. That's where the truth lies. When people get bored, oh, I'm bored. Why are you bored? It's like, well, what comes up is stuff you don't want to fucking deal with. Because when you stop, if you just lock yourself in a room for like a day, an hour, 30 minutes, it'll all start to come up. Like, you don't have to do anything. That's the brilliant thing. It's a brilliant thing about creation and how it works. It's like you don't have to do anything for the answers to arise, to see what's going on. You have to learn to stop. You have to learn to stop doing, and then just whatever, like shit will come up, and you'll go, "Why is this coming up?" And but it's all there to guide you, back home, I guess, back to your like authentic self, you could say. And so that's the last 6 months has been what's up. And I've done a little bit of stuff. I wrestled a little bit for XICW here in Detroit, a company I worked for on and off since I was like 16. A company in Canada called CWE. I did a tour for them in January, and I've been helping out Scott D'Amore a bit with Maple Leaf Pro. So that's the only sort of wrestling stuff I've done. But I will continue to help out Scott with Maple Leaf Pro. Outside of that, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do next.
Okay. Is staying with wrestling something that you think you'll always be a part of?
It was at one point. Right now, I'm not so sure. I mean, look, 6 months ago, I thought like, hey, I just need like a month off. I need like a month to sort of like just rest. But again, as I started to rest and like allowed my body to rest, because like I'm just like a fucking ball of anxiety, it turned out. And it's like to just like train my mind to go, hey, it's okay. You can put it down. You can put it down. You can put it down. Was a big process. So when I left AEW 6 months ago, I would have thought, yeah, I'm just gonna need like a month off, 6 weeks off, and then I'll figure out, what else, where else. Um, I'm currently at the point where it could go either way. I don't know, and I'm like my hands. I'm doing my best to just take my hands off the wheel. It's like whatever happens is gonna happen. If I'm led back into wrestling, I will go back into wrestling. If I'm led somewhere else, I will go somewhere else. I'm at the point in my life where it's like, if my calling is working at a gas station, that's fine. I'm okay with it.
Okay. I've been told that you are an incredible mind for this business. So the most intriguing part of me is, where did that start, or where did it come from? And a lot of this podcast has to do with that. So I'm going to start with my first question that I have written down here. And that's when did you find wrestling, and maybe what made you fall in love with it?
Yeah, so I have one older brother, and he's 3 years older than me, and he liked wrestling. So when he was a kid, he would watch wrestling, and I liked what my older brother liked. And the story I've told like my whole life, story I've told my whole life is that I wanted to be a pro wrestler as a child, and so then I followed my dream and went to be a pro wrestler, and that's what I did. It's only in this last 6 months. I mean, geez, in the last month. I think in the last month, it finally hit me to go, yeah, that's not what happened. You followed your brother's dream. That's what you did. You spent 26 years in the wrestling business because you wanted your brother to like you. That's what happened. Like, and I did that. I did that with my life. I spent 26 years doing something because I wanted validation from my older brother. Not to say like wrestling wasn't great, and like, because it brought out so much of me, and I've got so much love for so much of it, and so many people in it, and just like the creation aspect of it, and how that brought out like a creative nature in me that kind of like wasn't there otherwise, like a little bit in music, but like wrestling, like I wasn't in school I was a math guy, not a like a creative writing guy. So yeah, my brother wanted to be a pro wrestler. So when he was like his senior year in high school, he found a local pro wrestling school, and I just sort of like followed him, and I did it too, and I just stayed doing it. I loved it. I loved it. I did. Like I loved just like I was so excited to the first time getting in a ring, the first time being on a show, just all of it. I loved it, and I just like continued doing it. The idea of like success or whatever it was never in my mind until like all of a sudden it started to happen a little bit. It was when I was like 21, so it was 20 years ago. It was when I had that match with Eddie Guerrero on SmackDown, and like I looked in my wallet like the next week, and I was like, oh man, like I made all this money from wrestling, and I just wrestled in WWE. I never thought that would happen. Like, oh, I can maybe do this. It wasn't until then that I saw this as something, as there's a possibility of success in this, and so that's how I started. I was following my older brother.
Okay. Well, what was it like for you trying to break into the indies in that late 90s, early 2000s era?
It was a blast, man. Like there's a lot of people in the wrestling business that seem to think that there's like a lot of politics. That's never been my experience. I was like 15. I wasn't trained at like a good wrestling school. So I was like undersized, undertrained, like under-talented. Like I wasn't like athletic. I'm 15, I'm scrawny. Like, but I still found like people, I was refereeing a bit more when I was like 15, 16. Like if people want to book me as a wrestler, I would referee. But I didn't have like any problems. Like everybody was generous. Everybody was great. I didn't have like a lot of trouble getting work. I was just like, I was a kid that was like loving doing what he was doing. And I did. I look back at those tapes with so much fondness of that like 16-year-old kid, that 17-year-old kid that was just like out, like no fear when I went out that curtain. no fear. I was just like a new human. It was wrestling to me as a teenager was like outside that ring, outside the curtain. It was like neuroses up here. It's like fear, and I'm confused and scared, and who do I need to impress? As soon as I step out of the curtain, it's like this like authenticity, all this stuff that is like bottled up would just like explode out. I would fucking come out the curtain just like a lunatic. Yeah, so I had a fine time, 99, 2000, 2001. It was a hot time in wrestling. The Attitude Era had like the success of that had trickled down to the indies, so like places were drawing. It was a good time.
Some may consider like IWA Mid South as maybe your first break in the business. Looking back, how would you describe your time working in the IWA?
Yeah, man, I got nothing but love for Ian, and it really was like on a more national stage back in those days. It was Smart Mark Video that would distribute the IW Mid South tapes, and so those were distributed, throughout the world. Really, I mean, I got my first international booking in Germany through that. Right, like I'm 19, getting flown to Germany to go be a pro wrestler and wrestle Claudio in a freaking bar in Essen or whatever it was. Yeah, Ian was like the first guy that had like national exposure to give me a break, national exposure, so to speak. I mean, it's tapes, it's tape trading, right? It was a popular trade. And he also he was one of the first guys to like see something in me, like me and Alex Shelley together, because Alex and I sort of paired up and would go down there as much as possible. So he would put us in the ring together, and Alex had a certain aptitude for the in-ring technicality of wrestling that I didn't. Like I was kind of like a little more of a character, and it was a little more of a show for me. And the matches that Alex and I had, Ian saw and was like, I want to do something with you guys. And it was like through that platform that ended up getting us into Ring of Honor and CZW, which then sort of was my career. So I love Ian, man. I loved my time at IWA. He put me in there with so many guys, and it was a locker room where Bull Payne and Mitch Ryder and Michael Todd Stratton, like these guys that had worked like the Memphis territories, and I'm 19, and it's like it was great.
Looking back, it wasn't IWA Mid South, but IWA East Coast was actually my first introduction to you. Currently I live in Chicago, outside Chicago, but I used to live in West Virginia. Me and my dad went to South Charleston, and that was my first exposure, seeing you on a IWA East Coast show. And from then, it was just for you, it was the moon, and I've paid attention every step of the way. So it's cool to now talk to you about that. Was East Coast similar to Mid South?
No, I think that was Pondo's company, and I probably only worked for him a couple times, like a few times, 2, 3, 4. I don't yet have to look it up, but it's count them on one hand. No, like IW Mid South was like the womb of my sort of birth into being a more notable, to the extent that I was, independent wrestler.
Okay. Something else that I was really interested in doing research that I didn't realize that you actually were a part of was Wrestling Society X. Can you tell us a little bit about your time there with guys like Tyler Black?
Yeah, that was great. That was an exciting time. I was like 22, and I was kind of rocking it to the extent that I was, again, at Ring of Honor. I was doing like the Ballad of Lacey and that whole angle, which like finally like it started with Ring of Honor in 03, but it wasn't until like 06 that like Gabe Spolsky, he was a booker, was like finally on board with me. Like he finally got like what I had to give. He booked me enough in those first few years, but I wasn't like a central guy. He put the tag tails on me and BJ, but like he just didn't get what I was. And so like that's happening. And then in that fall, like TNA had reached out to me and flew me down to Florida for a match. And then the Wrestling Society Act. So it's like all the stuff's happening. Like I'm 22 going like, if my career keeps going like this, I'll be fucking a millionaire by the time I'm 26. It didn't go that way. The trajectory eventually plateaued. But Wrestling Society X was awesome. Kudos to Kevin Kleinrock and the guys from Big Vision Entertainment for getting pro wrestling on MTV. It was a bit of a weird fit. It didn't seem like we particularly had the support of the network, which, when for your show to be successful, you kind of need the support of the network. But it was awesome. We stayed in a beautiful hotel on Sunset Boulevard in LA for 10 days. And we were on this sound stage, and they had catering, and we got a per diem. This is like big stuff if you're an indie wrestler. This is like luxurious. It was luxurious. It was shooting a TV show, and it was decent money. And it seemed like the sky was the limit. At that point, I knew that like nothing happens till it happens, right? So even though we're on MTV, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything until it takes hold, right? So yeah. A lot of people were talking like, this is it. You guys are gonna be big stars. And so there's a lot of like air pumped in us. And I found that to be a bit like an off-putting. It's like, don't sell me on things right now. Don't sell, when you're trying to get me to sign the contract, don't sell me on like you guys are going to be at the VMAs and, MTV Spring Break. Like nothing happens until it happens. Until we're stars, don't tell me you're going to be a big star. But it was so cool. It was a fun time. It was a great experience. A lot of great guys there. I had Good Charlotte call the match that I had that aired on MTV proper, which was great. I felt like such success because like my ex-girlfriend from a few years prior was a huge Good Charlotte fan, and I felt like here I am on MTV, with Good Charlotte. What now, motherfucker? So it was a fun time. Unfortunately, it really didn't pan out how you would hope it would, but so it goes.
Do you think like something like Wrestling Society X could work now? You think maybe it's just ahead of its time?
Again, there's just so many other factors to it. Okay. People have this very like myopic, am I using that word right? Like myopic view, like very like narrow view of like what wrestling is and what it takes to be successful, right? Something to like really take hold. And just putting what we did in 2006, putting it on TV now, it's like who knows? But the different factors behind it, again, the support of the fucking of the network, or a different celebrity being attached to it, or whatever, man. The planets have to align. It's not just like the product you put out on TV dictates the success of the product. It's not that. And people who think that, they're wrong. They are wrong. It's like there are cultural factors involved that are like far more fundamental and far more primary. It's like, Hulkamania could have never run wild without, the vision of Vince McMahon and cable TV at the very same time taking a hold, and MTV taking a hold, and the partnership of MTV and the Attitude Era would have never happened if it wasn't at the exact same time, where cable now is in every household. We have these two companies going head to head, and the kids that grew up on Hulkamania are now teenagers, and you have, it's like there's just all these other factors. Even what's going on right now, it's like with WWE and AEW, and like how WWE is sort of taken off and it's hot. It's like the product is very good, but there's so many other factors to it. Not least of which is the departure of Vince McMahon, who had a lot of bad will, I think, with the wrestling fans, and Triple H, who built a lot of goodwill with them. I mean, there's just like so many other factors. So when you ask a question like, would it be successful now? It's like, would the planets align? I don't know.
Okay. You mentioned BJ Whitmer earlier. How important was BJ to like your early days within Ring of Honor?
I mean, BJ was absolutely critical to my career. I mean, he and I were your tag team champions in 2005. We had a run together as a tag team, and it was like okay, but it was really the feud afterwards. As BJ, when we got in the ring together, we had good chemistry, and BJ like pushed me. Again, like I tend a little more towards like I like pro wrestling, like I like house show wrestling. I like characters. I like just like wrestling. I didn't like the Ring of Honor style. Like I didn't like doing that. That wasn't my forte. It's not what I like. Yeah, heck yeah, I'm gonna do all this different stuff. It's like But so BJ always like pushed me a little harder than I would have gone otherwise. And yeah, we just had good chemistry. And again, a couple things just lined up well where it's like we had this slip off the top rope trying to do this power bomb and he almost killed me. And it becomes this sort of crazy moment that sets the stage for the rest of our feud. And yeah, man, my career was inextricably linked with BJ.
You mentioned being different from the normal Ring of Honor style. Do you think that, though, is maybe what set you apart and made people draw more towards you? Because you got wrestling on this side and then Jimmy Jacobs, who is more character and, like you said, old school, maybe wrestling.
Yeah, yes and no. It was like, again, in 2006 when I did the Ballad of Lacey and did the whole emo thing with Lacey. It's like that's when Gabe finally saw. It's like, okay, there's a character here that's worth something. Because I had talked to him before. I'm like, hey, dude, I'm more of a character. I need like a program to be in. He's like, characters are nice, but like the matches sell the DVDs. You don't have those kind of matches, right? That was like the conversation. But like, I was able to find a niche as a guy who who did like more like complex long-term storytelling with characters, and I could deliver enough in the ring. But ultimately, I couldn't deliver quite enough. In 2008, when we were doing like the Age of the Fall stuff, there was like a year span where I was in the main event more than anybody else. Like Gabe like tried to elevate me and that Age of the Fall thing to be like a money drawing angle, and it just wasn't. It didn't. And I wasn't the guy. And that opportunity to be sort of like a top main event independent talent, like I didn't bring it out. Like I at least either didn't have the capacity, talent for it, or just didn't work hard enough to have the capacity for it. So it was, yes, it gave me that spot, but ultimately I don't think I worked hard enough or was quite talented enough to break through to that upper echelon.
Okay. You brought up Age of the Fall. How did what's the origin of the start of that story? How did that come about?
Yeah, I think it was Gabe's idea. He wanted me to build like a Raven's Flock type thing around me. He wanted me to like have like a grungy stable, and yeah, it was a good time. It was like the summer of 2007 when he and I were like emails back and forth and phone calls back and forth, like conceptualizing like what this thing is going to be and who's going to be in it. And once he made the decision to put Tyler Black in it, I had pitched Tyler Black and Merrick Brave like as a tag team. And he took a look at both of them and he goes, I don't think Merrick's ready, but Tyler's going to be a star. And so it became me and Tyler as the tag team with Necro as the heater, which was ultimately a vehicle to make Tyler, Seth, the star. Like that was like kind of the purpose of the Age of the Fall. It was like the Briscoes need a new tag team to work with because like they were the guys, and you just you keep creating new teams and feeding new teams to the top talent. That's like how wrestling works. And then also it was to create a star in Tyler Black. So once Tyler was on board, he had it was kind of his. He put a bit of like what the Age of the Fall ended up being, more like a Fight Club type rhetoric of there's like sort of social malfeasance that we're sort of going to take on head on face to face. So Tyler, he wrote the blogs, and the three of us sort of collaborated to figure out what this thing was going to be and how the debut was. I remember that was like the big thing. It's like, what's this debut going to be? And just I'm thinking of what sort of crazy stuff we can do to get like sort of an illusionist something, appear or whatever. And ultimately, yeah, we came up with this idea that ended up being pretty good.
Do you have any maybe like favorite moments from that time period of your career?
Favorite moments? I don't know. I don't. I I couldn't pin anything down
Okay.
as, you know, it was a blast. I was miserable because I was just a miserable fuck. But like, it was a really good time. You know, wrestling Brian Danielson in Chicago was a good one. You know, the wrestling the Briscoes at I think it was Final Battle of '07, and you know, it was like that day that Gabe said, "Hey, we're gonna put the tag titles on you guys," and so we did the flip there, and it looked, the Briscoes were just the best. Like, it's almost like tainted because like when someone dies, when someone passes away, you always say nice things about them. But the truth is, like, Jay Briscoe is the fucking man. Like the Briscoes, the absolute best. It was such a tragedy that, like, you know, they never got theirs. You know, and then obviously, you know, Jay passing away. Geez, it's like 2 years now. Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it was
Just
great. They
about.
were awesome. They were so accommodating. It's like anything. They were the most like unselfish top guys I've ever seen. They were so unselfish. They would do anything for. I mean, Jay cut his head off. You know, when we hung him up, and just like it was the color he got. Because man, if he got a trickle, like that whole thing's dead. That whole thing's dead. The angle sucks. Like the group sucks. The angle sucks. It's dead in the water if Jay Briscoe just had a trickle and I'm wearing all white and like one drop falls on me, you know. But like it was like this shower. I don't know, man. The Briscoes were great. That was a fun time. A lot of it was fun. It was fun doing those promos. You know, once we got rocking kind of into like 2008. We started to like get the momentum of what the group was really all about. You know.
Okay. I plan on touching on the Briscoes a little bit later, in a follow up question. But seeing how we're bringing up their greatness, something that's been really cool to see is the evolution of Mark Briscoe since Jay's passing. As a friend of Jay and Mark, what's it been like for you to be able to watch Mark go to these heights on TV and like win the Ring of Honor title and fight in Continental Classics and things like that?
I mean, look, it's awesome. It's awesome that Mark is finally getting the stage that he deserves. But it's tragic that the Briscoes never got the stage they deserved, all because of like one like stupid offhanded tweet that Jay made, you know,
Over a decade ago.
over a decade ago, and these absolute vampires that wanted to hold this one thing against this guy who's like a great dude. He's a great dude. He was not like a hateful
No.
bigot piece of crap at all. Like it was, you know, I don't want to get too deep into it. It's just tragic that people, it's like people being so vocal of someone's mistake stopped them from achieving what they were capable of and kind of like what they deserved. And it was only through Jay's death that all of a sudden that wasn't a big deal anymore.
Yeah.
And people have to look at themselves and wonder about that, about like the same people that judged Jay Briscoe before and wagged that finger at him and he's this and he's that. It's like, oh, now that he's dead, all that goes away. Is that the only reconciliation? Is that the only redemption someone can have? Like, these people are sick. This cancel culture is sick. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
You know, I agree 100%.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's sad what happened. It's sad that Jay's dead. It's sad that his family, they're so awesome. They're like the best. You know, Jay's funeral is online and you can see, hear his parents' eulogy. Hear Mark's eulogy of him. The building was at capacity. The whole town had like signs. You know, you go into the town, it's like signs. Like their family was great. The Briscoes are the best, man, and it is awesome to see that Mark is getting what he deserves. Finally,
Definitely. Maybe to go to something more lighthearted. I apologize for going there,
no,
but
look, you know what, man? I don't care anymore. You know, it's fine. Like this is sad, and if I cry, it's okay to cry, and if it's like if I'm upset, like that's okay. It's okay to be angry when I see things in the world. I go, I don't like this. I don't like how people treat each other. I don't like how people judge each other. I don't like how people don't give space for redemption. It's like without redemption in the story, we're all damned. I don't know if people don't get that. It's like look in the mirror for 1 second, and if you have any shred of honesty in you, you see that you are just as fallen as the rest of us. Like none of us are perfect. We all, if you think for like 5 seconds, you could imagine anything you've done, something you've done that if the rest of the world knew about it, you would never be allowed in polite society again. Every single person has that inside of them. Every single person has done something like that. Every single person. The idea of this thing where you just run around with pitchforks and torches and oh look what happened. It's disgusting, man. Like you have like there's an anger in there, but like there's an anger inside. I feel sad. I feel angry. But I also, beyond that, it's like just a call to whoever listening to this. It's like just let down the judgment, you know?
Yeah.
It's like we're all human beings. We're just like doing our best to like, clumsily navigate this thing called life that no one gave us instructions for. And I have empathy. I have empathy for the fuck ups, you know, maybe because I know I'm one myself.
Yeah. That reached me deep. I'm not gonna lie.
Something lighter, fine. Yeah.
Something lighter. Something that like me and Ace Perry talked about was that spike. You've carried it throughout your career. What made you choose, or how did that spike come to be one of your trademarks?
Yeah, I stole it from Kevin Sullivan. And when I say I stole it, I mean like I actually stole it from him.
Okay.
He left his spike in the locker room at a show I did, and he left it there. So I took his spike. All right, I took Kevin Sullivan's spike that he had left there, and then I started. That was like an 2003, and then I first started carrying it around with me because I was wrestling this guy who I had a problem with, and just in case things got out of hand, like I put a spike in my boot, and then I started using it. Yeah. It's an okay gimmick. It doesn't have it doesn't have quite the flash. Like it's not like Jeff Jarrett's guitar is like it's so big and it cracks over your head and it explodes everywhere. The spike it's like a little small. It's not quite as like it's not the best gimmick, but it's okay. It's not bad.
Subtle and more violent.
Yeah, and a guy needs to bleed if you use it too. So like you have that limitation as well.
What's funny is I don't have the same spike. I have a railroad spike actually autographed by Kevin Sullivan. So it's really cool that that's where you got it from.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ace Perry, what was your experience like working with Ace, and how do you feel about the stories that you two were able to tell with each other, whether it's as a team or as opposition?
I forgot we teamed. We had a feud like. I mean, it was like 10 years ago, over 10 years ago. It was like right towards the end of my independent run. Because I remember I lost like a Lose and Leaves Town match, leaves IWA match against him, and there's this great clip on YouTube of me like the referees like screwed, like there's like two referees and they like both screwed things up, and there's this great I mean, I'm not proud of it, like I have a really short temper in the ring, like for people fucking up, because if you say in the back that you have it and then we go out there and you don't have it, it's like you fucking lied to me. You told me you had it and now I'm mid performance finding out that you don't have it. Woo! I get mad about that. So yeah, there's this great clip of like Jimmy Jacobs loses it on referees. I'm like losing my mind because they're like early for their spot or late for their spot. I'm just going nuts. Yeah, I don't remember a whole ton of it, to be honest with you. Like, I liked Ace. I remember liking Ace and thinking Ace, if he, you know, sort of went after wrestling with, you know, precision, he would do well. I do like. He's a good dude. I like him.
You know, it was really cool because I just had him on the podcast, like I was telling you before we got on here, and he tells me this story about how you guys are in the ring. He's cutting a promo. He got like a victory over you, maybe a roll up or something like that. The whole point was he wanted to earn your respect, and he's cutting this promo, and the whole time you're asking him for more, and he didn't know what you meant, and he kept going, until eventually he starts crying. And then you just walk away from him. And he was like, that's subtly just the genius of Jimmy Jacobs. He doesn't let you know what you need, what the finish line is. But once you get there, you know, and he makes you know. So that was one of like the most intriguing stories that I got from that interview. Do you remember that?
I don't. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It sounds like something I would do. Because like if, you know, I have a pretty good feel in the ring. Like I've got a pretty good, you know, sense of. I have a good like. What I have. This is what I have. What I have is an aptitude for storytelling and like how to dramatically present it. Like it's something that's intuitive. Like that's the skill I have. Right. The rest of it is all secondary. It's like I just kind of like get what storytelling is and I get how to present it. So if he's not bringing it enough to like bring the whole thing together where it needs to come to this like crescendo or to this point, this like emotional point, like yeah, I would go like, come on, man, like more. Get like you got to get there. We can't leave on like flatness. We have to leave at this point, and everything needs to come to a point. So I'm glad he was able to follow me, and tears came out, and it's good, great, good. We got to where we're going, right?
Somewhere like that's near me, that you've been in and around a lot is AAW here in the Chicago area. That's a promotion that literally to this day has you on their banners, on their walls as being a champion. Maybe how important and what was your time like working with AAW here in Chicago?
Yeah, it started in a lot of controversy because 20 years ago I was the IW Mid-South champion, and Ian canceled a weekend of shows, and then Danny paid me some money to come to his show, AAW, and throw his belt in the trash, throw Ian's belt in the trash. And I did that. I'm not very proud of that. It's not like a good thing. It wasn't like it was a cowardly move. But it did help, you know, put AAW on the map a little bit. It got them to sort of a little bit of buzz, and they put together good shows. And I mean, it was a staple of my career for, you know, my entire indie, you know, from like 2005 to 2015. I think I worked for Danny like basically consistently for 10 years, and then for a little bit after I got fired from WWE, I worked for him too for a while, and I always loved those fans. And yeah, AAW is a home for me. Yeah.
That's somewhere as a fan. Maybe one day I will be able to see you back in AEW. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, if I continue putting on the tights, I'm sure I'll make my way back there.
Okay, I'll make sure to be at that one. uh, Another group that you were involved in that once again has all Hall of Famers in it or future Hall of Famers in it is Scum with Steve Corino and Kevin Steen. What brought you together, and what was the chemistry like between yourself, Steen, and Corino?
Yeah, so Delirious was booker of Ring of Honor at the time, and I was working for Gabe at Evolve at Dragon Gate USA, and Delirious had called me up to come back. He had the idea of, he called it what's the angle called? It was like wrestling recovery or wrestling evil rehab, evil recovery, something like that. He had like, that was like the name for it backstage. Where he, like, some of the greatest like super villains of ROH history sort of like come back and try to make amends, and then the whole thing goes awry. So that was the conceptualization of it. I was just sort of brought in as a character. It wasn't any of my sort of creative input particularly to that or Scum. Like really like Kevin's a very like, I would say, like creatively dominant person. So he kind of took the lead, and I was fine following in that. But it was good because like there was a certain truth to it. I mean, not really, because obviously they positioned us in like good positions. So but just the idea that we were like, the storyline wise, it was like Kevin and Jim Cornette, right? That was the thing. And it was true. Like, Kevin wasn't a Jim Cornette guy. And so there was like truth behind it. And we were sort of like a little bit of like, Ring of Honor at that point was really trying to brand itself strongly as like a sports presentation of pro wrestling. It was just on, Sinclair just bought the company. And so guys like Kevin and me and Steve weren't what they were looking for exactly, like to highlight exactly. But the angle ended up going well. Kevin was world champion. Me and Steve were tag champions, and I love those two. Those two are the best.
Is that angle, do you think, what sparked like maybe your second run in ROH? What kept you there for until you would eventually depart in 2015, I think?
Yeah, that was the start of that. It was the story with me, Steve, and Kevin sort of fighting, and then together, and then we expanded Scum to be like a larger faction, and then we had the big blow off, and then I had to have this redemption story, and then and then we did the decade, and then that was my second run there.
How cool was it for you to be able to see somebody like Kevin Steen, now Kevin Owens, be able to make it to not only NXT, but then go on to be a main fixture on the main roster in WWE?
It's great. Kevin's one of my best friends. He's the man. Like, what else is going to happen? It's like, when guys are good, guys are good. Again, people talk about like wrestling politics and this and that. I just go, here's what I've seen over my career. Health permitting, some guys get injured or whatever, but health permitting, like the guys that are good, they get theirs. The guys that aren't good, it doesn't matter how hard you try to make them good, they tank. It's just like how it is. Like, reality can't be suppressed. So a guy like Kevin, even though he doesn't, fit the WWE mold and, what Vince McMahon would ever think of hiring, Triple H had more of a vision. Triple H saw like what was popular on the independents. He saw who was good and who had talent and who knew how to connect with an audience. And ultimately, that's all that matters. All that matters. And Kevin is like the master at connecting with an audience. Like he gets it. Like he knows how to do it. He's as good as anybody at connecting with an audience.
How did you like feel about your time with WWE on the creative team?
I'm so grateful for it, man. Like, it changed my life. I went from being like a broke, struggling indie wrestler to just like, oh, now I can live and now I don't have to want for anything. And then it brought me into, producing these huge live television events every week. The WWE production is massive, and to be a part of that and to, learn so much being there, to create the relationships I did there. And even, I'm grateful that I got to work under the tyranny of Vince McMahon. Like, say what you will about him as a person. And like, I had a hard time working for him. Vince didn't get me. Vince thought I was a weirdo. It's like, fair enough. Fine. But I'm glad I got to work, have the experience to work with Vince and work with all, Triple H, who's brilliant in a lot of ways as well. All the writers who, like, my eyes were open my first day at work to go, oh, all these writers are super smart. I was like all the other fucking marks that thought the writers were dumb. And then I got in the room, I go, oh no, they're all smart. They're all creative, and they're all smart in their own way. They all have at least a decent understanding of wrestling for the most part. So it's certainly, being there for 2.5 years, then allowed me to go to TNA for 5.5 years, which allowed me to go to AEW for 1.5 years. So I've got nothing but love for WWE and for my time there. I had a hard time working for Vince. That was hard. I loved doing what I did. I loved producing like live in-ring promos and stuff we did with, Chris and Kevin, and like it was fun. It was really fun doing that. It was hard feeling like I was always one weird interaction with Vince away from being fired. And so then you start to get scared, and you stop playing to win, and you start playing to not lose, and that was just no fun. Like the last 6 months I was there, particularly once I got out of rehab and I have to deal with all this shit sober, I was like, oh, this, oh God.
Yeah.
There's this time, it was like, it was a couple months out of rehab, and like when you've been numbing yourself your whole life and then you have to like face reality like straight on, it's like, it's intense, it's like you're just sensitive to things. And we're in this production meeting, and I pitched something to Vince. It was something with like, it was Kevin and like the execution of an angle we were doing. I think Kevin and Shane McMahon, something like that.
Right.
I pitched this thing and the execution of it, and Vince goes, well, what would you do after that? And then I just, continue. I go, well, I think you would do it like this. And like, well, then what about this? And then, well, I think, and I'm like, we go back and forth like 4 different times before I realized like he's not having a conversation with me. He's like shutting me down, and I'm not like now all of a sudden like it's like we're arguing. It went from like I just think he's asking me an honest question, really he's going, no, why would we what would you do then? Why would you do this? And like back and forth 4 times before I look around the room, I go, oh shit, okay, yeah, yes, yep. And I just remember feeling like so small and so just small, just like shame. I was like, I fucking hate this. I hate this. And I just went on my computer and I start like looking up like, can I like work on a farm? You can work on a farm in exchange for room and board. What about a new wrestling costume? Like I was like out the door. Like I can't do this. I can't. I didn't have it in me to tolerate that. I was too sensitive, weak, maybe something like that. It just wasn't like, yeah, it wasn't fun with Vince.
I've heard he's not the easiest human being to be around.
I mean, again, he's a fucking legend, greatest wrestling pro of all time. I don't want to like take anything away from him or sit here and like badmouth him, like fuck him or whatever. Look, whatever he's done personally outside of my vision, I can't speak to. I can speak 100%. To what he's done in my vision that's not nice. But you don't need to be a nice guy necessarily to be a good businessman or a good promoter. But yeah, it was just difficult for me to work for him.
Fair enough. What led to maybe the exit from WWE was honestly maybe one of the coolest episodes of Being the Elite ever made as an avid BTE watcher at that time. Um, did you know going out there and talking to the cast of Being the Elite that that was going to be the end for your
Uh,
WWE days?
I knew that if I posted that picture online, that people probably wouldn't like it. I remember that. I remember I was in gorilla position. I was there was like a writer's assistant that was like producing a promo like for the first time, so I was like sort of like overseeing him, and I'm standing there and I just go, ah, fuck it, and I just like I post this thing, and it was like 30 minutes later, I get pulled into a room, and my boss is like, "What the fuck is this? Why are we seeing this? Why, you know?" Uh, so, um, and then I ended up, apologizing to Triple H and talking to him about it, and he was cool, but like Triple H, I like Triple H, um, and I remember like after that, getting on the bus to the next town and laying in my bunk and going like, I might get fired over this. Like that's possible. Like it didn't really occur to me before that. And I just remember the excitement at the idea of being fired. Like the excitement of going, oh, what else could I do with my life? Like what? And it was just like, so when I did get fired, it was a relief. It was a lesson that I attribute the universe, the intelligence that underlies reality gave me for free to go, hey, you don't need to be where you don't want to be, or you don't need to be in a place that's not for you, right? It's not saying anything bad about WWE. It's just like for where I was at that point in my life, that wasn't for me, and I got a break. I got I got an out. Like the universe allowed me to get out of that because it wasn't, a month later where I was having like the time of my life back on the indies and I was having a fun time going, fuck, I was miserable in WWE. I would have stayed there for another 10 years. Like I would have stayed there and been miserable my entire life. Like given like if it was just me. And I was so just grateful that I got fired. And I look at it now, like I'm not proud of it. Again, like I was kind of like a child acting out. Like I had become discontent and I didn't know how to really express myself. I didn't really I felt so like boxed in. And again, I'm sensitive now that I have to deal with reality on reality's terms. And I just kind of like acted out like a child because I resented the fact that I was judged by things other than like my work. Basically all I wanted to do is be judged by my work. I didn't get fired because I was bad at my job. I didn't get like the last stuff I was working on was on SmackDown. It was Kevin and Shane McMahon, and on Raw it was John Cena and Roman Reigns. And Roman Reigns, I think it was a week, 2 weeks before I got fired, was like, "Hey, I really enjoyed working with you. I want you to be my writer from now on." Like I didn't get fired because I was bad at my job. And I resented that I had to like put on this like you tie this song and dance. Oh, but your tie's the wrong color. It's like, get the fuck out, man. Just let me do my job. Let me help out. Let me help create this with you. Like, but yeah, for that wasn't how it was there. It was like you had to like act how Vince wanted, and it's fine because it's Vince's show. It's his sandbox. You're just playing with it, so that's okay. But yeah, that's what it was. It was like me acting out as a child because I didn't know how to express my discontentment or just set boundaries or just make a decision to leave because I was unhappy. Like that's what happened.
Okay. After that, you'd go to Impact. What was it like going from somewhere like WWE to transition into, a smaller company like Impact Wrestling and work with guys there?
I loved it. When I first went to Impact, there's a couple reasons. One, for the first few months I was there, I was getting paid like a day rate. So they would pay me for the days that I would come to the TVs and the days that we would get together and write the TVs. We would like get together on a weekend. So they would pay me per day and that's it. So the job at that point hadn't like brought its tentacles out into my life and like consumed my life yet, which is eventually what happened, more or less. So that was nice. It was really nice to like, because the WWE, it's like you're just kind of on, you're on a leash. You're kind of on call 24/7. That's just kind of how it is, right? If something needs to be rewritten on a Sunday night at midnight because Vince just saw it and said, "What the fuck is this?" It's like you have to do that. Like you're kind of on a leash. So the job sort of just like it just takes up your life, and it felt really nice to have some space. And it just felt really nice to where things were so ordered in WWE as far as like every word needs to be written down and everything you do needs to be run by Vince and you can't do anything unless Vince has approved it. And the process of getting Vince to approve something is challenging because Vince has his hands in everything, so he doesn't have time necessarily to like it's hard to get to him to if you want to change something, it's like, well, he's busy, so it was not an efficient process. And it was a very constraining process, which again, that happens. That's not even like a slight. It's just to go sometimes when you put too much structure into something, it confines it too much. And that's how WWE felt. It just felt good to be in a place where I could kind of like make a decision and go, yeah, I'm going to shoot this pre-tape like this. Instead of Matt Sydal standing on the set, he's going to be sitting in yoga position, and the interviewer is going to have to like come down and like interview him as he's sitting in yoga position, right? Which is something that you just like wouldn't do in WWE, just because like you have to get Vince to approve it, and it's just like a process to do that. So you take the safe way and go, yes, Matt, I know your character is that like you're a psychonaut yogi, but here, stand on this set like everybody else. Yes, it would be better to do it this way to have something more, exact in on your character, but like, let's just do it this way because like we know Vince isn't going to yell about this. Like that was the kind of the mentality there, and it's just like it was too limiting. It's like again playing not to lose instead of playing to win. So it just felt very good to have that, and I have a relationship with Scott D'Amore, and I've known Scott, since I was like 16 years old. So he has like enough trust in me for me to make a decision, and if he doesn't like that decision, it's like it's okay. Like he'll say, I didn't like that decision, and we can talk about it, and it's fine, and I don't have to like worry for my job. Like, oh no, I made this choice on a promo, and it's the wrong choice. The boss doesn't like this choice. Now, what am I going to do with my life? Like, there was none of that. So it was very, it was great, and it was TNA or Impact was in a rebuilding phase. And it was just like kind of fun to be like the downside is like, yeah, we don't have the resources or production that you have in WWE, but there's way more freedom. And it's like we were building something sort of from the ground up. Not the ground up exactly. Actually, it's like it was kind of like worse. Like Impact had so much like bad
like a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah, they had burned the fans so many times and burned people in the wrestling business so many times. And so it was nice to be a part of the team that just like repaired that went like, hey, it's not an embarrassment to watch this product, and it's not an embarrassment to work for this company.
Was it cool for you to be able to get back on screen and work as a talent?
Yeah, it was. It was nice to, I've known Congo Kong longer than anybody else in the wrestling business. Like, yeah, there's like a picture of me and him like from like 1999 together. Like we were a tag team and like whatever. So it was really cool to manage him. I thought it was a good fit. It was disappointing that it only lasted maybe 8 months or something. I think we were written off probably in like August, so a little longer than that, maybe like 10 months. But we did the thing with Abyss, and that was fun. I got to do in-ring promo with James Mitchell, and yeah, it's always fun to play, man.
Okay. Not long after Impact, you would make your way to AEW. What was that decision like? Going back to another bigger company, but at the same time, it's a baby. Like, what was it like going into this and trying to work with them?
Yeah. So what happened is, Brian Danielson had hit me up just sort of to pick my brain about the creative process, because like you said, it was, you know, the company's still new and they're still sort of working out the kinks of the, you know, kind of like the infrastructure and the processes and things like that. And so he called to sort of pick my brain about that, and then going, oh, are you interested in this? And I go, yeah, you know, I felt burnt out at Impact, just like writing TV, just constantly, just like it's just nonstop. And the job had like sort of started to bring its tentacles into my life more and more and more. And it was a thing that I was just doing like these days and these days. And all of a sudden it's like every single day I have something to do at Impact. And I didn't really know how to put like boundaries around in my life. That's been an ongoing theme for the entirety of my life, is that I just, you know, I wasn't good at going like, hey, I'm taking today off, or hey, I'm not doing this today. Hey, I'll do this, and we'll do this. Like, and so that had sort of consumed me. I felt burnt out. I felt like, oh, I don't have any ideas anymore. Like, how many more, what are you doing this? I don't know. You know, I felt burnt out of like creating wrestling television. And yeah, so when the opportunity to go to AEW came, it was in like really like a non-creative capacity. It was like it was more of like an administrative thing, or like it was like managing the creative process or the creative like information, really.
Okay.
So it was very like logistical, which I like always say I know I can do that. The problem with not the problem with creativity, but creativity I find to be like a vulnerable endeavor, right? Like if you ask me to move bricks from point A to point B, I can either do it, I'm either capable of doing it, or I'm incapable of doing it. That's it. It's like I can either pick them up and move them, but like it's a yes or no. It's either done right or it's not done right, and that's it. Creativity, it's like there's so much subjectivity to it. Like,
Yeah.
are you gonna like my idea? You know, is my idea gonna be good? Is an idea even gonna come out? You know, and that the ideas for the most part like stopped coming out of me for a while, for a large part, and that was really like anxiety inducing. To go, we have TVs to write, and I don't know what to do, and I'm relying on Robert Evans, who's a prolific ideas guy, to come up with almost all the ideas. You know, Robert, you know, and look, Tommy was there too with ideas, and Scott, you know, Scott's as good as anybody when it comes to, you know, creative stuff. But Robert was like, to me, was really like the he produced most of the ideas at that point. So when the opportunity came to do something that I knew I could do for, you know, more money and on a larger stage, and when I didn't really have the answers for Impact, like I was like there's something that needs to change here. I don't have the answers. Maybe new creative blood will. Yeah, it was the decision was made to go to AEW. Yeah.
Okay. Is that somewhere that you could possibly go back to?
Yeah, you know, when I called Tony 6 months ago and said, "Hey, man, I'm struggling here. I gotta take off." He said I was welcome back anytime. He's a good dude,
Okay.
man. Like Tony's a good dude. I don't know anybody that loves pro wrestling as much as Tony Khan. Like for real. Like for real. Like this guy loves pro wrestling, man. Like he catches so much flack, dude. But like I worked with him for a year and a half, like close, like side by side. I was living in Jacksonville for a year of that. We were on the, you know, the plane together, and the jet was like me and him, you know, fucking. So if anybody has a, you know, place to complain about Tony Khan, I can. And I'm not going to, because like, dude, he's a good dude, and he fucking loves wrestling, man. He comes in. I got so much love for this. Like, I got so much love for this. He comes in to every TV every time, just like fucking excited. Like, there's nothing in the world he would rather be doing than making this wrestling show right now. And that sort of like enthusiasm, you know, I have so much love for that. That energy, that enthusiasm. And, you know, part of me leaving was like, I don't have that. Like, I'm struggling through my days. Like, I'm struggling to like be okay. and I want to step into a room and be as excited as Tony Khan is about making a pro wrestling show.
I got one more question for you. It's kind of a multiple part question, but as a podcaster, I've been subtly informed that technically we're not supposed to act as if we're fans. We're supposed to be journalists. To break the mold, I decided for every show I'm going to go through and pick 5 people that you've worked with that sparked my interest the most, and then maybe I want to learn about it a little bit. So just if you could tell us a little bit about what it was like working with these guys, teams, girls, whatever, I'd much appreciate it. I'm going to start off with Jon Moxley.
Yeah, John's a really talented guy. I remember when Gabe first showed me his stuff, and it was like this promo he did on the street or something, talking about, and this is where my mom would like work the street. And I'm like, dude, this guy's like awesome. And so we went right into a thing at what Evolve at Dragon Gate USA. And one of the things that first struck me about John is like I had been working quite a bit longer than John, I think, at that point. I think John may broken like 06 or something, and so this is like 09. Yeah, 06. Double. Someone can fact check me on that.
Maybe.
But I had been working like a significantly longer time than John, and like I was used to guys like mostly being like deferring to me, being like deferential to me, because I had my whole Ring of Honor run at that point, and you know I was kind of used to guys going like, hey, whatever you want to do tonight. And John wasn't like that at all. John was just like, all right, let's do this, and he had this like confidence about him that like you need to have to be successful. Like you do, man. You need to like. It's great to be a student and always be a student of the game and always learn. But if I can relay some advice to any wrestler that might be listening, at some point you have to live and die by yourself. Like at some point you have to like step in with confidence as if you know, and like figure out what's up for yourself. Like you have to go in and have your own ideas and do your ideas and see if your ideas work. You can't like constantly go to other people and go, what do you think about this? What should we do? Like you have to like, and John just had that. He had that. And I remember him doing a promo on me and me going like, does he really not like me? It suspended my disbelief for a second. Like it got me for a second. Is going, is this real? What he did? And we had a good like, you know, in the infancy of like, infancy of YouTube, but before everybody had like nice recording phones and high def stuff, we had like a nice like online promo back and forth series, and we had some decent matches too, and I was very happy for his success. But again, it's like when guys are good, it's like of course he's going to be, you know, if he stays healthy. Like what else is going to happen? Is this guy going to toil on the indies for years, cutting promos like this and like having that sort of presence? And so I'm happy for John, man. I always like him.
It's phenomenal. Next, I got Mr. Eddie Kingston.
Eddie, fuck me, I love Eddie. Yeah, man, I've known Eddie for like a long time. Like I've got love. I've got a lot of love for Eddie, and when he went to AEW, I think there was like a collective, like there was a like collective joy inside the wrestling business for like he finally got his break.
He deserved it.
Yeah, like when I was working for WWE, there was only 3 people I think that I got like tryouts for, and Eddie was one of them, and they passed on him, and much like John is very good at this too. Eddie Kingston is one of the best in the business at saying, I'm going to kick your ass and have it be believable. You know, when I say I'm going to kick your ass, it's like, but when he says I'm going to kick your ass, like just the way he says it, man, it's believable. And he's a fantastic promo, and his work, I think, has caught up to his, because he was always like a better promo than he was like sort of in-ring wrestler. And God, I forget what match I saw of his at AEW. I was like, man, you got really good. Like you got what Eddie Kingston is in the ring. Like you finally got that whole thing like put together. So yeah, man, he's the man. He's living the dream right now, getting paid to sit at home, probably going nuts because he wants to be out there playing. But
He's somebody I'm excited to see return because he was I feel like just getting his stride within AEW when he got hurt. So I'm excited to see what's next for Eddie. Up next, I got Austin Aries.
yeah, we did some good stuff together. I like him. I like Dan. Sometimes Aries was a challenge to work. He was, but he's very smart. But it was like he was a challenge because he was very creatively again like dominant and knew what he wanted, and it was sort of hard to veer him off and hard to talk him into something else. But the thing is, like, he was right most of the time, you know. So it's like you can't really like fault him because like he's mostly right because he's very smart. Way in certain ways in wrestling, way smarter than me. Like I saw how smart he was when I worked with him, and extremely talented. I think, and I think he'll probably admit this himself. I think in some end was, you know, like we all are, was his own worst enemy. I think if he was 6 inches taller, he could have acted however he wanted to and made millions of dollars, which is unfortunate because I think he was that talented. Like if he was a few inches taller, we'd be talking about him in a different light. Um, you know, as a huge star in wrestling, he was that good.
What
And I like
about
him. Like as a dude, like he and I have like you know, he's been on a bit of like a spiritual journey as well recently. Like he was in like India like a year or two ago, and like so he and I dabble in the same interests.
okay? Okay. What about Jerry Lynn?
Jerry's good, man. Uh, like Jerry was fuck. I first wrestled Jerry when I was like 19 or so for Ian. Like Ian put me in there. It was King of the Death Match '03. We had a good little one. He was always like very giving. It's like there were these veterans. Look, when you have a certain status anywhere, you know, in life and wrestling, wherever, it's like you can use it like benevolently, or you can be a prick about it. You know, you can use it to sort of like oppress people and, you know, put people down and whatever. Jerry was always like a super good dude, and a very good wrestler as well. And I'm happy that, you know, he found a place in wrestling, you know, as a coach at AEW. It was always good to see him, and he's always a good dude. Yeah, I like Jerry.
It's phenomenal. Last but not least, we talked about him earlier. Um, but what about the Briscoes?
Yeah, yeah, the Briscoes are the best. Like
Best in the business?
I before I deleted my Twitter, deactivated it permanently, whatever. I downloaded like my whole like all my old tweets. I like went back as a year ago or so, and I went back and I saw like I was looking at all my old tweets, and like dude, so many of them were like putting over Kevin and El Generico, the Young Bucks, and the Briscoes. Like I was just like in love with those guys. You know, 10, 15, more than that, 20 years ago. Like just like, and they were so good. I mean, I remember being in the ring in Toronto doing a tag match against the Briscoes, man, and like their music hit and they come out and fucking, you know, Jay, you know, comes out there tough, and there's Chicken like fucking, you know, bouncing around him, and they just have this like presence, this aura, and I just remember thinking like, I am not in the same league as these guys. Like these guys like shouldn't be here. They shouldn't be here wrestling me right now. Like I remember like thinking that as they came out. Like this is like, why are they here wrestling me? These guys need to be on WrestleMania. Like they had such good presence, and again they were the most giving top guys, and you know, top guy at ROH, whatever. They were top guys there. They were the most unselfish top guys that I've ever seen. Like they would really do anything for. They weren't dumb. It's not like it would do anything for you that would make them look bad, but they would do anything for you to like for the betterment of the of the business of the match. And again, they were just like great dudes, man. You know, Jay's funerals. I mean, it was sold out, dude. Just people from every wrestling company from the entire town. Like one of the last things I did with him was on on the chicken farm. We did a thing with him and the Good Brothers at Impact. So we had a quick little thing with him and like um, right before they went to AEW, and I was so grateful that I got like one last one last thing with them boys, man.
That's great. Jimmy, I want to say thank you so much for joining us here on the podcast. It was an absolute pleasure. If you ever want to come back on, I'd love to have you. There's tons more to talk about. I think we only scraped the top of the barrel, maybe. So I'd love to have you on for part 2, 3, whatever.
Cool, man.
Before I let you go, is there anything social media wise or anything like that you want to plug?
You know, I'm on Instagram currently, Jimmy Jacobs X. I post there some. Oh, I just got access to my old photo bucket account, and there's a lot of gems in there of like old pictures. So I just posted like right before I got on here, like a picture like me and AJ Styles from like 20 years ago of us like goofing around. I wrote like AJ loves me on my hand for some reason. I'm like 21, and there's a lot of like just silly stuff like that that I might post on Instagram, but I'm on there a little bit. Maple Leaf Pro pay-per-view return to the old Maple Leaf Gardens on May 10th. So that I'll be there and I'll be a part of that. So yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Thank you once again. I will just leave this off on see you later then, Jimmy. Welcome, guys, to ILWPOD. This is the I Love Wrestling podcast. I'm your host, as always, Justin Wright, but you're not here for me. We're here for the villain, Marty Scurll. How we
Hello,
doing,
everyone. Hello. You said to me before we were recording, you said, I'm not going to do much of an introduction.
Was that more than...
I think that actually, you know what? I quite like that, actually. Let's just get into it, just straight in. This is the villain, Marty Scurll. Here he is.
That's it. He's here. We know who he is. We don't have to run down the accolades.
They already know. If they're listening to this, they would have read in the title, like, interview with Marty Scurll. So maybe you don't even have to introduce me.
Exactly. Before I get started with the questions, is there any like events or upcoming places where these fans can go see you that you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, maybe I should have been a bit more prepared. But so in terms of social media, typically all I really do is Instagram. Do have a YouTube account as well, which I normally intend to do more on, but the one that's most consistent is Instagram. Obviously not TikTok anymore. But so I put all my dates on there. But off the top of my head, I will be wrestling in Fort Worth, Texas, February 8th for Martinez Entertainment against one Laredo Kid. And then the 15th of February, I'll be in Sudbury for Project X Wrestling in Canada. And then the next date, the weekend after, I can't announce yet because I don't think it's been announced. But in terms of dates in the States, March 16th, Mucha Lucha in Atlanta. I go wrestling Dr. Wagner. And then WrestleMania week. I know lots of people will be in Vegas for WrestleMania week. And I have so many fans in the States always say to me, like, when you're wrestling in the States, when you're wrestling in the States, it's like, well, going to be wrestling in Las Vegas on April 17th, which I believe is a Thursday night. Quite a late show. I think it's like 11 p.m. because Well, one, it's WrestleMania week, and two, it's Vegas. But all the information is all plastered on my Instagram. So I would love it if the people would come out and see me. That would be really, really cool. I know for a lot of people, it might have been a long time since they've seen me live. So WrestleMania week, I feel like there's no excuses because I mean, not everyone, but a lot of people come out for WrestleMania or at least WrestleMania week. So I'd really appreciate it if people would come out and see me. That'd be sweet.
Of
But yeah,
course.
that's my plugging done, I guess.
Okie dokie. We will start. I always start with the beginning of our wrestling fandom. You mentioned off camera that at heart you're a fan. Um,
Mhm.
so I'm gonna kick it off with how did you find wrestling and when did you know you fell in love with it?
Um, what's funny is so I was never like I always say that wrestling found me because
Okay.
it wasn't something where someone suggested to me, hey, watch this, or I didn't have an older brother or a parent that said, watch this. Rather more, when I was, my parents divorced when I was super young, when I was a baby. And so my mother pretty much single-handedly brought myself and my older brother up. And when I was young, she couldn't afford a kind of a poor family growing up, and she couldn't afford a childminder. So I used to go to her work with her, and she used to work in a home where she looked after like disabled people, older disabled people. So she would cook and clean, that kind of thing. And I'd have nothing to do there other than sit in front of the TV and keep myself entertained. And this was before the days of Netflix and everything else. So daytime TV in the UK wasn't too exciting. But they did have a bunch of videos, VHSs, if you remember them. And all the videos all they had were horror videos or movies and wrestling videos. And I was too young or too scared for the horror. I didn't want to watch Evil Dead when I was 5. Um, but I started watching the wrestling. And dude, I swear down, it sounds like a story, but I'm pretty positive. I put it in. The moment I saw it, I was jumping up and down on the sofa, being like, I want to be a wrestler from that very moment. And I thought so. My dog is barking big time. I'm gonna okay, he stopped. I'm gonna text him and tell him to quiet down. But yeah, and it's funny because I said that out loud at the time. I want to be a wrestler, and obviously I had no idea what that even meant. I didn't know that wrestling was a work or anything else, but I just saw it and was just instantly attracted to it, instantly just consumed by it. Um, and I do now looking back, kind of kind of self-diagnosing myself or being my own therapist. I think that not growing up with being close to my father or really any sort of male role models in my life. I look back now and like I didn't realize this till I got older, but I was like, well, I was brought up by like my mother and my auntie and my grandmother. And then when I went to school, my teachers were female. So I think when I saw wrestling, I was like, whoa. I was just like wrestling was almost like my sort of male influence on my life or my sort of, I didn't have any male role models. And then wrestling came along. It was like, wow. And I always tell this story how I remember, so I watched wrestling from a very young age. And then I remember once I was watching some other TV show, I was probably 6, 7, whatnot. And there was a man that was topless and he was just normal man. But in my
Okay.
head, I saw him and I was like, why does he look so skinny? Like, why he looks like he's sick or something. And because I thought that men's physique, a normal men's physique for me was like the ultimate warrior. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
just assumed that all men looked like that. I didn't realize that they were like jacked and larger than life. I just thought, oh, that's what men look like with their tops off. So that was kind of like a funny, like light bulb moment. I was young. I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, but like I said, no one pushed it on me. Just as soon as I saw it, I just became just obsessed. And I was one of the kids that never grew out of it, I guess.
I can relate completely. Ever since my dad turned it on when I was a kid, I've never turned it off.
Hmm.
Probably 20 plus years I've watched it. Like I'm 25 now, probably watched it since I was 2, 3, 4 years old.
Wow. Yeah.
Never turned it off.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people, you do get people that are kind of into it for a while, or when the business is hot and people kind of get into it, fall in and out. But for me, it was always just, yeah, instant passion, I think. And I'm very, very lucky to have it because I mean, now I've got older, there's lots more things that I'm interested in. But like kind of, I think you said this before the interview started, kind of wrestling's always been that one sort of consistent thing that's always
Yeah.
I've always enjoyed and always, you know, been like the major passion of my life. So yeah,
It's a
I
good
mean,
escape.
I think so, yeah. And I think sort of growing up, especially coming from the UK and a very small like part of the UK, um, the idea like watching professional wrestling, especially when I started watching like the WWF, um, the idea of kind of one day maybe becoming a wrestler, moving to America and sort of wrestling for a company like that was so like it seemed like such an impossible sort of feat, you know what I mean? And people
Yeah.
from my village didn't leave the village and everything else. And I think when I told everyone when I was a kid, oh, I'm going to be a wrestler when I grow up, I think they all just like, oh, ha ha ha. And yeah, I just kind of became determined to do it. And in my head, it wasn't a case of oh, I'd like to be it. It was, I'm going to become a wrestler. Like there was just there was no plan B. 100% knew I was gonna sort of
No
follow
other
my
options.
path. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Just I I did a promo the other day on Dr. Wagner, and I said, well, it's actually I'm gonna butcher the name now. Hilo Del Dr. Wagner Jr. And I said, you may have been born into this business, but I was born to do this. Like I wasn't born in it, but I was born to do it. And I really, really honestly believe that. Like I just can't, there's nothing really else that I'm good at. So wrestling is that thing for me. And that's, and yeah, your podcast is called the I Love Wrestling Podcast. And that's why I agreed to come on because I do as well indeed love pro wrestling. So I'm in a good place.
Definitely. This is the right place to be if we love wrestling. You mentioned growing up in the UK. Who would you be like, sorry, who would be your biggest inspirations growing up in that area?
Um, in terms of like pro wrestlers,
Or in general, whether it's,
yeah,
TV, celebrities, wrestling, all the
yeah,
above.
but yeah, I mean, I was pretty much like I said, I was obsessed with the wrestling. I think early on, my favorites were. I mean, I remember seeing Hogan from a very young age and kind of being like enamored by him, and even a Warrior, I was really into as a kid. And then the Undertaker came along, and I was like, "Whoa, who's this?" I feel like my first big favorite was Bret Hart, which is funny because he's still one of my favorites today. And yeah, Bret to me, I feel like in the UK, or just British or European people as a whole, we're very like, sorry, um, how do I say this? We're very different to the United States, right? So we're not as how do I explain this? I think like everything in the States, I think to a British person is so much more larger than life and more outrageous and out there. So Bret Hart, I think, was kind of because he was a more serious, sportsman-like professional wrestler. He really appealed to people in Europe, and I think that's why he became so popular in Europe. Because I think the typical British person or European would maybe see. Because I even remember as a kid watching Hogan doing his like he would win and he would pose for 5, 10 minutes. I even remember as a child, like a 5-year-old boy, being like oh, he's a bit of a show off, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? Just thinking like, what is he? Whereas Brett was very straight laced and serious, and so yeah, to me, I remember as a child wishing that Bret Hart was my dad.
Sorry to my real dad. But I had that for, and I mean, I've been very fortunate as well. I don't think too many people know this, but I got a chance to do a couple of spots with Brett over the years, both of which were basically me getting punched and then put in the sharpshooter. So that was kind of like pretty crazy for me, because he was such a big hero of mine growing up. And recently, someone told me that Brett was a fan of my work, which to me is just like that's just like all the internet trolls in the world, like say, oh, he's mid or he sucks or whatever. I'm like, well, Bret Hart's a fan of my work, so I feel I'm
The
gonna take
best that
that.
ever did it said that
The best that
he
ever
liked
did.
your work.
Exactly, the best of all time. Do you know what I mean? So Brett was a massive inspiration, and then later on, I was really into The Rock and really into Steve Austin, and then later on Rey Mysterio and all sorts. I did think that was another interesting one was because sort of when The Rock was taken off, I'd only been around 10 or 11 years old, but I remember being a massive fan of him, even though he was a heel, which I guess that was a lot of people though, because he ended up turning into one of the biggest baby faces of all time. But I remember watching that Royal Rumble 99 where Rock wrestled and beat up Mick Foley really bad. And apologize to Mick in advance. Like I remember like really rooting for The Rock. Right? Yeah, beat him up. And I was really into him as well. So yeah. But then as I got a little bit older, I started to go back and watch a lot of the old the British wrestling because I
Okay.
thought it's important for me to kind of understand history. And especially when I started training, I started training really young. I started training when I was 14 years old. And the trainers at my school were essentially kind of like old, like from the World of Sport era of British wrestling. There's a gentleman named Tony Scarlo. Um, and they kind of really got me onto old World of Sport wrestling. And I kind of became obsessed with that for a long time. I still kind of am, to be fair. But guys like I idolized a wrestler called Steve Gray, which I'm not sure if too many people know of. Um, and I was very fortunate because I got to do some training with him, and I actually got to wrestle him when I was really young. Um, yeah, so someone like Steve Gray, who probably never gets a mention at all, because I think a lot of people, the typical fan remembers obviously Davey Boy Smith. They may know sort of like a Fit Finlay. They've probably heard of a Johnny Saint, and that's pretty much it. But there's so much more to the British wrestlers from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And Mark Rocco, who I feel like people have heard of, he was another one for
I've
me, which
heard of
is
him.
yeah, he is someone that I try to what's the best word? Not copy, but I try to
Mimic.
yeah, mimic. Yeah, I take so much influence from him and his wrestling style because we're a similar build and everything else. And he's another one actually that I got to meet and kind of work with. On British Boot Camp, funny enough. But yeah, there's a lot of guys, especially a lot of these older British guys that I definitely looked up to. And it's almost a shame, really, that I think about this every now and then, how sort of the history of wrestling, pretty much everywhere else, like whether it's Japan, Mexico, America, um, like it's all kind of been documented, but there's really not a whole lot on old British wrestling, which is
No, it's
crazy.
hard to find.
It is, and it's like it's crazy because it was on like it was a massive deal in the UK in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. It was on terrestrial TV and everyone watched the wrestling. But now there just isn't that much documentation and like stuff like the shoot interviews and all that kind of stuff that all came kind of after, like years after the sort of British wrestling boom. So sometimes I think about that. I'm like, man, I need to try and maybe I should go and try and, do my own research or go meet all these, the wrestlers that are still alive and try and interview them or something so we can keep this sort of the history of British wrestling alive. And also I think at the same time though, it's cool to think that like I was a part of like the resurgence, you could call it, of British wrestling and everything else years and years later. But yeah, I'm definitely proud to be a British wrestler. Um, And yeah, I just the thing is as well that the style of wrestling is so different now, whereas I feel like the typical person probably wouldn't find sort of British wrestling from the 70s or 80s too entertaining. I love it, but wrestling's evolved so much. It's almost like a complete different entity. So, but yeah, if anyone's listening and they're interested, go check out some Rollerball Mark Rocco. You won't regret it because he was ahead of his time. He was very, very ahead of his time. And people like Dynamite Kid and Finley and everyone else, they were all influenced from Mark Rocco. So definitely go back. Well, maybe not Finley, he was probably the same sort of time, but Dynamite Kid for sure. So yeah, go back and watch some Rollerball Mark Rocco. If you learn anything from this interview, that would be a good one.
Sounds good. Um, Something that I've heard you allude to in other podcasts is how difficult it was to break out of the independent scene at a certain
Mhm.
time. How do you think, or what gave you that edge to be able to do so?
Um, That's a good question. So when I started wrestling, I started training in September of 2003. I think I had my first match when February. No, sorry. I started training, yeah, September 2003. I had my first match in February 2005. And very much in my first years of wrestling, wrestling was still very much a body industry. And WWE, for example, pretty much the only thing in town, and they wouldn't touch anyone that was under 6'1" and under 250 pounds or whatever. Um, and when I started, I was very, very small in stature. So um, that was obviously kind of a big deal. And it's funny, actually. I remember, I was I don't know. I was like 16, 17, maybe 18. And I remember a wrestler, he's passed away now. But I remember, actually, I won't name his name because it's kind of, but either way, he said to me, he was a veteran wrestler. And he said to me, he goes, listen, he goes, obviously, like, you're never going to make it in this industry, but, you can still do shows like this and you can still have fun and you can still, travel around the country and get to do this. And in my head, I thought, I can't cuss. I'm not going to cuss. Um, but in my head, I thought, I'm going to show this mother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to make it. He has no idea what he's talking about. So I did feel like from the young age, it was, uh, it was kind of working against me. It definitely was difficult. Um, in that, and going back to answering your question, I think a lot of guys like I don't know who gets credit for it, but at one point, I guess the mentality shift where smaller guys were all of a sudden desirable. So guys like AJ Styles, Bryan Danielson. Obviously, before then it was guys like Rey Mysterio, Dean Malenko, whatnot. But I think later on, kind of more closer to my generation, low key, all those sort of Christopher Daniels, Paul London, all those guys, I think really helped make it easier for someone like me to succeed.
Yeah.
Because wrestlers started becoming smaller, and I think it was due to like the style, really. Like the fans wanted to see more of a fast-paced style, which the big guys couldn't necessarily do, or not as well at least. So that started happening. But in terms of me, I think I got an opportunity early with TNA British Boot Camp. And when I say early, I'd still been wrestling for years before then. But I wasn't, when I got that opportunity, I wasn't ready for it. Like I just wasn't. I just hadn't had the mentorship. I wasn't steered in the right direction, I don't think yet. And so I felt like um, yeah, I didn't take advantage of that opportunity, I guess, at the time. I thought I was, but I don't think I was ready. And after kind of years, I mean, I think I'd been wrestling, let me think, nearly 10 years or so. Until I came up with this sort of character for the villain. And I do remember doing like a Dragon Gate UK tour and Park was on. And I remember asking him kind of like, what have I got to do to get a break? And he basically said to me, he's like, you need something to stand out. He goes like with me, it's high flying. With this guy,
his technical. This guy, it's his speed and everything else. This guy is his body, and you need something to really stand out from everyone else. So you need to excel in something in particular. And at the time, I was I I felt like I could wrestle, but I was kind of bland, and short back, hair and sides, and I was clean cut. And that's where I really started thinking, okay, why don't I come up with this character? And yeah, basically went full in, or all in, no pun intended, with the villain character. And I think what really helped me is I met a gentleman named James Musselwhite who lived in the same city I was living at the time, and he had been reaching out to a few wrestlers to take photos of them. He's a photographer, really talented photographer. And I met him. He took some really awesome photos of me. I was like, "Can you film stuff as well?" And he said, "Yeah." I thought, because in my head, I'd come up with this character, the villain, and I was like, but how can I introduce it to the fans? Because I'm just wrestling on independent shows, right? And it's kind of hard to just come out to the ring and kind of explain what this character is. And I thought, well, how does WWE, for example, do it? And I thought, well, they play vignettes. I remember back in the day, the Mr. Perfect vignettes and or the $1 Million Man vignettes or whoever it was, Razor Ramon vignettes. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I had my own vignettes? And this is when YouTube started becoming kind of a big thing. And I thought, wow, maybe I could just make vignettes and put them on YouTube. And that's exactly what I did. And what's really funny about it is that, like, if I went back and watched them now, I'd probably be like, oh, these are terrible. But at the time, I feel like they were actually quite groundbreaking, at least in terms of for British independent wrestling, because no one, or even just independent wrestling as a whole, no one had invested in a character like that, I don't think previously. I mean, maybe they had, but I felt like because I'd invested so much in my character, people were like, whoa, this is different. And those vignettes, they're still on my YouTube channel now, maybe 10 years later, whatever it's been. I still get people bring them up to me to this day. And I think that to a lot of people, that was their introduction to me. And I've had a lot of different fans tell me that, like, oh, your speech in this one video changed my life and all this kind of stuff. So I think that's when I learned, like, okay, if I need to, I realized that wrestling wasn't just about the wrestling and having good matches. I realized that wrestling was about making people feel something, right? And if they feel something, they'll remember you forever. And I just wanted to make people remember me. I just wanted them to feel something. And that's why, it's random how I ended up with an umbrella. But in my head, I was just like, I'm going to take an umbrella to the ring. And in my thought process was, well, if they come to the show and they leave and they remember nothing, they might remember the Wally with an umbrella indoors. Do you know what I'm saying? So that everything was just about being remembered, making people feel something. And I guess I just wanted to become and make people feel the same feelings that I did when I was a kid watching Hogan or Brett or The Rock or anything else. So yeah, like I do hear quite often that it takes 10 years in wrestling to finally kind of get it or for it to like click. And I felt like that was pretty much correct for me. So yeah, I really did. I mean, it might be things move a lot faster now. Maybe it's easier for the guys. I don't know. Maybe not. But yeah, took a long time for me to get the break. But the good part of it was that when I did get the break, I kind of felt like I was ready. Like when I started wrestling in the States, for example, or wrestling for Ring of Honor or wrestling for New Japan or whatever it was. In my head, I was like, oh yeah, like I can do this. I'm gonna wipe the floor with this guy. You know what I mean? Like I'm excited to show the world what I've got. So yeah, but back then it was very hard to get a break because, dude, like you're just wrestling on indies in Europe. You think a company wants to pay for a flight and your wage and stuff to bring you to a show in the States? It's like that wasn't happening. So yeah, but eventually, obviously, we grew something, and I managed to break out. And it's funny because now I'm very fortunate where I get to wrestle in lots of different places, different countries. And a lot of times I do seminars as well. And I have people ask me, like, how do I get a break? That same question that I asked Pac all those years ago. And a
Yeah.
lot of times I'll give them the same kind of answer like that he gave me. Um, but another big thing I'll say to them is, well, because a lot of these countries are wrestling, sometimes it's like, it, it, I mean, if it's outside the States, it's instantly more difficult for the talent, I believe. And especially when if it's somewhere like in the Middle East or in South Africa or wherever it may be, even if it's in Canada, it's more difficult. Um, and I say to them, a lot of times I'll tell them, listen, you need to go to it because it's probably not going to come to you unless you're one in a million and happen to go viral. Um, I'll tell a really short story. I know I'm kind of diverging off, but the tag team Aussie Open, I think I've told this story before, which is Carl Fletcher and Mark Davis. This was years ago. I wrestled in Australia, and it was one show. It was like a semi-finals and a finals, and I think I wrestled Mark Davies in the semi-finals and did the match. And then afterwards, he was like, "Oh, can I email you or something to ask for advice because I didn't have a match to get ready for?" I was like, "Yeah, no problem." So, and I had a match with him. I thought he was really good, like really good. Anyway, so he messaged me. He said, "Any advice?" And I said to him, I said, "Well, honestly, dude, like, I thought you were great. My advice would be that you kind of like the problem is you're stuck in Australia, right? I'm thinking
Yeah.
these companies aren't going to fly you from Australia to do a show. Well, most likely not." I said, at the time, British wrestling was getting really, really hot and there was a lot going on. I said, honestly, mate, I think you have the talent. You just need to show the world it. I think you should try and go to the UK or Europe or to the States to do your thing. And because I was like, there's no point in me telling you, oh, you could do this arm drag better or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you need to get out there.
Yeah.
And I remember him kind of giving me a response saying something along the lines of like, "Oh, unfortunately, I can't because I've got, I don't know what it was. He was tied down to something." I was like, okay, no problem. I'm just being honest with my advice. Anyway, about 6 months later, I get an email, right? Look, this Mark Davis again. And he says to me, "Listen, Marty," he goes, "ever since you gave me that advice 6 months ago, that's all I've been able to think about every single day." He goes, "I just want to let you know now, I'm moving to England. I'm going to be there this week," right? And I was like, wow, amazing. So I go, okay. So I messaged a few different promoters in England and I said, "Hey, this kid's coming, he's moving all the way from Australia. So, it's like, it'd be great if you give him an opportunity." And they're like, "Okay, yeah." So I got him a few bookings. I said, "Listen, mate, like I'll get you a few things to get you started, and then it's up to you." Do you know what I mean? Like you can
Yeah.
go from. And sure enough, he did it and nailed it. And then he really took off in the UK, really took off in Europe, and then that ended up him just taking off everywhere. So I felt like my advice, that it served well for him. And yeah, but it's always an interesting question when people ask you, like, how can I break out? Because it's just different for everyone. It really, really is. It's absolutely different for
It's
everyone.
a per case kind of scenario.
Absolutely. And I always do say, like, pro wrestling owes you nothing. Everything I've had from pro wrestling, I've been like absolutely blessed. It owes me absolutely nothing. And I count it all as a blessing. Uh what was the point I was gonna say? What were we talking about again? Sorry, my brain.
Um, we was talking about breaking out.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I always tell people if you work hard enough, long enough, like you just chances are something may happen. I always think if I learned French every day for 10 years, then by the end of 10 years, I'll probably be pretty good at it. And maybe that's what happened with wrestling as well. So
Yeah.
just the more that you put into it, the more chance you have of getting that break. And again, that's why, for example, I told Mark Davis, like, hey, get to the UK because there's loads and loads, like, tens of shows every single week rather than where you are, where there's only one show every 2 months, whatever it may be. So yeah, it's different. It's absolutely different for everyone. Mine was the long road, but I've been doing this, yeah, 20 years now, and It's gone very quickly. And I feel like I still have a lot to offer. I'm only 36, so um, fortunately, I feel as if, touch wood, I've been very good in terms of my looking after myself and my body. I've not been the biggest risk taker over the years. Um, and I always looked at that as a challenge. I always thought to myself, how can I get the same reaction these crazy guys are getting, but not killing my body? So, um, and that's also why it was important for me to come up with a character like the villain, if that makes sense. So, I mean, I'm not saying I'm gonna do this, but I feel like I could do the villain when I'm 60. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
got to stay in shape. So, yeah, no, yeah, it it really is interesting hearing different people's stories. I'm sure, like we were talking before we went on the air. You just started this podcast not long ago, 3 months ago, and who knows? It's all about just consistency, and you may get a break doing it, you may not, but I feel as if, what was it, Will Smith that said it? Like you could fail at something you don't like doing, so you might as well try doing something that you
Try
do like
something you do
doing,
like.
right?
Yeah.
So I give you more the power to you. I think this is great that you're doing this, and I think, yeah, my advice to you would just be the same for pro wrestlers. Just try and put as much into it as you can, and try and don't be afraid to try stuff. I think it's a big one. Don't be afraid to try. Don't be afraid to try and fail. I think before coming up with a winning formula for myself, I tried loads of stuff. I was never afraid to throw something at the wall and see if it stuck.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's the same for podcasting. I don't know. I'm not really a
It
podcaster, so
it kind of is. I can tell you every episode I try to implement something new, and if it
sure.
works, I'll keep it. If it doesn't, I'll just pretend like it never happened. Just
Yeah,
move on to the next thing. And
that,
I throwing stuff at the wall and let it stick is kind of like my motto. My dad's kind of told me is just, hey kid, if you're gonna try it, try it. If it doesn't work, go on to the next thing. Eventually, something will stick.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I think so. I think that's all a part of it is just kind of like what that sort of advice that Pat gave to me all those years ago, you can kind of put that to anything really. His thing to me was like, you got to be different. You got to find what your niche is. Got to find a way to stand out. And I'm sure it's the same for the podcast game. So it's just that takes a little time to work out, I guess, you know?
Yeah, it's all in the reps. Is what I've
Absolutely.
been. It's what I've been told by countless guys. Is hey, get some reps in. You'll find what your niche is, and you'll succeed eventually. As long as you
Absolutely.
keep your mind to it.
Yeah. And as long as you enjoy it as well, I think it's important to enjoy it. Enjoy the ride.
100%.
I
Yep.
do. I really do.
Uh,
Yeah.
kind of my next question, something fun I like to do on here is I'm going to throw 5 moments at you. Five
Hmm.
moments throughout your career, in 3 words or less. Kind of give me your reaction to
Oh,
those
blimey.
moments.
I like to ramble on, so this may be difficult, but go on.
Okay, I'm going to start with um, actually one place I first saw you in the States, which was PWG and the Battle of Los Angeles.
Mhm. So you want me to describe
What it meant to you
what it
in
means?
3 words or less.
I would say PWG was one of, if not my sort of biggest sort of break in wrestling, I would say.
Okay.
They opened
What
the door
about
for gals.
what
Door
about
opening,
all?
I'll say.
Sorry,
Door opening. But go on, sorry.
door opening. Got it. All in versus Okada. We'll deep dive into that one in a little bit.
Just a realization of um kind of an awakening moment, a realization of just sort of how big silly videos on YouTube had gotten.
We'll go with progress pro wrestling, just in general.
Progress was a really great platform for me to develop the villain character.
Okay. And this one's going to be a more recent one. Mexico and AAA.
That's thing in Mexico. I always say it's like I love it. It's like the Wild West. It's just like the fans just crazy, and it's funny because the lucha libre style is really, quite outrageous, but it feels like kayfabe is still real there. So, and that's what I love, right? And when you wrestle, the the fans, they boo you because they hate you. They're not sitting there watching to review a match. They just want to see you get your ass kicked. So, um, I love Mexico for that. So, Mexico, kayfabe lives.
Okay. Last but not least, I'm going to go with TNA and British Boot Camp.
I guess I just kind of went through it, sort of missed opportunity.
Okay.
But I'm also a
My
big believer in everything happens for a reason like that. Like that needed to happen for me to become the villain. If that makes sense. So I'm not like bitter about it or anything.
but TNA definitely probably gave you that shift. Hey, I got to change something to break
Yes,
through. Okay,
absolutely. Correct. Yeah.
that makes sense.
Mhm.
My next question would be what did it mean to be able to win the Rev Pro World Championship and then be able to defend it against guys like your Ricochets, Kevin Steen, and Douglas Williams?
Mhm. So, Rev Pro was kind of like my home company in England. Andy Quilden, his promoter, is a really, really good friend of mine. And it felt like, so myself, I was in a tag team with Zack Sabre Jr. for a long time. And we did some really great stuff with Rev Pro with that. And then we kind of broke out into single stars. And again, I didn't really find my feet until I started doing the villain. And it's funny because when I started doing the villain, apparently Andy, he'll probably deny this now, but apparently he said something along the lines of like, well, he ain't going to be the villain on my shows. He's still going to be Party Marty. And I guess somehow I managed to convince him to do my thing. And I think, yeah, just I started doing my thing as the villain, and it felt more like me, and it felt like I could be myself in the ring, and I wasn't playing the part of a character. I became the villain. And so then getting to the point where you're over enough or you have enough sort of name value where they can put like their world title on you. That was a really big deal. And I got to wrestle. I think I beat Colt Cabana for the belts and got to work like a main event style match with him. And I think I'd wrestled Colt previously, but just being able to do like main event style matches, I think was really important because there's a big difference between an opening match or a match mid-show and then a main event. When you're in the main event, especially with a title match, or anytime you're in the main event, you've got to deliver, right? You need to really smash it out the park. So they gave me a really great opportunity to do that. And I had a lot of great opponents. And I believe I lost the title to AJ Styles. And getting the opportunity to work with someone like AJ just was game changing and just learned so much just even being in his presence. Funny actually, because I lost the title to AJ, and then I think it came next. We did a freeway, myself, AJ, and Osprey, and no one ever really talks about that match. It's kind of forgotten, but like I'm convinced that was one of the greatest freeways of all time. It felt really good at the time. I might go back now and watch it and hate it, but at the time, I remember everyone being like, "That was like a mind-blowing match." But it's funny because no one really remembers that. But no, Rev Pro just gave me a lot of opportunities to kind of be the guy, be my, um, yeah, just to be like the main guy of a company. And I just remember doing, especially the Rev Pro, the bigger shows in York Hall, and started really developing a fan base and noticing it when I'd go out to the merchandise stand and I'd have a line for me. And I'm thinking previously I never really had that. Previously, I would do indie shows or let's say a Rev Pro show, and maybe I'm doing like £60 on the merchandise stand. It's like now I'm doing like $2,000. Something has changed, or £2,000 or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think just as I grew, the British wrestling scene around me was growing, and we kind of all kind of grew together. And there's a group of guys that all kind of developed together and kind of were getting good at the same time, like myself, Zack Sabre, Tommy End, or Malachi Black, as it's called now, um, Will Ospreay, a whole bunch of guys, Gunther, obviously, that all just kind of were getting everyone's kind of started getting it at the same point. And as they did, the promotions and the promoters kind of did as well, whether it be a Rev Pro or a Progress. Everyone just started stepping up. So, I was really, really grateful to be a part of that. Not just be a part of it, but be, one of the like I definitely going to take some credit for for sort of the resurgence of British wrestling. But Rev Pro is a big, big part of that. And they still are now. They're still kicking ass now. Rev Pro is still putting on great, great shows. I think, yeah, Mercedes Moné is the Rev Pro Women's Champion now. So, and it's difficult, right? It's just difficult for independent companies to, just like wrestlers, for them to get a break as a whole. And I think especially being in England or British, it's even a little bit more difficult. So, no, I wish the best of luck to Rev Pro. And in terms of independent promotions, I don't think there's many out there better than what Rev Pro puts on personally. So, big fan of Rev Pro.
Shout out to them. They still produce some of the best talent and matches that I've ever witnessed.
Yeah.
I actually, one of my first interviews was with a younger British independent talent. He hadn't quite made it to Rev Pro yet. Leon Cage. He did a move in the Bucks, mimicked it on TV. I don't know if
Oh,
you've heard
that
about it. It went
slingshot
by.
thing.
Yep, I got him one here, and he was very excited because he had matches booked with Michael Oku, who was the Rev Pro champion at the time. And like since the last conversation I've had with him, he's been able to break through. So
Awesome.
they're still developing, young independent guys into potential stars, which is great to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing as well. It's kind of like a revolving door because once you develop talent, once they get really good, chances are they're going to be picked up by one of the major companies. So someone like Rev Pro, they always need to be on their eye for the future and for new talent. I think that's something actually that WWE is really, really good at. Is I was talking about that with someone, maybe with James on this stream the other day. I was just thinking, wow, they've had the performance center for a long time, and now they're doing this WWE ID thing, which I'm not 100% sure exactly what that is, but I know they're doing it, and now they've got this relationship with TNA, and I just think they're they're very good WWE at thinking about the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 20 years. And Andy or Rev Pro, they kind of have to be a bit like that as well, because after a while, I mean, it's kind of a surprise they still have guys like Michael Oku and whatnot now. But you kind of assume that might not last for that long. Then it's like, okay, who's going to be the next guy to step it up? Maybe it's Leon Cage. And I think that's really cool. That's kind of what Rev Pro kind of thrives on, is guys who want the opportunity, and guys that are trying to make a name for themselves. Guys like aren't turning up to Rev Pro and phoning it in. Do you know what I'm saying? Like guys
Yeah.
that go there and they're trying to tear it up. They're trying to get attention. They're trying to steal the show. And I know because I was one of those guys. So yeah, more power to Leon Cage. I'll have to check him out at some point. I've seen that one clip, but that's it.
He's a great guy. Good, got great clips too. Very inventive. Definitely recommend checking him out.
Oh, yeah, will do.
Moving on down the line a little bit, you probably did one of the greatest debuts in Ring of Honor history. When you replaced Adam Cole in the Bullet Club. How did that come about? And was that kind of how you got to be a part of being the Elite?
So no, actually, the timeline's a little messed up. That wasn't my Ring of Honor debut. I'd already been in
But
Ring of
yeah,
Honor.
not the debut, but like Bullet Club debut is what I meant.
Yeah,
My bad.
okay, yeah. Definitely the best Bullet Club debut ever. That's not a debate. If you think you've got one better, tell me. But
It don't exist.
no, no. I've told the story a few times. But basically, what was really straight funny about it was when I came to Ring of Honor, I'd met the Bucks previously and before I came to Ring of Honor, and I'd worked with them and was quite pally with them, but nothing crazy because obviously we didn't see each other too often. But as soon as I came to Ring of Honor, I end up sort of becoming closer with them just as friends. This is before Bullet Club and everything else. So I started kind of riding with them sometimes or hanging out, going for dinner, etc., etc. And that turned into them sort of being like, they're getting the cameras out. Next thing you know, I'm part of their Being the Elite show. And that was really good for me because a lot of people were watching Being the Elite, and I'm I feel like a natural performer. So they put the red light on. I'm like, right, yep, I can perform. I can do this. And so we were already really quite good friends. And it's really funny because there was never it was none of our ideas for me to be part of the Bullet Club. It was New Japan's. And basically New Japan had booked me to debut there in the Best of Super Juniors. And the way Japan works is kind of everyone ends up in a stable.
Yep.
And pretty much any kind of gauge in at the time, they were putting in Bullet Club. So they told me, like, yes, you're going to be part of the Bullet Club. And it was funny because they wanted me to like just tweet about it. That's how they wanted my debut to be. Like, yeah, just tweet that you're in the Bullet Club now. And I was like, what? But what was crazy was when I'd received all this news, I was actually on an independent show in Ireland, OTT, with the Bucks and Kenny. So the timing was crazy. And I remember pulling them aside and explaining to them, hey, here's the deal. And it was fun because I think the next week or maybe like 2 weeks later, like just before I was going to Japan, we had Hammerstein Ballroom. I can't remember what pay-per-view it was, but we were all kind of, it was looking like it was going to be Adam Cole's last show as well. Um, so that's where we all kind of came up with this idea for me to, uh, kick Cole out and everything else. And what was great is at the time they were kind of building this kind of rivalry. I don't know if people really remember this, but between Adam Cole, and Kenny. And because we were all together in Ireland, that's like we had this idea. Because Kenny was kind of hard to like a lot of times it was like myself, Cody, and the Bucks and Hangman. A lot of times Kenny wasn't there because he would be in Japan most of the time. We would go to Japan, but he was like living there pretty much, and we would just come in a lot of times for a pay-per-view or whatnot. So me in particular, I would come for at least quite a few tours a year, but most of the time it was like every month, just flying in and out. So we the debut, my debut in Bullet Club, when you see Kenny doing the video, he's on the video screen, he's doing his promo, and it veers off, and then I'm stood there. That's the big reveal. We filmed that in like a hotel hallway, like 3 in the morning in Ireland. Right? I'm stood there just in full gear, full mask and everything. Fortunately, no one woke up and saw us, otherwise the big story would have been revealed. But and I remember when it happened, I thought, how can I make this special? And something clicked to me. I thought, oh, I need to have Bullet Club on my umbrella. So I found like a local artist and asked him if he could paint this logo because he knew nothing about wrestling. So I was like, oh, he's not going to put two and two together and reveal this.
Yeah.
Yeah, just it all just kind of came together. It was the perfect storm, I think. It really, really was. And because I'm pretty sure I debuted that night in Bullet Club, and then the next week I was flying to Japan to do my first tour of Japan as well. So yeah, and again, I think looking back at that time, just that was really like the start of all this stuff now with like, or even like how AEW like got to become a thing. Like it all kind of started with like moments like that we were just building and building and building. And I think I'd been building my stock a lot with myself, the villain, and that kind of brand. And Bullet Club was just like this, and then we come together, boom, and then it was like kind of exploded, like for
The
two
rocket took off.
yeah, just 2 years had the best selling wrestling t-shirt in the world, because it was that Villain Club shirt, the combination of Bullet Club and the Villain. It's just like it was a really, really big deal. Because at first when they asked me to join Bullet Club, I was almost kind of like, I don't know if I want to do it, because I kind of felt like, well, I've kind of got my own thing going on. But then I was like, well, seems like I don't really have a choice, so let's just try and make this work. And I think that's why we were very fortunate to have that be in the elite platform as well, to kind of tell our own stories. And dude, we had things, we were rocking and rolling for quite a while, and it got to the point at Ring of Honor shows where 95% of the audience would be wearing black and white. It was like either the Bullet Club or Villain Club or Kenny or Cody, whatever it was. Um, and yeah, things just really, really took off. And again, like we were saying before, it's all just kind of timing and everything else. But no, definitely, I'll end my ramble by saying this. I do remember, because a lot of the Ring of Honor shows, pretty much all of them would end with the elite in the ring. And I would sing songs and we would talk to the crowd, have fun, sign autographs, etc. But I remember one point, it must have been not long before like the Bucks and everything left, but we were in the ring and we did like a big arms up in the air. Then we all cuddled with each other. And remember Matt Jackson saying to us, so he said, "Oh, we will never be more over than we are right now. So enjoy it." And we all agree still now that yeah, he was right. So it's that's how wrestling works. That's exactly how it works. So I'm just very fortunate that I've got to be part of like some really sort of big moments in wrestling, and people seem to have fond memories of it. Like that's really, really cool, because that's pretty much all I ever wanted to do. That's what I set myself out to do as a kid, and yeah, I'm living the dream. I definitely am, and it's not lost on me. I appreciate it, and I'm very grateful, and thank God every single day that I get to do what I do. So yeah, and just the Bullet Club as a whole, I guess, was a big part of my life, and without it, I don't know where I'd be right now. Things would definitely be a lot different. So I will say this: I do think, I don't know if Bullet Club gets the appreciation just for like how much kind of did for wrestling outside WWE.
Probably not.
Probably not. I don't know how many people know the story, but how Bullet Club shirts ended up in Hot Topic. So Hot Topic has like buyers, right? So people that decide what goes in the store. And they were for years, Hot Topic had been selling WWE merchandise. And so one year, WrestleMania, I can't remember which one it was, but basically the buyers were at WrestleMania and they kept seeing everyone wearing Bullet Club t-shirts. So they went to WWE and said, "Hey, can we get these Bullet Club t-shirts from you guys?" And WWE were like,
We don't have those.
Exactly. So then I guess they did the research and they found out who the Bullet Club was, and they reached out to us and were like, "Yeah, we want your shirts in the store." And we're like, and I think at first it just said like, "Okay, we're just going to do the standard Bullet Club shirt, kind of see how that goes." And then that was like number
Flew
one.
right
So
off the shelf.
let's try the Bucks. That was and yeah, it's pretty crazy, dude. Because like my shirt, like I remember being like the number one seller over things like Harry Potter, and just it's just like like really, really, really crazy. And we kind of became as close to mainstream as possible, really. I do remember so many times like seeing bootleg versions of my shirts on like boardwalks and stuff like that, and just being like, what? Like, it's really kind of crazy, really kind of crazy. But no, I've got a lot to be thankful for in terms of the Bullet Club. And it was the best debut of the Bullet Club as well, by far. Name a better one, I dare you. Most
That's
people
what
can't name it. They just
comment
pretend.
section. Go ahead.
Comment
See if we
section.
can get a better one.
There's
There's not
not.
one.
There's not
It's
one.
going to
Like,
be empty.
they're gonna try. They're gonna be like, well, when Finn Balor started the group, it's like you didn't watch that. Don't lie. You didn't
You
watch.
went
That
back and
makes me,
watched it. They
dude.
watched you live.
Yes, the wrestling fans. They'll be like, the best version of the Bullet Club is this. I'm like, no, the best the best version was us, and you don't want to admit it, but 100% was. It doesn't come close. Like when you say, "Oh, it was when Fergal did it," or ages. Like you didn't watch it back then. Don't lie.
No.
Right? Like we got it in them, and whatever. I'm not going to get into that debate.
Fair enough. You know, something else that like made you guys revolutionary was when Cody kind of took that bet for Meltzer and you guys
Mhm,
did all in.
mhm.
When did y'all, you, Cody, the Bucks, all of you guys find out that all in was going to be taking place? And what was the reaction like within the group?
So, um, the thing is with the first All In, originally it was supposed to be like a Bullet Club show,
Mhm.
and it was going to be run by Ring of Honor funded, which it was. But the idea was that it was run by the Bullet Club, and that's why, in fact, I actually put a video up of my entrance today because I was thanking Christopher Daniels. Sorry. But if you see the stage, it says like All In, and there's a massive like Bullet Club logo.
Yeah.
So originally it was supposed to be a Bullet Club show. Somehow it got changed to Cody and the Bucks. So somehow myself, Hangman, and Kenny got shafted. But whatever, I didn't really care. I was just kind of like, whatever. Um, let's just try and sell this place out. Um, and dude, it's funny because I thought I was like, wow, we booked this 10,000 seater. And I guess to people now, it just doesn't seem like a big deal. But it doesn't seem like a big deal now because what's happened since, but for the time, this was humongous. And I remember thinking, oof, like, I don't know. I was thinking things are pretty hot. I think we'll sell out, but maybe not until like the day of the show. And I remember we were we were on the road the day the tickets went on sale. I can't remember what we were, but myself and the Bucks, I assume Cody, Hangman, we were traveling to a show when the tickets were going on sale. We're in the car, and I was like, okay, guys, let's all predict how many tickets we think we're going to sell on the first day. And I can't remember everyone's guesses, but mine was the highest. I predicted that we were going to sell 4,000 tickets on the same day. And I say I predicted it. I said it out loud, but in my head, I don't know if I actually believed it. I was just kind of wishful, kind
Shooting a
of
number.
out loud. Yeah, I was like four because I think Nick Jackson had said like I think 2,500, and then someone's gone, oh, maybe three, and I was like, what about four? And so we all kind of predicted, and then by time we had rocked up to the building, they were like, dude, it's sold out in 30 minutes. And we are just like, again, it was just insane. And I remember just like seeing Joe Koff, who's unfortunately passed away the last 6 months, who essentially ran Ring of Honor. And I remember just like hugging him, being like, "Oh, this is just insane." It was like hugs all around. You know what I mean? It was all just like, wow, this is okay. This is real now, right? And it felt like it's crazy because this was before there was millions of dollars involved. It was before all of that. It was just these guys who loved wrestling goofing off for the camera to make a little YouTube show because we wanted the fans to get to know us better. We wanted to make the fans feel something. We wanted to build that connection. And that was why, like, it was hard for this is going to sound really big headed, but it's kind of hard for the other wrestlers on the roster to compete with us just because we had this weekly platform where, these guys are going out and the fans are they're seeing you wrestle a 10-minute match once or twice a month, whatever it may be. We're going on this show every week. And sometimes the shows are 20, 30, 40 minutes and they're getting to know us and everything else. It's like, these fans are building up like we're building equity with the fans and we're building up
Yes.
like a rapport with them almost. So yeah, and I will say this as well, and I think I've said this before, but the Bucks don't get the credit they deserve, like at all. And people hate on the Bucks and they'll say, oh, whatever it is. And it's like I even see sometimes it's like, oh, the Bucks ruined AEW. I'm like, dude, there wouldn't be an AEW without them. 100% not. 100%. Like And that's not my opinion. That's like I know,
It's just
you know what I
fact.
mean? Like it would not be an AEW without it. Here we go. Actually, I'll give you something exclusive for your podcast because it just came to my head. I don't think I've ever told the story before, and I
Okay.
also don't think anyone else has. Do you know what the original name for AEW was?
No, I
It
do
was
not.
it was UEW.
Okay.
It was, I think it was Ultimate Elite Wrestling. That was the first name for the company. The
Okay.
first like contracts that TK sent out were UEW contracts. And I believe it was Matt Jackson that ended up getting it changed to All Elite Wrestling. Um, but yeah, the popularity, I think it really, really did start with the Bucks, and then it helped the fact that Kenny had become a massive superstar from New Japan in those matches of Okada. I had become a really big star in Europe and was developed with this villain character. Cody was hot coming out of the WWE and walking away from them. So again, like we kept saying, that kind of perfect storm. But the only reason that show sold out was because of the following on YouTube from that YouTube show. It was because of Being the Elite, and Being the Elite was all created and made by the Bucks. And I'm telling you, without them, there would be absolutely no AEW. So there might be something else. There may be, but yeah, I think they'll get the credit one day, but it will be like years and years time,
It'll be
unfortunately.
far
Yeah.
down the line.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But
You,
I'm giving them credit right now.
like being the elite, I mentioned off camera, I believe, that I watched you before you became the villain.
Mhm.
But like being the elite was the platform where I believe I really got to know you as a person. And
Mhm.
the same with Cody or the Bucks. Like, and it introduced me to Kenny Omega and
Mhm.
things like that. So like being the elite really, I think, just let the fans get in there and know you guys to where we cared more. And like you said, it did definitely give you guys an edge over the rest of the indies because nobody else was doing it. And
Yeah.
as a fan, it definitely just was like, okay, now I want to know everything they're doing because this 20, 30-minute show lets me
Mhm.
know a little bit and it just gives you just enough to want more.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And it's funny, dude. I remember at the time this happened like more than once. I remember fans telling me, "Hey, I'm a big, big fan of you. Like, I've never seen you wrestle before." I'm like, "What? So how are you a fan?" They're like, "Oh, from being in the elite." I'm like, "Okay." Like that's pretty
Fair
crazy.
enough.
I built fans without them even seeing me wrestle. Do you know what I mean? So it's like,
It's
well, okay.
crazy.
It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
Um, speaking of All In, you had your match with Okada.
Mhm.
Was it was kind of built as one of the main events.
Yeah.
How did you feel about the match with Okada, and maybe the reaction it got live, and
Mhm.
how it was received afterwards?
Yeah. So I mean, I remember they were like, I think it was Nick Jackson whose idea it was he wanted me to wrestle Okada. And I was like, well, that's awesome. But I was also like, I don't want to go on late on this show either, because I know how these shows go, and it's so hard to follow everyone that's going out there trying to steal the show.
Stacked
Um,
card.
but yeah, but no, so the match with Okada is kind of like a bittersweet because like the match itself I thought was it's the first time me and him had worked, I believe, and I felt like we tore the house down and we told a great story and the people were really, really invested. Um and then but the match went over in time, which this is kind of a long story to go in and out of. But but maybe one day I'll reveal the truth in a book. But I will just say this: that first of all, lots of people went over on the show. But second of all, myself and Okada both got told, "Hey, this is how much time you've got. Um, don't cut any time. You do you go out there and steal the show. Don't cut any time at all." We're like, "You sure? You want us to trim some off?" We're like, no, go do no, like whatever. We'll have to do the dark in the match, sorry, the main in dark or whatever, but like go do the match that you've got. Okay. And so that happened. And then I guess we went over. But actually we didn't we technically only went over, I think, like by 2 minutes from the time we got given and got told not to cut. Um, so I guess we did go over a tiny bit. But unfortunately, I was like the target of the blame. And I always found it kind of funny. And I would, every time I see Okada, I would joke about it with him. I'm like, why did I get all the heat? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm in the ring with the best wrestler in the world, or many at the time would consider the best wrestler in the world. It's like, you think I'm going to tell him what to do? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the thing is
Yeah.
the fans think they know everything about wrestling, and it's like you definitely don't. And it's different when you're on the other side of doing it. But I'm like, when you're in the ring with someone like Okada, who's the best in the world, he's calling the match. I do as I'm told. So I thought it was pretty hilarious how I took all the blame and the burden for the match going over, and Okada received nothing. But that's just how, and that's how the kind of narratives, I guess, work. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that's just how it goes. So, bit of a bittersweet with that. Like, I don't think I've ever actually watched that match back because of that, because it's kind of got a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. But in fact, today someone told me, and I hear this a lot, like, oh, that was the best match on that show. And I've seen the rest of the show, and again, it probably just sounds like I'm blowing smoke up my own ass, which I don't do. I'm very honest. And but that night, I think we did steal the show. I think we did have by far the best match. And because we went out there and we told a story, you know, we built that up on being the elite. We really did, and we built it up from, you know, the story of Okada being this heavyweight, unstoppable machine in New Japan, and me just being a junior heavyweight. And we told that really, really well. So, and I think that was kind of that was the beauty, I think, of All In as well. And I think maybe what like the original concept for AEW was kind of based on stuff like that, where like the villain versus Okada hadn't happened before because he's a heavyweight and he's a junior heavyweight. And the idea of like our wrestling show is like, okay, we're going to do stuff that shouldn't happen. I remember early on when there was talks of AEW and everything, and we had dinner with Tony Khan, and he spoke about bringing Goldberg in, and I said it will work, but it will work because we'll do a pay-per-view and he's going to headline the pay-per-view, not headline it, but be on the pay-per-view, and he's not going to wrestle Chris Jericho. He's going to wrestle Pentagon Jr. Do you know what I mean? He's going to wrestle Phoenix. People are going to be like, "What is this?" Do you know what I mean? Right? I was like, "That's what we want. We want it to be like, whoa." And I guess me versus Okada at the time was kind of one of those sort of matches, you know, where it's like not as crazy as that. Um, but yeah, but no, Okada, man, like very like he's one of the few wrestlers that, and that match I had with him on, you know, we had like a 26-minute match, whatever it was, all in. That was the first time he'd ever touched before. And typically it's very hard to have a good match with someone the first time you wrestle because he just takes time to get to know someone in the ring. It's time to build
Fill each
chemistry.
other out.
Yeah, it really does. So to go out there and just like be expected to tear the house down when you never touched each other before is kind of a big ask. But I just remember there's been a few wrestlers. I mean, actually, there's been a lot of wrestlers, but I think throughout my career, the two wrestlers that I was in the ring with, where I was just like during the match, where I was just like, wow, this guy is so bloody good. Actually, there's three. The three that I was in the ring, where I'm just like, oh, these guys are just on another level. Was AJ Styles, Bryan Danielson, and Okada. All three of them, I was just like, yeah.
It's a
I just
Mount
remember,
Rushmore list right there.
yeah, I just remember being in the ring with Okada, just being like, oh, this guy is just so freaking good, you know. And it's like you can't even explain it, like why. He just is, right?
He probably doesn't get the credit he deserves either, Okada.
No, well, I don't know. I think the thing is, I think the deal with Okada is those matches he had with Kenny. I just don't like the the problem with those matches is that I just don't think there's ever like any topping them, and and like they don't need to be topped. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't.
They
I
were
don't.
just too good for
Right.
reality, kind of.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
crazy
Yeah.
that they even exist and they were that
Exactly.
good.
Exactly. And I don't think Okada has been like, I'm going to try and top that. That's not been his, thing. Like, I think but I think for sure for a long time, maybe it's different now, but I think like, I don't know if we all got enough credit for like New Japan's sort of break in the States, because I think for the longest time, it was the only thing from New Japan the fans knew were the Kenny Okada matches and the Bullet Club / Elite, right?
Yeah.
Um, and I don't think New Japan even realized that because we would do shows in the States and it would be sold out, 6,000 people, all pretty much because of us and Okada. And then we'd be like, oh, who are you wrestling tonight? Oh, you're in an 8-minute, 8-man tag. I'm like,
What?
okay. Yeah, and yeah, then like the whole crowd be wearing our shirts. And I think I remember once this, I don't know if I've told this story before, and I don't want to sound like I'm disrespecting anyone, but I remember one time it's like a 10-man tag, and we're all in the Bullet Club. It's like me, Bucks, Cody might have been in it, maybe Cody wasn't. It's like me, Bucks, Hangman, and Big Farley,
Okay.
who's like a Bullet Club staple, and New Japan staple. And we were in like a 10-man tag or whatever it was. It was a very short match. And like because he's the heaviest guy, or the heavyweight of the team, we all came out to his music, right? Which again, I've got no problem with. Farley is like he's another guy who doesn't really get enough credit for, especially his influence with Bullet Club. Um, but I was just like, can't we? I was thinking this crowd is paid to see like us as well. Like, can't I do my entrance? Can't the Bucks do their entrance? Um, and so I don't know if New Japan realized kind of how big a deal. I remember one time coming on one of those New Japan USA shows, coming to the back, and I won't name who, but one of the office members being like, "Wow, that crowd they really screamed Chicken Wing, didn't they? Like they were really into you." And I'm like, yeah, like so um so yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was like a missed opportunity that time. I'm not sure. I mean, it, it's difficult, I guess, but and obviously everything happened, and AEW and everything else. But for a while, I think people forget that it was New Japan and Ring of Honor that sold out Madison Square Garden like that, nearly 20,000 people. It's like things were pretty hot for a minute, and it's like, yeah, was it capitalized upon? I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, the fact that Ring of Honor ended up being out of business, within the next 3 or 4 years after that, it's kind of like, something went wrong. But yeah, I can't even remember the original question now. Sorry, I've rambled on, just revealing
You're
everything.
fine. We was talking about Okada, and you went off on a great tangent.
Yeah, and he's now, I think, Okada now. It's like, dude, that guy, he's headlined so many dome shows and so many, long matches for New Japan. I'm sure now he'd just like to be able to be paid and be able to walk still. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
He's having fun. It's obvious on TV
Mhm,
that he's having a great time, and that's really what wrestling should be all about: is having fun,
mhm.
having good matches, and having good crowds, and
Yeah,
just
yeah.
stuff for me and you to sit on here and talk about.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to do anything ever again. He'll still be considered one of the best of all time. But I'm not sure if he even cares about that. I think he just wants to be happy. And dude, Okada's like younger than me. I think. I think he's like same age. It's just like, yeah, get paid and like look up. Just if you can get out of the business in one piece, like that's a big win, I think. And dude, talking about tangents, I just see so many guys now, guys and girls just take so many unnecessarily like risks in the ring, and there's so many injuries are just so frequent, and people especially, and I think a big part of it has been um because how big social media has become, where people are like desperate to have like a viral moment or whatever it may be, and everyone like so many people just taking such big risks, and a lot of times I just don't think they're worth it. And I always sort of think to myself, you can make these moments without trying to kill yourself. Like I think back to that match of Okada, and I think like the most, at least for me, the only thing I remember from the match really, and what I think the fans remember, is Okada goes for the Rainmaker on me and I open up the umbrella, right? And it's like, nobody got hurt doing that, right? You know what I'm saying? But the crowd went absolutely insane. And it's like, and I'm not going to be that guy that sits here and says, oh, work smarter, not harder, because I'm a big believer in working hard. I think you should work hard every single time. And every single time you come to watch the villain work, I am working very, very hard. But also at the same time, there's taking like really dangerous bumps doesn't mean you're working hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, if anything, I actually think it's the opposite because I actually think it's quite lazy where people are just like, well, I could try and work to get a reaction and work to tell a story and get people invested, but that is pretty difficult. So I know I'll just like jumping out of my head for a table, whatever it may be. And I think that quite often if I watch a match and I watch a match and the crowd starts chanting, "We want tables," I think something's gone wrong here. Do you know what I mean? Like when I
They're
wrestle,
bored. There's
yeah,
some
well,
reason that they want
I don't know
more.
if it's they're bored or I just think like, why is the table more open than the wrestlers? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's a
Like
problem.
it is exactly. So yeah, that's another little tangent for me. But I do wish that a lot of the guys and girls now would just think about it a little bit more. Do you know what I mean? Like the
Yeah.
risk and the bumps that the people are taking. Um, uh, it's scary, it really is. And like I've seen the effect it has on people without naming names. It's really, really tough. Like the business is really tough, and that whole sort of idea of like it will chew you up and spit you out, it's absolutely true. And most guys come out of it, a lot of them worse off than when they started. And there's only been a handful really of big success stories in wrestling and like guys that managed to walk away with money and their bodies. There's not many. I mean, The Rock, I guess, being one. I guess you could argue Stone Cold Steve Austin. There's been a few, Goldberg maybe. So yeah, in terms of Okada, I'm just like, dude, you've paid your dues, make some money. You know what I'm saying? And
100%. Yeah,
this sounds like I'm saying he's not trained now. He absolutely is, but I'm just saying like he doesn't need to be doing 60-minute matches every single week, killing himself.
definitely not. And there's a way he can go about working a safer style and give us the entertainment that we're seeking without,
Absolutely.
and be able to walk out at the end of the day.
Dude, like Bret Hart is my favorite wrestler of all time. He wasn't getting dumped on his head, every week, week in, week out. Do you know what I'm saying? So it can be done.
It's possible.
It is
I
very much possible.
I just got two more questions for you.
Sure.
Something that I noticed from doing research and looking at your social media accounts is you do a lot of coaching and
Mhm.
seminars. Is that something to you that is important?
Um, that's a great question. Yeah, I guess it is important to me. And there's a few reasons why it is. And I think one, I think the big reason why I have such willingness to want to help people, especially in wrestling. I mean, one, I just love professional wrestling, so I just love seeing it done correctly, which you don't always get to see. Um, but I felt like I didn't really get the help I needed. I mean, I did in some ways from certain people, but like I never had like a real full-on like mentor, which I kind of wish I did. I just kind of like left to kind of work it out myself. I wouldn't say any real one person trained me. I felt like I kind of learned little bits from different people and then kind of got thrown out there and kind of had to work it out myself. Um, so I kind of like the idea of offering people the help that I didn't get when that's why it took me 10 years to get a break. But also, uh, just yeah, I've just been like even now, like there's guys in WWE, there's guys in AEW, top tippy top guys that like I'll work with, that I'll help with promos, I'll help with characters. Because I just feel like that kind of side of wrestling, kind of like I'm not a big fan of teaching people like, okay, here's how you lock up, here's how you take a back bump. Like, I don't want to do that. Like anyone could do that. Anyone could teach you how to take a bump. I like taking talent with potential and getting that potential out of them and creating stuff. Like I'm a big fan, like I said to you before, create, don't hate. I love to be able to create. So like I tell you one, I don't know if you watch NXT, but have you seen Ariana Grace? I had to think of her wrestling name then.
Yep.
Santino Marella's daughter in NXT. Well, I trained her for like 6 months before she went to WWE. Basically, like to think that I got her ready, and I helped come up with that gimmick for her. Like she wanted to, well, no, she did. She wanted to do the like the beauty queen pageant, but I was the one that said, okay, what does that mean? Like, what does that look like? And came out with. I was like, well, if you're going to do that, you need the whatever it's called, the crest
Sash.
across the sash. Yeah, it's like you need a crown. I said, oh, you should be Miss WWE if you're going to be a beauty queen. And I can't remember if I think I said Miss WWE and they changed it to Miss NXT, whatever, same thing. And kind of helped come up with that concept. And then to see that on TV and like getting over is really cool. And like I said, there's so many other talents now that I'll help with. And that definitely makes me feel good. The fact that talents that, have done well in the business, like turn to me for help and to me for ideas and creative pitches and all that kind of stuff. I think that's really, really cool. So no, I love to help. And also there's so like in terms of in the ring, there's so much that I can't do, but like I'll come up with ideas and give it to guys that can. You know what I mean? Or there's ideas I have often where I'm like, this is a sick idea. It won't work for me, but it can work for this person.
Yeah.
And that for me, like that's what wrestling kind of should be, right? Like the bell to bell stuff is kind of like the theme of this interview, really. Like the bell to bell stuff, it's very important and it's cool, but like there's just so much more to wrestling as well. And I feel like in this day and age, there's uh, a lot of the other side of wrestling kind of gets ignored almost. Um, and I'm still just a big, big fan of that. There's a reason why you told me that, like, you remember me and everything else. And it's probably not necessarily from the bell to bell wrestling. I think of like watching, I didn't actually see the match, but I saw Pentagon's like entrance at WWE and him winning the match and his promo afterwards, and was just like, well, I was going to say blown away by it, but I wasn't because I knew exactly what he can do and what he's going to bring. But like that was all I needed to see. Do you know what I mean? You see that entrance, you're like, yes, that's pro wrestling. Yeah, and I think
It's the moments that are just that captivate.
absolutely, and that's it. I want to captivate. So that's a great word of the way of putting it. Sometimes wrestling in this day and age has kind of maybe moved away too much from that, but to me, it's still very important. So yeah, I do tend to work with a lot of like established talents, but also I own a ring, so I do training with um yeah, normally more like established wrestlers, but also I'll typically when I'm wrestling in different countries, they'll ask me to do a seminar. And that's always fun. That's how I discovered, well, I didn't really discover him, I guess, but well, kind of Brody King, funny enough. Like he came to like a seminar I was teaching or I was training somewhere and he was there. And I was like, who's this big guy? And I just remember meeting him being like, "Oh, he seems like, well, he's big, covered in tattoos, like he can move." And I took, I was like, what's your name, Tom? He's like, okay. And then like the next year or two, I kept seeing his name coming up like on the internet, like, oh, he's wrestling here, he's wrestling here. And I was like, oh, I remember him. He was pretty good in my seminar. Like he's doing really well for himself. And then when it came to come up with the idea of Villain Enterprises, I was like, what about that Brody King guy? He was pretty good. So, it was almost like I found him in a seminar, which is kind of funny. So yeah, I love giving back. I love sharing the passion of professional wrestling. And I'm a big fan of just even at shows, I'll like to jump in the ring. If there's someone on the show that I think can teach me something, I'm gonna ask them to jump in the ring with me before the show. That happens a lot. And it's like, yeah, I've been doing this 20 odd years, but it's like I can still learn all the time. And I know that some people might get held back by that. They think they've learned it all, whatnot, or they're too good to do that. I'm like, no, I'm like, if this guy's on the show, hey, do you mind jumping in the ring with me? Show me a few things. I think that's awesome. And that's the thing with wrestling is that you will never ever master it. Never. You're just always learning constantly. Like I said, I've been fortunate enough to do this like 20 odd years now. I'm still learning all the time. Learn something new every day. It's crazy. Like, and again, you never ever master it. You try and get as good at it as you can, but problem is things change, and
Yeah.
wrestling now is very different from when I first started. It's very different from 10 years ago. It's very different from 5 years ago. So it's ever evolving. And I, as much, I try, there is a lot of stuff that happens in wrestling that frustrates me in this day and age. But I just remember, I'm like, okay, well, you know, either get better or get better. And I'm like, if I can't remember the phrase, but it's like if you live in the past, then you'll die a little bit every day. So I'm like, okay, wrestling is turning this way. I don't particularly agree with it, but I've got to go with it. Do you know what I mean? You got to go along for the ride, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I try not to bash it or anything else. Um, and you just try to adapt. You try to evolve. But yeah, I I feel like I've had a good influence on the business as a whole. And more and more, I mean, I'll have people tell me, "Oh, I used to watch you when I was younger," which I'm always a bit like, "Whoa." But I have a lot of wrestlers that tell me the one thing I get a lot from younger wrestlers is you are a big inspiration for my gimmick. And I think that's really cool. I think that's actually like, if any, all the things I achieved in wrestling, I think like being an inspiration to other wrestlers, I think is really freaking like probably my biggest achievement, if that makes sense. And you
Yeah.
see it as well. Like it's funny because I didn't invent like an entrance mask, right? Absolutely not. But I feel as if I definitely made it a thing and brought it back and popularized it. Now when you go on an indie show, it's like half the roster has got entrance mask. And
Or
typically they don't.
Cody.
Cody, yeah, exactly. Yeah, loads of people have done it. And a lot of times, like I'll think, like the mask doesn't even really fit with the gimmick, but they're trying something so cool. But yeah, a lot of people, a lot of wrestlers tell me like, "Oh, your gimmick really inspired me to come up with mine." I think, if anything, that's really really cool. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I've kind of fallen a bit more into that role as I've got a little bit older.
It happens. It happens.
It does.
You know, my my last question is going to be looking at the future. We're early into 2025. Marty, what are your goals for this year?
So I got asked the same question a few weeks ago on another interview I did, and I basically said, I said, yeah, I think the time is right. I think this is the year that I'll probably get signed to a major company. And it was funny because I said loads of stuff in this interview, but like that was the one that like all the wrestling headlines and news sheets decided to run with. And I was thinking, this really isn't news. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm flattered that you think that's a headline, but I didn't think that was particular news. But no, I think I think last year, especially towards the end of the year, I was wrestling and traveling so much that my diet and training kind of took a bit of a backseat. And I wasn't really happy by the end of the year, kind of what shape I was in. Um, so fortunately, I took January off in terms of traveling on the road because I'd been just like going really, really hard before like the end of last year, just traveling everywhere and doing like 3 flights in a day and just like 16 hours on a flight and then laying over in an airport for hours and hours and then, oh, your flight's delayed and oh, all this kind of stuff. Oh, they lost your bag and just like I think it's a lot of stuff that people don't see or don't really think is a thing. It's like we go for quite a lot. Um, Traveling is, yeah, I mean, I'm very grateful. I love going to new places, like absolutely love doing that. But the actual physical traveling part, like, I feel like that's got to be the best part of being a billionaire is just being able to fly private. Like I want to become a billionaire now just so I can fly private because I'm sure it's just so much. Oh, that would be such a game changer. Such a game changer. Um, but where was the point I was getting to? So yeah, this at the moment, this January. I mean, I've been working on a lot of other projects, like a lot of stuff. But really getting it like this year, I really, really want to get in the best shape of my life. And I guess that is related to wrestling, and that's more of a personal thing, but it relates to the wrestling. Um, so I want to do that, but also I really want to continue just wrestling in different countries, because I've just been so fortunate to check out these different places. And when I was younger, I didn't really appreciate it, and I didn't really take the time to go check out where I was at. I just kind of in hotel, wrestle, leave. This last couple of years, I've decided to really like explore the places that I get to visit. In fact, Alex Shelley said to me the other day, he said, "Oh, you and M Dog 20 are the most traveled wrestlers I know." I was like, "Well, that's kind of I guess that's a compliment." Um,
Definitely a compliment.
but yeah, I guess so. But so I definitely want to continue to do more of that. But yeah, I think it's time that people ready to see me on the big screens. I mean, I think people have always been ready, really. So it's just waiting for one of those companies to kind of take the plunge. And but yeah, I think you'll be seeing me on TV this year. I don't know. Maybe it'll be next year. I don't know. But I'm still going to be doing my thing. I'm still, my tagline at the moment, it's not ideal, but I'll say, I'm the wrestler that you can't just see by turning on the TV. You've got to rock up to your shows to see me, right? And I think there's something kind of cool about that as well. And fortunately, like we started off the show, I have I've got dates coming up in Fort Worth, Texas, Dallas, Atlanta, Vegas. So all these places people can come see me. And yeah, I think the fact that maybe a lot of people haven't seen me on their TVs for a while, maybe it's like even more special when they do get to see me. I'm just a big believer in everything happens for a reason, just a big, big believer in that. So yeah, I I'm excited for the year 2025, and I think if you're a villain fan, then you should be excited as well. And the people that have supported me, like I I say this all the time, and it sounds so cliche, but I always say like I feel like I have the best fans in the world because they're just stood by me and they're just so passionate and you know I owe everything to my fans. Do you know what I mean? I absolutely do. Like I get to do what I love because of them, and it's not lost on me. Like I'm forever grateful to all my fans, and I appreciate anyone that's supported me, anyone that's bought a ticket to see me, anyone that's bought a shirt. Like I love them all. I love them all. I really do. And yeah, wrestling now is a lot of kind of giving back to them, Like I want like when you come see the villain live at a show, I mean, I say it in my promos, but I mean it as a shoot. I say in my promos, like, come watch the greatest show on earth, live and in living color. And that's what I try to do every time I go out there. I just try to put on a show. I try to put on something that people will remember forever. Um, and like I said, I'm just so grateful that I get to do this. And yeah, but without the fans, I wouldn't have anything. So, you know, my appreciation for them. I just hope they know how much I appreciate each and every one of them. I really, really do. And yeah,
I
2025 should be exciting. I hope so.
I can tell you as one of the villain fans that we appreciate every mile, every match, every moment. I'm gonna say thank you, not only for being on here, but for you being you. I'll just put it that way. For you being Marty Scurll, thank you.
Justin, thank you for you being you. I appreciate you. And I appreciate
Go ahead.
this podcast. I love wrestling podcast. Hell yeah.
With that said, maybe we can get you on here in the future.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Okay. I'll
Absolutely.
I'll leave it up. I feel like could we could dive into all kinds of stuff. I'd love to have you on here and we could really maybe deep dive into some progress or some Rev Pro, some of those things we grazed on, but we didn't get to dive into.
That's the thing, bro. There's been over 20 years, so I could do a whole podcast on one subject. You know what I mean? So it's difficult to fit everything in. But no, thank you so much for having me, and I wish all the best of luck to you. And Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing, dude. Like I said before, it takes time. It takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of patience. But you know, if you're doing what you love, then you never work a day in your life. So just keep it up. And thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Marty, we will see you later then.
See you later. Thanks, guys.